Lin Wanxing once believed she lived in a heartwarming family drama until one fateful morning, as she inwardly remarked, "Father's tie resembles a feathered duster." Her father's hand, bearing a cup of coffee, suddenly bulged with veins, his smile freezing into a grimace that twitched at the corners. "Xingxing, you have quite a unique perspective," he said. From that day forth, Lin Wanxing was horrified to discover that her tender and loving mother, upon hearing her unvoiced desire for the cake downstairs, swiftly cleared out the entire bakery that very night, her bloodshot eyes fixated on Lin Wanxing, declaring, "It's all yours, no one dares to take it." Her academically gifted brother, upon listening to her lament, "Physics is so difficult," silently shredded all the physics materials into pieces, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he proclaimed, "Now you won't have to study." Even their golden retriever, raised for 3 years, would block the doorway with bared teeth whenever she thought, "I don't feel like walking the dog today," its eyes glinting with ferocity akin to that of a wolf. This family had irrevocably changed. What was once warm concern had morphed into an eerie ability to detect her every thought. If she wished to read comics, the next moment, the bookshelf would overflow with rare editions. If she casually remarked, "The senior in the adjacent class is so handsome," the next day, the senior would be in tears, submitting a transfer request. Her family wove a cage of twisted affection, transforming each of her thoughts into obsessive actions, their madness intensifying with each passing day. "Xingxing, your heart can only think of us," her mother would say, stroking her hair with icy fingertips. Cowering in a corner, Lin Wanxing gazed at her family, now darkened by her unspoken desires, and for the first time, she comprehended, more frightening than the invasion of her thoughts was the realization that those who understood her heart had already descended into madness fueled by love and possession. She must find a way to escape this deranged family before being consumed by this twisted pet of the family. Chapter 1. Awakening to a new life, just born and already facing reincarnation. Is the king of hell trying to boost his performance at year-end? "Oh, my dear mother, please open your eyes, your daughter is about to be suffocated." Li Hanju, freshly born, was but an infant, her limbs firmly restrained, relying solely on her thoughts for rescue. As a descendant of an esoteric lineage, traversing between realms for decades, she never anticipated her downfall would come at the hands of her own disciple. After childbirth, Fu Yuan felt utterly weak, on the verge of drifting into unconsciousness, when a soft voice echoed in her mind. Her forehead twitched. It seemed she was truly exhausted, experiencing auditory hallucinations. Just as she prepared to surrender to sleep, the soft voice resonated again. "What animosity must this old nanny have towards my mother? I am merely a newly born infant, a girl at that. What harm have I caused you to deserve such a fate?" The tender voice pierced Fu Yuan's heart like an invisible hand, causing her immense pain. She opened her eyes wide. This was a life thread. Following one of the golden strands, Li Hanju glanced towards the bed. Other life threads extended in various directions, and she began to grasp the truth within her heart. Her fate was inexplicably intertwined with that of her entire family. In other words, her life and death were tied to their destinies. She licked her lips, contemplating the golden life threads. How much merit would it require to rescue her family from their fated demise? "No, no, I refuse to die. I wish to live. Mother, please open your eyes. Your precious daughter is in peril. If I perish, all the suffering you endured during pregnancy will be for naught. More importantly, if I die, you will soon find yourself ensnared in a similar fate. Alas, it seems we are destined to lack a mother-daughter bond in this life. May we reunite in the next." Fu Yuan listened as the voice transitioned from pleas for help to farewells, an unprecedented panic rising within her. She bit her lip, her consciousness sharpening slightly. Could it truly be her daughter speaking to her? She swiftly sat up, urgency flooding her as she shouted, "Someone, quickly, bring my daughter to me. I must see my child." The 2 maids in attendance hastily approached. "Madam, do not worry, the young miss is being held by Nanny Rome, washing up behind the screen. She will be ready shortly. She is not helping me, she is essentially washing away my child's life. If no one intervenes, I will truly be forced to reincarnate." Fu Yuan cast a wary glance at the silent screen, her unease growing. "This will not do. I demand to see my daughter now. Hurry and bring her to me." In her agitation, she inadvertently strained herself, causing pain that drained the color from her face. "Madam, please do not move so recklessly. The doctor has stated you have narrowly escaped death and must rest to recover. The young miss will be fine shortly." The maids aimed to soothe Fu Yuan, unaware that a newborn infant could face peril in their shared quarters. However, Fu Yuan could not wait another moment. The thought of her newborn daughter potentially perishing drove her to charge toward the screen. Chapter 2. Why would you harm my daughter? With a forceful shove, the screen collapsed, revealing the concealed truth. Her once trusted Nanny Rong loomed with a twisted countenance, grasping her daughter's throat, the infant's face turning a ghastly shade as she struggled for breath. "Nanny Rong, have you lost your mind? What are you doing to my daughter? Release my child." Fu Yuan's eyes widened with fury as she summoned all her strength to push the nanny to the ground, snatching her baby back. Nanny Rong's expression shifted as she realized the gravity of her situation and attempted to flee. The two astute maids quickly reacted, each seizing a limb, pinning her to the floor, swiftly binding her and silencing her cries. "Someone quickly. Call for the doctor." Fu Yuan clutched her child, her legs faltering as she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, the maids caught her just in time, but as they laid her back on the bed, they noticed she was bleeding heavily and on the brink of losing consciousness. The composed Su Lan immediately declared, "I will watch over the madam. You hurry and fetch the doctor." In the delivery room, chaos ensued, and after 2 arduous hours, they finally stabilized both mother and child. Upon regaining consciousness, Fu Yuan's first instinct was to inquire about her baby. "Su Lan, how is my child? Is she safe?" Su Lan approached with the child in her arms. "Madam, rest assured the young miss is perfectly fine now." Seeing her daughter's complexion returning to normal, Fu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, pressing the little one close to her heart, feeling her warmth, finally allowing herself to relax, reflecting on the ordeal of nearly losing the child she had fought so hard to bring into the world. A glint of resolve flashed in Fu Yuan's eyes. "Bring her here." Su Lan hesitated, wanting Fu Yuan to rest before confronting the matter, but recognizing her urgency, complied. Nanny Rong was brought forth, and disbelief coupled with sorrow filled Fu Yuan's gaze. "Nanny Rong, you were my wet nurse, the one who raised me. My mother passed away early, and I have always regarded you as my own mother. Why would you harm my daughter?" Nanny Rong lifted her head, rage boiling in her eyes. "If it weren't for the need to save your drowning mother all those years ago, I would not have been frozen in that icy lake, cursed to live without my own children. I cannot bear children, so why should yours be allowed to thrive?" Fu Yuan was taken aback, her expression one of shock. "Was it really over this? Nonsense. My mother had several children. If you truly wish to take revenge, why not target the others before me? You clearly found your own daughter and wish to replace me with her child. Oh, dear mother, do not be foolish. This woman secretly bore a daughter in her youth, but they accidentally became separated. Now that she has found her, she seeks to conspire against you." Fu Yuan was astonished by the voice echoing in her mind. Could it be that Mama Rong had a daughter? How did her little girl come to know this? Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly spoke tentatively. "Mama Rong, what is your daughter's name? I do not comprehend what the mistress is implying. As a lowly servant, I could never dare to harm my master. Now that my treachery has been unveiled, there is no need for the mistress to report me. I accept my fate," she declared. Before anyone could intervene, she collided violently with a pillar. Blood streamed from her forehead, and in an instant, her breath ceased. Her wide-open eyes reflected a mixture of relief and regret. Chapter 3. Her husband, the keeper of a concubine after her demise, her spirit floated from her body. Once the initial confusion subsided, Mama Rong sought her daughter, Li Hanju, who lay in swaddling clothes with a cold glint in her eyes. Anyone who harmed her would pay dearly. A flash of golden light emanated from her brow, hurtling towards Mama Rong's soul, causing it to disperse instantaneously. Li Hanju squinted at Fu Yuan, recalling that according to the fateful script, after her untimely death, Fu Yuan would succumb to despair. Fu Yuan, filled with sorrow for the infant's plight, devoted all her love to the child, only to be betrayed by a scoundrel and his daughter, meeting a tragic end in the wilderness. Li Hanju attempted to further calculate the fate of the orphaned girl, but encountered an obstruction. An impenetrable fog obscured her vision. Alarmed, She pondered if the infant was perhaps the destined daughter of this realm. No. Amidst the thick mist, there was a wisp of dark energy, an ominous thread that defied fate and sought to usurp destiny. Li Hanju's excitement grew. In worlds overseen by the agents of fate, major problems were rare. She had not witnessed such a rebellious thread in many years. If she could restore order and align destiny as it should be, coupled with the merit she had accumulated, she might ascend to a higher realm. The fragile newborn could not withstand her manipulation for long and soon became weary. As Li Hanju drifted into a drowsy state, she heard Fu Yuan's voice. It was an important moment for her, and her husband's absence was regrettable. Although Fu Yuan harbored resentment, she understood that her husband was preoccupied with a crucial promotion and could not be blamed entirely. How absurd! Only my foolish mother would believe every word spoken to her. That scoundrel must have left the city to accompany his lover Mama Rong's daughter. The two were inseparable, lost in their own world of romance. Surely, they conspired to first extinguish my life, then ruin my 3 brothers, and ultimately bring about your demise, thus claiming all my dowry and wealth for themselves. Just as Fu Yuan was trying to comfort herself, she suddenly heard her daughter's words, her hand pausing over the swaddled infant, her expression stiffening. What had she just heard? Her little girl had called her husband a scoundrel? No, her husband had taken a mistress? Having witnessed the truth of the child's thoughts, Fu Yuan believed a portion of it, yet doubt lingered in her heart. Bring forth the servant who is close to my husband. Upon entering, the servant offered congratulations, but Fu Yuan disregarded his pleasantries, fixing her gaze on him as she solemnly asked, Lai Fu, tell me, has your master truly been attending to official business outside the city lately? At her words, the servant's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly glanced at Fu Yuan. She noticed the flash of panic in his eyes, and her heart sank. She concealed her apprehension, sending him away, and realized that since her marriage, most of her trusted aides had been replaced by Li Qingxiu. Now that Mama Rong was gone, who could she trust? Chapter 4. Little one, call me Brother Su Lan, come here. She trembled uncontrollably, her reason urging her to trust her husband, yet her intuition compelled her to believe everything her little girl had said. Her husband, at a time of utmost peril, was entangled with another woman. Madam? Su Lan, noticing Fu Yuan's pallor, attempted to summon a doctor, but Fu Yuan grasped her arm. She dismissed the servants from the room and lowered her voice. Secretly find someone to investigate my husband's whereabouts. The more detailed, the better. Su Lan was rescued by Fu Yuan 5 years prior from a tyrant, and perhaps she could be trusted. Since their marriage, Li Qingxiu had remained loyal to Fu Yuan, and they were the envy of the town. Despite her doubts, Su Lan kept her silence and left to gather information. With no evidence to pursue Mama Rong's matter further, Fu Yuan instructed, ensure Mama Rong's remains are given a proper burial. If Li Qingxiu truly had another woman and a child outside, Fu Yuan's heart ached as she gazed at the bruises on her daughter's neck. She vowed that the scoundrel and his mistress would pay dearly. As she held on, fatigue returned to her features, and just as she prepared to rest with her child, a commotion erupted outside. Third young master, the madam has just given birth and needs rest. You may visit her later, a maid urged softly. The young man with cold eyes angrily pushed past her. Step aside. I must see my sister now. How dare you, a mere maid, dictate to me? He burst into the room, shouting, Mother, I heard you had a sister. Where is she? Let me see. Li Han's sleep was nearly shattered by his loud voice. As she opened her eyes slightly, she was met with an exaggerated face looming before her. The boy's complexion was flushed, his brows furrowed in disdain as he scrutinized her. Mother, are you certain this is my sister? It can't be. This little one looks like a dried orange peel, quite ugly. Our family is renowned for its beauty. There is no reason for my sister to be so plain. If word gets out that I have such an ugly sister, I shall be utterly humiliated. He poked her cheek, leaving faint red marks on her tender skin. Little one, call me brother. Do not be foolish. Fu Yuan swatted his hand away. She has just been born. How could she speak? You were even less appealing when you were born. She will look better in a few days. Li Xiao doubted his mother's words. How much better could she possibly look? Moreover, he had never been anything but handsome in his life. Li Hanju rolled her eyes. Is this the raucous behavior of my mischievous elder brother? At 8 years old, he still carries himself so carelessly? With rosy lips and pearly whites, He was indeed handsome, but little did he know he would end up having his limbs severed and becoming a mute performer, much to the amusement of others. Li Zhao's expression froze. Had he just heard that he, the esteemed third young master of the Marquis's residence, would be mutilated and rendered mute? The worst part was that this dreadful prophecy came from his newborn sister. Suddenly alert, Li Xiao exclaimed, "Mother, there is a monster in this room." Chapter 5. Your friend is a professional swindler. Watching Li Zhao's explosive reaction, Li Hanju exerted all her strength to turn over, her eyes filled with disdain. Is this fool so preoccupied with his appearance at birth that he left his wits behind? At a tender age of 8, he learned the art of stealing his mother's dowry to indulge in gambling. By the age of 10, he had accumulated a staggering debt of 10,000 taels at the gambling den, and by 13, he had lost the very deeds of the Ofu estate, wagering away everything, including himself. This reckless behavior left the Marquis's mansion in ruins, as he mistakenly believed his misfortune stemmed from bad luck. Anyone with a modicum of sense would realize that the casino is rife with deceit. It is all too easy to be betrayed by a so-called friend, rendering him foolish for blindly trusting. When someone covers your expenses, you pour out your heart to them, unaware that the very person who stole your purse on the street was orchestrated by that same individual. Li Xiao was utterly bewildered. Recently, he had made a new acquaintance, a person who had assisted him during the theft, paying his debts. This individual was a seasoned gambler who led him to earn a substantial sum, albeit his luck had recently waned. He had insisted that today would be a day of great fortune, urging Li Xiao to bring forth valuable belongings from home. Li Xiao considered his mother's numerous ornaments, reasoning that missing a piece or two would go unnoticed. Yet now, a voice warned him that this was all a ruse. He would ultimately be led to ruin by this person and reduced to a mere plaything in a brothel. The gold hairpin hidden in his sleeve felt unbearably hot, and Li Xiao's heart felt as if it were being tightly grasped by a large hand, causing him immense pain. If you attend today's rendezvous, you will lose the pin at the gambling house, and in the future, it will serve as evidence for the villain's false accusations against your mother. Of illicit dealings, whatever they say, you believe. Your so-called friend is neither a scion of a noble family nor someone burdened by illness. He is simply a con artist raised in the underbelly of society. To associate with someone of such ill repute is akin to colluding with a ghost. They will not rest until they have drained the last drop of blood from you. Should you fail to sever ties with him, do not be surprised if you face ruin, for you may end up with a fate worse than death, devoid of dignity.
Impossible.
Li Xiao shouted, his face pale beyond description. What are you yelling about? Don't frighten your sister, Fu Yuan admonished, casting him a sharp glance, exasperated by his daily commotion. Li Xiao stormed out, intent on confronting his friend. However, he fortuitously overheard a conversation between his friend and several ruffians. Old San is quite the mastermind. The young master of the Li family is completely under your thumb, believing you to be his own brother. Indeed, today he will undoubtedly reap a fortune, so don't forget to treat us to drinks. Old Sen boasted with pride. Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel, you shall have some broth. In his moment of triumph, he turned around and met Li Xiao's furious gaze, and before he could defend himself, Li Xiao gave no chance for rebuttal. Attack! With that command, Old San was pinned to the ground by the household guards, while the others hastily fled the scene. Returning home, he intended to check on his sister but recalled the maid mentioning their mother's need for rest, so he decided to defer his visit until the following day. As night enveloped the world, Fu Yuan lay awake, staring at the flickering flame of the candle, reluctant to succumb to sleep. At last, she awaited the return of Su Lan. Madam. Su Lan, noticing her haggard appearance, hesitated to speak. Fu Yuan's heart trembled. She bit her lip firmly and replied, her tone icy, "Speak, I can bear it." Su Lan fell to her knees. Madam, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The master did not leave the city for business, but went to an estate outside the city, where he was intimately involved with a woman. The woman gave birth today, and the neighboring villagers say they are husband and wife, referring to her as Lady Li. Chapter 8. The Old Witch. You are the best performer in the family. The Old Witch, known for her cunning, has always relied on her exceptional acting skills, a trait passed down from mother to son. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Your excursions to pay homage are merely a ruse to evade the timing of Rome Mama's scheming hands, allowing you to cleanse yourself of any guilt. Mother. Please keep your eyes wide open. This old hag was once a close confidant of Rome Mama in their youth, and they have long conspired to harm you. She is far from harmless. She was the first to learn of the scoundrel's extramarital affairs, keeping it secret from you alone. Fu Yuan listened in silent astonishment, concealing her shock, for they had shared a bond of master and servant. Just then, an elderly man with a grizzled beard emerged from behind her, carrying a medicine box. Upon meeting his gaze, Fu Yuan instinctively felt uneasy. Mother, I assure you, my health is well. The doctor advised me to rest peacefully.
How can that be?
A woman's childbirth is akin to walking through the gates of hell. You must let him examine you, if only to put my mind at ease.
Ease?
I wonder what peace you seek. Initially, there was nothing amiss, but soon this quack may exaggerate the situation and prescribe potent medicines that could do more harm than good, ultimately jeopardizing your health and ensuring your son swiftly inherits his marital duties. Is that not so? Then I shall heed your wishes. Fu Yuan complied willingly, and after the physician examined her pulse, his expression turned grave. Madam, your health has suffered greatly this time around. While there are no immediate signs of distress, if you do not recover properly during your confinement, you may be plagued with chronic abdominal pain for the rest of your life. Before Fu Yuan could respond, the old matriarch, Lady Li, grew more anxious than she. Quickly dispensed the medicine. If anything were to happen to my daughter-in-law, I shall ruin your reputation. The two of them, in a melodious exchange, settled upon the course of action regarding the medicine. To facilitate her recovery, the physician was arranged to stay in a secluded wing, seizing the moment while Lady Li stepped out. Fu Yuan summoned her maid and whispered a few words into her ear. The herbal concoction was soon prepared, and when the maid delivered it, the old matriarch was present to oversee.
Drink up.
Not so fast, let it cool a bit. Fu Yuan delayed, and just as she could no longer stall, a contingent of officials burst into the residence. Reports have surfaced regarding a quack who has caused fatalities in the city, and he is here in your household. Surrender him at once. Lady Li's countenance paled. Esteemed officials, you must be mistaken. There is no such person in our household. Before she could finish her sentence, the physician was seized by the officers. This man is the charlatan in question. We shall take him away. Naturally, Fu Yuan could not consume the concoction prepared by that quack. Following this incident, Lady Li continuously expressed her apologies, claiming she too had been deceived. Once the physician was dismissed, a chill settled in Fu Yuan's heart. She had never envisioned that the Li residence was such a den of wolves. With hidden dangers unresolved, how could her child thrive in health? Su Lan, fetch my dowry list. Upon seeing the dowry list brought by Su Lan, her heart grew even colder. Li Qingxiu's salary was not substantial, and the household depended on her dowry for sustenance. After more than a decade of marriage, most of it had been depleted. Mother, do not fret. If we begin to tally the dowry now, the scheming old hag and scoundrel will undoubtedly catch wind of it. We must proceed discreetly. Rest assured, I will ensure that everything they have consumed will be returned. You are my daughter, and I shall protect you. Fu Yuan gazed at her delicate and adorable child. Her tenderness instantly transformed into resolve. This was her child, and she would not allow anyone to harm her precious girl. Chapter 9. The charlatan with no knowledge of metaphysics ever since the birth of that little ghost. Nothing has gone smoothly in this household. Could it be that the little girl has brought misfortune upon them, causing harm to her son? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of this notion, leading her to devise a scheme. The following day, upon awakening, Fu Yuan felt remarkably revitalized, unlike one who had just undergone childbirth. Her gentle gaze fell upon her peacefully sleeping daughter, further solidifying her belief that this child was a divine blessing bestowed upon her. As she fed her daughter, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard.
A Sinistera?
Fu Yuan instinctively sensed something was amiss, and soon after, two individuals entered her courtyard. This place is rife with malevolent energy. It is an ominous sign. Have there been any unusual occurrences recently? The surrounding servants exchanged worried glances. There had been no anomalies, save for the birth of the lady's daughter. Is my daughter's birth the cause of this? Take me to her. Upon seeing Fu Yuan soothing her daughter, the monk was taken aback. This child possesses a cursed fate, one that brings calamity to her kin. Should she remain within this household, misfortunes will surely ensue, endangering lives and her own future. Having finished feeding, Fu Yuan, holding Li Hanju, appeared displeased. Before she could speak, the old matriarch anxiously inquired, "Master, what shall we do now?" The monk's expression was inscrutable. Amitabha, today, passing by this esteemed residence, I find myself bound by fate to this girl. I can help you avert this calamity, but what? If you desire peace within your household and the well-being of this child, you must entrust her to me, to be raised in a temple until she comes of age, which will break her ill fate. Upon hearing this,
Fu Yuan erupted in outrage. Bah!
who is this charlatan spouting nonsense? My daughter is not cursed. Su Lan, throw him out.
Weit, Yuan.
I understand your reluctance to part with the child, but even if you disregard your own safety, you must consider your husband's well-being. This child cannot remain. Mother, my daughter is mine, and I trust my husband will not believe such unfounded superstitions that would harm our flesh and blood. Absolutely not. Lady Li shouted. You honor. Even if you disregard the safety of the household, do you not care for the life of the child? The master proclaims that her fate is such that even if she is forcibly kept within the household, she is doomed to an untimely death. For the sake of her daughter, Fu Yuan would willingly sacrifice her own life. Yet, the mere thought of her child's potential misfortune felt like a dagger piercing her heart, causing her immense pain. Having just finished her meal, Li Hanju, who had barely closed her eyes, was disturbed by the ruckus and opened her eyes to lock onto the monk's gaze. What kind of monk are you? A charlatan with no knowledge of metaphysics. Lacking skill, yet brimming with arrogance? Attempting to take me away? I shall see if you possess the courage to do so. Unseen by anyone, Li Hanju's finger waved in the air, and a talisman struck the monk's forehead. The monk felt an overwhelming force assail him, and in a moment of distraction, terrifying apparitions of grotesque figures materialized before him, their gaping mouths lunging towards him. Ah, stay away, he screamed, his face filled with terror as he fled. Chapter 10. The young man with auspicious energy in the room. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Mother, this monk has acted irrationally and spoken incoherently. In the future, we should be wary of trusting those of unknown origin. Lady Li's face turned a deep shade of anger. She had not anticipated that after spending a considerable sum, the matter remained unresolved and the man had fled. All her money wasted. As she dismissed the people from the room, the sounds of the steward arguing with someone drifted into the courtyard. Fu Yuan furrowed her brow, deciding to investigate what was happening outside. Su Lan was dispatched, and the drowsy Li Hanju, sensing unusual energy fluctuations in the air outside, perked up. I want to go too. I want to see the commotion. Upon hearing her excited voice, Fu Yuan's eyes sparkled with affection. Her little girl, so eager to join in the excitement, would undoubtedly become a handful in the future.
Wait.
It's been stuffy in here for 2 days. I wish to step out and breathe some fresh air. Unwilling to entrust her daughter to others and feeling fit enough herself, Fu Yuan decided to carry her child outside. A joyous occasion was at hand. Early that morning, the steward had arranged for red eggs to be distributed at the entrance, allowing passers-by to share in the happiness. The sky was dim, and a throng of citizens gathered at the entrance, clamoring for red eggs, creating quite a lively scene. As Li Hanju stepped out of the mansion, a cacophony of disorder reached her ears. You little rascal, I sent you for a red egg. Yet you dare to steal and eat it yourself. Enjoy your thievery, for now you shall taste the wrath of my fists. In the corner, a burly man unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon a 5-year-old boy. As the boy struggled, he seized a stone from the ground and struck the man, causing a grievous injury, which only provoked an even fiercer beating. Stop. Fu Yuan's expression darkened. She could hardly believe someone would beat a child so mercilessly over a mere red egg. The man paused, glancing at Fu Yuan with trepidation. Madam, he is my son. Am I not allowed to discipline him? Fu Yuan frowned, countering. Even if he is your son, such treatment is unacceptable. It is merely a red egg. I can give you another. Grateful, the man took the red egg and lifted the nearly lifeless boy, preparing to leave. The poor boy looks so pitiful. Can a father truly be so cruel? No. The man is lying. The boy shares no blood relation with him. If they leave like this, the boy may be killed. Halt. Fu Yuan suddenly called out. The man hesitated. Is there something you need, noble lady? Are you truly father and son? Of course. No, I do not know him. The semi-conscious boy opened his bruised eyes and summoned all his strength to shout. The man struck him again. Furious, you little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? I am your father. You must recognize me. You are not. He bit down hard on the man's hand, refusing to let go. You brat. Let go. You are courting death. Seize him. At Fu Yuan's command, the man, sensing the situation turning against him, abruptly threw the boy aside and fled. Mother is remarkable. She can see through that man's true nature. Let me see what the boy looks like. Well, he is bruised and battered. I can only tell he is human. Xingxing was cast to the ground, his insides feeling as though they had been shattered, an agonizing pain coursing through him. He had thought he would perish under the man's blows, yet the man abandoned him and fled. As a tender voice echoed in his mind, he struggled to lift his heavy eyelids and, through a haze, glimpsed a pair of doe-like, sparkling eyes before losing consciousness. Don't die, big brother. Li Hanju gazed at the unconscious Xingxing, her heart aching. She unexpectedly recognized the auspicious purple-gold aura surrounding the boy. Those endowed with such fortune were destined for great wealth and honor, bringing benefits to those around them. She needed someone like him by her side. But why was he in such a pitiful state? After pondering for a while with her little finger, she found nothing, exhausting herself. Though Fu Yuan did not understand why her daughter was interested in Xingxing, she acquiesced to her wishes. Someone, carry this young boy inside and quickly fetch a doctor. Chapter 11. The dimmed palace of Mother's brother Xingxing was carried into the mansion. After a diagnosis, the doctor prescribed medicine. He was not severely injured. Rather, he had suffered prolonged hunger, coupled with untreated injuries from beatings, leaving him in a weakened state, which caused his fainting. After I prescribed some medicine, a good sleep will restore him. Thank you, doctor. Fu Yuan settled the medical fees and instructed someone to escort the doctor out, then summoned 2 young attendants. Upon hearing this, the attendants understood Fu Yuan intended to keep the boy. As they changed his clothes, the attendants noticed Xingxing's body was covered in bruises. Beneath the fresh wounds lay old ones that had yet to heal. The frail boy had no unblemished skin. Unable to suppress their sighs, one remarked, "What kind of hardships have you endured, little one? It's a wonder you survived. Today, however, you have encountered a benefactor. Life will surely improve with Madam." Yet, it was still insufficient. Perhaps the new body was too fragile. Every thought she entertained required immense effort. With her current strength, apart from perceiving Xingxing's auspicious aura, she could discern nothing else. Never mind, I am but an infant. Why should a child trouble another child? Having reincarnated into this world, her spiritual power had nearly vanished. She needed to cultivate and grow quickly to regain some strength to aid this unfortunate family in overcoming their calamity. The medicinal concoction would induce deep sleep. Given Xingxing's severe exhaustion, his slumber would not be brief. Fu Yuan dispatched household servants to seek clues about the man, but he had already sensed danger, leaving no trace. I am so hungry, mother. I want milk. Li Hanju opened her belly, resolved to eat heartily and grow quickly. The family's burdens awaited her to alleviate. Such a heavy responsibility weighed upon her. Noticing her daughter's appetite had increased, Fu Yuan felt both joy and concern, fearing she might overindulge and harm herself. Once she confirmed Su Lan's reliability, Fu Yuan entrusted her with many affairs. During dinner, Su Lan entered, carrying a small box. Madam, I happened upon someone at the door who said they had a congratulatory gift for you. The box was crafted from fine black sandalwood, intricately carved with floral and avian designs, and undoubtedly contained valuable items. But who is it? The person said nothing, only instructed me to hand the box to you personally before departing. Fu Yuan opened the box, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Inside lay several priceless medicinal herbs, all excellent for nourishment, along with a plate of the renowned Xingxing filling cake from the East City Delicacies shop. The pastry's preparation was exceedingly complex, incorporating many precious ingredients, costing a tale of silver per piece. Before her marriage, it had been her favorite treat. It's from my elder sister. Fu Yuan held the pastry delicately, tears streaming down her face. Only her elder sister could remember her preferences so well and be so generous. In the past, when she was blinded by love and insisted on marrying Li Qingxiu, severing ties with her family, her sister had been furious and slapped her. Harboring resentment, Fu Yuan had not contacted her since. In hindsight, her sister's admonitions had been correct. She had indeed been foolish and blind. Is this a gift from my aunt? This is troubling. Mother's brother's palace is growing increasingly shadowed. Something has occurred with the Fu family. Chapter 12. How I wish to see my aunt's face. Fu Yuan's heart sank. Su Lan, go find out what has happened with the Fu family. Madam. Indeed, something has transpired with the Fu family. Fu Yuan's elder sister, Fu Wan, had displayed remarkable talent from a young age, showcasing her business acumen at the tender age of 7. Before her marriage, she had secretly controlled half of the capital's economy. The Fu family, unwilling to let her marry, had invited a son-in-law to come live with them. After marriage, the couple enjoyed a harmonious relationship, becoming a celebrated tale in the capital. However, just 2 days prior, Fu Wan's husband, Lu Qinghe, was out on official business with colleagues when he became intoxicated and assaulted the daughter of the innkeeper. Upon discovery by his colleagues, in a fit of rage, he attempted to cover up the incident by committing murder. The innkeeper's daughter, unable to endure the humiliation, took her own life. The family of the murdered colleague, in alliance with the innkeeper, reported Lu Qinghe to the authorities. Evidence and witnesses were abundant. Upon regaining his sobriety, Lu Qinghe offered no defense for his actions. He was promptly imprisoned. In the case of ordinary noble families, the lives of common folk were often disregarded. A little silver could easily resolve matters. However, this incident spread like wildfire, stirring turmoil throughout the city, even drawing the attention of the emperor. This is impossible. My brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Lu Qinghe and Fu Yuan had met before. His noble character and unwavering loyalty towards her elder sister could not be doubted. Yet, as this realization settled in her mind, she fell into a momentary silence. The ideal husband, Li Qingxiu, had once captivated her heart, only to reveal himself as a nefarious beast in disguise. How could she ascertain Lu Qinghe's true nature? In the present, what news came from the Fu family? Most of their businesses in the capital had shuttered, and both the elder Mr. and Mrs. Fu had fallen ill. The matriarch of the Fu family suspected there was something more to the situation and was tirelessly seeking a reprieve. However, the people of the capital avoided her like the plague. The case against Lu Qinghe was already a foregone conclusion, especially with the emperor's scrutiny. Anyone entangling themselves with the Fu family during such perilous times would only invite disaster. Li Hanju bit her delicate fingers, her small brows furrowing in despair. Alas, my strength is insufficient. I cannot foresee the matters concerning my aunt's family. If only I could glimpse her face. By seeing her face, I would understand what truly transpired in my aunt's household and be able to assist her. Fu Yuan's heart tightened. Was there a way for her sister? She glanced at the precious herbs on the table, feeling a bittersweet pang within. Yet, having been foolish for over a decade, she could not afford to err again and betray her sister's sincerity. Fu Yuan swiftly penned a letter and entrusted it to Su Lan. Go to the Fu family and convey my desire to see my sister. She must come in person. News within the courtyard always traveled swiftly. Upon hearing that Fu Yuan had sent someone to summon Fu Wan, the matriarch discreetly broached the subject at dinner that evening. Yuaner, I know you are a good child, and still hold concern for the Fu family. However, you are now a lady of the Li family. Your words and actions reflect upon my son's career and reputation. Given the disgraceful circumstances surrounding the Fu family, if you draw near to them, it will only bring harm to yourself and the Li family. Mother worries too much. We are merely exchanging pleasantries. The Fu family is in dire straits. If word gets out, outsiders will only say that the Li family values loyalty and righteousness. The elder Mrs. Li's expression faltered, and a hint of doubt crept into her gaze towards Fu Yuan. In the past, Fu Yuan had always been dutiful and obedient. She followed every word without question. What had changed today? Chapter 13. And is about to become a widow. Fu Yuan feigned ignorance of her grandmother's expression. The matriarch had a tendency to overtly display maternal affection while coercing her to perform various tasks in the name of filial duty. She had endured much for Li Qingxiu, but she would no longer tolerate it. Mother, I have eaten my fill. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. The dining location was Fu Yuan's room, and Mrs. Li, not wishing to overstay her welcome, soon set down her bowl and chopsticks to depart. The next day dawned brightly. After finishing her breakfast, Fu Yuan lay on her bed, poring over account books. Before long, the steward came to inform her that Fu Yuan had arrived. To avoid prying eyes, Fu Yuan wore a wide-brimmed hat, which she removed only upon entering the room. The sisters exchanged glances, both eyes brimming with tears. Sister, I am so sorry, Fu Yuan spoke first, kneeling before Fu Yuan. The sisters remained silent, embracing one another as they wept, before finally sharing tales of old. Fu Yuan wiped away her tears, concealing her sorrow, and leaned down to examine Li Hanju, who had blossomed remarkably since birth, growing increasingly beautiful. Fu Yuan's heart swelled with joy upon seeing her niece's face. Sister, this child is truly stunning. She resembles a living doll. Li Hanju reveled in the praise, offering a sweet smile in return. But her gaze soon shifted to Fu Yuan's face, and her heart jolted. My uncle has landed in serious trouble. My aunt is about to become a widow. Fu Yuan's hand faltered in its playful gesture, fearing she had misheard. Li Hanju, staring intently at Fu Yuan, quickly discerned the developments surrounding Lu Qinghe. My uncle is a good man. He has always been kind to others and has never committed any wrongdoing. He is merely unfortunate. While helping someone out, he was ensnared in a plot, falsely accused of violating a young girl. The death of his colleague has nothing to do with him. He has been wronged. He was drugged and believed he had indeed done something wrong, which is why he confessed to the crime without a word. This is simple. I merely need to draw a purification talisman for my aunt to take with her. The effects of the drug will naturally be dispelled. Fu Yuan was choked with emotion upon hearing her niece's words. After her husband's troubles, she had sought help from all corners, enduring countless glares and mockery. No one believed her husband was innocent. Yet now, hearing her young niece assert that it was all a deliberate scheme, that her husband was blameless, brought her a glimmer of hope. My precious child, she embraced Li Hanju tightly, placing a heavy gold lock into her swaddling. What a grand gold lock! Aunt is so generous. I love my aunt. Li Hanju opened her small hands, barely managing to grasp a finger of her aunt's, swiftly drawing a talisman in her palm. A refreshing coolness spread from her hand throughout her body. Fu Yuan instantly felt invigorated, the weariness from days of running about dissipating. It is done.
Now.
All you need to do is visit your uncle, and the effects of the drug will be lifted. The case against your uncle will surely see a turnaround. Fu Yuan dared not speak of hearing Li Hanju's thoughts. She was eager to verify whether what she had heard was true. Fu Yuan hesitated for a moment, preparing to inquire about the progress of Fu Yuan's case. But she was taken aback as Fu Yuan's expression shifted multiple times before she declared her wish to take her leave. Before departing, she grasped Fu Yuan's hand earnestly. Return and acknowledge your mistakes. At the very least, you must rectify them completely. I have already instructed the maid to start inventorying the dowry shop. It will take some time, if separation becomes necessary. Fu Yuan glanced at the child in her arms, Li Hanju. No matter what, the child must be taken with her. Chapter 14. I will take a second wife, to drive you mad after leaving the Li residence. Fu Yuan made her way directly to the prison. The case against Lu Qinghe was under close scrutiny from all sides, and visitation was generally prohibited. However, Fu Yuan, with her abundant resources, had offered an exorbitant sum that the guards simply could not refuse. Upon entering the prison, Fu Yuan's heart ached as she saw Lu Qinghe lying on the dry straw, his gaunt figure turned away from her. Husband. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Qinghe stiffened momentarily before slowly turning to face her, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes, which swiftly morphed into coldness and indifference. What do you want? You have come at just the right time. I have already written the divorce papers. Take them. There is no need for you to visit me again. His gaze was frigid, and before Fu Yuan could respond, he threw the divorce papers aside. Fu Yuan picked up the papers without even glancing at them and tore them to shreds. Lu Qinghe, you are my man. I do not consent to this divorce. Even in death, you remain my ghost. You cannot sever ties with me. Lu Qinghe, still turned away, silently shed tears, feeling unworthy of her love. Open the door. The guard unshackled the chains, and Fu Yuan rushed in, embracing Lu Qinghe tightly, pressing her palm against his forehead. You claimed you could not recall that day. Think carefully about it again. Lu Qinghe struggled for a moment, but as her palm touched him, the fog clouding his mind began to dissipate, revealing the concealed truth. Overwhelmed with joy, he embraced Fu Yuan, tears streaming down his face. How wonderful! My lady, it was not me. I have done nothing wrong. I have never betrayed you. Fu Yuan's tears mingled, with the weight lifted from her heart. Seek justice first, and then we shall discuss the matter of divorce. I will take a second wife, just to vex you. As Lu Qinghe's mind cleared, he recalled everything that had transpired that fateful night. He had witnessed his colleague humiliating the daughter of a tavern owner, resulting in the colleague's demise at the hands of the tavern owner. He had seen it all from outside the window, but as he left, he inadvertently kicked a shard of a wine jar, drawing attention. The tavern owner and his daughter conspired to ensnare him, knocking him unconscious and placing the blame squarely upon his shoulders. However, the daughter of the restaurant owner did not truly perish. It was merely a ruse. Utilizing the power of wealth, Fu Yuan swiftly located the girl who had faked her death, consequently clearing Lu Qing of the wrongful accusations that burdened him. Concerned for her parents' health, Fu Yuan selected some medicinal herbs from the storeroom and had them delivered. Upon discovering the truth about his deception, Li Xiao was haunted by thoughts of his sister's foreboding predictions of his grim future, leaving him restless throughout the night. As he entered the room, he coincidentally encountered Fu Yuan resting, and with a handful of snacks, he intriguingly leaned over the cradle. Sister, don't you look much better than yesterday? Li Hanju, just awake, was staring vacantly at the ceiling when Li Xiao's face suddenly appeared in her line of sight, causing her to frown involuntarily. Is she going to scold me for being ugly again? Noticing her change in expression, Li Xiao hurriedly clarified, Dear sister, please do not be angry. I shall never again speak ill of your beauty. You are my sister, the most exquisite sister in the world. Only then did Li Hanju relax her brow. Li Xiao's expression turned somber as he reflected on having severed ties with the third son. Surely, life would not be so dismal now, would it? Stealing a glance at Li Hanju, he softly ventured, Sister, rest assured, I will diligently study from now on, becoming a good brother and your role model. Chapter 15. I want to see my brother. Bring him to me, becoming my role model? That may be somewhat difficult. But as long as the third brother refrains from gambling and focuses on his studies, his dismal fate can indeed be reversed. Li Xiao's eyes sparkled as he produced a nearly melted candied hawthorn skewer from his pocket, offering a piece to Li Hanju. This is my favorite treat. Do indulge. But let us keep it for mother. Li Hanju opened her mouth wide, resembling a small fish being fed, her lips just brushing against the sugary coating. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted in the room. You little rascal, what are you doing? Fu Yuan dashed over and slapped the candied hawthorn from Li Xiao's hand. Li Xiao recoiled, concealing the remaining treats behind his back. Mother, I merely wished for my sister to enjoy something nice. Fu Yuan, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. You foolish child. Your sister is still so young, her throat no larger than a sour fruit, without even teeth. She could choke. Li Xiao was taken aback, glancing at his soft, plump sister, furrowing his brow. Is she truly so difficult to care for? Sensing the impending storm, Li Xiao quickly admitted, Mother, I was wrong. I shall never again feed my sister recklessly. Fu Yuan lowered her hand, ultimately allowing it to fall. Despite all precautions, she had not anticipated having to guard against her own foolish son. You need not stay here, if you have nothing to do. Go spend some time in your elder brother's courtyard, converse with him. Mentioning his elder brother, Li Xiao wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Mother, my brother does not like me.
You know that well.
Moreover, since his blindness, his temperament had grown increasingly peculiar, isolating himself in his room, refusing to see anyone. Li Xiao had attempted to visit a few times, but had only managed to exchange a couple of sentences before being unceremoniously expelled. The only companions with whom he could converse were the two parrots in his brother's room. Upon the mention of her eldest son, Li Jing, Fu Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow, and she refrained from further comment. Su Lan entered quietly, reporting in hushed tones. Li Hanju remained silent, nearly forgetting that she was still an infant. Upon hearing that Shin Rongqin had awakened, her drowsiness vanished instantly. Awake? Mother, I wish to see my brother. Please bring him to me. Why are you still here? Mother, I wish to keep you and my sister company. He was quite curious about that little beggar. Li Zhao's expression stiffened. This statement struck at his very core. He was not cut out for studying. Mother was certainly aware of that. Why must she thrust daggers into his heart? Just as he stepped out, Shen Rongqin entered the room behind the steward. Like Li Xiao, Shen Rongqin was of similar age. Yet upon entering, he exhibited neither servility nor arrogance. He bowed to Fu Yuan, expressing heartfelt gratitude for her life-saving grace. Fu Yuan examined him with surprise. Have you received an education? Shen Rongqin's gaze flickered slightly, his tone steady, entirely uncharacteristic of a 5-year-old child. Though his frame was gaunt, there was something familiar in his features that made Fu Yuan feel as though she had encountered him before. Chapter 16. My brother smells so good. Let me take a whiff. Who is the man that assaulted you yesterday? This question posed a challenge for Shen Rongqin, since he could remember. That man had claimed to be his father, coercing him into deceitful acts and resorting to violence at the slightest sign of disobedience. It was only after a drunken episode that he learned from the man's own lips that he had been abducted, with no blood relation whatsoever. As Shen Rongqin hesitated to respond, Fu Yuan refrained from pressing further, opting to change the subject. Where do you reside? I can send someone to notify your parents to come for you. The thought of seeking his parents had crossed his mind before, yet even in his amnesia, a vague intuition warned him. Silence enveloped them again. Just as Fu Yuan contemplated reporting the matter to the authorities, Shen Rongqin seemed to sense her thoughts and suddenly knelt. Madam, that man is a human trafficker. My parents have long since passed, and I have no home. Please, accept me. I can be of service. Fu Yuan hesitated. Mother, my brother smells so good. I like him. Good smell? This was the second time Fu Yuan had heard such a remark. Shen Rongqin had been filthy earlier. How could he possibly smell good? Now, clad in cleaner attire, he bore no fragrance. Her daughter, born with extraordinary talents, seemed to have a preference. Since they had enough provisions, she thought it best to accommodate her wishes. Then you may stay in the household and serve as the third young master's attendant. Fu Yuan had initially intended to keep him around as Li Zhao's scholar. Mother, that won't do. My brother is ill-fated and cannot bear the burden of my brother's destiny. Remaining by his side would only bring calamity to him. Having the young man serve Li Xiao would likely hasten his demise. Let him serve as my brother's guard, so I can be close to him every day. Fu Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, her daughter was young and naive, unaware of the implications. Let someone over here. Step forward so my daughter can see you. If she takes a liking to you, you may remain. Shen Rongqin paused momentarily before walking directly up to Li Hanju, bowing his head. Soon, he found himself staring into the enchanting, inky depths of her black eyes, reminiscent of the moments before his fainting spell. My brother smells so good. Let me take a whiff.
Lianzhu sa Shen Rongqin slaba.
Unexpectedly pulling him toward her. Shen Rongqin's eyes widened in alarm, fearing he might inadvertently crush her, and he quickly propped himself against the cradle to prevent such an occurrence. Staring at her face, just a foot away yet so tantalizingly beyond reach, Li Hanju grew anxious, almost at the verge of speaking. Come closer, a bit closer. I want a hug. I want to be close. Hearing Li Hanju's inner thoughts for the second time, Shen Rongqin forced himself to maintain composure. As he tentatively extended his finger, preparing to embrace her, Li Hanju grasped his finger tightly. So fragrant, my brother smells so good. The soft, dough-like texture of her hand against his, coupled with her large, dark eyes, rendered Shen Rongqin breathless, his ears flushing crimson.
Lianzhu inhaled deeply.
The rich purple aura surged into her body, leaving her feeling immensely satisfied, prompting her to let out a burp. It appeared her assumptions were correct. The purple energy emanating from him was highly beneficial to her. How delightful it would be to absorb it daily. The mere thought of indulging in such nourishment every day filled Li Hanju with glee. It seems she adores you. Henceforth, you shall remain in the household as my daughter's guard. Thus, Shen Rongqin was welcomed into the household, with Fu Yuan assigning him a residence in close proximity to the main courtyard. Chapter 17. You do not understand the intricacies of officialdom in his daily life. Aside from caring for Li Hanju, Shen Rongqin also accompanied Li Xiao to study martial arts under his instructor. He is a man of few words. Yet his dedication to study is remarkable, coupled with a natural talent that has earned him the admiration of his coach. This has rendered Li Xiao, who lacks any skills, increasingly inept in comparison. Within just a few days, Li Xiao could no longer tolerate it and threatened to expel Shen Rongqin, creating numerous small troubles for him. However, Shen Rongqin quietly endured it all. When the matter reached Li Hanju's ears, she devised a subtle plan to teach Li Xiao a lesson, which promptly brought him to heel. Understanding that Shen Rongqin had a sister to protect him, Li Xiao feared the potential dire consequences of his actions and ceased his reckless behavior. In a bid to compete for his sister's affection and avoid humiliation, he adopted a more earnest approach to his studies. After completing his homework, Li Xiao deemed it essential to spend time conversing with Li Hanju. His incessant chatter often disturbed her sleep, prompting Fu Yuan to limit his visiting hours. The outcome of Lu Qinghe's case had yet to be announced in the final verdict, and Fu Yuan, preoccupied with it, found it difficult to rest. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the officialdom, she felt powerless to assist. Nevertheless, she gleaned from Li Hanju's sentiments that Lu Qinghe was not a bad person, suggesting there might be deeper issues at play. Since her elder sister harbored feelings for him, Fu Yuan wished to see them remain together. Even though she had no desire to encounter Li Qingxiu, she nevertheless instructed Su Lan to relay a message to him, inviting him to dinner in her room that evening. To safeguard her unborn child, Fu Yuan had separated from him after becoming pregnant. At the time, she felt a sense of joy, believing it a sign of her husband's thoughtfulness and care. In hindsight, however, it appeared he sought merely more time to spend with his mistress. As Li Qingxiu entered the room, Fu Yuan was immediately enveloped by a heavy fragrance that nearly left her breathless. To facilitate a proper conversation, she had Su Lan open a window for ventilation. "Madam, you do not grasp the complexities of the political arena. This case has even captured the Emperor's attention. It is beyond my reach. However, I have heard that there has been a breakthrough. Regardless, they were once my family. Can you truly remain so indifferent and merely observe? Do you perceive me, Li Qingxiu, as someone who fears for his own life? This case involves many, and I am powerless to influence it. Moreover, one misstep could lead to dire repercussions. You have just given birth to a daughter. Your health is paramount. If something were to happen to me, how would you manage with the child?" His words, cloaked in grandiosity, seemed to bear no relevance to her. Fu Yuan had anticipated his response even before inviting him. Yet, upon hearing it, her heart sank further. "Very well, since you are unwilling to take action, I shall consider this matter as unspoken." Li Qingxiu cast a puzzled glance at Fu Yuan, sensing a change in her demeanor since the birth. However, he could not pinpoint the exact difference. He stood and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, trying to soothe her. "Do not be upset, my lady. As the saying goes, a person of integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. The innocent will be vindicated. If Lu Qinghe is innocent, the authorities will surely grant him justice. Do not worry excessively." Just as Fu Yuan was about to push him away, Li Hanju awoke, likely hungry.
You should leave for now.
"We are already an old couple. Why the need for such pretenses?" Li Qingxiu released her and adjusted his attire, seemingly nonchalant. "By the way, my mother consulted a master, and the 5th of next month is an auspicious date. The celebration for the child's full moon will be held on that day. You should focus on resting, and I will leave the arrangements to my mother." Fu Yuan called for the wet nurse, momentarily taken aback by the date he had chosen. "The 5th? But our daughter was born on the 3rd. Why postpone by 2 days? Chapter 18. Are you not being deceived? Li Qingxiu touched his nose, feeling guilty. Isn't that what the master said? The 3rd is inauspicious for celebrations. Given the significance of the full moon banquet, we should choose a propitious day. As Fu Yuan considered agreeing, she reflected that her daughter deserved to receive blessings on the best possible date. Hearing this, Li Hanju rolled her eyes in frustration. Unable to eat. You clearly wish to hold the banquet for your illegitimate daughter on the 3rd. You cannot manage both sides, and thus concocted this flimsy excuse. The 5th is a terrible day for a celebration. Realizing this, Fu Yuan's expression darkened. She had wondered why Li Qingxiu had suddenly taken an interest in their daughter's banquet. It was evident he had ulterior motives, intending to spend that day with his mistress's child. Very well, my daughter deserves all the love and adoration. Whether Li Qingxiu attends or not will not hinder the celebration. Suppressing her anger, Fu Yuan smiled gently, her tone laced with feigned surprise.
Is that so?
Which master did you consult? It seems we are aligned in thought. Are you not being deceived? Li Qingxiu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Fu Yuan would consult someone in advance. The auspicious dates determined by the palace's astrologers were infallible. To question them would be to challenge the emperor's authority. As those appointed to the Bureau of Astronomy were personally selected by him, he felt a mix of urgency and regret. If the banquet were set for the 3rd, what would become of his beloved daughter Xingxing? Having failed to secure a rightful place for her in the household, denying her the full moon banquet would be an even greater injustice. My lady, I fear I will have official matters to attend to on the 3rd. Let us keep the 5th as the date. Seeing his persistence, Fu Yuan grew irked. The full moon banquet is of great significance, yet it pales in comparison to your official duties. Taking a day off is not too much to ask. My lady knows that I have always been clear about public and private matters.
Lidaran.
It seems you have no regard for us at all. You are a busy man. Do what you must. I will take our daughter to the banquet without you. It will not hinder anything. Li Hanju mentally applauded Fu Yuan for her clever maneuver. It was a brilliant act of moral persuasion, since Li Qingxiu wished to portray himself as a devoted husband. He could not afford to provoke her too severely. On the 3rd, he would have to attend, or else his facade would crumble. Li Qingxiu quickly admitted his fault. He still needed to rely on Fu Yuan's dowry to navigate the intricacies of officialdom and could not afford to sever ties. As he glanced at Li Hanju cradled in the wet nurse's arms, a flicker of malicious envy crossed his eyes. Had it not been for Fu Yuan obstructing Xingxing's path, she should have been the one enjoying all the affection within the household. Very well, I will heed my lady's wishes and proceed as you desire. His eyes gleamed slightly. Perhaps this matter could be entrusted to his mother? After giving birth, old lady Li had visited once, but had since retreated to her quarters under the pretext of illness. Seeking solitude. Being from a village, she was entirely ignorant of the social etiquette among nobility and had caused numerous mishaps. Relying on her having birthed a son who is now a marquis, she held herself in high esteem. Entrusting the banquet to her would likely lead to carelessness and potentially more blunders. Chapter 19. The woman he loves most should not suffer this injustice. I have heard that my mother has been unwell, still consuming soup and medicine. As a daughter-in-law, I feel guilty for not being able to attend to her. Organizing a banquet is laborious. It would be unkind to trouble her further. I will take care of the full moon celebrations. You have yet to complete your month of confinement. Do not overexert yourself. The banquet need not be extravagant. Simply inviting a few families to celebrate will suffice. Li Hanju flailed her arms in frustration, wishing to kick Li Qingxiu in the face. She had witnessed everything. To celebrate the birth of his daughter Xingxing, he had donned the title of Lord Li and distributed porridge outside the city for half a month, praying for her well-being. He even hosted a feast for the entire village, announcing the joy of his daughter's birth. The ostentation was such that it seemed he wanted the whole world to know. When it came to her, why did it become merely a matter of casual indifference? The double standards were utterly absurd. Hearing how Li Qingxiu treated his own daughter with such disdain, Fu Yuan felt a surge of anger, nearly kicking Li Hanju out of frustration. Betraying one's own kin. How ungrateful. That scoundrel. Noticing Fu Yuan's despondency, Li Qingxiu hastily amended his words, stating that the full moon celebration for their daughter would indeed be a labor of love from his wife. After all, he would not have to expend his own resources. And Li Qingxiu relished the peace it afforded him. Last time, when I gifted my daughter something, you seemed displeased. For this full moon celebration, I shall prepare something with great care. Yet, with my meager monthly salary, as you know, it hardly suffices for anything extravagant. Typically, whenever Li Qingxiu required funds, he would simply withdraw from the account. Only for significant expenses would he mention it to her. Fu Yuan yearned to refuse him, knowing that once the money was given, it would not ultimately benefit her or their daughter. However, after a moment's contemplation, she relented. Just take it from the account. Li Chengxiu's eyes brightened, and he reached out, hoping to share a tender moment with Fu Yuan, but she disdainfully pushed him away. I still need to hold our daughter. You smell too fragrant and might disturb her. At her words, Li Chengxiu's expression shifted, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. His demeanor immediately grew somber. Then you and our daughter should rest well. I shall not intrude upon your tranquility. After withdrawing a substantial sum from the account, Li Chengxiu promptly left the estate, heading straight out of the city. Su Lan took Li Hanju from the wet nurse, wiped her face, and though she found Fu Yuan's actions puzzling, she refrained from voicing her questions. Fu Yuan hummed a lullaby, playing with her daughter. Fortunately, the estate's accounts had always been under her purview from the moment she entered the household. Every penny Li Chengxiu and the Li family withdrew from the accounts was meticulously recorded. As for the funds he spent on that mistress, they were merely stored elsewhere for her benefit. Outside the city, in Huaihua village, in a tastefully decorated villa, Mu Banxiang nestled in Li Chengxiu's embrace, revealing a hint of grievance. Li Lang, do not blame yourself. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to the ill fate of us mother and daughter, who were not born into a wealthy family. If the third day is unfeasible, we shall choose another date. My desires are modest. All I seek is to be with you, for our family to be safe and sound. Before she could finish her sentence, tears welled in her eyes, her choked voice evoking sympathy. Li Chengxiu felt his heart twist painfully. The woman he cherished most should not endure such grievances. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and a glimmer of malice flickered in his gaze. If Li Hanju were to vanish, no one would contest the full moon celebration with his Xingxing. Chapter 20. My heavens! How could someone steal a child in the dead of night? Having served as an official for over a decade, he was acquainted with the various nefarious dealings in the city. After spending some silver, he soon located an organization capable of executing his plan. I do not care what methods you employ, simply bring the child to the location I specify. In a dark alley within the city, Li Chengxiu handed the silver to a masked figure clad in black. The individual weighed the coin pouch and thought to himself that this was a lucrative job. Esteemed guest, the child you wish us to abduct is not from an ordinary family. The guards in the manor will undoubtedly be formidable if we are discovered. Li Chengxiu's tone turned menacing. If we are discovered, dispose of the child on the spot. As long as Li Hanju was gone, he would find a way to have Xingxing enter the manor. Understood. Await my good news. Once everything was arranged, Li Chengxiu began to anticipate the upcoming full moon celebration. As long as he could get Li Hanju out of the estate, he would certainly find a way to switch their identities. At that time, his precious daughter Xingxing would be able to enter the manor and enjoy the wealth and splendor that rightfully belonged to her. Lost in excitement, he couldn't help but hum a few lines of an opera, while Li Chengxiu applauded for the sake of his mistress's daughter. Fu Yuan diligently prepared for her daughter's full moon celebration. The previous 3 sons had all had their celebrations hastily arranged, simply because Li Chengxiu had claimed he did not wish to be ostentatious, advocating for a low-key approach. Initially, Fu Yuan felt displeased. Yet she complied with his wishes and had never held a grand affair. Now, having learned the underlying truth, it was merely his lack of regard for their children. Let's celebrate grandly. After a night of busy preparations, Fu Yuan, exhausted, could barely keep her eyes open and finally rested. Li Hanju, since her birth, had an appetite far greater than other female infants, requiring 5 individuals, including 4 wet nurses and Fu Yuan herself, to barely satisfy her needs. She needed to be fed every hour. At midnight, while the other servants in the estate had retired, 2 wet nurses remained in Fu Yuan's chamber to attend to her. During the night, Li Hanju awoke from hunger. Knowing Fu Yuan was already resting, she refrained from crying out, instead waving her hands to attract the attention of the wet nurses and then biting her finger to indicate her hunger. Usually, as soon as she awoke, a wet nurse would approach her, but tonight, the room felt unusually quiet. She caught a whiff of a strange fragrance and heard faint footsteps approaching, only to meet a somewhat familiar face. A wet nurse? No, there was a man's scent about him. As the figure in black entered and saw that Li Hanju was still awake, he hesitated for a moment before producing a handkerchief soaked in a narcotic and covering her mouth and nose. Li Hanju immediately held her breath, feigning unconsciousness. Once she was picked up, she realized that everyone in the room had been rendered unconscious. The black-clad man carried her cautiously and closed the door behind him, heading straight for the small gate in the back courtyard. Under the silent night, the only sounds were the chirping of insects. The man moved swiftly, soon exiting the main estate. Li Hanju cautiously opened her eyes, feeling utterly despondent. Good heavens, how could anyone steal a child in the dead of night? Is there anyone still awake? I plead for a kind soul to save me. She sensed the murderous intent in the woman's eyes. Across a pool of water, Xingxing, suffering from indigestion due to overeating, took a midnight stroll. As he glanced around, he caught sight of a shadowy figure slipping past, illuminated by the moonlight. His vision was keen. Even in the dark, he could see clearly. It was a man, seemingly cradling something in his arms.
Lianzu.
Spotting the aura surrounding Xingxing from afar, immediately raised her voice in desperate cries. Young sir, please save me. I do not wish to die so soon. The guards in the manor are far too lax. My life is so miserable. Xingxing jolted, instantly realizing that the figure was carrying Li Hanju. His limbs reacted faster than his mind, and he shouted for help, chasing after the shadow. In an instant, the estate was ablaze with light, barking dogs, and hurried footsteps converging toward them. Li Hanju, fighting for her life, summoned all her strength to cry out. The man had not anticipated Li Hanju waking at that moment. He clamped his hand over her mouth, but they had not traveled far before Xingxing intercepted them. If you don't want to die, get lost. The man growled threateningly, exuding an aura of malice. Release her. Xingxing, clutching a stone, stared resolutely at the man, unyielding in his resolve. As the approaching figures multiplied, the black-clad man realized that escaping with Li Hanju was no longer feasible. Spotting the pond before him, he raised the swaddled bundle and hurled it into the water. The icy lake water instantly engulfed Li Hanju's mouth and nose, the sensation of suffocation pressing upon her from every direction. This is it. I can't swim. I'm going to die. After discarding Li Hanju, the man vanished swiftly. Xingxing leaped into the pond at once, diving to save her. On the bank, a group of servants quickly gathered. Upon seeing the two in the water, they all jumped in to rescue them. Everyone hurried to check the swaddled bundle containing Li Hanju. In the damp swaddling, the infant's tender face lay still, her eyes closed, appearing as though she were peacefully asleep. A startled voice echoed, "Miss, she has no breath." Chapter 21. She has passed away. Let her rest in peace. Xingxing, though not a swimmer, felt his heart surge with concern for Li Hanju as she was thrown into the water, overcoming his fear. Hey, wake up. Exhausted. He crawled to her side and gently patted her face. Her tender, warm visage was now chillingly devoid of life. A tumult of emotions gripped Xingxing. Merely an incense stick before, he had heard her innocent cries for help. And now, she lay lifeless before him. Guilt and regret enveloped him as he pondered if he could have acted faster or stronger. Could he have saved her? He clutched Li Hanju's hand tightly, feeling helpless. Wishing she would open her large, dark eyes once more and smile at him as she used to, drooling with delight. Among the unconscious individuals in the room, Fu Yuan was the first to regain consciousness. Upon realizing her daughter was missing, she rushed out of the room without even putting on her shoes. Seeing the crowd heading towards the back courtyard, she summoned all her strength to follow. From a distance, she spotted a group gathered by the shore, and a wave of panic surged within her. It cannot be. Her child was blessed by the heavens. She would be safe. She reassured herself until she glimpsed the still form wrapped in a pink blanket on the ground. Fu Yuan's legs buckled, and she collapsed, her complexion pale as snow. Trembling as she reached for Li Hanju, holding her tightly, Fu Yuan murmured, "Child, do not fear. Mother is here. It will be all right." The onlookers were unable to bear the sight, falling into a hushed silence. After a while, Fu Yuan realized Li Hanju's body was still cold, slowly rising. She turned to the tearful Su Lan and instructed, "Your young lady is asleep. Fetch a bucket of hot water. She is cold, and I shall bathe her to warm her up." Madame Su Lan's voice quivered. Fu Yuan's tone grew stern. "Hurry." When Li Xiao arrived, having heard of his sister's misfortune, he stood frozen, unable to utter a word at the sight of his mother in a state of despair. All the servants wore expressions of anguish. A child so small should not be devoid of any reaction if she still lived. Yet no one dared to speak the harsh truth. The doctor was hastily summoned and, before he could catch his breath, was led to Li Hanju's bedside. "Doctor, please save my daughter. She is asleep and cannot be awakened." The doctor's expression turned grave upon seeing Li Hanju's face. "Madam, this child has already passed away." "Nonsense. My daughter will be fine. She is not dead. Quickly. Check her pulse, administer acupuncture. Whatever it takes, she is merely asleep." Upon hearing the news, the matriarch of the Li family emerged from the courtyard, feigning sorrow.
Yuan er.
"I know you cannot accept this truth. The child is gone, and we are all heartbroken, but what is most urgent now is to attend to her final rites. You must hold strong." Li Qingxiu observed the heavy atmosphere in the room and feigned deep sorrow. "Madam, we will have another daughter in the future. The child is no longer with us. She must be laid to rest." He reached out to take the child from Fu Yuan's arms, but she slapped him fiercely. "I have told you, the child is not dead. Li Qingxiu, do you wish for her demise so that you may have your way?" The slap shocked everyone. The matriarch looked at her son's reddened cheek with pity and reprimanded, "Fu Yuan, I understand your pain, but Qingxiu is also the child's father. How could he not wish for her to live? Do not act irrationally." Chapter 22. A mother's dark intent to kill Li Qingxiu's heart burned with anger. Yet he maintained the facade of a devoted husband. "Mother, my wife is simply overwhelmed with grief and needs more time to accept this. She did not mean it." Hearing Li Qingxiu's response, those around perceived him as a good husband. Fu Yuan felt as though shards of glass were stirring in her heart, making each breath difficult. The people in the house had been rendered unconscious, and she refused to believe that the man in black was there to abduct her child. It had nothing to do with the Li family. Yet, without evidence of the true culprit, she had to endure. To alert the perpetrator would only lead to the destruction of evidence. Li Qingxiu feigned sorrow while inwardly reveling in his triumph. Thankfully, the accomplices had been wise enough to flee when things went awry. Otherwise, they could have caused further chaos. With Li Hanju now a burden removed, he could devise a way to bring Xingxing into the household. "Everyone, please leave. I wish to be alone." Fu Yuan dismissed them, but Li Xiao, with reddened eyes, stood resolutely beside her. "Mother, let me stay with you." Her current state filled him with dread. "You too, leave." Once the house was emptied, Fu Yuan allowed the murderous intent within her to surface. At that moment, she yearned to set fire to the estate, eliminating everyone inside. Embracing Li Hanju's cold little body, she began to hum a lullaby. In the stillness of the night, her voice echoed eerily from within, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Outside, Shen Rongqin stood frozen beneath the eaves, his body tense as wood. The man in black had escaped too swiftly, and the people in the estate had failed to capture him. If only he had reacted a moment sooner upon hearing Li Hanju's cries for help. Would she still be alive? It was he who had caused her demise. He gazed into the dark waters of the pond, shadows swirling within his eyes, a tempest of murderous intent brewing around him. "Why can't I get in?" As she was thrown into the lake, the oxygen was forced from her body, and she sensed herself slipping into a state of death. In that critical moment, she resorted to a technique of soul separation, allowing her spirit to temporarily leave her body. This technique, however, had its time constraints. But the next moment, she wept. As an infant spirit, she feared she would not linger long before dissipating. After despairing, she resolved to venture out and seek her fortune. Perhaps there were other means. Upon drifting out of the house, she caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. In her ethereal state, the delightful aroma emanating from Shen Rongqin became even more pronounced. Her eyes lit up, akin to a starving refugee, as she lunged towards him. Inhaling deeply. Ah, so fragrant. Shen Rongqin, in a daze, felt a breeze pass over his shoulder, and the temperature around him dropped significantly. Ah, this is so delicious. I wish I could swallow this handsome gentleman whole. I like him so much. Shen Rongqin froze. His once lifeless gaze now ignited like fireworks bursting in the dark sky. The glimmer of hope flickered within. Had she returned to life? Chapter 23. A darkened mother seeks to kill her husband. Xingxing moved his stiff feet towards the closed door, preparing to push it open and investigate. After consuming from the handsome gentleman, my spirit feels more substantial. Gulp, I want to eat a bit more. His hand lingered in midair, astonished as he surveyed his own body. There was nothing there. What are you doing, handsome? The spirit form is splendid. I could rest on his shoulder and absorb more. Oh, don't move around. Hearing that familiar, innocent voice, Xingxing's heart raced. It was her voice. She was alive. Indeed, she was no ordinary infant. How could she perish so easily? Having wept all night for Li Hanju, Fu Yuan gradually came to accept the painful reality of her daughter's loss. Yet, after a night of reflection, her desire for vengeance against the true culprit intensified. Why should Li Qingxiu remain unharmed after bringing harm to her child?
Shulan.
Summon the Marquis, she called out, retrieving a pair of scissors concealed within the cabinet and hiding them beneath her pillow. The Firefly Novel Network reports that Li Qingxiu had already delivered good news to his concubine early in the morning. As he pondered where Xingxing would reside upon her arrival, he was interrupted by Su Lan, who came to summon him. Upon learning that it was Fu Yuan who had sent her, Li Qingxiu felt a surge of disdain. A glimmer of calculation flashed in his eyes. He needed to devise a plan to extract some form of recompense for the harm she had caused him. Once the lady entered the room, Li Qingxiu once again donned a facade of deep affection. Fu Yuan, suppressing her inner disgust, engaged in polite pretense. Husband, I was in the wrong last night. In a moment of agitation, I hurt you. Can you forgive me?
Noticing Lianzu beside Fu Yuan.
A chill ran down his spine, yet he gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. As husband and wife, I understand the pain in your heart. How could I blame you? Fu Yuan lowered her gaze, a cold sneer forming within her. Is that so? But she does not share your sentiment. Husband, do you remember the events of our first meeting? Her hand slipped from her sleeve, slowly reaching beneath the pillow to grasp a cold weapon. Of course I remember. Li Qingxiu replied, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. Just as Fu Yuan brandished the scissors toward his back, a sudden voice echoed in her mind, startling her into a halt. Mother, don't. The voice jolted her, and her eyes welled with tears, realizing she had merely imagined it. Raising the scissors once more to strike, she prepared to thrust down, only to feel a tug at her garment. Mother, please don't be foolish. A woman who kills her husband faces execution by hanging. It is not worth it. Li Qingxiu sensed the tension and released Fu Yuan, who swiftly concealed the scissors in her sleeve. A baby's cry suddenly pierced the air, causing Li Qingxiu to leap from the bed, hitting his head against the canopy. Ignoring the pain, he stared in horror at the resuscitated Li Hanju. My lady, she. Fu Yuan cradled the child, tears of joy streaming down her face, seemingly oblivious to Li Qingxiu's terror. Husband, our child is alive. Aren't you pleased? A chill crept up Li Qingxiu's spine, reaching his head. He shivered violently, his face turning pale. My lady, I shall inform mother of this good news at once. With that, he turned and fled, stumbling over the threshold and rolling out of the small courtyard. In the 24th chapter, Li Hanju watched him escape in disarray, finding amusement in the situation. He thought I was dead, but now he sees I am alive. He must think he has encountered a ghost. Mother, stop crying. Your eyes are all red. It's not pretty. Fu Yuan smiled through her tears. Good child, I knew you wouldn't want to leave your mother. Last night truly frightened me. She held Li Hanju tightly, feeling her warmth and strong heartbeat, confirming that she had indeed returned to life. Li Hanju, feeling comforted, breathed in deeply, realizing that although her spirit was free, her physical form brought her peace. Once was enough. Moreover, I can sense that my ability to wield mystical powers has increased. It seems my brother is my lucky star. Upon discovering that Xingxing had saved her precious daughter, Fu Yuan was both astonished and delighted. Send for Xingxing. After Li Qingxiu's departure, the news of Li Hanju's revival quickly spread throughout the estate. Many found it hard to believe that someone who had died could come back to life, attributing Li Qingxiu's claims to mere longing and hallucination. It wasn't until Fu Yuan appeared outside with the child, who was lively and laughing under the sun, that people began to accept the truth. Xingxing was summoned into the house, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "You saved my daughter. What do you desire in return?" she asked, playfully engaging Li Hanju. Her eyes filled with tenderness. "My duty is to protect the young miss. No reward is necessary. That simply won't do. You have accomplished a great deed by saving my daughter and must be rewarded." Fu Yuan felt troubled by the notion of a reward. Xingxing was still quite young, and giving him gold or silver might not ensure his safety. The household lacked for nothing, and aside from that, there was no suitable reward. It would be better to let him voice his desires. Xingxing pondered seriously, his tone resolute. "I request a weapon, madam. Had I possessed a proper weapon last night, perhaps I could have prevented that thief's escape." For a 5-year-old, wielding a weapon seemed premature. However, given Xingxing's unique status as a protector, it was essential for him to have one. "Very well, choose whatever you desire. I shall have the steward accompany you outside to select one without concern for the price." "Thank you, madam." He stole a glance at Li Hanju, and Fu Yuan, noticing his intent, beckoned him forward. "Do you wish to see the little one?"
Come closer.
After a few days of care, Xingxing's once frail frame showed slight improvements. Fu Yuan noted that his movements were graceful, rivaling her own son, and even showed greater maturity. Her thoughts drifted. Ordinary families could not raise such a child. He must have once been cherished by his parents. With Li Hanju safe and sound, the full-month celebration proceeded as planned. Fu Yuan invited the most renowned troupe in the capital to perform and set up a porridge stall outside the city to bless Li Hanju. Invitations were sent far and wide throughout the capital. The full-month celebration was a grand affair, making headlines across the city. Li Old Madam and Li Qingxiu expressed their dissatisfaction with her extravagance, visiting her several times to voice their concerns.
Fu Yuan, Xingxing SNR demise.
Insisted on bestowing her blessings, ignoring their protests. In matters of her beloved daughter, Fu Yuan remained resolute, determined to provide Li Hanju with the very best. On the day of the celebration, a procession of drumbeats and the scattering of grain filled the streets, and the entire city buzzed with excitement over the young lady's full-month celebration. Inside the estate, a vibrant atmosphere prevailed as Li Qingxiu was compelled to greet guests at the entrance. When the auspicious time arrived, Fu Yuan appeared among the guests, holding the child. To his surprise, he spotted 2 unexpected figures. As the hour approached, nearly all the guests had arrived. The grand estate was adorned with numerous tables, and at the entrance, a long line was distributing celebratory eggs. Such a lavish full-month celebration for a mere child indicated the depth of affection bestowed upon her. Indeed, with a son and daughter, and such a virtuous wife, you are truly fortunate, remarked the guests, showering Li Qingxiu with compliments. Though he wore a smile, inside he felt little joy. He had explicitly instructed Fu Yuan to keep the celebration modest, but instead, she orchestrated an event of unprecedented grandeur. The thought of his Xingxing and Xiang waiting in their small courtyard, lonely for his return, intensified his resentment. Today, in such splendor, it should have been the 2 of them standing here. He forced a smile while entertaining guests, but his expression stiffened when he saw Fu Yuan and Lu Qinghe appear simultaneously. "Madam has long severed ties with the Fu family. What brings these 2 here today?" Fu Yuan paid no mind to Li Qingxiu's unspoken questions, joyfully pulling Fu Luan close. "Sister, you have come." Standing together, Fu Luan, radiant as fire, and Lu Qinghe, elegant as the gentle breeze, complemented each other perfectly. "Bring forth my gift." With a commanding voice, Fu Luan directed 2 burly men to carry in a chest taller than half a person. "Open it." As the chest was unveiled, a dazzling golden light burst forth, momentarily blinding onlookers. Once their eyes adjusted, they beheld a small mountain of gold within the chest, adorned with countless pearls and gems. Indeed, she was the wealthiest woman in the capital, and her entrance was nothing short of spectacular. This is not to say that the lady of the has severed ties with her family long ago. Is the gift from the Fu family excessively lavish? Their sisterly bond remains intact, suggesting that some rumors should not be taken at face value. Fu Yuan was also astonished by her sister's generosity. Such an abundance of gold and jewels could indeed purchase an entire city. "Sister, this gift is too extravagant," she whispered, lowering her voice. "Do not fret. Most of these jewels were earned by my husband. He ought to spend this money. Had it not been for the little Pearl's intervention, he might still be languishing in prison. Observing the increasingly enchanting Li Hanju, Fu Wan could not resist planting a kiss on her cheek. She was simply too adorable. Lu Qinghe, with eyes full of affection, replied, "All right, then you steal. I shall provide cover. Lift your robe, and I will hide it inside." Lu Qinghe obediently followed her instructions, allowing her to conceal the child. Fu Yuan watched their playful interaction with envy. She had once thought her relationship with Li Qingxie was love, but witnessing these two made her realize the true essence of affection. You two act as if I am invisible, stealing a child right in front of their mother. Fu Yuan could only laugh and cry, knowing they were merely jesting. Chapter 26. Wishing to return home with Aunt Li Hanju's gaze was fixated on the congratulatory gift from Fu Wan, unable to look away. Although she had witnessed grand spectacles in her past life, she had never encountered such open-handedness. Wan is my daughter, no matter how much I adore her. You must not covet her. Fu Yuan wished to assert her own wealth, but upon glancing at the mountain of gold sent by her sister, she realized her own finances were insignificant in comparison. I am merely teasing you. Look how protective you are. Following Fu Wan's voice, Li Hanju turned to Lu Qinghe, surprised to discover that this seemingly indifferent individual was a skilled businessman. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. She scrutinized his face, appreciating Fu Wan's discerning eye for a partner who is steadfast, perceptive, and devoted to his wife. This uncle-in-law is indeed commendable. Wait. Aunt and uncle seem to struggle with having children. They likely do not have any yet, but why does it appear they already have a son? Fu Wan was taken aback. Little Pearl's divination skills were surprisingly profound. Despite being married for many years without children, they had adopted a child from a collateral line to carry on the family name, and he was their sole son. She reached out to grasp Fu Wan and Lu Qinghe's fingers, discreetly checking their pulses, which indicated both were in good health. How strange if their health is fine. They should have children by now. It seems the issue does not lie with them. I must visit their residence to investigate further. Fu Wan nearly broke down in tears. Her inability to conceive had always been a source of pain. After consulting numerous doctors and trying countless remedies, nothing had yielded results. After losing hope, she had chosen to adopt a child. Now, hearing Little Pearl's words, it seemed there might be a glimmer of hope regarding offspring. However, the two families had yet to reconcile, and bringing Little Pearl to the Fu household would undoubtedly require considerable effort. It would be rude not to reciprocate. Since Aunt has gifted me such a mountain of gold, I shall return the favor with a talisman for their safety. Li Hanju bit her finger and conjured a talisman, imprinting it on their foreheads. The commotion in the front yard soon lulled her into a sense of drowsiness. Li Xiao, dressed flamboyantly, flitted around Li Hanju like a little peacock, eager to converse with his sister. At merely 8 years old, entrusting him with the children made Fu Yuan uneasy. Li Xiao scrutinized Li Hanju's face for a while, but upon failing to hear her thoughts, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Ever since he discovered he could hear his sister's inner voice, he had eagerly anticipated each day to learn her thoughts. He cast a furtive glance at Su Lan, and a sudden idea struck him. Su Lan, I'm thirsty. Fetch me a glass of water and some food. Chapter 27. Stealthily taking you to meet brothers. Su Lan regarded Li Xiao warily. The lady had instructed her that if there was no danger around the young miss, then the greatest threat was the third young master himself. What kind of look is that? I am her brother. How could I harm my own sister?
Li Xiao retorta.
Somewhat irritated, unsure about leaving all 3 children alone in the room, Su Lan hesitated and glanced at Xingxing. Perhaps it would be wise to ask the young guard to accompany me. No, he has just entered the manor. How would he know my preferences? I am the master here. Do you intend to defy my orders? Then can the young master promise to stay by the young Mrs. side and not leave her for even a moment? Li Xiao swore on the spot. I will remain by my sister's side and never leave her. With his assurance, Su Lan finally stood up. However, as soon as she left,
Li Xiao scuopatab lienzo.
Xingxing frowned and interrupted. What are you doing? Li Xiao shot him a glare. I'm taking my sister to see brother. He hasn't seen her since her birth. The previous lesson had made Xingxing exceedingly cautious in protecting Li Hanju. No, the manor is crowded with people. Carrying her outside could lead to trouble. With me here, Nothing will go wrong. If you are worried, just follow. Shen Rongqing touched the short knife at his waist, realizing that, given his status, he could not prevent Li Xiao, and thus reluctantly agreed to accompany him. Li Xiao, inexperienced in carrying a child, had not walked far before the jolting motion roused her from her slumber. What is third brother doing? Where is he taking me? Upon hearing her thoughts, Li Xiao's eyes lit up, and he no longer felt fatigued. Awake? Be good, sister. Do not make noise. I'm taking you to see brother. Speaking of brother, Li Xiao was reminded of the once glorious and strikingly handsome youth, and his heart ached. If only brother had not gone blind, he would surely adore his sister.
Brother?
I just remembered I have two brothers. One is blind, and the other has run away from home. She glanced at Li Xiao's flushed face, and in comparison, the most unreliable brother turned out to be the most dependable. Hearing his breaths grow heavier, Li Hanju began to feel anxious. Oh, third brother, you must hold me tightly. I am still small, and a fall could be fatal. Li Xiao, realizing his fatigue, sat down to rest for a moment. Oh no, brother is in trouble. Third brother, hurry, to brother's courtyard. Still catching his breath, Li Xiao jumped up at her words. Shen Rongqing took Li Hanju from him, saying, "Let me carry her." He looked slight in stature, yet his strength was surprisingly formidable as he held Li Hanju, striding forward with purpose. According to my calculations, brother will be framed and killed at today's banquet, exacerbating his blindness and ruining his reputation, utterly extinguishing the last flicker of hope in his heart, leading him to contemplate death. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they dared not delay, hastening to Li Jing's small courtyard. In stark contrast to the lively front yard, Li Jing's courtyard was as quiet as a desolate place. As the three entered the small courtyard, their hearts sank at the sight before them. They had arrived just a moment too late. Chapter 28. A living beauty with a tragic tale. In the stillness of the courtyard lay two unconscious figures.
Li Jing,
Clad in white, his eyes covered with a black silk band, gripped a bloodied dagger, sprawled upon the grass, a quintessential embodiment of beauty and tragedy. Opposite him lay a well-dressed young man of noble birth. Both individuals lay in a state of unconsciousness, the finely dressed young man with blood seeping from his abdomen, teetering on the brink of death. Concerned that the gruesome sight might terrify Li Hanju, Shen Rongqing instinctively positioned himself in front of her. Witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time, Li Xiao's face turned pale, rendered speechless by fear. Don't just stand there, quickly summon a doctor. You stay here. I will hurry and call for help. Shen Rongqing hastily departed, aware that this incident must not become public knowledge, for it would cause significant harm to the reputation of the Li family. This is dire. The young man's life force is dwindling. It seems I must intervene. Li Hanju felt a pang of reluctance. Since her birth, she had devoted herself to continuous training, and she was loath to expend any of the energy she had painstakingly accumulated. However, if she did not save this person today, her elder brother would be wrongfully accused. With a determined pursing of her lips, she closed her eyes, extracting a thread of energy from her brow and directing it into the unconscious man's body. Once assured that he would survive, she lifted her gaze toward Li Jing on the other side. Is he my elder brother? Ethereal as frost, serene as the moon, the fragility of his unconscious state evokes a sense of desolation. Truly, he is a beauty marked by tragedy. Li Hanju found herself entranced by Li Jing's striking appearance. In recent days, disturbances had plagued the residence, prompting Fu Yuan to employ a physician. Shen Rongqing made a beeline for the physician's quarters, bringing him to the scene of the incident. Just as the physician finished checking the pulse of the unconscious young man, a throng of people approached with clear intent. The couple at the forefront, upon seeing their bloodied son, were filled with rage. My son, what has happened to you? Who has done this to you? Noticing her son's lack of response, she turned to the group nearby and strode toward Li Xiao and the others.
Speak. Was it you?
Did you harm my son? The man, equally incensed, declared, We came here with good intentions, yet you dare to commit such a heinous act. I will report this to the authorities. No one in the shall escape accountability today. Their voices were loud, quickly drawing attention to the situation. Silence. Shen Rongqing's cold gaze swept over them, his commanding presence momentarily silencing the couple. Your son is not dead. The truth of this matter must await his awakening. As his words fell, Li Jing fortuitously regained consciousness. He coughed twice and slowly sat up, and upon hearing the surrounding commotion, his first instinct was to flee. Elder brother, you are so handsome. Please do not act foolishly. Before he could move, a tender child's voice echoed in his mind. Who is there? Elder brother, it is I, your third younger brother. And who else? You have more than just me. Li Xiao succinctly outlined the current predicament. Elder brother, do you remember what transpired before you fainted? Why are you here? He was aware that today was his younger sister's full-month celebration and had deliberately carved a wooden sculpture to gift her as a birthday present. However, just as the servant had left his room, he overheard a plot to harm his sister. Fearing for her safety, he had followed the voices, only to be struck from behind and rendered unconscious. Chapter 29, Unveiling the Hypocrisy of the Father. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the present situation. As he moved his fingers, they brushed against a cold, sticky dagger. His body stiffened, piecing together the reactions and discussions of those around him. He deduced much of what had transpired. Having been blind for 2 years, he had gained clarity on many matters. Life is merely a series of unforeseen calamities.
So be it.
I know not what has transpired. Elder brother, do not act foolishly. Your blindness is not insurmountable. Your examination papers were swapped by a friend, who has since entered the court and colluded with others to harm the populace. Do you truly wish to see such a morally bankrupt and incompetent individual in a position of power? Li Jing felt a shiver run through him, suddenly realizing that the tender voice he had just heard was not a figment of his imagination. The girl had called him elder brother. Yet, he had only 2 younger brothers, one being the third brother. Could the younger sister also be present? Yes, I am here. I intentionally brought her to spy on you. Touch her. Li Xiao guided Li Hanju's face to Li Jing's clean hand, the soft sensation causing him to shudder, finally allowing him to feel a semblance of life. Younger sister. Oh, elder brother. You must regain your strength. I know a doctor in the capital who can restore your sight. Let us seek treatment. And once you regain your vision, we can expose the one who replaced your examination papers. You are still the most brilliant young master in the capital. Li Jing's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he did not take his younger sister's words to heart. His father had sought countless renowned physicians, all to no avail. The doctor his sister spoke of was likely just as helpless. Why instill hope in him only to face disappointment? Upon learning that their son was still alive, the fury in the young man's parents subsided somewhat, yet they continued to glare at Li Jing as if he were a murderer. To claim no memory of the incident is to attempt to erase your guilt? Look, he still wields the weapon of murder. What is there to question? The evidence is clear. You have harmed my son. With such obvious proof, does he intend to protect a murderer? The uproar soon attracted guests from the banquet, with Li Qingxiu arriving first at the small courtyard. Hearing the commotion, he observed the bloodstains on Li Jing's hands and immediately addressed the young man's parents with soothing words. My son is blind. It must have been an unintentional act, not a deliberate murder. I apologize on his behalf, as long as you agree to forgive him. He is willing to offer any compensation. Turning to Li Jing, he added, Jinger, do not be afraid. Father is here. Li Jing stood frozen, his fists clenched, unable to utter a single word. His father's demeanor was humble, his tone filled with regret, each word seemingly for his benefit. Yet, why did it leave a bitter taste in his heart, a feeling he could not quite place? Father, my foolish elder brother, do you truly believe that this man cares for you and is interceding on your behalf? The authorities must first question the victim and the accused. If he truly loved you, he would not have rushed to condemn you without allowing you to speak, taking your guilt for granted before demanding your apology. Outsiders might think him a dutiful father, bending low for his son, while you remain in the dark. Li Jing's doubts were laid bare, and he felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, why did his father not inquire about his side of the story? Chapter 30. A Vow of Atonement. In a daze, Li Jing recalled many past events. Whenever he was misunderstood, his father would apologize on his behalf, reassuring him not to worry. Yet he had done nothing wrong. Though Li Xiao was somewhat simple-minded, he was well aware that his elder brother had been wronged. Father, elder brother did not harm anyone. Upon hearing his words, the young man's parents were once again incensed. So, you refuse to acknowledge the mistake, do you? A failure to educate is the father's fault. You should apologize to us. But it is your son who has harmed ours. What does it matter if he is a young master of the? He must bow and apologize. Indeed. If your son persists in his denial, let the authorities judge the matter and send him to the prison for reflection. Li Qingxiu hurriedly interjected, urging calm among the crowd. I will ensure my son offers his apologies. Please do not report this to the authorities. His expression was one of deep sorrow as he approached Li Jing.
My son.
You understand. It is not that your father does not wish to help you. The prison is no place for you. Heed your father's words and apologize. There is still room for negotiation. I will not allow them to report this to the authorities. Li Jing moved his lips, saying, Father, I did not do it. Ever since he lost his sight, his temper had grown increasingly peculiar. Do not speak in anger. Reporting this to the authorities is no trivial matter. You are blind, and should you venture to that place, your life may be at stake. Listen to your father, admit a mistake, and this matter shall pass. A chill pervaded Li Jing's heart as he initially doubted the voice he heard. How could his father, who had cared for him for years, be a hypocrite? Yet now, in a position of weakness, he was being forced to accept culpability without even a moment to defend himself. Why was this happening? Apologize. Be silent. A clear voice pierced through the crowd, directly reaching the ears of all present. Fu Yuan strode forward, standing before Li Jing, glaring at Li Qingxiu. My son has stated he did not commit the act. As a father, do you truly wish to coerce him into accepting unfounded charges? Li Qingxiu noticed Fu Yuan becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Before the gathered guests, she had humiliated him so openly. Madam, he is my son. How could I? You still remember he is your son. I thought him to be your enemy. With a cold huff, Fu Yuan disregarded his explanations and approached Li Jing. Patting his shoulder, Li Jing calmly recounted his memories prior to losing consciousness. Upon examination, the physician confirmed there were indeed signs of injury at the back of his head. That does not prove he did not inflict harm, the youth's mother insisted obstinately. Is it not simple to discover who the assailant is? Fu Yuan approached the youth, instructing the house doctor, awaken him. The boy lay unconscious, having lost too much blood. To force him awake would require needling critical acupoints, and even if he regained consciousness, it would likely leave lasting effects. No. The boy's father interjected, concern flickering in his eyes. It was perplexing. Did this truly have nothing to do with the young master of the Ho residence? Seeing the softened attitudes of the two men, Fu Yuan spoke solemnly, Gentlemen, the injury occurred in my residence. I shall ensure this matter is resolved. However, should anyone dare to use this incident to frame my son, I, Fu Yuan, will be the first to take action. Chapter 31. It was the eldest son of the Ho residence who harmed me. As she spoke, Fu Yuan intentionally cast a glance in Li Qingxiu's direction, subtly indicating his involvement. The injury had occurred in her house, and to expedite the discovery of the truth while considering the youth's well-being, Fu Yuan arranged for him to be placed in a guest room within the courtyard. After dismissing the guests who had come for the banquet, she sternly reminded the household servants to keep this matter under wraps. The full moon banquet had officially concluded. Once the affairs of the front courtyard were settled, Fu Yuan turned and seized Li Sha by the ear. You reckless boy, your audacity grows by the day. How dare you send Su Lan away and secretly carry your sister out, with your frail frame, who would protect her if trouble arose?
Li Xiao muttered in discontent.
I did not take my sister out. What trouble could arise in our own home? He then recalled that night when his sister had narrowly escaped being abducted and nearly drowned, silencing himself to listen to the reprimand. Mother, I was wrong. I swear I will never sneak my sister out again. Catching sight of Shan Rongqin nearby, he contemplated scolding him as well. But, remembering that the doctor had been invited by him and had managed to save the youth's life, he found it difficult to voice his grievances. You two keep a close watch on her. This matter is far from over. Jinger, why did you come out today? Typically, he would seclude himself in his room, never stepping out. Upon hearing from a servant that he had ventured outside, she felt a mix of joy and fear upon learning he had encountered great trouble. At this moment, Li Jing still struggled to process the truths he had heard from his sister. Initially, he had harbored some doubt, but the series of reactions following Fu Yuan's appearance only solidified the voice in his heart. His father did not genuinely care for him. Rather, he feigned affection.
But why?
Mother, I wish to be alone. Let us wait for him to awaken. The youth's abdominal injury was severe. Had it not been for the small amount of energy forcefully infused by Li Hanju, he might have already departed this world. The gathering awaited until midnight. When a maidservant announced that the youth had awakened, the entire Li family rushed to the youth's guest room. At that moment, the youth appeared pale from blood loss. Yet his eyes remained clear. My son, now that you are awake, please tell your parents who harmed you. The youth's parents assumed he was afraid of the Ho family's power and sought to reassure him. Do not be afraid. Your mother and I are here. Even the young master of the Ho residence cannot harm you without cause. We will seek justice for you. Yes, do not fear. Just speak freely. The youth hesitated. But Fu Yuan, growing impatient, interjected, Young master, I would ask you to speak the truth. If it was indeed my son who harmed you, I shall not condone it. However, if it was not, you must not allow him to suffer unjustly. At last, the youth spoke in a barely audible voice, Yes. It was the eldest son of the Ho residence who harmed me. You lie. I do not even know you. Why would I harm you?
Li Jing ratur tangrili. Jiner.
Do remain calm. Fu Yuan cast a scrutinizing gaze over the youth. You claim my son harmed you. Yet I must ask. His courtyard is quite distant from the banquet hall. How did you find your way here alone, and what conflict arose that led to him striking you? Chapter 32. But the dagger bears your initials. Madam of the ever-virtuous Duke, given the circumstances, what further explanation do you have? Your son attempted murder. How do you plan to account for this? Li Qingxiu resumed his facade of a kind-hearted man. Calm yourselves. Look, your son has survived the danger to his life. As the saying goes, enemies can be reconciled more easily than grudges can be established. My son acted without malice. Let us consider this a favor owed by the Ho residence and impose a 3-month house arrest upon him. We will cover the medical and nutritional expenses for the young master. I implore you, show mercy and spare my son. Naturally, the youth's parents would not let the matter rest. Such pleasant words were easy to say when it was not their son who had been harmed. House arrest? He is already a blind man confined to his home. How is that a punishment? Li Jing observed his father quietly. If he truly accepted blame, the truth about the incident would eventually surface. To confess would mean accepting the charge of murder. Fu Yuan ignored the couple, her gaze firmly fixed on the youth. You say he wounded you with a dagger?
Yes.
Whose dagger was it?
His.
Yet this dagger bears your initials. Fu Yuan lifted the weapon, presenting it before the youth. The handle indeed inscribed with his initials. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. The dagger was just purchased today on East Street. Realizing he had spoken too much, he fell silent. Fu Yuan smirked, addressing the couple. Surely, you heard your son's words. This dagger does not belong to my son. It was purchased today by your son. Entering my residence armed, plotting to frame my son for murder. What punishment do you believe this warrants if reported to the authorities? The situation had turned on its head. Or, do you insist on denying it? If so, I shall immediately seek out the owner of the blacksmith shop on East Street. The young master is likely to be recognized by him. The once arrogant parents of the youth now knelt before Fu Yuan, their faces stricken with fear. Madam, is there some misunderstanding? My son is inherently good-natured and would never commit such a heinous act, much less risk his life to frame another. Your son spoke those words himself. Did you not hear him? The youth's face was filled with terror, as if he had committed a grave error. His words faltering into silence. His parents took turns to comfort him, and after some guidance, they finally learned the truth from the young boy. It turned out that due to his timid nature, he often faced bullying from his classmates at the academy. Coupled with the lowly status of his parents, he did not dare to resist, fearing that he would offend powerful individuals and bring trouble to his family. At today's banquet, he encountered the very classmate who frequently tormented him. The latter threatened him, insisting that he must follow them, and thus they arrived at this secluded courtyard. Taking advantage of the boy's moment of inattention, the bully inflicted a wound upon him and swiftly fled. Before he lost consciousness, the assailant made a vicious statement, demanding that he must identify the Duke's eldest son as the perpetrator of his injuries. Otherwise, his parents would be in grave danger. Terrified, The boy felt he had no choice but to comply. Chapter 33. Mother, I wish to treat my eyes. The tears flowed freely from his parents as they lamented. You foolish child, why did you not share your suffering with us? With the truth unveiled, Li Jing's suspicions of murder were cleared. Li Qingxiu, initially consumed by anguish, was suddenly overwhelmed by a mix of sympathy and guilt. Jinger, I was too impulsive earlier and failed to inquire thoroughly, almost misunderstanding you. Will you hold this against me? How hypocritical, a voice echoed in his mind. You would be more than happy to see the blame for the crime fall upon your elder brother. Once he is imprisoned, you will have more opportunities to deal with the third brother and mother. Brother, do not be deceived by this man's facade of sincerity. He does not care about your well-being. Had it been in the past, Li Jing would have harbored no resentment towards Li Qingxiu. Father, you need not blame yourself. Your concern only led to confusion. How could I possibly resent you? Despite knowing the superficiality of this paternal love, he felt compelled to play along. After repeatedly apologizing, his parents finally received mercy from Fu Yuan. Li Qingxiu remained in the room, wishing to utter a few comforting words to ease the facade of their father-son relationship, but was coldly dismissed by Fu Yuan. In the room now remained only Fu Yuan, the eldest brother, the third brother, and the tender Li Hanju. Fu Yuan beckoned Li Jing to sit, gazing at the black veil covering his eyes with deep sorrow. Child, since you are willing to step out, may I seek a renowned physician to examine your eyes once more? Li Jing's eyes had long been a source of pain for Fu Yuan. During the initial sleepless nights, Li Jing had been quite cooperative, yet despite consulting numerous famed doctors, none could cure his affliction. Hope faded slowly into despair, and from that moment, he refused to step outside. Today, witnessing his change, Fu Yuan believed he was willing to rally once more. Mother, Li Jing's words were left unfinished as Li Hanju eagerly raised her hand. Yes, yes. As a family united, we will find a divine doctor and surely cure brother's eyes. In truth, brother's eyes have always been treatable, though the process is complex and the required herbs are exceedingly costly. That vile man would prefer to eliminate brother as a threat than invest time and resources in his treatment. Now that brother has me, no matter the method, I will ensure he sees my beloved face. Laughter filled the room as everyone chuckled together. It was the first time hearing someone boast about themselves in such a manner. Li Jing, who had originally intended to refuse, found it increasingly difficult to voice his objections. Previously, he had been oblivious to the world outside, leaving everything to his parents. Now he realized the precarious situation his family was in. As the eldest brother, he could not rely on his younger siblings for protection and merely survive. Mother, I will heed your wishes. Li Jing's willingness to continue treatment stirred a small ripple within the household, but it swiftly subsided. Upon hearing the news, Li Qingxiu and the old matriarch could no longer remain calm. After 2 years of abandonment of treatment, why this sudden desire to heal his eyes? To dissuade him from pursuing treatment, they subjected him to various torturous methods while inviting numerous physicians to treat him. Even the doctors remarked that although he was young, he bore heavy burdens, and his health was rapidly declining. Was he now experiencing a revival? Chapter 34. He must not be allowed to heal. Li Jing had begun his studies at the age of 3, gained recognition by 5, participated in the imperial examination by 7, became a scholar by 12, and was the most celebrated top candidate by 15. Alas, after the examination, he suffered an injury to his eyes and was barred from furthering his official career. Both Li Qingxiu and the old matriarch understood the depths of his talent. Should he be allowed to enter the court, given time, he would undoubtedly become Fu Yuan's greatest support. This was something they could not permit. Li Qingxiu's expression grew grave. He needed to devise a plan to dissuade Li Jing. Initially, when Li Jing isolated himself in his room and completely abandoned treatment, Li Qingxiu had ceased his chastisement. He had intended to let nature take its course, but did not anticipate this turn of events. Mother, do not worry. I will inquire about which physician she seeks. Jinger has endured so much pain. He remains resistant to the idea of treatment. Li Qingxiu was correct. The process of treating Li Jing's eyes had indeed left a significant shadow in his heart. Even after learning from his sister that his eyes could be healed, he still experienced nightmares that very night. The physician mentioned by Li Hanju had a renowned reputation in the realm. Fu Yuan had no intention of concealing her search for him. As soon as the news spread, Li Qingxiu easily discovered it. Following the method previously used to administer eye medicine to Li Jing, he deliberately bribed individuals to circulate terrifying tales of the physician's treatment methods, which resembled brutal torture. Listening to these accounts sent chills down spines and instilled fear. He also made sure these rumors reached Li Jing's ears, hoping he would retreat in the face of such adversity and refuse treatment. When Fu Yuan heard these rumors, she understood Li Qingxiu's intentions.
Eldest son.
How has the situation unfolded in recent days? In the vast capital, following her daughter's instructions, locating the physician was not a task that could be accomplished swiftly. As long as her son was willing to continue treatment, they could take their time to find him.
Madam.
The eldest son has not left his room for 2 days now. Upon hearing this from the maid, Li Hanju felt a surge of anxiety. That despicable man wishes to intimidate my brother into retreating. Fu Yuan set aside her affairs and lifted Li Hanju into her arms, heading out.
Shulan.
Please fetch a bowl of soup from the kitchen. My daughter and I will visit the eldest son's courtyard. Upon reaching the closed door, Fu Yuan was genuinely concerned that her son had once again shut himself away. She soon spotted Li Jing, diligently crafting a piece of woodwork by the window. At that moment, he had just completed carving a puppet and turned to look at Fu Yuan upon hearing the door open. Is that you, mother and sister? Fu Yuan's heart leaped with joy. Jinger, can you see? Li Jing shook his head. No, I cannot. However, since losing my sight, my hearing has improved significantly. I recognized your footsteps. I brought you some warm soup. I heard you haven't left the house in a while. Drink some to warm your body. Li Jing's room was filled with various wooden carvings. Though blind, the items he had sculpted were exquisite, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary blind person. There are cows, horses, and little rabbits, as well as many weaponry. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 35. Cherishing the gifts from brother. Do not heed the outside rumors. The physician I seek is virtuous and would never employ torturous methods to treat you. If he truly uses such wicked methods, my mother and I will ensure he pays. Hearing his sister's heartfelt words, Li Jing could not help but smile. Fu Yuan, leaning closer to examine the wooden carving in his hands, inquired, What is it that has you so engrossed? Li Jing discerned the affection in Li Hanju's words as he raised the puppet in his hand, his tone tender. Mother, this is the puppet I carved for my sister. Do you think it resembles her? In his grasp was a round, plump little doll adorned with 2 tiny tufts of hair, gazing wide-eyed and adorably pouting as if longing for a hug. Fu Yuan's heart melted in an instant, and upon noticing the scars etched by the carving knife on Li Jing's hands, she felt a mix of emotion and pain. Indeed, it resembles her. As if it were sculpted from the same mold, she replied. Even without having seen her daughter, she could perceive her essence captured perfectly. Hearing his mother affirm the likeness, Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief but still nervously inquired, Does my sister like it? At present, he possessed little in terms of gifts to offer. The wood carving was the sole skill he had honed over the past 2 years, and it was the only present he could bestow upon his sister. I like it. For anything given by my brother is cherished, Li Hanju exclaimed, clutching the small puppet to her chest and giggling joyfully. Having confirmed that Li Jing had not abandoned hope, Fu Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. Just then, a voice echoed from outside, belonging to Su Lan. Madam, the matter you instructed me to investigate has yielded results. After the full moon banquet, Fu Yuan remained skeptical that the young man and his bullies had acted solely out of malice to frame Jinger. She had sent Su Lan to probe into the backgrounds of those who had bullied him, and it seemed there was new progress. Just as she was about to leave, Li Jing discerned from Su Lan's tone that the findings were somehow connected to him. Mother, let that maid come in and speak, he urged. Fu Yuan hesitated. As the wife of Li Qingxiu, she could hardly accept that her husband was a hypocritical villain. Jinger was still young and had always been close to his father. How could he bear such a revelation? Li Hanju, too, felt anxious, eager to unveil Li Qingxiu's facade in front of everyone so that the truth might be exposed. Though her mother acted to protect her brother, Jinger was not a child anymore. Certain truths must be revealed to him. Fu Yuan was still wavering, fearing that Li Jing could not withstand the truth. Mother, have you forgotten? If not for my blindness, I would have been serving in the court for 2 years by now. Fu Yuan was taken aback. How could she have forgotten that her son was not a pampered young master raised in luxury? Very well, regardless of what you hear later, do not be agitated. If you have any doubts, Mother will explain everything to you.
Sulan, come in.
Upon entering, Sulan was surprised that Fu Yuan did not shoo Li Jing away, and she soon composed herself to relay the information she had uncovered. Madam, at the banquet, the injured youth and his parents appeared completely normal, much like they did that day. However, the bullies' fathers are minor officials in the capital who maintain close ties with the Marquis. On that day, it was indeed the Marquis who allowed them into the manor. Fu Yuan observed Li Jing's expression as she spoke slowly. Those invited to the banquet were all personally handed invitations by me, and I had carefully vetted the guest list. If they are indeed close to the Marquis, why would they conspire to frame Jing'er? Li Jing, lacking experience, could not conceal his thoughts or emotions. Fu Yuan felt a pang of compassion. However, some wounds, once unearthed, must be fully revealed. There were two possibilities. One was that these individuals feigned friendship with the Marquis while harboring ulterior motives. If that were the case, their aim would likely be directed at the Marquis, and framing Jing'er would not benefit them in any way. Thus, only one other possibility remained. They acted under the Marquis's instruction. Observing Li Jing's complexion grow pale, Fu Yuan uttered the most brutal truth. They are traps that your father has deliberately set for you. The aim is your utter disgrace. He desires your reputation to be utterly ruined. Mere blindness was insufficient for Li Qingxiu. He sought to annihilate Li Jing's name and render any chance of redemption impossible. Li Jing braced himself against a table to avoid collapsing. Memories of his childhood with his father rushed through his mind. He had questioned whether the events of the banquet were a mere dream, but he knew with clarity that it was not. His mother was but a woman. His sister was newly born, his third brother was still young, and his second brother had run away. If he too succumbed to despair, who would they rely on? As a man, he must stand before his mother and sister, protecting them. Fu Yuan had steeled herself to confront Li Jing's questions and anger, but he simply sat quietly, his gaze distant. Mother, why would he do this? For the wealth in your mother's hands, for power beneath the throne, and for the woman and child he holds dear. Indeed, at that moment, Fu Yuan could even calmly refer to the woman in the outskirts as his beloved.
Why?
That scoundrel must be after the money in Mother's hands. If my brothers and I do not perish, how can he smoothly seize Mother's fortune? If my brothers and I remain alive, how can the daughter of that mistress enter the manor? He would forever be branded as a parasite. Li Jing was profoundly shaken. His father had already fathered a child with another woman? At that moment, he truly wished to confront Li Qingxiu and demand how he could so betray their mother. Yet he understood that he could not reveal his feelings. He must remain hidden. After a prolonged struggle to regain his composure, he began to speak softly with Fu Yuan. Mother, let the matter of seeking a divine doctor remain discreet for now. To the outside world, let it be known that I am haunted by nightmares and unwilling to seek treatment. Fu Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Very well. I will heed your words, and we shall proceed quietly. As they departed, Li Jing smashed several items in the room, creating quite a commotion. The news of the eldest young master's refusal to treat his eyes spread throughout the manor that day. Li Qingxiu sighed in relief, while the old matriarch was in high spirits. At the banquet, she had seen many fine items and could hardly contain her eagerness. The key to the storeroom?
Fu Yuan.
Surrounded by a pile of books, looked up in disarray. Mother, wait, let me find it. Fu Yuan rummaged through the room but was unable to locate the storeroom key. Mother, the household has been quite busy lately, and there are many urgent matters outside that require my attention. When one becomes preoccupied, it's easy to misplace things. Please wait a moment, I will look again. She searched the room in front of the old matriarch, who appeared exceedingly displeased. Such an important item as the storeroom key should not be carelessly misplaced. If it falls into the hands of someone with ill intent and treasures are stolen, how will you explain it to the Marquis? You are correct, Mother. I truly have been quite scatterbrained. Since I cannot find the key at the moment, why not tell me what you need? If I locate the key, I shall open the storeroom and bring it to you. The old matriarch's expression shifted. How could she openly demand the items she desired in front of Fu Yuan? Since you cannot find the key right now, wait until you have it before sending someone to deliver it to me. Their relationship was one of pretense, and neither wished to linger in the room too long. Before leaving, she hoped to pilfer a couple of items from Fu Yuan's quarters, but after surveying the surroundings, she found nothing to her satisfaction. You shouldn't be so focused on the accounts all day. You ought to pay more attention to the Marquis. He is the pillar of the family. Without your husband,
What good would your knowledge do?
Fu Yuan nodded in agreement, but internally, she felt disdain. If she were to pay attention to Li Qingxiu, someone might soon find themselves distressed. After the others departed, Sulan curiously inquired of Lady Fu, "Madam, isn't the key to the storeroom in your cosmetic box?"
Why?
"The Li family is insatiable. Most of the items in that storeroom are gifts for my daughter's full moon banquet, and they shall not be tainted by others. In the past, whenever there was a banquet held at the manor, it was customary for old Lady Li and Li Qingxiu to ransack the storeroom afterward. Such is the nature of social exchanges. There must be reciprocity. To replenish the losses, she had no choice but to use her dowry to purchase equivalent items. Having come to this realization, she would no longer allow the two to exploit her. However, as she waited, darkness fell, and there was still no sign of anyone in Fu's courtyard. Reflecting on Fu's former gentle and virtuous demeanor, Li couldn't help but feel increasingly uncomfortable. How had she changed so drastically after giving birth? If she could not present some precious gifts to save face, where would she place her old visage? Reluctantly, she sent someone to inquire in Fu's courtyard if the key had been found. The answer remained a negative. While Fu was unperturbed, old lady Li could not afford to wait. After dinner, seizing the opportunity when the household had settled down, she discreetly summoned someone, intending to forcefully break open the storeroom door and retrieve some items. After all, it was her own door. Taking a few belongings from her own house was not a crime. She thought this plan was sound, but unbeknownst to her, Fu had opened her eyes to the situation. Sensing old Lady Li's intentions, Li Hanju began to wail as Fu prepared to rest. "Mother, a thief has entered the manor and is heading toward the storeroom. Please wake up and catch the thief." "Oh no. The thief is about to break down the storeroom door. What if all those treasures are stolen?" Sulan tried to soothe Li Hanju, but found her impossible to calm, and hurriedly sought help from Fu. "Madam, what has happened to the young lady? Why is she suddenly so distressed?" Chapter 38. Midnight Thief Catching. It turns out to be the old lady hearing the girl's heartfelt cries. Fu was taken aback. At such an hour, how could anyone suddenly intrude into the inner courtyard, heading straight for the storeroom? If it were a raucous affair, the thief would undoubtedly flee upon hearing the commotion. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Sulan. "Go summon everyone in the courtyard and have them bring suitable weapons. We shall catch the thief." "Catch a thief?" Sulan was filled with great confusion. "Where are you going to catch a thief, madam?"
Soon.
The people in the courtyard gathered as per Fu's instructions, armed and ready. A procession of bewildered individuals followed Fu toward the storeroom. The night was deep, the narrow stone path shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern each other's features. Before they could approach, they vaguely heard the sound of the storeroom door being pounded upon. The noise was utterly unrestrained, almost as if the intruder were at home, brazenly defiant. Fu squinted into the darkness at the two shadowy figures, and one of them appeared oddly familiar. A fleeting image crossed her mind, gradually aligning with the figures in the gloom. First astonished, she then felt a surge of anger. Suppressing her emotions, she whispered, "Catch the thief." At her command, everyone in the courtyard charged forward, wielding their sticks and raining blows upon the shadowy figures, creating a cacophony that allowed no room for explanation or dialogue. "Stop. Have you blinded your eyes? I am your old lady. You scoundrel, sneaking into the manor to steal and daring to impersonate our old lady."
Indeed.
"Our old lady is virtuous. How could she sneak around breaking the storeroom door at night? Do not defame her name." The thief, facing imminent peril, still failed to utter a single truth, prompting the crowd to teach her a lesson, hoping she would think twice before being so audacious again. Old Lady Li cried out in agony for a long while, yet the blows did not relent. They landed squarely upon her.
"Stop.
"You are abusing me. I will report this. I will report this." Only after they had nearly beaten her to a pulp did Fu finally speak. "Enough. Do not injure her too severely. Bind the thief and bring her to my courtyard. I wish to interrogate her." Old Lady Li was dragged to Fu's small courtyard, where a maid held a lantern, illuminating the scene. She was thrown onto the ground, her body aching from the beating, shaking as she stood, pointing a trembling finger at Fu's face, her indignation palpable. "Fu Yuan, how dare you incite your servants to strike me? Have you lost your mind? I will tell my son. How dare you disrespect your elders and harm me? This is the height of unfilial behavior." Fu's expression was one of shock as she hurried to support her. "Mother, how could it be you? Why did you come at night with others to break the storeroom door? I thought there was a thief in the manor." The surrounding servants, upon realizing the identity of Old Lady Li, were equally astonished. No one had expected that the midnight thief was their own lady. Surely, the old lady has not aged and developed some peculiar habits like the Marquis, who would wander at night to pry open the storeroom door.
Indeed.
This is hard to misinterpret. We didn't even see her face.
Who cares if we saw or not?
We just struck the old lady. If she holds it against us, we can't escape. Alas, what misfortune. We thought we were catching a thief and would earn praise from the madam, only to find ourselves confronting a family member for naught and facing punishment. Chapter 39. Retrieve the treasures. Old Lady Li was so enraged her teeth nearly shattered. "You are all utterly lawless. I proclaimed I am the old lady, and you heard me. How dare you lay hands on me? Disloyal and unjust servants like you do not deserve to remain in my son's household. Tomorrow, I shall instruct the steward to sell you all off." Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned ashen. Few who were sold from a grand household could expect a good fate. Terrified, they all knelt and bowed their heads. "Old lady, we truly did not recognize you at that moment. We plead for your mercy. Spare us. Old lady, you are magnanimous and kind-hearted. We will accept any punishment you deem fit. Please grant us a chance at life." Seeing their pitiful, pleading expressions, Li's indignation was somewhat balanced. However, upon glancing at Fu's impassive demeanor, her expression darkened once more. "What, do you not admit your wrongdoing?" Fu quickly bowed and apologized. "Mother, this matter was instigated solely by me. They were merely acting on orders. It is their duty to catch thieves at night, and if they are dismissed for being diligent, it would surely chill the hearts of all in the household. If this were to spread, it would also tarnish my husband's reputation." Li was filled with suppressed anger, unable to voice her grievances. "Are you implying that the suffering I endured tonight was in vain? Your daughter-in-law acknowledges her mistake and will find the best doctor and the finest medicine to pray for your swift recovery." Seizing the opportunity, Li sought to further reprimand Fu by suggesting she kneel at the ancestral hall as punishment. However, Fu preempted her, countering with a question about her motives for the night's actions. "But mother, your daughter-in-law is unaware. Why did you bring people to break the storeroom door in the middle of the night? Was there some urgent matter? Why not send someone to inform me?" Li felt as though she had been fiercely slapped, her face burning with shame. She could hardly confess that she had intended to steal. The blows dealt had been unyielding. Her injuries would require at least a month to heal. The plan to return home was now impossible. "Oh, it was nothing. I merely wished to find something. It was late, and I worried about disturbing your rest, so I did not notify you." Anyone could hear how feeble that excuse was. Fu leaned over the cradle, using both hands and feet to pull herself up to observe the unfolding drama. The elderly woman was indeed subjected to a most grievous beating, her visage swelling to the likeness of a pig's head. Such is the law of retribution. It is not that evil deeds go unpunished, merely that the time has not yet come. Oh, how the immediate consequences of her actions bring me such joy. A comparison to a pig's head? Upon glancing at Li's face, Fu Yuan found the analogy rather fitting. She bit her lip and pinched her thigh, struggling to suppress her laughter in front of the onlookers. Li, bearing the brunt of this humiliation, had no choice but to swallow her shame. When Li Qingxiu learned of his mother's assault, he rushed to admonish Fu Yuan, who feigned ignorance, her demeanor one of profound grievance, leaving him at a loss for further rebuke. For the celebration of their daughter's first month, he had evidently put some thought into it, commissioning a delicate little golden fan, charming and intricate. "Mother, that scoundrel has no affection for me. Do not be deceived by the gifts he bestows. Those are intended for the daughter of his mistress, and that is what truly reflects his sincerity. He had placed an order at the treasure pavilion, and, according to the timeline, today was the day of delivery. Let us go ahead and seize the treasures. As Fu Yuan's expression softened, upon hearing this, it instantly turned frigid. How could she still hold any expectations for a man so devoid of feeling? After sending Li Qingxiu away, she instructed the maidservants to tidy up briefly before cradling her daughter and preparing to visit the shop where he had placed his order. It was unreasonable. Her expenditure was being lavished upon a woman utterly unrelated to her. Having completed her confinement, she was eager to step outside and breathe fresh air. With Li's injuries providing a convenient excuse for her outing, she set forth. The treasure pavilion resided on the most bustling street in the city, renowned for its exquisite jewelry. The ladies of the nobility were particularly fond of the new designs offered there, and Li Qingxiu was a frequent patron. Upon disembarking from her carriage, the shop's attendants immediately recognized her, hurrying to greet her. "Madam, it has been quite some time since we last saw you out and about. Your radiant appearance nearly led me to mistake you for a young maiden." Those who worked at the capital's premier jewelry establishment were anything but simpletons. Flattery flowed easily from their lips. Amused by the attendants' compliments, Fu Yuan offered a slight nod. "Please find me a spot on the second floor." "Certainly, madam. How fortuitous that you have come today. We received a splendid array of fine jewelry this morning, which I am certain will delight you." The attendant led her upstairs, where an abundance of exquisite items awaited her selection. However, Fu Yuan felt little enthusiasm. "These do not pique my interest," she stated, her demeanor exuding an air of authority. "I seek not these. Do you offer custom jewelry?" Her inquiry prompted the attendant to realize her true intentions. Just then, laughter echoed from the doorway as the shopkeeper approached. "Madam, your presence here is a great honor, and I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Please forgive my oversight." The shopkeeper, a robust man, did not appear the part of a merchant, yet his smile was devoid of excessive sycophancy. Given the substantial monthly expenditures of the Yongda Marquis's household, he was eager to attend to her personally. "Let us not beat around the bush. My husband sent me to collect the goods." The shopkeeper did not outright refuse, but instead inquired, "Madam, do you possess a receipt for the goods?" "I seem to have misplaced it," Fu Yuan replied calmly. The shopkeeper's expression softened as he pondered how to navigate the situation without offending either Li Qingxiu or Fu Yuan. "Madam, might I inquire if the Marquis is in attendance? Are you suggesting that I am fabricating my words?" Sensing her ire, the shopkeeper quickly offered his apologies. Even the most ignorant would know that the true wealth of the Marquis's household lay with the lady before him. The entirety of the capital believed in Li Qingxiu's public persona as a devoted husband, and thus the jewelry he purchased was widely assumed to be intended for his wife. "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the jewelry that the Marquis commissioned." Custom jewelry typically required half a month to create, and today marked the agreed-upon date for collection. Although she had not actively sought information about Li Qingxiu's relationship with that woman, she could surmise that the woman was indeed a youthful beauty with a charming disposition. However, when the shopkeeper presented the set of jewelry Li Qingxiu had ordered, a chill coursed through her heart. Before her lay a complete set of jewelry, from hairpins and earrings to pendants and bangles, crafted from pink glass and jade, resembling a blooming peach blossom, delicate and exquisite. From this commissioned set, it was evident that the recipient must be a strikingly beautiful young woman with a captivating personality. Fu Yuan clenched her sleeves tightly, her gaze fixated on a single blossom atop the tray, her thoughts drifting back to the past. Over the years of their marriage, Li Qingxiu had gifted her numerous items. Yet even when combined, they paled in comparison to the value of this singular set. It was abundantly clear to her where she stood in Li Qingxiu's affections compared to that woman. Fu Yuan felt a deep-seated resentment. Having been kept in the dark for so long, had it not been for her daughter revealing the truth, she might have remained oblivious indefinitely. Noticing Fu Yuan's discontent, the shopkeeper hastily apologized. "Is there something about the jewelry that does not meet your standards? If you have any suggestions, I can have the craftsman make alterations." Suppressing her fury, Fu Yuan replied, "No need. The jewelry is exquisitely crafted, and I find it quite to my liking." Upon hearing her approval, the shopkeeper sighed in relief. Fu Yuan instructed them to wrap the jewelry for her as she prepared to depart, only to hear her daughter's voice from her arms. "What? There is another set?" Under Fu Yuan's persistent inquiry, the shopkeeper reluctantly revealed an additional set crafted entirely of pure gold. Madam, according to the Marquis's specifications, there are still several items yet to be completed. Would you prefer to take a portion now or wait until everything is finished? The shopkeeper sensed that Fu Yuan's demeanor was not one of joy, yet he refrained from prying into matters best left unspoken. As she beheld the additional items being brought forth, Fu Yuan's simmering anger surged anew. Gripping her teacup tightly, she took a deep swig of tea, nearly crushing the cup in her grasp. As her daughter had suggested, the golden fan crafted for the daughter of the mistress paled in comparison to these trinkets. The rabbits, each varying in form and palm-sized, numbered a full 12. The realization that all this was purchased with her own money ignited her fury. Fu Yuan could scarcely contain her rage, yet for her daughter's sake, she tried to exercise restraint. However, her anger only intensified. Mother, do not be disheartened. Envision the look on that scoundrel's face when he realizes we have taken these jewels. He will surely be infuriated. Fu Yuan truly found herself envisioning such a scene. With that thought, her anger was momentarily quelled. These treasures were crafted for her and her daughter, intended to surprise them, since they had already seen them. She would take what was ready. With a decisive wave of her hand, Fu Yuan claimed all the custom-made items from the treasure pavilion. Before departing, she deliberately instructed the shopkeeper that there was no need to inform the Marquis about the unfinished golden rabbits. Once the shop was ready, they could simply deliver them directly to the Marquis's residence. The shopkeeper accompanied Fu Yuan and her party to the door, hesitating as if he had something to say. Fu Yuan perceived his thoughts, gently caressing her daughter in her arms, and smilingly reassured him that there was no need to worry. Her husband would soon come to settle the debt owed to their precious treasure haul. The thought of her dog of a husband, who not only failed to acquire the goods, but would also have to make up for the shortfall, brought a certain delight to her heart. Although it was her money being spent, she chose to regard it as a purchase of happiness. As she departed, she intentionally showcased a loving demeanor with Li Xingxing, saying, "Shopkeeper, as you know, my husband cherishes me dearly and specially ordered this jewelry to surprise both me and our daughter. I have already received the surprise, and should I settle this final payment, he would surely be vexed, as it was his heartfelt intention." Her words served as an explanation for the shopkeeper, who suddenly realized and quickly reassured himself. Although he did not fully grasp the dynamics between the young couple, as long as the payment eventually found its way into his pocket, he would not meddle further. Fu Yuan, holding her daughter, did not leave immediately, but reserved a room at the tea house across from the precious treasure hall. From the window, she had a splendid view of the entrance opposite. However, just as Fu Yuan and her daughter departed, a hesitant young attendant approached the shopkeeper and whispered a few words in his ear. "Shopkeeper, you may have misunderstood. The jewelry set designed by the Marquis, along with the golden rabbits, is likely intended for the Marquis's wife and daughter." Li Xingxing had indeed commissioned many pieces from their jewelry shop, yet the Marquis's wife had never been seen wearing them. On one occasion, he had even spotted a woman adorned with jewelry designed for the Marquis. The set he had just seen was resplendent and perfectly suited for a young maiden, while the Marquis's wife had already borne several children, making it inappropriate for her. The shopkeeper did not show much surprise, merely casting a casual glance at the young attendant. "Do you truly believe I do not know that the jewelry is not for the Marquis's wife?" The young attendant, bewildered, questioned. "If you know, then why—" The shopkeeper said nothing further, simply chuckling as he patted the young attendant on the shoulder. "You are still a bit too young and naive to comprehend who our benefactor truly is. Rather than assisting the Marquis in deception and offending the true financial backer, it is wiser to go with the flow and grant Fu Yuan a favor. She will undoubtedly remain a frequent patron." The peaceful days at the Yongda Marquis's residence would likely not last much longer. Sipping tea and listening to the bustling street sounds, Fu Yuan could hardly recall when she last experienced such a leisurely life. It seemed that everything had changed since her marriage. The group at the tea house had not waited long before a familiar figure appeared in their line of sight. Li Xingxing had come alone, wearing a smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, as if he had thought of something extraordinarily joyful. Upon entering, he called out to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, I have come to collect the jewelry." Chapter 43. Marquis, you have yet to pay the final amount. The young attendant instinctively wanted to evade Li Qingxiu, not wishing to incur his wrath. However, to his surprise, Li Qingxiu's sharp gaze quickly caught sight of him.
Fugue, stop.
His expression was somewhat displeased. Did you not hear that this marquis has arrived? Shouldn't you be attending to me? The young attendant's smile froze. Marquis, please take a seat. I will prepare the tea. Enough with the pleasantries. The jewelry I ordered from you is due for delivery today. Bring it out promptly. The young attendant's heart raced, forcing a smile as he replied. Marquis, it seems you have arrived just in time. Your wife has just taken it.
My wife?
Which one? He instinctively began to ask which wife, but abruptly closed his mouth. It was common knowledge that, apart from Fu Yuan, there was no other. Previously, Fu Yuan had never inquired about the items he had commissioned outside. Why had she suddenly taken the initiative to collect them today? His expression darkened. How would my wife know that I ordered jewelry from you? Did you inform her? You have ruined my carefully prepared surprise. The young attendant, being clever, quickly explained, Marquis, you are mistaken. I would never have the audacity to do such a thing. Perhaps your wife heard about it from elsewhere and simply insisted on seeing the jewelry upon her arrival. Li Qingxiu's heart sank. The headpiece was meant for Xingxing and her daughter. How had Fu Yuan found out? Could it be that she was aware of his affair with Xingxing? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He had yet to fully grasp control over the Marquis' residence, particularly concerning Fu Yuan's private assets. It was imperative that she not harbor any suspicions about him at this juncture. Did my wife appear pleased when she saw the jewelry? Naturally. She was delighted and even praised the thoughtful gift from the Marquis, expressing how touched she was. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu felt a weight lift from his chest. It seemed that the woman had yet to discover his affair with Xingxing. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would not be able to smile. Well, since my wife is pleased, I shall not hold it against you. How many of the 12 golden rabbits have been crafted? 8 have been completed, and your wife took those as well. The remaining ones will be sent directly to the residence.
Li Shanxiu's vision d'arcanat.
He had planned to visit Xingxing and her daughter today, intending to bring these 2 gifts along. Now, he could not possibly go empty-handed. Suppressing his anger, he waved his sleeve and sat down. Bring out your finest jewelry for me to examine. If the carefully prepared items are inadequate, I shall choose something better.
Certainly.
The young attendant presented the jewelry for Li Qingxiu's selection. When it came time to settle the bill, Li Qingxiu could not help but frown at the price. For these 2 items, you charge me such an exorbitant amount? Is your shop taking advantage of familiarity? Do you believe I will report you to the authorities? Marquis, the total price reflects not only these 2 items, but also includes the entire set of headpieces and golden rabbits you previously ordered.
Li Shanxiu's bro wisha.
Fu Yuan had not made any payment? The Marquis' wife indicated that she appreciated your thoughtful gesture and could not refuse the gift. She accepted it. But the final payment is still your responsibility. Li Qingxiu's face darkened like a pot bottom. Reluctantly, he settled the final amount. The precious treasure haul had a strict policy against credit, leaving him only with enough to purchase a modest hairpin. Once he exited the precious treasure haul, he noticed Fu Yuan observing him with a look of guilt and disorientation from the tea house across the street, though her eyes were cold and unyielding. Li Qingxiu sought to exploit her private assets. As long as she possessed wealth, even if she proposed a divorce, he would never agree. Unless she offered a satisfactory price, he would remain obstinate. Human greed knows no bounds. She did not trust that Li Qingxiu would willingly part with her. The best course of action was to deplete her finances entirely, ideally leaving her in substantial debt, thereby compelling him to sever ties with her. Salon, you and my sister go to the crossroads to send a message. Chapter 44, A Golden House for a Beautiful Woman. Extravagant to the extreme, Fu Yuan decided to orchestrate a scheme with her sister, outwardly pretending to exhaust all the wealth in the shop. When financial ruin ensued, she would use a fabricated identity to purchase the shop and transfer the assets. All her money was intended for her little daughter. She aimed to thwart Li Qingxiu's plans completely. With the hairpin in hand, she ventured down the alley. Upon reaching the entrance of Mu Banxiang, Li Qingxiu hesitated for a while, uncertain how to explain himself. Over half a month ago, he had mentioned that he would bring a surprise for the mother and daughter today. Now, with the surprise gone, presenting the hairpin felt exceedingly difficult. Husband, you've come.
Please come in.
Mu Banxiang, having heard his footsteps from within, called out to him. Knowing that he was troubled by difficult matters, and fearing that he might leave just like that, she had no choice but to personally go out to welcome him. Li Qingxiu could only brace himself and enter the house. From the outside, the simple courtyard seemed unremarkable, but upon stepping inside, he discovered a hidden paradise. Each step revealed a picturesque scene. The modest yard was adorned with thoughtful and exquisite details. Upon entering the main room, the ground was warmed by a dragon-shaped hearth, covered with fine silk carpets. The sight was enchanting, with countless pearls and agates embellishing the gauzy curtains. There were numerous, valuable ornaments scattered about, and even the rooms of Fu Yuan could not compare to the opulence and grandeur found here. Every item was meticulously chosen by Li Qingxiu, gradually transforming this place into a gilded sanctuary for the two of them. Upon entering, Mu Banxiang kicked off her shoes and stepped barefoot onto the red carpet. Li Qingxiu's gaze followed her snowy white feet, each step seeming to tread upon his very heart. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Mu Banxiang suddenly leapt into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, laughing like an enchanting sprite. "Husband, I missed you so much." The room grew warm as they rolled onto the bed, indulging in each other's company for a while before parting. The troubled expression on Li Qingxiu's brow dissipated significantly after their playful antics. "Xianger, there was an issue with the custom jewelry. I don't have much silver on me, so I could only buy this hairpin. I apologize for the inconvenience." Accustomed to exquisite jewelry, Mu Banxiang felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing the hairpin in his hand. However, she did not show a hint of it on her face. Instead, she sat up from his embrace, joyfully taking the hairpin as if it were a treasured gem. "Husband, your taste is indeed impeccable. This hairpin is truly beautiful, and I love it." Li Qingxiu relaxed, a smile of indulgence spreading across his face. "As long as you like it, that is all that matters. Next time, I shall get you an even finer piece." Mu Banxiang raised her hand to insert the hairpin into her hair, feeling that the sentiment behind it, chosen by her husband, far outweighed its material worth. This was the best gift for her. "Husband, do take a look. How do I look with this hairpin?" After struggling for a while to position it correctly, Li Qingxiu let out a fond sigh and took her little hand in his, placing the hairpin accurately into her hair. Mu Banxiang, already stunning in her beauty, had yet to fully regain her strength after childbirth. The cool white jade hairpin added a touch of elegance to her appearance. Li Qingxiu, seeing this side of her for the first time, was completely captivated. "Beautiful. In my eyes, my wife is the most exquisite." Feeling a surge of affection, he wished to continue their tender moments, but a baby's cry shattered the atmosphere. "Husband, do not tease. Xingxing has awakened. Let the wet nurse take care of her."
Do not mind her for now.
Having taken medicine, Mu Banxiang had mostly recovered and did not decline his advances. The room was suffused with warmth. As they reached a critical juncture, Li Qingxiu's complexion suddenly turned pale, and he violently spat blood, splattering it onto Mu Banxiang's face.
Ah!
Chapter 45. Where did this nosy old man come from? Li Qingxiu's sudden fainting left Mu Banxiang pale with fright. She hurriedly jumped off the bed, not even checking for his pulse. Upon realizing he lay motionless, she quickly steadied her heart, adjusting her clothing before approaching him. Finding a faint pulse, she sighed with relief, patting her chest. "You scare me to death. What bad luck." The exquisite silk quilt, stained with blood, appeared utterly filthy. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Such extravagance wasted. This quilt was beyond salvaging. She swiftly tidied up the bed before stepping outside to knock on a tightly shut small room in the backyard. "Master." He suddenly spat blood and fainted. "Please lend your assistance." Now, she had become Li Qingxiu's gilded canary, and the nearby villagers did not recognize him, believing him to be a frequent traveler for business. For ordinary matters, she could not seek a doctor in town to avoid revealing his identity. The person inside was a head taller than Mu Banxiang, cloaked in a flowing black robe, with a black scarf covering his face, revealing only a pair of chilling, bloodshot red eyes. He leaned on a 2-meter-tall wooden staff, intricately carved with sinister patterns that resembled countless anguished faces struggling for survival. Just one glance made Mu Banxiang shiver uncontrollably. Despite her curiosity, she dared not look any longer. Lead the way. The old man's voice seemed to possess a certain power, penetrating the soul and freezing flesh and blood. Mu Banxiang bit her lip. Please follow me. She deliberately maintained a respectful distance, not daring to utter a word. Once, when her adoptive parents had nearly beaten her to death to sell her as a concubine to an old man, she was on the verge of suicide when he appeared, revealing her true heritage, helping her find her biological mother, and providing her with a home. He had also aided her in getting close to Li Qingxiu, becoming his beloved, leading to her current fortunate life. Mu Banxiang knew neither the identity nor the origins of this person, nor his motives or intentions. However, none of it mattered. He had rescued her from hell, and he was her benefactor. Upon entering the room, the old man's expression changed drastically at the scent of blood. He struck the ground with his staff, and the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The brightly lit room was instantly engulfed in darkness. Countless black winds surged, centered around the black-robed elder, crashing throughout the room before converging upon Li Qingxiu's body. Vile spirit, shed your shell, the black-robed elder commanded, and a piercing, mournful scream echoed from within Li Qingxiu. Black mist began to emerge from him, coalescing into a mass. Where did this meddling old man come from?
Be still.
With a single utterance, the unfortunate spirit was instantly restrained, seemingly recalling the fear of past domination. It's you again, you meddling old man. You ruin my plans. I will kill you. The unfortunate spirit struggled to lunge at the black-robed elder, seeking to parasitize his soul. However, before it could fully merge, a tremendous force tore it apart. Uncontrollable spirit, perish. The black-robed elder waved his staff, which sprouted a black banner, and the dense black mist engulfed the spirit. The unfortunate spirit was swiftly torn apart, and before long, the chaos subsided. Within the room, everything returned to normal.
Li Shanxiu's brat steadia.
The black-robed elder opened the door, allowing Mu Banxiang to enter, silently gazing at the western sky. His red eyes trembled faintly. The one he awaited had finally arrived. Chapter 46, Mother. I have detected the location of the divine healer. Almost at the moment the unfortunate spirit was vanquished, Li Hanju sensed the energy fluctuation. Masters reside among the common folk. Someone could directly exterminate a century-old malevolent spirit. Even in her era, such individuals were not commonplace. It seemed she had encountered a formidable opponent. She had initially planned to use that unfortunate spirit to bring retribution upon Li Qingxiu, but unexpectedly, he had such a powerful ally by his side. As this person was a helper to Li Qingxiu, it was likely that she would eventually confront them. No, she could no longer indulge in daily feasting and idleness. She must earnestly cultivate. To facilitate her feeding, Fu Yuan learned from Li Hanju about the existence of baby bottles and had several custom-made.
Now,
Li Hanju could drink without needing to avoid others. After the full moon banquet, the tasks in Fu Yuan's room had not diminished at all. In order to discreetly transfer assets, she had numerous arrangements to make. The usual duties of caring for the child were entrusted to Shen Rongqing.
observing Lianshu,
Who had drunk half a bottle but was no longer sucking, a hint of worry appeared in Shen Rongqing's eyes. He tentatively touched her forehead. Why have you stopped eating? Are you unwell? No, I'm full. To prove her words, she pushed the baby bottle away and let out a soft burp, rich in milk. Every moment spent with Shen Rongqing saw her cultivation progress at an astonishing pace, while her appetite gradually diminished. After all, those who practice cultivation must undergo fasting. Were it not for her mother's heartbroken and jealous glances, Li Hanju would have wished to remain glued to Shen Rongqing for all 12 hours of the day. His presence was akin to a spirit-gathering array, intoxicating in its allure. Once satiated, Li Hanju required the comfort of being coaxed to sleep. Shen Rongqing held her close, and she clung to his fingers, unwilling to let go. He smells so wonderful. How I wish I could be close to him for a lifetime. Shen Rongqing's hand froze as he gently patted her. A lifetime? A flicker of something dark passed through his solemn eyes, a small flame igniting in the unseen depths of his heart. The disappearance of the unfortunate soul instilled a sense of urgency in Li Hanju, apart from her feeding time. She devoted every other moment to her cultivation. The spiritual energy in this realm was scarce, yet she was fortunate to have an advantage. As her cultivation energy increased, her soul became increasingly substantial. Now, even if her soul were to leave her body for 3 days, she would encounter no adverse effects. Halfway through her cultivation, Li Hanju sensed a fluctuation in the energy of fortune. She abruptly opened her eyes and shouted, "Mother." Quickly, I've detected the location of that divine physician. In the outskirts of the city, in the purple bamboo forest, he is being pursued. We must hurry. Fu Yuan trembled as she read the account book. Upon hearing that someone was being chased, she immediately dismissed Li Hanju's desire to accompany her. It sounded far too perilous. The child was still young and should not be exposed to such danger. Su Lan, gather the guards from the manor and come with me out of the city. Su Lan glanced at the darkening sky, momentarily stunned.
Madam, now?
But it is nearly dark. Fu Yuan understood that opportunities like this were fleeting. After waiting so long and hoping for so much, they could not afford to miss the chance to heal her son's affliction.
Indeed, now.
When Li Jing learned that Fu Yuan was leaving the city and wished to join, he was stopped. Given your current condition, it is unwise to go out. You should remain in the manor for news. Li Hanju was not brought along either. She remained in Li Jing's room while he entrusted Li Xiao and Shen Rongqin to take care of her and set off. Chapter 47. Simple. As long as my brother can see. Bad mother. Stinky mother. Out gallivanting without taking me along. I shall never speak to you again, nor share my thoughts with you. The others in the room were amused and exasperated by Li Hanju's thoughts. They all knew her to be a spirited child who thrived on excitement and would always share her adventures with them. However, today was different. While treating her brother's eyes was crucial, her sister's safety was paramount. Li Xiao gently patted Li Hanju, soothing her as if she were a child. I'm not truly angry. I'm worried about mother facing danger. With me here, at least the monsters would think twice before approaching. Just as she spoke, her expression shifted. Oh no, mother is in danger. The others in the room stood up in shock. What? Li Hanju counted on her fingers once more, confirming it was indeed an ominous sign. If anything were to happen to their mother, how could they continue to play? Li Xiao stood up and rushed outside. Mother left with too few people. I must gather more to protect her. I will go with you. Li Jing, in his haste, bumped into the table, causing the teapot and cups to crash to the floor. He braced himself against the table, clenching his fists, feeling a surge of hatred for his blind eyes. No matter how perilous the situation before him, he was powerless to protect his family. I am but a useless wretch. He slammed his fist on the table, despair written all over him. Brother, do not be disheartened. Your eyes will be well again soon. I can use a control talisman to have the young gentleman take me along with third brother to find mother. But leaving brother alone in the room seems rather unethical, especially when looking at Li Jing's face, which bore an expression of shattered hope. It was impossible to be cruel. She furrowed her brow in thought for a moment. Then her eyes brightened. It's simple. Let us take brother along. Though I cannot restore brother's sight directly, I can temporarily enhance his sensory abilities. Even if he cannot see, he will still perceive the positions of objects. She murmured a few incantations, swiftly forming seals with her fingers, and a talisman was pressed to Li Jing's forehead. In the previously oppressive darkness, a new perception emerged. Li Jing felt as though he had opened his celestial eye, able to discern the positions of surrounding objects, sensing the warmth of temperature and the flow of the wind. He had no time to savor the wonder of seeing the world again. Scooping up Li Hanju, he dashed outside. Third brother, I will accompany you. Shen Rongqin stood in the room, observing as Li Jing, carrying Li Hanju, hurriedly exited, startling the servant who had come to deliver refreshments.
He sighed,
shaking his head in resignation before swiftly pursuing the two. Inside the carriage leaving the city, brother, what number is this? Li Xiao held up 2 fingers.
Fool.
Li Jing's expression remained unchanged, his tone icy. Li Xiao, with a foolish grin, leaned closer to Li Jing, eager to peer into his eyes. Brother, this is wonderful. You can really see. Li Jing said nothing, attributing his newfound sight to divine intervention. When the carriage halted at the entrance of the purple bamboo forest on the outskirts of the city, Li Hanju caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood. Excited, Li Xiao noticed the bloodstains on the grass, his face paling. Mother, Could something have happened? Sighing inwardly at his trembling voice, Li Hanju replied, "You have no idea how dire your futures will be. This little bit of blood is merely a sprinkle. If you are afraid, then stay outside and wait. Young gentlemen, let us charge in." Chapter 48. Mother is a bloodthirsty man-eating flower. Li Jing stole a glance at Shen Rongqing. His sister's enhancement talisman was remarkable. He could not only perceive the position of objects but also the flow of air and the emotional fluctuations of people. Since leaving the city, third brother's emotions had fluctuated between excitement and worry, now shifting to fear. Yet this young boy, calm and composed throughout their journey, astonished him with his demeanor. The sun had completely set, and the tranquil purple bamboo forest swayed gently in the breeze, creating a rustling sound. Beneath the eerie moonlight, an aura of mystery enveloped the surroundings. Li Jing carried Li Hanju as they disembarked the carriage, instructing the servants to light torches in preparation to enter the forest in search of Fu Yuan. When Li Xiao realized he was left alone in the carriage, fear gripped him, and he scrambled out, clutching Li Jing's sleeve. "Brother, I should go with you. A family must stick together." Not long after entering the forest, they stumbled upon the bodies of assassins lying at the edge of the thicket. Li Xiao was so frightened he could scarcely stand, while Li Hanju felt a thrill of excitement. Each night, her cultivation accelerated. In her previous life, it was the spirits that wreaked havoc in the dark, and she had a fondness for the night. "Everyone, be careful. There are people fighting ahead." Shen Rongqing's expression tightened as he quietly warned the group. Li Jing cast him a surprised glance. Having sensed the commotion ahead, he intended to alert them. To his astonishment, Shen Rongqing, who had not enhanced his senses, had also picked up on it. Following the sounds, they soon discovered the Li family servants engaged in combat with a group of assassins. "Mother!" Li Xiao shouted, his legs firm once more. The newcomers quickly joined the fray, and upon realizing the situation was dire, the assassins prepared for a desperate escape. "Mother, be careful." Upon witnessing the sudden assault of an assassin, Li Hanju was taken aback, swiftly forming a seal to unleash a binding spell. Simultaneously, Shen Rongqing and Li Jing thrust their blades toward the attacker, aiming for a fatal strike to the neck and chest.
Who sent you?
This is utter nonsense. The sight of Fu Yuan in action, executing her lethal dance with grace and precision, left both Li Jing and Li Xiao momentarily stunned. Was this truly their mother? After dispatching all the assailants, Fu Yuan wiped her face and hands and approached the group. Li Hanju was still in shock from the earlier scene. "I never imagined that my mother, whom I always regarded as a gentle and virtuous beauty, could also be a ruthless killer, striking without a moment's hesitation." Fu Yuan wished to embrace Li Hanju, her heart racing. Cautiously, she examined her daughter's small face, fearing that the sight of her ruthlessness might have frightened her. Would she come to despise her? Would her love wane? In the next moment, a voice in her mind erupted in excitement.
"Ah,
Mother's killing stance is so beautiful and fierce. I absolutely adore it. I want to give Mother a kiss. She truly embodies my ideal." She embraced Li Hanju, fulfilling her desire, and planted a kiss on her small face. Watching her daughter, enraptured and entranced, filled Fu Yuan with both joy and concern. How would it fare if her daughter judged others by their appearance in the future? Alas, those who are unattractive are unworthy of her daughter's gaze. "Mother, when did you learn martial arts? I've never seen you do it before." Li Zhao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chapter 49. A bewitching trap. When martial arts were mentioned, Fu Yuan's thoughts drifted back to before her marriage. She was not a native of the capital. In her childhood, she traveled extensively with her parents, visiting numerous places. Along the way, she encountered many extraordinary individuals and learned a variety of skills. The capital in her youth was turbulent, and during their business travels, they often faced bandits and refugees. To protect themselves, both she and her sister had practiced martial arts. However, after arriving in the capital, those skills became redundant. To better integrate into the elite circles and win Li Qingxiu's favor, she had put away her weapons and devoted herself to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After marriage, she focused on being a good wife and mother. If not for today, she might have almost forgotten the sensation of wielding a sword. Some matters are too lengthy to discuss, and this is not the right place to elaborate. Fu Yuan refrained from offering too many explanations and instead seized Li Zhao's ear. His face twisted in pain. Mother, I was wrong. It hurts. Mother, please don't blame my brother. We were just worried about you. See, we are fine now.
Li Jing explained to Fu Yuan.
Fu Yuan's expression was one of astonishment, believing that Li Jing's eyesight had improved. Upon learning it was only temporary, she felt regret but was resolute that they must find the person mentioned by her daughter tonight. The assassins were pursuing the divine doctor. And since they had followed them this far, their target must still be within the forest. Meanwhile, at another entrance of the bamboo grove, two figures with lanterns slowly entered the thicket. Master, the person you mentioned has indeed entered the bamboo grove. Why do we not wait at the entrance? He must come out eventually. The elderly figure in a black robe halted, a chilling aura surrounding him, making Mu Banxiang struggle to breathe. She quickly bowed her head in apology. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Master. Clutching her lantern tightly, she was filled with trepidation. During the day, she was unaware of what the Master had done to Li Qingxiu in the house. Yet, within a short span, his pulse had returned to normal. The Master then inquired about the jade pendant he had given her earlier. She learned from Li Qingxiu that the pendant had not been given to Li Hanju but had accidentally been shattered. She vaguely suspected that something had been tampered with in the pendant. Upon discovering this, the Master handed her a string of prayer beads to deliver to Li Qingxiu. Once inside the bamboo grove, they soon spotted the flickering lights of Li Hanju and her companions. The black-robed elder deduced their shared intentions and raised his hand to set a formation. Li Hanju nestled in Fu Yuan's embrace, contentedly sipping from a bottle. Strange. Why is the mist around us growing thicker? I can hardly see the way. Indeed, I have never heard of mist rising in the forest at midnight. Upon hearing the servant's murmurs, Li Hanju's eyes snapped open. Wait, this mist is not natural. It has been deliberately arranged as a bewitching trap. Could it be that someone is secretly watching us? With a single phrase, the entire group went on high alert. No, tonight. This divine doctor must belong to my elder brother. She raised her hand to form a seal, and a pattern shaped by a burp floated into the air, instantly dispelling the dense fog in the forest. The black-robed elder's expression changed dramatically as he felt the disturbance, his eyes now reflecting a deep wariness. To be able to break his formation in an instant, this person was certainly formidable. I shall wait here. You may proceed ahead, and you will surely meet that individual. Just bring him out. Chapter 50, which is the opportunity the Master spoke of. Mu Banxiang could only muster her courage and continue forward. Fortunately, the direction indicated by the black-robed elder was correct, and soon, she spotted two shadowy figures. You insolent brat, do you even know the value of respecting your elders? I found this first. It belongs to me, so let go.
Ha!
You just mentioned respect for elders, old man. So why don't you let go and allow the younger me to have it? First come, first served. This is my ancestor's grave. And there are so many other tombs nearby. You can dig your own. They were both there to excavate graves, yet they spoke of virtue. If you claim this is your ancestor, call out to him, and I would love to see if he responds. The elderly man, frail and ragged, appeared as if a gentle push would cause him to crumble, while the youth opposite him was equally disheveled, covered in dirt, as if he had just rolled in a mud pit. Mu Banxiang's gaze fell upon the elder, and she surmised that he was the opportunity the Master had mentioned. In their first encounter, she needed to make a good impression. Thus, she stepped forward and pointed at the youth, scolding, with such capable hands and feet, why do you stoop so low as to rob from an elder? How were you raised by your parents? You have no manners at all. Then, she turned to the elder with a respectful tone and bowed. Old sir, I would like to invite you as my guest, and I assure you of generous hospitality. I hope you will honor me with your presence. Both the elder and the youth were taken aback. At that moment, Li Hanju and her party arrived, coincidentally overhearing the exchange between the two.
Li Hanju immediately recognized Mu Banxiang.
That woman's aura seems somewhat familiar. Oh, I see. She's the mistress kept by that dog of a man in the outskirts of the city. Fu Yuan curiously gazed at the woman holding the lantern in the forest. Shrouded in darkness, the black cloak obscured her face. Wait, how did she end up here? Could it be she intends to steal our person? A wave of anxiety washed over Fu Yuan. She could not allow that to happen. Hastily, she stepped forward, uncertain of who the divine doctor was, and bowed to both individuals. My child suffers from an eye ailment. I beseech the divine doctor to lend your healing hands. The Duke of Yongda's household will offer substantial gratitude. Mu Banxiang was momentarily stunned to encounter Fu Yuan here. Remembering that her daughter's current plight was due to the woman before her, a flicker of hatred crossed her gaze. The opportunity the master spoke of was, in fact, the divine doctor. Realizing this, she became even more convinced that the old man was the person she sought. Old sir, as the saying goes, there must be a proper order to matters. Since you laid eyes on it first, it rightfully belongs to you. However, I have extended an invitation to you first, so I kindly request that you accompany me. Upon hearing that both parties sought his presence, the elder's demeanor instantly shifted to one of haughty superiority. Since you have all come to seek my assistance, I invite each of you to express your thoughts on the matter at hand. Who does this truly belong to? Following the old man's gaze, Li Hanju discovered a pure gold coin in his hand. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Fu Yuan swiftly removed 2 hairpins from her hair. This gold coin is difficult to divide. It would be more reasonable for me to claim it. How about each of you take a hairpin instead? The hairpins in Fu Yuan's possession were worth far more than several gold coins. Agreed. The old man readily accepted the proposal. The moment he obtained the hairpins, he relinquished the gold coin without a second thought, while the youth did not even glance at the hairpins in Fu Yuan's hand. Grabbing the gold coin, he turned and fled. Chapter 51. Mother must have realized it long ago. Seeing the situation turn against her, Mu Banxiang immediately produced her most precious jade bracelet. Old sir, my household possesses countless treasures. As long as you are willing to grace us with your presence, I shall procure whatever you desire. The old man had anticipated Fu Yuan to raise her offer, but was taken aback by her silence. Ultimately, he had no choice but to follow Mu Banxiang out, casting a discreet glance at Fu Yuan as he departed. For the sake of her son's health, she was so miserly that she would never be able to afford a doctor in her lifetime. After a lengthy silence, Fu Yuan turned to her 2 sons. Li Xiao and Li Jing stood frozen, seemingly devastated. If it weren't for the presence of servants nearby, Li Xiao would have embraced his sister, demanding answers. Was her heartfelt confession truly genuine? Their father, had he really been keeping another woman outside? Li Jing's heart was also tumultuous as he cautiously looked up at Fu Yuan. Does mother know about father's affairs? Su Lan expressed her concern. Madam, the divine healer has been taken away by someone else. What shall we do about the eldest son's eyes? Fu Yuan turned and walked outside. Let us exit the forest first. Among the individuals she had brought, many were Li Qingxiu's people. She could not allow them to discover that she had located the healer and intended to cure Jing'er's eye ailment. Fortunately, during her travels, she had come across a substance capable of temporarily erasing short-term memories and had procured a batch before leaving the city. The remaining few, along with the carriage, were left at the entrance of the purple bamboo forest. Observing her mother's calm demeanor, Li Hanju felt a flicker of suspicion. Mother must have realized long ago that the old man is not the healer. Li Xiao and Li Jing simultaneously looked at Fu Yuan. Mother, that old man is not the person we are searching for, is he? Indeed. Leaning against the carriage, Fu Yuan found the night chill biting as the few of them huddled together for warmth. Li Xiao, filled with surprise and curiosity, asked, Mother, how did you see through him? Li Jing was equally perplexed. If the old man was not the healer, could it be that the youth who appeared even younger than him was the one they sought? Fu Yuan did not respond, but instead turned her gaze to Xingxing, who was guarding outside the carriage. Young guard Xin, what are your thoughts? She sensed that this child had an extraordinary background. Earlier, she had refrained from detaining the elderly man, while everyone else had shown signs of anxiety and concern. Only he remained devoid of any emotion. Xingxing hesitated for a moment before sharing his thoughts. If he were a divine healer, he would not bicker over a mere coin. Unless this coin holds special significance, he would never relinquish it for mere riches. The old man had forsaken the gold coin for hairpins, while the youth sought only the coin, casting aside the hairpins. In that fleeting moment of decision, the truth became evident. Truly remarkable, young sir, your intellect is impressive. At that moment, Li Jing regarded Xingxing with newfound gravity. Such wisdom undoubtedly indicated an extraordinary origin. To keep such an individual close to his sister, was it a blessing or a curse? Mother, what shall we do now?
Wait.
That person will emerge eventually. We shall remain vigilant. Having eaten her fill, Li Hanju could hardly resist the urge to sleep, especially nestled in the fragrant warmth of her beautiful mother. As she drifted into unconsciousness, the image of the gold coin flashed in her mind, and suddenly, she was wide awake. Chapter 52. The divine healer has transformed into an infant. Regarding the divine healer, Li Hanju could only vaguely surmise the circumstances. The rumors surrounding this individual in the martial world were shrouded in mystery, and little was known. Descriptions of this person varied widely: man, woman, elderly, youth, each more fantastical than the last. It was said that their specialty lay in a transformative art that could alter one's appearance completely. With a single identity, they could embody many forms, resurrecting the dead or bringing the lifeless back to life, constituting the quintessence of a true divine healer. She could deduce that only this person could cure her brother's eyes, as there existed a delicate connection between them. Previously, she had pondered the nature of this bond, but now it became clear. The gold coin taken by the healer was no ordinary coin. It was a dinging coin, one that had been placed in the mouth of a corpse for 49 days. For individuals who had committed grave wrongs or met tragic ends, their families would insert a gold coin in the mouth of the deceased during burial to pacify their restless souls. This coin, steeped in the energy of death, would bring misfortune to an ordinary person upon contact, leading to a short life. Its only purpose for the living was to summon the spirits of those lacking a soul. As she contemplated this, just before dawn, a baby's wail pierced through the forest. All eyes swiftly turned to Li Hanju, only to realize the sound did not emanate from her, causing them to breathe a sigh of relief, albeit with widened eyes. If it wasn't the sister's cry, then whose could it be? The sound seemed to be emanating from deeper within the woods. How strange. What infant would be found in the forest at this hour? You all stay here. I will go check. Fu Yuan leapt from the carriage, hastily making her way into the bamboo grove. Before long she emerged, cradling an infant in her arms. The fabric swaddling the baby appeared somewhat familiar, and around its neck hung 3 gold coins. Until it has transformed 100 times, completely consumed by the energy of death, it shall become a corpse. In the carriage, everyone stared incredulously at the infant in Fu Yuan's arms, then glanced at Li Hanju, who was still in Shan Rongqing's embrace. What? The divine healer has turned into a baby? Unbeknownst to them, they could all hear Li Hanju's thoughts. Fu Yuan, holding the infant who bore a striking resemblance to Li Hanju, was utterly bewildered. How on earth was she to explain this? The divine healer cried out in anguish, while Li Hanju, tenderly offering a bottle, placed it in his mouth, and the little one instantly quieted down. In this vast world, the sister was paramount. Upon returning home, they laid the sleeping Li Hanju and the divine healer on the same bed. Surrounding the bedside, they formed a semicircle. Mother, this child. If anyone in the household asks, you shall say that he is an abandoned baby I found, and that we are raising him for the time being.
For now.
They could only wait for the little one to awaken, and then devise a plan. They did not shy away from the presence of the divine healer, and once dispersed, the infant opened his eyes. The vigilance and wariness in his gaze were anything but that of an ordinary child. Soon, a dark mist began to envelop him, and just as he was about to endure the torment of 100 ghosts once more, Li Hanju turned over in her sleep, her small hand landing on him, causing the chaotic dark mist to dissipate as if a mouse had encountered a cat. He stared, astonished, at this scene, the wariness dissipating from his eyes. Resolving that he must cling to the Li family at all costs, he would never leave. Chapter 53. Is there any news of the divine healer? It was uncertain how long the divine healer's infant state would last. That evening, after settling the outstanding payments, Li Qingxiu, now penniless, arrived at their doorstep. I heard that you and the child left the city yesterday. What pressing matter required such haste? Why did you not summon me to accompany you? The previous day, upon awakening at Xiang'er's home and learning that he had been haunted by unclean spirits, he had been filled with dread, unable to eat or sleep soundly. Fortunately, the string of prayer beads gifted by Xiang'er had brought him a peaceful night's rest. Fu Yuanji was fully aware that he had come to gather information, and she had long since prepared her explanation. He is an old friend of mine, passing through this area, and has entrusted me with his child temporarily.
Friend?
A flicker of doubt crossed Li Qingxiu's eyes. After so many years of marriage, his wife had long severed ties with former acquaintances. He had never heard of such a friend. Who is this person? I might know him. Why not wait until he finishes his business and invite him to our residence for a visit? You could catch up. Fu Yuan's expression remained indifferent. We shall see. He is a friend from my youth, someone my husband does not recognize. Li Qingxiu pondered for a moment, leaning in to glimpse the infant on the bed. The child bore an unfamiliar appearance, and he did not fully trust Fu Yuan's words. He resolved to send someone to investigate further. Last night, Li Xiao, Li Jing, and Li Hanju, along with her closest companion, Su Lan, had sent most of the guards out of the city. Such a significant undertaking could hardly be a trivial matter. Fu Yuan's temperament was such that she might be manipulated by someone with ulterior motives. If she were to attract serious trouble, it could spell disaster for the household. Has there been any news of that renowned physician lately? If there is, we must invite him to come, regardless of the circumstances. He sighed, lamenting, unfortunately. I too have dispatched people to keep an eye out, yet there have been no leads. This statement was clearly a test. Fu Yuan feigned a lack of interest. Renowned physicians are not easily found. Some matters must be left to fate. Besides, Jinger has been throwing tantrums, claiming he will not be treated. Even if we find someone, we must first secure his consent for treatment. Li Qingxiu felt a flicker of joy in his heart, but pretended to be deeply concerned. Do not worry, my lady. Every child has his own fortune. Even if Jinger's condition remains untreatable, our household will ensure he is well cared for.
Fu Yuan remained silent.
She was indeed capable of providing for Jinger for a lifetime, but she did not wish to see him in his current state of despair. After some idle chatter, Li Qingxiu prepared to reveal the true purpose of his visit. He had exhausted his funds and needed to procure a fitting gift for Xingxing. Recently, the household had hosted a full moon banquet, and he had taken a liking to several items gifted by the guests. My lady, my colleagues are organizing a gathering to appreciate some treasures, and they are keen to see a few items from our storeroom. Might you lend me the key to fetch them? In her efforts to pave the way for Li Qingxiu's career, Fu Yuan had always been quite generous in matters of business. Yet, at this moment, she was unwilling to play the fool. A gathering? How intriguing! My husband's career flourishes, thanks to the guidance of his colleagues. As for a few artifacts, feel free to take them. I shall fetch the key for you. As she rose to find the storeroom key, she suddenly smacked her forehead in irritation. Look at my memory. It seems to falter after childbirth. The storeroom key is lost, and has yet to be found. When is the gathering you mentioned? I will certainly find a way to locate it and deliver it to you before the event. Chapter 54. The calculation of beads. Recently, Li Qingxiu and the old matriarch had been repeatedly met with closed doors at Fu Yuan's residence. Upon hearing her claim of not having the storeroom key, their expressions instantly soured. He wanted to confront her, questioning whether she was reluctant to part with it, but seeing her genuine concern, the words stuck in his throat. As for the gathering, it had been a mere fabrication of his own making. Fu Yuan had never previously cared for the truth of such things. His mind was in a tumult, growing increasingly agitated. Perhaps the lady has overexerted herself during childbirth and is unwell. It might be best to rest and leave the household affairs to my mother. Just awakened, Li Hanju felt an urge to kick Li Qingxiu in the face. This calculation of beads is about to burst in my face. Hand it over to your mother so you can line your own pockets, is that it? How many characters does your mother know? Can she even read the accounts? Fu Yuan feigned a look of difficulty. I have considered this matter as well. But my husband knows that my mother is not familiar with these affairs. If someone were to deceive her, it could stir up old troubles. And that would not reflect well on your reputation. The two of them had been eyeing the key to the storeroom for quite some time. When she had given birth to their first son, they had taken the key from her under the pretext that she needed to rest. Yet, within 2 months, she was completely unaware of the dealings and gifts exchanged among the various households in the city, having inadvertently accepted expensive gifts while offering cheap ones in return. Thus, numerous misunderstandings and disputes had arisen. To tidy up the mess for the Li family, she had subsequently poured in a considerable amount of money. That incident had served as a lesson for the Li family. Eventually, she discovered that whatever she desired, all she needed to do was ask, and Fu Yuan would readily provide it. Hence, she no longer felt the need to be involved in managing the household, instead relishing in her newfound sense of entitlement. Seeing that he remained undeterred, Fu Yuan's demeanor turned cold. This time I have weakened my body from giving birth. Handing it over to my mother would lighten my load, and I would naturally be pleased. However, if another disturbance were to arise, I fear I may not be able to handle it as smoothly as I did before. Li Qingxiu indeed fell silent. Although he longed for wealth, his career was of paramount importance. Remembering that Fu Yuan had taken Su Lan out with her the day before, his expression shifted. Fu Yuan felt a twinge of wariness. Li Qingxiu seemed intent on placing more spies around her to monitor her movements. No need for that. I am not so delicate. The people I have now are sufficient. Li Qingxiu did not press further. After his departure, Fu Yuan sensed that he would soon make a move against those around her. Sure enough, within a few days, Su Lan was detained by the old matriarch's people. When Fu Yuan arrived, Su Lan had already been pinned to a bench, receiving lashes, her face drained of color. The old matriarch sat in the grand chair in the center of the courtyard, her face still bearing the remnants of a bruise. Yuana, you have arrived just in time. This maid has dirty hands and dared to steal from my room. As her mistress, you shall decide her final punishment. Su Lan lay weakly on the bench, struggling to open her eyes to look at Fu Yuan, her tone defiant. My lady, I did not steal anything. I am wronged. Chapter 55. I believe you did not steal. All the servants in the courtyard wore expressions of arrogance. As Fu Yuan observed the scene, her mind drifted back to the past when similar incidents had occurred with other maids. Upon her marriage, the household servants had largely been purchased from outside, and some had accompanied her from the Fu family. However, after her marriage, the maids around her continually found themselves embroiled in various troubles. To establish order within the household, the Li family had expelled all those who committed offenses. Although she had sensed something was amiss with those rule breakers, they had all committed infractions, with evidence readily available, leaving her no room for further inquiry. At that moment, gazing at the scattered jewels on the ground and Su Lan's bloodied back, how could she remain oblivious? They aimed to render her powerless and devoid of allies. Hearing Su Lan still daring to plead her innocence, the matron in charge of the punishment wore a cold expression, raising her hand to strike again. You wretched maid, caught in the act with stolen goods, and you still dare to argue that you are wronged? I see you will not shed a tear until you see the grave. Yet, her hand was intercepted by another. Fu Yuan's face was cold as she forcefully pushed the matron, causing her to stumble and fall. She approached Su Lan, speaking softly, Do not fear. I believe you did not steal anything. Li Qingxiu watched her actions with displeasure.
Yuan, what do you mean by that?
Do you also think I have wronged this maid? The Firefly Novel Network mother, since she is but a maid in my chambers, you ought not to resort to private punishment against her. Should this matter come to light, others will only accuse our Yongda Marquise of mistreating its servants and lacking moral integrity. The words struck Lady Li like a slap to the face. In the past, whenever a maid transgressed, she would simply summon someone to beat them before calling for the Fu courtyard. She had never uttered a word in defense, yet now, the maid dared to defy her. From your words, it seems I, as your wife, possess a flawed character, unworthy of disciplining a thieving servant? Lady Li had misunderstood. Her intentions were solely to protect the reputation of both you and my husband. Given that my husband is currently in a critical period of promotion and assessment, even the smallest misstep could be seized upon and used against him. It would be prudent for you to discuss with me how this servant stole. I shall deal with her according to the household rules. Lady Li cast a glance at the old maid on the floor, who, as if receiving a command from the heavens, hastily rose and shot a derisive look at Fu courtyard. I wonder how you usually manage your servants.
Today,
while the old lady was taking a stroll in the courtyard, she wished to tidy up the affairs of the house. Lacking sufficient hands, she summoned 2 from your courtyard, only to have this maid take advantage of the absence and attempt to pilfer the old lady's jewels. Thankfully, those in the courtyard were vigilant and apprehended her, recovering these treasures from her bosom. A pile of jewels lay scattered on the ground, their immense value captivating anyone who beheld them. You lie. Su Lan cried out in anguish, yet she persisted in rising, her gaze fixed fiercely upon the old maid. It was you who told me that the old lady instructed me to deliver these jewels to the mistress. I had not ventured far with them when you brazenly stopped me, insisting I had stolen. Fu Courtyard felt vexed. How had she not noticed this before? Instead, she had followed Lady Li's wishes, driving away those she trusted. You wretched servant still dare to argue. It was you who stole. The old maid pointed an accusatory finger at Su Lan. Fu Courtyard approached her, raising her hand without hesitation and delivering a resounding slap to her face. How I discipline my servants is not for a lowly slave like you to criticize. If you understand the rules, should I then seek your counsel on the household's regulations? Chapter 56. Caught red-handed, does the mistress wish to shield her? The slap left the old maid momentarily dazed. Fu Courtyard had always been dutiful to her mother-in-law, showing courtesy even to those in her courtyard, yet this had only emboldened the more insolent servants, who began to see themselves as half-masters of the marquise, forgetting their true station. Hearing Fu Courtyard's words, the old maid's complexion shifted from green to white, and she reluctantly lowered her head in apology. It was my lack of decorum. I spoke out of turn. I beseech you, madam, to be merciful and spare my life.
Fu Courtyard chuckled coldly.
She saw no sign of genuine contrition in the other. Your words are curious. When did I ever seek your life? Merely for a disrespectful remark. Would I resort to taking your life? That would be akin to treating human lives as mere grass. Before the old maid could exhale in relief, Fu Courtyard's tone shifted. Since you acknowledge your fault, you shall be punished according to the household rules. For your insolence, you shall receive 20 slaps. Let us begin. The old maid had merely pretended to be compliant, yet upon realizing Fu Courtyard truly intended to punish her, she cast a desperate glance toward Lady Li. Lady Li shouted, "Enough! Your maid has committed an offense and now seeks to assert dominance in my courtyard. Are you also intent on disciplining me?" Fu Courtyard blinked her innocent eyes. What words are you uttering, mother? This old wretch dares to disrespect me in my presence, showing contempt for authority. I had no inkling of how she schemed against you in my absence. With such a cunning servant by your side, how could I possibly feel at ease? Lady Li was nearly choking in rage. Having failed to steal from the storeroom, her people had been beaten by Fu Courtyard, and she still felt the pain in her body. She was scolding the old maid, yet felt the sting of shame on her own face. Very well. We shall address her matters later. How do you intend to punish the thieving maid? Mother, there must be a misunderstanding. The old maid's actions were disrespectful, and her words cannot be taken seriously. I trust my maid. She would never steal those items from the ground. Caught red-handed, madam. Do you intend to shield those in your courtyard? The old maid seemed to regain her confidence. I speak with reason. Mother, it would be wise to send someone to search the maid's quarters. Lady Li was uncertain of Fu Courtyard's intentions and casually summoned 2 individuals. The old maid nearly leapt for joy. Madam, this maid is indeed audacious. The stolen goods were found in her room. Now, what more can you say? Su Lan was filled with panic, fearing that this dirty water would indeed be splashed upon her. She hurriedly sought to explain, but Fu Courtyard pressed down on her shoulder, offering her a reassuring glance.
See?
I told you she wouldn't steal. Were they simply too dim-witted, or were the mistress's words too deranged for them to comprehend? Su Lan was equally bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Mother, the few pieces of jewelry they found cannot possibly compare to the treasures on the ground. Not only do they not compare, but any one of those items is worth more than the entire pile laid out before us. Lady Li begrudgingly conceded that the few items were indeed more valuable, yet this had nothing to do with theft. Of course it does. Those items were all given to Su Lan by me. If she were truly in need of money, she could simply sell one of them. Why would she risk coming to your courtyard to steal such items? Chapter 57. The Marquis's wife. Truly extravagant. Su Lan was taken aback, staring blankly at Fu Courtyard, tears suddenly welling in her eyes. Mistress, you truly believe in her. Indeed, the mistress treats her servants exceedingly well, providing for their every need. The mistress, filled with filial piety and respect for the old lady, would never dream of coveting the possessions of the old lady, even if it meant starving. Su Lan's words were delivered with righteous fervor. Anyone in possession of such wealth would not risk being discovered and expelled for pilfering from another, especially for items of little worth. The servants in Lady Li's courtyard gazed enviously at the few jewels that had been recovered, their eyes nearly ablaze with jealousy. To serve in the mistress's courtyard, were rewards this bountiful? In that instant, the entire courtyard was stirred, and they wished to gather their belongings and report to Fu Courtyard immediately. Lady Li pointed at Fu Courtyard, both enraged and pained. Are you saying you reward a servant with these jewels? Indeed. Fu Courtyard saw nothing amiss. Su Lan had once saved the life of the young lady and had remained loyal, thus these were a reward for her service. She would never resort to theft. At that moment, Lady Li felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known, she would have chosen even more expensive jewels, fearing damage to the ones she had selected. The old maid, too, felt a sense of panic. Everyone in the house knew the mistress was wealthy, yet none had imagined her wealth to be of such magnitude, bordering on the inhumane. Reflecting on how frugal the old lady had been with them, and contrasting it with the jewels Fu Courtyard bestowed upon the maid, she felt a deep sense of unfairness. Having all served in the same household, why should there be such a disparity in treatment? Seeing the changing expressions of those in the courtyard, Fu Courtyard realized her efforts at sowing discord had succeeded. She made it clear to them who was truly responsible for their wages. With Su Lan's private wealth being so substantial, there was naturally no reason for her to resort to theft. Fu Courtyard and Su Lan maintained that the old maid had intentionally framed them, and with no defense left, Lady Li had no choice but to concede. After receiving 20 slaps and 20 lashes, the old maid was ultimately spared by Lady Li. However, this incident had sown seeds of discontent throughout the household. The hearts of the servants began to waver, and the injuries she sustained were severe, affecting her bones, which could lead to a chronic condition, preventing her from standing for long periods in the future. Su Lan's eyes reddened. She wished to cry, but forced herself to hold back. Mistress, I am fine. Fu Yuan was aware that she was putting on a brave front. Rest assured, I will summon the finest doctor to ensure your wounds are healed, no matter the cost. The atmosphere in the residence was somber. Li Hanju noticed her mother's dismal mood and, upon learning of Su Lan's situation, kicked the small infant beside her in frustration. Unfortunately, her little legs lacked the strength to make an impact, and the nearby individuals remained unperturbed. Hey, wake up. Shen Rongqin entered with a warmed milk bottle and, upon seeing a naked man lying on the bed, swiftly drew his dagger and lunged towards the man's neck. Don't kill him. Why would you want to kill me? I'm a treasure. He glanced at his limbs and exclaimed, I've recovered. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered before Li Hanju's eyes, and before she could discern what it was, her vision was obscured by a pair of hands. Shen Rongqin's icy warning echoed in her ears. Hurry and get dressed, or I shall slay you. Chapter 58. Little one, are you the one speaking? A significant figure sat across from two small ones. So, you possess medical knowledge? Shen Rongqin's response was apathetic. The child gestured animatedly. No, did you not hear what I just said? I transformed from a tiny infant into my current form in an instant. Do you not have any questions? I do. Shen Rongqin adjusted his position, making Li Hanju more comfortable. What is your medical skill level? The child's unexpected demeanor left him perplexed. Had he been away from the capital for so long that he failed to notice the shifting currents of thought? Was the transformation from infant to man a commonplace occurrence here? Very well, follow me, Shen Rongqin instructed, leading him to Su Lan's chamber. Draping him in Fu Yuan's old garments, he scrutinized Li Hanju, realizing that he needed to remain in the residence until he understood why his curse dissipated upon encountering this little girl. 6 months would surely suffice. Li Hanju saw through his deception. You charlatan, are you hoping to freeload in my home? Just throw him out. It seems your medical skills are lacking. We must have erred in our choice. I shall have someone escort you out, Shen Rongqin replied coldly. 14 days, if you cannot demonstrate any competence. How can you dare to call yourself a divine physician? Upon hearing Li Hanju's thoughts, Shen Rongqin altered his tone. In 14 days, if you fail to heal him, we will seek someone more capable. Little one, you can hear my thoughts, cannot you? Li Hanju's eyes widened in astonishment. You can hear my inner voice? Then tell me, How did you break the curse afflicting me? Since succumbing to that curse, he had adopted countless identities, never once as his true self. And he could barely recall his own appearance. Shen Rongqing's expression shifted. He had always believed himself unique in hearing her thoughts, yet it seemed others could as well. Li Hanju felt a surge of joy. If he could hear her thoughts, she now possessed leverage over him. Let us set this matter aside for now. Focus on providing Su Lan with a prescription, then accompany me to see the next patient. Upon learning that the divine physician had returned to normalcy, Fu Yuan and Li Xiao rushed to Li Jing's quarters. Li Jing, with a layer of gauze over his eyes, tensed at the prospect of being treated. Chapter 59. Poisoned for a decade, how is it? Can Xingxing's eyes be cured?
Fu Yuan inquired anxiously, squeezing Li Xiao's shoulder.
Li Xiao winced but remained silent, fearful of inadvertently aggravating his own injury. What did the previous doctor say about his eyes? When I was kidnapped by mountain bandits, I suffered a blow to my head. The previous doctors could not identify the cause of my affliction and merely prescribed some medicine. Why are you looking at me? Rest assured, everyone in this room is trustworthy. Speak freely. Very well, I shall be direct. There is indeed a blockage in his head that has led to his blindness. However, I have also discovered a toxin within his body. A toxin?
Li Jing exclaimed.
Yes, this toxin has been lurking in your system for 10 years. Consider whether you have ever inexplicably fainted, as if falling asleep, only to awaken feeling perfectly fine. Yes, my elder brother once fainted during a soccer match at the academy. Yet the doctor merely attributed it to exhaustion. Due to this mishap, the academy lost the match, and many sought to blame him. The last incident occurred 6 months ago. Indeed, this toxin originates from a flower known as the dream flower, which is entirely toxic. Even a small amount can induce a coma, and prolonged exposure lengthens the duration of unconsciousness until one remains trapped in a dream forever. Is there an antidote? Fu Yuan's heart trembled. 10 years of poisoning. And she had only just learned of it. There is a remedy, but it requires a plant known as awakening grass, which grows beside the dream flower. However, the dream flower is already rare, and the awakening grass is even more elusive. I have only heard of it but have never seen it, so I cannot vouch for its existence. Awakening grass? My skills are limited to dealing with spirits. I fear I cannot assist my brother. Do not worry. The poison is not yet severe. You can take your time to seek the herbs. I will treat his eyes first. I assure you that within 3 days, he will see a glimmer of light, and in less than half a month, I will fully restore his vision. The primary issue within Li Jing was the stagnant poison. Removing it would facilitate his recovery. Li Hanju, spinning her large, dark eyes, feigned ignorance. Until he had cured her brother and Su Lan, she would not reveal a single word. Upon learning that Li Jing's eyesight had a chance to improve, Fu Yuan promptly announced to her merchant caravan a reward of 1,000 gold for the medicine. Chapter 60. You have a profitable cousin. She had initially believed this to be an ordinary world, but if demons roamed and curses existed, then the potential for her to thrive was vast. Lady Li feigned illness, deliberately making things difficult for Fu Yuan, compelling her to tend to her during her convalescence. Fu Yuan attended twice, yet Lady Li continued to bark orders at her, attempting to vent her frustration. Unfortunately for her, Fu Yuan not only refused to take the bait, but also advised her to rest more and speak less due to her illness. After 2 days, Fu Yuan endured little hardship, while Lady Li grew increasingly irate. When Li Qingxiu came to visit, she could no longer contain herself and began to complain. I see she is becoming increasingly dismissive of me, thinking that having birthed 2 sons means she can do as she pleases. She should consider the character of her 2 sons. One is blind and reclusive, the other rebellious and missing. What grounds does she have to be so arrogant? I believe we should not wait any longer, lest the night be long and dreams numerous. Let us hasten to remove her, allowing Xingxing to enter, so we can live peacefully. Such good fortune, yet she does not think to honor me, her mother-in-law. Clearly, she does not regard herself highly. Xingxing is much better, obedient and filial. Upon learning of her illness, she even prepared medicinal dishes to bring her. Has Fu Yuan ever cooked for herself? Li Qingxiu's expression darkened. His title as Marquis was granted through Fu Yuan's plea to the emperor, a mere fade devoid of real power. Beyond its pleasant sound, it held no weight. He was now merely a minor official in the Bureau of Justice, having barely managed to secure a promotion. Lately, he had noticed that those who once sought his favor had begun to avoid him, and their words had grown distant. In pursuit of advancement, he had even reduced his visits to Xingxing. Mother, this matter must be approached gradually. Haste will not yield results. Initially, he had intended to harm Li Hanju, fabricating a fade of sorrow over Li Shi's demise, but that stubborn girl was remarkably resilient. His attempts had repeatedly failed, akin to encountering a ghost. The lives of those subservient souls are dictated by Li Shi. She desires their fates to unfold as she wishes. However, her trepidation regarding Fu Yuan lingers, preventing her from acting directly against her. Do you recall the cousin I mentioned previously?
Do cô xin, gu ô quan.
Has recently embarked on a business venture and amassed a considerable fortune, even purchasing a residence in the capital. He wishes to pay me a visit, and I perceive this as a fortuitous opportunity. He has connections, and you possess influence. If you two were to meet and converse, I believe that should it flourish, your earnings could rival those of Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan, who spends her days poring over account books and seldom ventures out, has managed to accumulate such wealth. Imagine the fortune that would flow in if her son took action. Yet, Li Qingxiu harbored no desire to engage with the cousin Li Shi spoke of. Mother, I am a scholar and a marquis. Must you insist that I consort with merchants of lowly status? Would that not tarnish my dignity? The wealth they acquire is often through dubious means. I would rather not be ensnared in their traps.
Li Shi,
fully aware of her son's lofty ambitions and that her decisions were immutable. Very well, I shall refrain from further discussion. Consider it as if you have not heard. After Li Qingxiu departed, Li Shi nonetheless had a confidant relay a message to Guoquan. In business, what is so difficult? Once she amassed a fortune, Fu Yuan's meager dowry would hardly interest her. Chapter 61. The old woman is bound for misfortune. Li Shi was entirely consumed by dreams of sudden wealth and had little regard for the merchant's title. As long as her dealings remained undisclosed, she cared not from whence her riches derived. The following day, she summoned Guoquan to her home. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Shi eagerly inquired about his business ventures. Guoquan recounted his dealings in importing and reselling various raw materials, jewels, and antiques, casually mentioning profitable transactions. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with interest. I possess unique supply channels and am currently collaborating with the Zhenbao Pavilion, yielding substantial profits. Once I stabilize my clientele here, I shall open my own jewelry store. In due time, the nobility of the city will come to recognize my products. With a little promotion and attractive discounts, Zhenbao Pavilion will be forced to close its doors, and the entire business landscape of the capital shall be mine. Do you truly believe you can surpass Zhenbao Pavilion, an establishment with decades of history? You are unaware, I have employed this strategy to dismantle numerous century-old shops back in my hometown. Otherwise, how could I have secured a luxury residence in the capital in just 6 months? Are your suppliers reliable? Li Shi could hardly contain her excitement. Although the marquisate afforded her a comfortable life, who would ever disdain additional wealth? Furthermore, that money belonged to Fu Yuan, not to her. From her son's words, Fu Yuan was unlikely to meet her demise soon. She needed to prepare for the future. Absolutely reliable. I shall let you in on a secret. My supplier has extended his business beyond borders. He discreetly gauged Li Shi's expression, hastily formulating a plan in his mind. You have watched me grow. You know my past. I was fortunate to encounter this group of people, providing me with an opportunity to change my fate. He rose and bowed to Li Shi. In my youth, I often went hungry, and you shared half-a-steamed bun with me. I have always remembered your kindness. My visit today is to repay that debt. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me.
Li Shi,
enchanted by his words of gratitude, momentarily lost her bearings, even forgetting the so-called bun incident. Nonetheless, when it came time to provide financial support, she remained cautious, offering only 100 taels, ensuring he brought her along. Guoquan remained enthusiastic, promising her great profits. The news of Li Shi's cousin, the affluent merchant, swiftly spread throughout the estate. Is this the wealthy cousin the old woman speaks of? His countenance is deceitful, his fortunes troubled. He is destined for a life of poverty. never able to amass true wealth. How can he be a merchant? He cradled Li Hanju, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Little ancestor, I never anticipated you could read faces. Is the old woman in for a rude awakening? Li Hanju began to count on her fingers, sighing. While it may not be a complete disaster, she is poised to incur significant losses. All her money belongs to Mother. She must not allow that Guoquan to deceive her. Quickly, take me to find Mother and reveal this truth. Chapter 62. True Wealth. She earned 4,000 taels upon hearing this. Fu Yuan exhibited little reaction. Should she find someone to expose her cousin's true nature before the old woman? After all, it was Fu Yuan's money being swindled. She could not simply stand by and watch her fortune vanish. Thank you for the warning. However, I have a plan in mind. She had likely already devised a strategy. He chose to remain uninvolved, preferring to observe the unfolding drama. After all, 100 taels was a sum Guoquan would likely overlook. Li Shi anxiously awaited Guoquan's return, and when he finally arrived, he presented her with the initial 100 taels she had given him as a deposit. My business has flourished remarkably, yielding considerable profits. Please accept this dividend. She quickly scanned the sum, estimating it to be around 500 or 600 taels, leaving her astounded. Is this truly the profit generated from my capital? Such a sum is extraordinary. In merely 2 days, her investment multiplied 5 or 6-fold. The potential profits from this enterprise were staggering. You are my elder. Would I deceive you? This is your earnings, and my investment was greater than yours. I could acquire another residence in the city with these profits. Upon seeing the genuine silver, Li Shi's doubts evaporated. After conversing further, she learned of his new business opportunity and eagerly withdrew 3,000 taels of her liquid assets to invest. Good cousin, lead me in business once we profit. I shall have your cousin personally host a banquet for you at the tavern. A marquis's invitation to dine was a tremendous favor for a merchant. Guoquan expressed immense gratitude, taking Li Shi's investment out of the estate. That evening, she could not contain her excitement and rushed to share the good news with Li Qingxiu, hoping he would also contribute. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu erupted in fury. A couple of days later, Guoquan returned, this time bringing doubled profits, an astounding 6,000 taels. In less than half a month, she had earned 3,600 taels. Li Shi was overjoyed, her face radiating with delight. It appears that conducting business is not so difficult after all. The glimmering silver left her nearly blinded by its brilliance. After delivering the money, Guoquan ceased to mention further business collaborations. As he prepared to leave, Li Shi could not resist inquiring. Having collaborated twice, I now fully comprehend your capabilities. Should another lucrative opportunity arise, you must keep me in the loop. Chapter 63. No. I must not inform the Marquis. Guoquan feigned a troubled expression. I have heard that the Marquis disapproves of your association with me. Ultimately, I am merely a merchant and cannot afford to offend someone of his stature. Perhaps it is best to cease our dealings. Li Shi was taken aback. How had this rumor reached his ears? Her son, in his ignorance, failed to recognize the advantages of their profitable endeavors. While she clearly understood the value of easy money that required no effort on her part, why not seize the opportunity? Let us hope so. Li Shi studied his expression, fearing he might harbor resentment regarding Li Qingxiu and would no longer involve her in business. She hastily reassured him that he was independent, while they were separate. He must not forget her. At this, Guoquan hesitated before speaking. In fact, I currently possess a significant business opportunity that, if executed well, could yield profits exceeding tenfold. As he spoke halfway, he abruptly changed his tone, declaring that the business was likely too risky for her to undertake. Never mind. I shall seek you out next time for another opportunity. Li's interest had already been piqued. How could she let him leave just like that? Wait. What business are you referring to? I am the mother of the Marquis. What venture is there that I would hesitate to pursue? This particular business is indeed not suited for you. Perhaps it would be best to wait for another occasion. The more he declined, the stronger Li's curiosity grew. His repeated refusals only ignited her competitive spirit. If you do not disclose it to me today, I shall not let you leave. I refuse to believe there is anything I cannot undertake. Only then did Guoquan lower his voice and, with an air of mystery, whisper a few words in her ear. Li was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she contemplated this lucrative venture. It was indeed a remarkably profitable opportunity. Unlike previous dealings, I have consulted with friends, and with our current liquid assets, we still require around 100,000 to proceed. This enterprise cannot involve too many participants and must remain discreet. Hence, we are considering bringing in 1 or 2 more individuals. For you, the investment is rather substantial. Just treat it as an interesting tale, and I shall take my leave. After Guoquan departed, Li found herself unable to eat or drink. An investment of 100,000 was no small sum. All her assets combined did not reach that amount. Yet, the business he spoke of was undeniably enticing, and she was unwilling to let such a fine opportunity slip away to others. After 2 days of contemplation, Li dispatched someone to investigate Guoquan's business dealings in the capital, learning that his ventures were thriving, with countless individuals vying for his favor daily. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, fearing that a golden opportunity might be snatched away by someone else. After a day of restless waiting, she could no longer resist and summoned him again, gathering all her wealth and even selling her jewelry to amass 50,000 taels of silver. "Madam, is that young master truly reliable? This is 50,000 taels. Perhaps you should inform the Marquis." "No, this matter must be kept from the Marquis. I cannot allow him to ruin my good fortune." Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to have Guoquan include her in this venture. To ease her mind, Guoquan, upon entering the estate, left her with the deeds to 2 properties in the capital, valued at 20,000 taels combined. With newfound assurance, Li's worries dissipated, and she began to anticipate the profits from this business, her appetite returning as she often awoke from dreams with a smile. Chapter 64. Madam, the matter has been settled. Every move in Li's courtyard was closely observed by Li Hanju and Fu Yuan. Watching Li become increasingly ensnared and step deeper into a trap brought Li Hanju considerable delight. The other party was an eager learner. Upon discovering Li Hanju's capabilities, they insisted on learning divination from her daily. After Guoquan left the Marquis's residence, Fu Yuan discreetly followed him in a carriage. Eager to leave the city with the money, Guoquan was intercepted by a group of individuals outside an inn. "Is that not Bosqua? I had arranged to meet you several days ago, yet here we are by chance. Fate has brought us together. Come, come. I have reserved a table upstairs for us to enjoy a drink and for you to enlighten me on the nuances of business." To cultivate his identity as a wealthy merchant, Guoquan had invested significantly in marketing, leading many unsuspecting individuals to believe he was a prosperous tycoon. "Unfortunately, I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us convene another day." "Pressing matters? What a pity! I procured the finest Baihua liquor of the capital, and was hoping to share a glass with you. Safe travels, Bosqua." As the group turned to ascend, Guoquan, plagued by suspicion, felt his defenses lower. A lover of fine spirits, he had sought the capital's Baihua liquor through many connections without success. Missing this opportunity would surely become a regretful chapter in his life. His tolerance for alcohol was remarkable, and he thought it prudent to enjoy a few drinks before departing. "Wait, since you are so sincerely inviting, I shall join you for a drink." The group turned and escorted him upstairs. Upon entering the room, Guoquan was suddenly struck from behind, darkness enveloping him as he crumpled to the ground. One of the assailants knocked on the door of the adjacent room. "Madam, the task is complete." A woman cloaked in black entered the room, distributing silver notes among the group. "Rest assured, madam, we are honorable individuals. We will not speak of what should remain unsaid, nor remember anything after we leave this door." The group fled with the money, while the woman knelt beside Guoquan, searching his person and quickly extracting all the silver notes he possessed. Casually tucking them away, she departed the inn without a care. "I bet a piece of mung bean cake that woman was your mother. I am not blind. It is evident. Take me into that room." "The money, your mother must have taken it all. What do you intend to accomplish?" Li Hanju's eyes glinted with warning. "Your words are a bit too revealing." Observing the unconscious Guoquan on the floor, Li Hanju swiftly chanted a series of incantations, a golden array unfurling from her being and enveloping the entire inn. In the next moment, it transformed into beams of golden light, merging into every individual present. Chapter 65. Stealing his money, yet making him pay for drinks. Within the inn, Every patron who had previously encountered the group instantly forgot their faces, retaining only vague outlines. Where is this? How did I end up here?
Lianzhu.
With a calm demeanor, began to weave a tale. You mentioned that the roasted chicken here is exceptionally delicious, so I brought you out to try it. I do not appear to be the type who would travel such a distance for a mere roasted chicken. Perhaps your self-perception is flawed. Whether I can eat is inconsequential. What matters is your constant thoughtfulness toward me. Could he have been possessed by some other foul entity? How could he have no recollection of how he arrived? Shortly after their departure, the unconscious Guoquan awoke in the private room. Rubbing the ache at the back of his head, he vaguely recalled the events before losing consciousness. He remembered being drawn into drink, enticed by promises of fine Baiwa liquor. He froze. He hadn't even had a sip yet, and he was knocked out upon entering. In the next moment, he swiftly searched his person, finding not a single coin. Turning back, he found no sign of anyone else in the room. His expression darkened, and he burst out of the private room, shouting, "Waiter, someone!" The waiter, hearing the commotion, rushed upstairs, thinking Guoquan wished to settle his bill, only to be seized by Guoquan by the collar. "I demand to know where those individuals who ascended with me have gone." The waiter, bewildered, replied, "Are you referring to those friends of yours? They were with you in the private room drinking, were they not?" "Drinking? There is no one in the private room." The waiter's face changed as he entered to find the room completely empty. When had they left, and why could he not recall a thing?
Speak.
"Were you in cahoots with them to steal my money?" Realizing Guoquan was now without funds, the waiter recognized this was a potential troublemaker. The inn's prices were steep, and if he let him go, it would cost him a month's wages. "Sir, I assure you I do not know those individuals. However, since you seem to have formed a bond with them, why not cover today's meal on their behalf?" "Who said they are my friends? I do not know them." The waiter's expression shifted. "Are you implying you wish to dine and dash?" "Someone, we have a troublemaker here." "Someone, we have a diner attempting to skip out on their bill." The inn was bustling with patrons, and occasionally, unruly individuals would cause a scene. The establishment had long been prepared with 2 bouncers, who, upon hearing the waiter's call, emerged from the shadows, cracking their knuckles as they approached Guoquan. The 2 were formidable, each capable of delivering a devastating blow. Guoquan's face went pale with fear, his stomach churning as if he had swallowed a fly. Not only had that gang of thieves stolen his silver notes, but they had also left without paying for their food and drinks. If he ever caught them, he would ensure they suffered 1,000 deaths. Chapter 66. A smile from mother, and the maid weeps. Fortunately, Guoquan was accustomed to presenting himself well, and his attire was of considerable value. Just as the thugs at the tavern were about to make their move, the staff recognized the fine fabric he wore and immediately ordered his clothes to be stripped from him, along with his shoes, and he was unceremoniously expelled from the establishment. With disheveled hair, Guoquan was thrown out into the frigid wind, trembling. His fortune, amounting to tens of thousands of taels, had vanished without a trace. Even if he were to reveal the truth to Li Shi now, she would never believe him. Regardless, he could no longer remain in the capital. What had initially been a plan to abscond with a fortune now led Guoquan to pack his belongings in shame and rent a donkey cart to flee the city under cover of night. The method of dealing with Guoquan was simple and brutal. He was knocked unconscious and robbed. Fu Yuan devised a cunning plan, crafting another trap tailored for him. She arranged for someone to impersonate a relative of Li Qingxiu's superior and created the perfect opportunity for Li Qingxiu to forge a connection. Eager for promotion, Li Qingxiu showered gifts upon his supposed benefactor, who manipulated him expertly, and Li Qingxiu willingly relinquished all his wealth. After extracting a considerable sum from him, the true identity of the con artist was revealed, and Li Qingxiu realized he had been duped, yet by then, the fraudster had already vanished without a trace. After 2 successful schemes, Fu Yuan found her hands weary from counting the money. The news of Guoquan's flight with the funds soon reached Li Shi. Initially skeptical, she sent people to investigate, only to discover that he had committed a crime back in his hometown and had already been arrested. Li Shi's fury caused her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Just as her health had begun to improve, she was once again bedridden with rage. Both mother and son had been deceived out of a fortune, casting a pall of gloom over their household. Fu Yuan, hidden away in her room, secretly reveled in her good fortune, unable to sleep through the night from laughter. After being startled awake for the 19th time by Fu Yuan's laughter, Li Hanju could not help but mutter under her breath, "Oh dear, could you please temper your laughter? It's rather unsettling at this hour." The maid in the next courtyard thinks our house is haunted and is crying under her covers. Fu Yuan's laughter abruptly ceased. Was her mirth truly so frightening? There was nothing to be done. She had stealthily observed the woeful expressions of the two, as if their entire family had perished and they were stricken with grave illness, which brought her immense joy. "Mother, do not celebrate too soon. I calculated that the misfortune surrounding that scoundrel has dissipated, and his days of bad luck will not last long, especially with a chosen one by his side. Tomorrow, that concubine will encounter a benefactor and seize a great opportunity.
Earning a substantial sum.
It seems this business was snatched from your very hands."
What?
Snatched from her hands? Fu Yuan's smile vanished instantly. Those who competed with her for wealth were no different from those who took a baby's bottle from a child. No one could take away the money meant for her daughter's milk. Quickly regaining her composure, Fu Yuan nestled into her bedding, quietly covering herself. A good night's sleep would restore her energy. Tomorrow would be a day of triumph. Chapter 67. A candied hawthorn takes a child away. Based on the information she gathered from Li Hanju, Fu Yuan rose early the next day, summoned her maids to assist in her dressing, and set out in a carriage. She purchased a ticket to the theater, securing the finest seats, and entered to watch the performance. Those around her were perplexed. "Madam, if you wish to see a play, why not invite the troupe to our estate? With your status, why endure the hustle and bustle of a public theater?" Fu Yuan leisurely sipped her tea. "You do not understand. The excitement of theater lies in the crowd. There is no need for you to wait on me. I have reserved an additional seat nearby. You may all go enjoy the performance over there." The maids exchanged glances, their smiles nearly bursting forth. "Thank you, madam. We shall remain close by. If you require anything, just call for us." Meanwhile, in an adjacent box, Li Qingxiu, preparing to open the window for some fresh air, froze upon seeing the figure seated across from him. With a sharp clap, he shut the window again. Mu Banxiang, seated opposite him, looked on in confusion. "Husband, do you not wish to watch the performance? Why close the window?" Li Qingxiu's complexion shifted as he realized Fu Yuan was present. Mu Banxiang paused, a flicker of unease flashing in her eyes. Hadn't she always avoided going out to see plays? How could she suddenly appear here? The members of the Fu family were all formidable adversaries. If she exposed herself to the light of day now, not only would she fail to gain a legitimate identity, but her life might also be at risk. Until she had eliminated Fu Yuan and her child, she could not allow herself or her daughter to fall into danger. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became, her face growing paler. "Husband, do you think she knows we are here and has come to confront us?" Li Qingxiu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, whispering comfort. "I doubt she knows we are here. Let us remain calm and observe the situation." Although he had only caught a glimpse, he sensed that Fu Yuan was not there to confront him. It was likely just a coincidence. As the first half of the performance concluded for intermission, Fu Yuan, from her elevated vantage point, surveyed the entire theater when she suddenly noticed an inconspicuous scene. A 5- or 6-year-old girl was being handed a candied hawthorn by an adult figure, leading her toward a secluded corner. "You all, follow me,"
Fu Yuan commanded.
And her tea-serving attendants quickly fell in line behind her. At the opposite staircase of the theater, Mu Banxiang was attempting to sneak away, with Li Qingxiu heading downwards. Fu Yuan and her entourage swiftly pursued the direction in which the little girl had disappeared. In the back courtyard, a man had just tied up the unconscious girl, stuffing her mouth to silence her, and was about to carry her off when he noticed Fu Yuan and her group approaching. "Seize him," she ordered, and as he turned to flee, Fu Yuan's people apprehended him on the spot. "Call the authorities." Fu Yuan approached the little girl, loosening her bindings and pinching her acupressure point until the child awoke. As the girl regained consciousness and saw Fu Yuan surrounded by others, she recalled being enchanted by the candied hawthorn and fainting. Suddenly frightened, she burst into tears. "Lian Lian, Lian Lian, where are you?" At that moment, the girl's frantic parents rushed in like mad, embracing her tightly. All is well now. After a few comforting words, they learned from the surrounding discussions that their daughter had nearly fallen victim to a human trafficker. Filled with dread, they gripped the child's hand and scolded her sharply. "You little rascal. I told you to stay put. In the blink of an eye, you vanished. Do you think I lack food or drink for you? A single candied hawthorn lured you away? All your cleverness is wasted on me, isn't it? I might as well beat you to death and have another child who will listen." Chapter 68. Can you offer guidance? The little girl, dodging her mother's reprimands, cried out in distress. Ultimately, realizing she could not escape, she clutched her father's pant leg, pleading for rescue. "Father, I was wrong. I want to run off again."
Wah.
The man picked up his daughter, helplessly stopping his wife. After her outburst, the woman finally paused to catch her breath. "Thank you, madam, for saving my daughter. I can never repay your kindness. If you have the time, I would like to invite you to my home." Fu Yuan gazed at the family of 3 before her, momentarily deducing that they were the significant opportunity her daughter had mentioned would arise today. Her peripheral vision swept across the crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Catching sight of Mu Banxiang and Li Qingxiu, who had yet to depart, the two seemed to sense her gaze, hastily averting their eyes and retreating behind the door. A cold smirk curled on her lips. This opportunity was hers for the taking. It was merely a matter of locating the child. Fu Yuan declined their invitation to visit. Yet the couple, brimming with enthusiasm, engaged her in conversation. She learned that they were named Heyun, newcomers from the northwest, intending to delve into the fur trade in the capital. Upon discovering that Fu Yuan was also a skilled businesswoman, they eagerly sought her insights into conducting business in the city. As spring waned into early summer, the fur trade might soon prove challenging. The couple appeared robust and hearty, their voices resonant, exuding the aura of honest merchants. While Fu Yuan couldn't fathom why this couple was linked to Mu Banxiang's fortune, she patiently engaged in conversation with them, determined that even if collaboration was unattainable, she must prevent any alliance with the outsider. The lady expressed her thoughts, stating that prior to their arrival in the capital, they had considered seasonal trade, selling furs in winter and fruits in summer. Yet, as newcomers, they were uncertain about the fruit market's viability, prompting them to seek her guidance. Realizing their intention to build rapport, Fu Yuan recognized that seasoned merchants wouldn't simply plunge into business without market research. The mention of their fruit trade piqued her interest. The capital boasted a wealth of affluent patrons with an insatiable appetite for fruits. Given the intricate cultivation requirements and scarcity of quality produce, the prices remained exorbitantly high. Nonetheless, as soon as word spread of available fruits, they would swiftly sell out. "You have chosen a profitable venture in the capital," she remarked, "and I wish you abundant success in your endeavors." Heyun had her own suppliers. After transportation costs, the profit margins remained substantial. Their conversation flourished, and Fu Yuan's life-saving assistance to Lian endeared her to Heyun, who was eager to forge a sisterly bond with her. After parting ways, Heyun discreetly sent inquiries to ascertain Fu Yuan's background and her reputation in the capital. After deliberating, the couple resolved to include Fu Yuan in their business pursuits as a gesture of gratitude. Accepting the silver offered to her was only natural. With her connections and resources combined with Heyun's fruits, a partnership promised to be immensely fruitful. Chapter 69. Is the lady trying to drive you away? After Fu Yuan and Heyun departed from the theater, Mu Banxiang's gaze lingered on their retreating figures, a flicker of resentment dancing in her eyes. She couldn't fathom that Fu Yuan's appearance at the theater was merely a whim. She had descended the stairs moments ago. Had it not been for Fu Yuan's timely intervention, she might have been the one to rescue that young girl. Before leaving, the master in the black robe had advised her to perform acts of kindness today. Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, she felt a nagging certainty that she was destined to save that girl. Memories of the events that transpired in the bamboo grove that night resurfaced in her mind. It had been a fateful encounter at the mass grave, where she had unleashed her fury and expelled those who dared to disturb the dead. If these occurrences were mere coincidences, then the world was rife with them. Could it be that a sage was watching over Fu Yuan? What was she thinking? The crowd had dispersed. It seemed evident that her presence today was not directed at them. "Never mind, my dear husband. I heard that the treasure pavilion has unveiled new jewels today. Shall we go take a look?" Li Qingxiu's eyes darted away. He was currently penniless, and the owner of the treasure pavilion recognized Fu Yuan. Their simultaneous appearance might stir gossip. Xiang'er knows that you care for me the most, she cooed, and they exchanged affectionate banter. Upon returning home, Li Qingxiu noticed the commotion in the courtyard. It appeared that items were being moved and cleared away. As he approached his own yard, he was met with a line of kneeling servants. "Lord, you must stand up for us," they cried, eager to voice their grievances. Li Qingxiu frowned as he observed the bundles they carried. "What is the meaning of this? The lady intends to expel us from the estate. We have served in the Ho residence for many years. Apart from this place, we have nowhere else to go. Yet the lady is driving us out now. Is she not seeking our demise? You say the lady wishes to rid herself of you?" Li Qingxiu surveyed the group. 10 individuals, 5 from Fu Yuan's household, 3 from his own, and 2 from his mother's. Feeling overlooked, he stormed into Fu Yuan's chamber. Though he donned a facade of congeniality as he stepped through the threshold. "Madam, upon my arrival, I noticed several servants packing their belongings. Upon inquiry, I learned that you mean to dismiss them. Have they committed any wrongdoing?" The servants employed in the estate were handpicked by him and his mother. Fu Yuan's sudden decision to expel them compelled him to be wary. "They have done no wrong, hence I have provided them with severance pay," she replied. "If they have done no wrong, why the need to expel them?" Chapter 70. The pit they dug. Fu Yuan, after marrying, had grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle. Li Qingxiu had become extravagant, spending money as if it were water. The servants in the Yongda Ho residence outnumbered those in other estates, and the expenses were exceedingly extravagant. Is the lady upset with my recent expenditures? In the world of politics, favors often come at a cost, and I admit my spending has increased. Yet for the future of our household, every penny is worth it. I shall ensure you receive a title, making you the most illustrious woman in the capital. He spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his performance so convincing that Fu Yuan could not discern his deceit beneath his charming facade. In her days, Fu Yuan pondered. Had she not heard her daughter's innermost thoughts revealing the facade beneath his skin? Would she have been deceived by Li Qingxiu's apparent devotion? To the end, would she remain oblivious to the hypocrisy of her closest companion? Contemplating her fate and the ruthlessness of the man before her, even the last vestiges of warmth in her heart turned rancid and decayed. "You misunderstand. This matter does not concern you. I am dismissing those individuals because the household has no need for so many servants." Furthermore, she hesitated, prompting Li Qingxiu to press for more information. "The accounts from the shops and within the estate have just arrived. Take a look." Having resolved to transfer assets, the contents of these accounts had to be presented favorably. She intended to stir trouble and exacerbate conflicts. Those individuals had been unscrupulous from the start, and under her design, they grew increasingly greedy, digging a deeper hole for themselves. With their involvement, creating a facade of debt became exceedingly simple. After perusing only a couple of ledgers, Li Qingxiu's expression darkened. "These individuals were all recommended by my mother?" Fu Yuan sighed. Yes, she claimed they were relatives who could offer assistance. "Even though they may act imperiously due to their connections, I felt it unwise to voice my objections, especially since they have created such a significant deficit." Li Qingxiu had long viewed the funds in Fu Yuan's shop as his own. Having relatives working in the shop, he never questioned their operations as long as they paid. However, upon inspecting the 2 ledgers, he discovered that instead of generating profit, these individuals had caused the shop to accrue considerable debts. Not only were they failing to earn money, but they were also incurring losses. What difference is there between this and robbing money from Li Qingxiu's hands? "This matter is difficult for you to discuss. I will address it with my mother. We have opened our doors for business. We cannot afford to sustain these parasites." Just then, a servant entered the room with a prepared meal and paused upon seeing Li Qingxiu. "Madam, the meal is ready. Would you like me to have the kitchen add 2 more dishes?" Li Qingxiu, upon seeing the meager dishes presented by the servant, frowned and exclaimed, "You insolent maid! How dare you deprive my lady of proper nourishment with such paltry fare? Do you wish to lose your life?" The servant immediately knelt, saying, "My lord, I dare not." The dishes were chosen by the madam herself. "Do not blame this girl. Our household expenses are high, and it is not easy to recover the losses from the shop. If we can save a bit here and there, it is prudent to eat lightly from time to time." Chapter 71. Staying with you tonight, a facade of concern flickered in Li Qingxiu's eyes. "Yet, we cannot eat such insipid food. Even with the heavy expenses of the Marquis household, we cannot do without your meals. Since he could not afford to sever ties, Fu Yuan had no choice but to continue their act of a loving couple. I do this for my husband. In the official world, you often need to spend money. Every bit saved is valuable. Li Qingxiu gazed at Fu Yuan, who appeared so understanding, and a fleeting moment of confusion crossed his mind. To be fair, Fu Yuan's beauty was indeed exceptional. When they first met by the lakeside, he mistook her for a daughter of a noble family. The young men accompanying him in the boat were all captivated by her appearance, inquiring about her identity and hoping to propose. Had he not acted first and staged 2 heroic rescues, given her fame in the capital, he would not have been able to marry her. Perhaps due to her childhood experiences traveling with her father, engaged in commerce, Fu Yuan lacked the shyness and gentleness typically expected of a woman. Throughout their years of marriage, she seemed to face various challenges with resilience and capability, traits often attributed to men. Each time he witnessed her independently overcoming difficulties, a sense of loss would arise within him, as if something essential was missing. She never showed weakness, nor spoke soft words. Perhaps she was not suited to be a good wife. As he glanced at her, he suddenly realized that Fu Yuan's appearance after childbirth was even more radiant than before, akin to a peony adorned with dew after a gentle rain, vibrant and striking. "Madam, I shall stay tonight to accompany you." He reached for Fu Yuan's hand, but she instinctively withdrew, nearly striking him, yet she restrained herself. After their meal, Li Qingxiu retired to the adjoining room for a bath, while Fu Yuan pondered how to send him away. She immediately feigned an inability to understand her studies and attempted to pull him away from the courtyard. Li Qingxiu gently declined, suggesting they could discuss it tomorrow, but just then, Li Hanju began to wail loudly from the cradle. "Ah! Scoundrel of a man! Keep your distance from my mother. How can you enjoy your meal while casting glances at the pot? Are you not afraid of choking?" In this era, illness is often terminal, especially concerning matters of that nature. A man who does not maintain his integrity is like a rotten cabbage. No matter how much you wash it, it cannot be cleansed. Fu Yuan listened intently to Li Hanju's heartfelt words, finding them quite amusing. A rotten cabbage? This metaphor was indeed vivid and apt. As Li Xiao and Li Hanju cried, Fu Yuan accidentally knocked over some medicine, and the bitter herbal scent spread through the room. Li Qingxiu's interest evaporated instantly, and he wore a grim expression as he sought an excuse to leave the small courtyard. Seeing him exit from Li Jing's room, he quietly made his way to Fu Yuan's quarters. Confusion stirred within him, prompting him to turn and head toward Li Jing's courtyard. Since Li Jing's incident, he had only visited a few times, merely to maintain appearances. He secretly hoped Li Jing would despair and take his own life. Before entering the courtyard, he noticed the light was on in Li Jing's room, causing his heart to race. Had he not heard that Fu Yuan was still seeking a miracle doctor? Could it be they had already found one? He approached the door and peered through the partially closed gap. At the desk, under the glow of a lamp, Li Jing held a book, his fingers turning the pages. Chapter 72. Doubting his eyes, Li Qingxiu's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that Jing'er's sight had returned? Why had he heard nothing of it? After losing his sight, a person's other senses become more acute. Before Li Qingxiu could reach the door, Li Jing had already detected the footsteps in the courtyard and discerned who it was. After observing for a while, Li Qingxiu realized that Li Jing was not reading. His gaze appeared vacant, staring blankly ahead as his fingers lightly caressed the pages. "My lord, you have come?" He pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Father, you have come." Li Jing rose and bowed, facing Li Qingxiu directly. "How do your eyes feel today?" At that moment, Li Jing's eyes bore no bandage. The dark pupils reflected the bright candlelight, looking nothing like a blind man. Upon the mention of his eyes, Li Jing's demeanor instantly darkened, his expression resembling that of a frostbitten eggplant, his color turning ghastly. He sneered coldly. What else could it be? All the doctors say there is no hope. I suppose I shall remain blind for the rest of my life. Are you reading? Li Qingxiu glanced at the book in his hand, the doubt in his eyes still not dissipating. Before Li Jing could respond, a servant beside him began to lament. "My lord, please persuade the young master. Today, he insisted that I burn all the books in the house, saying that since he cannot see, they are merely a hindrance. Leave us." After dismissing the servant,
Li Henzhu finally sat beside the king.
regarding your eyesight, we shall consider it further. Your mother is also seeking a miracle doctor for you. In this vast world, there are many capable individuals. Surely, someone can restore your sight. You must not give up hope. Li Jing scoffed inwardly, though his face displayed a facade of despair. I have seen countless miracle doctors. If they could not help, then it is hopeless. I have given up. You need not comfort me further. Recalling the figure that had exited from Li Jing's courtyard, the naturally suspicious Li Qingxiu could not shake his unease. It is late. Do not linger by the window. Everything will improve. Rest now. The room had been tidied, leaving only a few simple decorations. Li Jing had spent so much time in the room that he was well acquainted with its layout. Li Qingxiu watched as he navigated, lifting a nearby candle holder that burned brightly and placing it where Li Jing was about to lean for support. Typically, that spot was empty, perfectly sized for his palm. Had he been able to see, he would have avoided it. His actions deliberately evaded Li Jing's line of sight, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Li Jing's eyes. Even if he detected a momentary hesitation in Li Jing, it would confirm his suspicions. However, there was none. Li Jing seemed completely oblivious, his fingers reaching directly for the candlestick. The fiery candle flame licked at his fingers, and the ensuing searing pain caused his skin to redden and swell.
Ah!
Li Jing gasped in pain, forcefully withdrawing his hand, losing his balance, and crashing heavily onto the bed, his forehead striking the bed's edge. Once again, a painful bruise blossomed on his forehead. Witnessing this, Li Qingxiu's wariness vanished in an instant, and he rushed forward. Someone! The young master is injured. Quickly, summon a doctor. With his doubts alleviated, Li Qingxiu could hardly wait for the doctor to arrive, and promptly left the small courtyard. Chapter 73. The Truth of My Eldest Brother's Blindness, as Li Henzhu calculated in her room. Anticipating her elder brother's misfortune that night, and preparing to come and ward off the calamity, she arrived just a step too late. Fu Yuan looked at the wounds on Li Jing's forehead and fingers, her eyes filled with concern. Li Jing had initially wished to spare his mother and siblings from worry, but considering Li Qingxiu's probing, he feared he might act against others as well. I must speak the truth. It is he who, for reasons unknown, seems to harbor suspicions against me, believing I have regained my sight and is deliberately testing me. Even as I witnessed him reaching for the candlestick, fully aware of the impending injury, he showed no hesitation. What a scoundrel! Even a tiger would not harm its offspring. He has ensnared one after another. Truly unafraid of retribution. Aspiring for promotion? You shall never ascend in this lifetime. Dare to harm my brother, and this lord shall ensure you do not remain unscathed. Li Henzhu's cherubic face was now ablaze with fury. Mother, that scoundrel has an important banquet tomorrow, and he will bring along his mistress. You must attend and thwart his path to advancement, severing all his avenues. Goodness, my brother, who is blind, has countless ties to this man. Li Jing trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Was it not the bandits on the mountain who poisoned him and caused his head injury? Could there be more to this story? He clenched his fists tightly. Cause and effect? The Ming family? He searched his memories earnestly, but could not recall knowing anyone by the surname Ming. It seemed he had much yet to uncover. After the acupuncture, he could perceive some indistinct light, and with each subsequent treatment, his vision gradually sharpened. If this progress continued, it would not be long before he regained his sight. Those buried truths and hypocritical, malevolent individuals would all pay their dues. In the room, everyone had their own thoughts. Upon hearing Li Henzhu mention that Li Jing's blindness was connected to the Ming family, Fu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to storm into their residence and unearth the hidden culprits. Li Xiao, with his eyes darting about, resolved to follow Li Qingxiu the next day, determined to discover the identity of the Ming family member who had harmed his brother. For the sake of her son's sight, she must attend that banquet. Early the next morning, Fu Yuan received news from the steward that the Ming family, originally humble farmers from a small village in the capital, had produced an exceptionally talented descendant. In the imperial examination, he emerged victorious, securing a position in the capital, and has since become a favored figure before the empress. Basking in glory, Fu Yuan was taken aback. So it was this Ming family. A complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes as she contemplated those she might encounter at the banquet. Quickly regaining her composure, she summoned her maid to prepare her attire and carriage. Outside the Ming residence, Fu Yuan's arrival caused a stir, not for any trivial reason, but due to her breathtaking beauty that left men enchanted and women envious. As soon as Fu Yuan appeared, a friendly lady approached her. Although she hailed from a merchant background, her generosity attracted many like-minded individuals. Chapter 74. It's my fault for breaking off the engagement. Fu Yuan's business thrived, and many ladies privately collaborated with her. Today, the Ming family, under the guise of a flower-viewing banquet, was actually seeking funds. The emperor had entrusted the Ming family with disaster relief responsibilities, and with the treasury depleted, the Ming family had to devise ways to raise the necessary funds. Not long after Fu Yuan sat down, she overheard whispers directing attention to a figure near the old matriarch of the Ming family. Who was that person beside her? She had never seen them before. Perhaps a distant relative of the Ming family? The old matriarch seemed quite familiar with her. Following the gazes of the onlookers, Fu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was her, the woman with whom Li Qingxiu had been raising a child outside. Mu Banxiang, accompanying the old matriarch, shared amusing anecdotes. Feeling quite pleased with herself, the Ming family was grateful to her and had invited her to today's flower-viewing banquet. The old matriarch was also very fond of her. She did not wish to remain confined to that small courtyard, waiting for Li Qingxiu's fleeting affections. Since Fu Yuan could thrive in the city, she too would carve out her own realm here. First, she would forge connections with the powerful and influential, establishing her own strength and network.
Mu Bangxiang,
Introduced as a savior by the Ming family, was surrounded by admirers. The courtyard was adorned with countless rare flowers and plants, clearly reflecting the host's dedication. As Fu Yuan admired the blossoms, a familiar voice approached her. Aunt Fu, you have arrived. Today, the garden features your favorite peonies. After the banquet, I shall send you a couple of pots. Fu Yuan turned to the speaker, her expression darkening with displeasure. We are not so closely related. You ought to call me Lady Marquis. Madame Luo Qingping's face turned awkward.
Aunt Fu,
Are you still holding a grudge against me for breaking off the engagement with Brother Jing? You know how it is, arranged by our parents. A daughter like me cannot dictate matters of marriage. When Brother Jing was injured, he insisted on canceling our engagement. I had no choice. Before she could finish, her eyes brimmed with tears, her demeanor resembling that of a wronged child. At her mention, the crowd recalled that the Marquis of Yongda had a blind eldest son. Once a prodigious talent, he was now perceived as a mere burden. It was understandable that Luo Qingping would marry Ming Xinyuan, who was a top scholar with a promising future and devoted to her. The comparison was stark. Even a fool could discern the better choice. It was said that Lord Ming had once shared the same school with the Marquis's eldest son. Fate had dealt them different hands. Fu Yuan glared at the insipid woman before her, filled with indignation. Her engagement with Jing'e had been a promise made since childhood. They were childhood sweethearts, and their families had planned to marry them once Jing'e achieved success in the imperial examinations. Little did they expect that before the results were announced, Luo Qingping would be kidnapped by bandits. Jing'e had gone to rescue her, but fell victim to the bandits' treachery and was injured. After consulting numerous doctors, all had deemed his condition hopeless, and she could not bear to ruin the life of a young girl. As for her relationship with Jing'e, she had already contemplated that if she were unwilling, she would call off the engagement. Now, she was the one pretending to be innocent in front of others. Fu Yuan offered her no kindness. We are not familiar enough for such familiarity. Simply address me as Lady Marquis. Chapter 75. The Marquis must contribute thousands of tales, having been childhood companions for over a decade. Fu Yuan never imagined the Luo family's demeanor would change so swiftly. After the news of Jing'e's irreversible blindness spread, Luo Qingping had demanded the annulment of their engagement, all while distancing herself from the situation. She knew her son well. Upon learning of his condition, he had long considered withdrawing from the engagement to avoid burdening Luo Qingping. Yet at that time, she harbored a small selfish hope that their engagement would be delayed, allowing Luo Qingping to stay with him a little longer, hoping to uplift his spirits. What she thought was a remedy had turned into another blade that pierced Jing'e anew. Luo Qingping's expression soured. However, recalling Fu Yuan's influence in the capital. She forced a smile. I apologize. I assumed our relationship was more than ordinary. If you dislike it, I shall refrain from addressing you thus in the future. This fundraising effort for disaster relief was of utmost importance for the Fu family. If the Fu family took the lead in donations, other merchants would surely follow suit, enabling the emperor's contributions to be swiftly collected. The invitation from the Yongda Marquis was sent by her to Ming Xingyuan, expecting the Marquis himself to attend. But to her surprise, Fu Yuan had also come. The Yongda Marquis was rather simple-minded, an easy man to manipulate. As long as he agreed, matters would become manageable. However, Fu Yuan was not someone to be easily deceived. Today's affair would likely prove challenging. Among the male attendees, Li Qingxiu was engaged in lively discussions, seemingly unaware that Fu Yuan had also come to the banquet. It was not until someone alerted him that he noticed her presence. Seeing the close proximity between Mu Banxiang and Fu Yuan, the effects of the wine he had just consumed faded instantly. He hurried over to Fu Yuan, speaking cautiously. My lady, I thought you disliked such gatherings. What brings you here today? How is it that I have disturbed you? What does the lady say? I am delighted that you could come. Had you informed me sooner, I would have accompanied you, so you need not be alone. He wore a face of indifference, solidifying his role as a devoted husband. Even if Fu Yuan were to perish, no one would suspect him. Fu Yuan looked at his hypocritical visage, feeling nothing but disdain. Through layers of gazes, she caught sight of Mu Banxiang standing beside the old lady, her eyes betraying an unmasked jealousy. Thus, she intentionally sent Li Qingxiu to fetch tea for her. It was not long after the gathering commenced that Ming Xingyuan made his appearance. With a dignified countenance and the reputation of a top scholar, he appeared as a refined gentleman to outsiders. I express my gratitude to everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this flower appreciation banquet. I shall not beat around the bush. The purpose of this invitation is, in fact, to address the matter of disaster relief funds. In the past, Li Qingxiu had never hesitated to contribute to such charitable endeavors, always rushing to the forefront. Therefore, as soon as Ming Xingyuan finished speaking, all eyes turned to Li Qingxiu. Indeed, the Duke is wealthy. Surely, he can donate several thousand taels. In mere moments, they adorned Li Qingxiu with accolades. If he were to donate anything less than several thousand taels, it would seem as though he had failed to meet their expectations. For a moment, Li Qingxiu felt elated. He never begrudged Fu Yuan's money, and after being lifted up by others, he was ready to pledge a donation. Just as he was about to speak, a cough from beside him abruptly snapped him back to reality. Chapter 76. I will not donate. Fu Yuan casually sipped her tea. The Duke should think carefully before speaking. You may find that your purse is not as full as you believe. She lowered her voice deliberately, so only the two of them could hear, while to outsiders, it appeared as an intimate exchange. Li Qingxiu's face turned awkward. My lady, donating for disaster relief is a noble act, and a sum of merely several thousand taels is insignificant for you. It would be better to do a favor for the Ming family by leading the donation. Li Qingxiu had always been eager to seize opportunities for prominence. The money he had previously donated was always in the name of the Duke of Yongda. While Fu Yuan spent the money, she received no commendation in return. You are well aware of the current state of affairs in the household. Several shops are still in deficit and not yet fully compensated. If you require cash, I have none on hand. If you insist on this, we will have to sell household items or existing properties to raise funds, and you know there is little of value in my room. If we dig into your and your mother's courtyard, she will undoubtedly question it. Have you thought about how to explain that? This statement caused Li Qingxiu's heart to grow colder. The reason he had never hesitated to spend money for reputation was because Fu Yuan was the one providing the funds. However, to him, her shops and lands were his possessions, and he would never agree to sell them to maintain a facade. If his mother found out, there would be chaos. Ming Xingyuan noticed that Li Qingxiu was about to acquiesce, but Fu Yuan's words rendered him increasingly silent, and his expression darkened. My lady, the recent floods in Jiangnan have left the people in dire straits, while the treasury is nearly empty. I implore you to generously lend your support. I shall speak favorably of you before the emperor. Thinking of how her son's blindness might relate to the individual before her, Fu Yuan felt irked. I appreciate your good intentions, Sir Ming. The Ming family member's expression soured. Was Fu Yuan refusing to donate? In the tense atmosphere, a voice suddenly broke the silence. I am willing to donate my family assets to contribute 1,000 taels, hoping that Sir Ming can expedite assistance to the flood victims and alleviate their suffering. All eyes turned to the suddenly outspoken Mu Banxiang, curiosity mixed with admiration. 1,000 taels was no small sum for them. Who is this woman that she can produce such wealth? Is that truly the case? From then on, Mu Banxiang gained a new identity and a backing. The Duchess is kind-hearted. Surely she will assist the victims of this calamity. May I inquire how much you intend to contribute? Some discreetly probed, eager to see her donation before proceeding. Fu Yuan calmly addressed the assembly. To be frank, I have recently encountered some business difficulties and suffered considerable losses. So, I shall not be donating this time. Upon her declaration, the crowd's expression shifted to one of dismay, while Ming Xingyuan and Luo Qingping appeared particularly grim. If the Fu family refrains from donating, other merchants are likely to follow suit, and no one will contribute. Ming Xingyuan would face the emperor's wrath for failing in his duties, and it would be a heavy burden for him. My lady, you jest. Who does not know that your family's enterprises span the capital, and your family is the wealthiest in the city? Even a fraction of your wealth is not an insignificant amount. In the past, it was the Duke of Yongda's donations. Yet now it seems the Duchess is a miser, unwilling to part with her riches. Chapter 77. 3 promises faced with the crowd's disparagement. Li Qingxiu felt embarrassed. My lady, this disaster relief has been entrusted to the Ming family by the emperor. If they succeed, there will surely be ample rewards. If we can establish good relations with the Ming family, it will benefit my future career. The title of Duke of Yongda sounds grand, yet it is merely an empty title, without merit. What he truly desired was power. Fu Yuan cast a cold glance at the most mocking individual, disregarding the past. Last year, during the Southern Locust Plague, my Fu family donated 100,000 measures of grain and 500,000 measures of oil. Earlier this year, during the Northern Snow disaster, we also contributed 200,000 taels of silver. At that time, you sought my Fu family's assistance for a good reputation but were refused. What, have you recently suffered some lapse in memory? The other's face turned pale, embarrassment washing over him. Fu Yuan was known for her decisiveness in business, yet she had always been somewhat deferential in the presence of the Duke of Yongda. This was the first time she spoke so harshly before the crowd. Li Qingxiu was also taken aback. Fu Yuan had never displayed such a formidable side in front of him. Ming Xingyuan raised his glass and approached Fu Yuan, having heard of the Duchess's benevolent nature. If you are willing to extend your hand in this disaster relief, I am prepared to make 3 promises. Fu Yuan looked at Ming Xingyuan, who bowed his head, and inwardly scoffed. What is he worth? Are the 3 promises truly valuable? However, Li Qingxiu's eyes sparkled. If Ming Xingyuan could advocate for him before the emperor, his promotion would be assured. The Fu family's teachings state that while human calamities are unavoidable, heavenly disasters require intervention. Therefore, even after marrying, even in the name of Li Qingxiu, she had never ceased her charitable acts. In times of national distress, I have a duty to act. For this flood disaster, my Fu family will donate 100,000 taels of silver. As soon as she finished speaking, the gravity on Ming Xingyuan's face lifted, replaced by joy. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Fu Yuan continued. However, every year, when the disaster relief funds arrive at the affected areas, there are always losses. This year, I have decided to take a different approach, personally dispatching individuals to purchase supplies and silver to send to the disaster areas. So there is no need to trouble Sir Ming. My lady, what are you doing? There is no need for you to personally undertake such a difficult task. It would be better to leave it to the Ming family, allowing us to gain a favor. Li Qingxiu grew anxious. After all, it was still a donation. If it passed through Ming Xingyuan's hands, he could still gain some advantage. He could not understand why Fu Yuan was determined to oppose the Ming family. I have already seen the flowers. I appreciate your special invitation, but I am feeling somewhat unwell, so I will take my leave. She stood, disregarding Li Qingxiu's furious gaze, and exited the banquet. The faces of the Ming family members turned grim, with Fu Yuan leaving early. The remaining attendees were shrewd enough not to contribute to Ming Xingyuan's cause. Continuously seeking various justifications, they departed from the banquet. Despite Ming Xingyuan's fervent attempts to retain them, only a handful chose to linger. The meager contributions gathered by the remaining few fell significantly short of the emperor's expectations. Mu Banxiang stood beside the elderly Madame Ming, her gaze filled with envy as she watched Fu Yuan's retreating figure. She had initially intended to seize the opportunity presented by this banquet to make a substantial donation and to forge connections with influential individuals. However, with Fu Yuan's departure, the gathering disbanded, leaving her with no chance to meet potential allies. After expressing her gratitude to Mu Banxiang, Luo Qingping concluded the banquet. As she approached the main bedroom, the sounds of crashing and clattering emanated from within. Chapter 78. A deadly incident at the tavern, just a lowly merchant's daughter, and she truly believes herself to be of noble birth, daring to undermine my dignity in front of so many guests. Ming Xingyuan's face contorted with rage, his eyes reflecting a sinister gloom, starkly contrasting his public demeanor. My husband, Luo Qingping, sidestepped the chaos strewn across the floor and approached Ming Xingyuan. Please calm down. There will be a way to address the disaster relief funds. Hearing her voice, Ming Xingyuan turned, fixing her with a penetrating gaze. Have you had any contact with the Yongda Marquis' household recently? Luo Qingping appeared bewildered. I have been confined within the estate daily. Where would I encounter them? That is indeed curious. Just a few days ago, I was warmly invited by the Yongda Marquis on the street, and today, his wife's demeanor toward me was clearly antagonistic. Luo Qingping fell silent, equally astonished by Fu Yuan's behavior that day. Has anything significant occurred at the Yongda Marquis' household lately? I have heard nothing except that the Yongda Marquis and the old matron were swindled out of their wealth. Aside from that, nothing particularly noteworthy. Ming Xingyuan frowned, sensing that something was amiss. Observing his serious expression, Luo Qingping harbored a vague suspicion. My husband, do you think the Marquis' wife's cold demeanor could be related to that incident from years ago? Ming Xingyuan's gaze turned as frigid as a blade, pinning Luo Qingping in place. I have warned you against mentioning that matter again. All evidence from that time has been meticulously eradicated. There can be no incriminating traces left. Even if they harbor suspicions, they cannot implicate us. The shift in her attitude must have a reason. Send someone to investigate. There are certainly issues within the Yongda Marquis' household. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to inquire. But before he could proceed, news arrived that Fu Yuan's carriage had been intercepted en route home. Madam, there has been an incident at the tavern. You must go and see. Jin Manlu, a tavern owned by Fu Yuan, had always prospered. Upon arriving at the tavern, Fu Yuan was met with a throng of citizens gathered at the entrance, while officials maintained order. Is it true that someone died at Jin Manlu?
Who was it?
Indeed, it is true. A person was carried out from the private room upstairs, their complexion ashen and blood oozing from their mouth. They were already deceased. The authorities are currently investigating, suspecting that the tavern's food was tainted with poison. My heavens, I dined there just yesterday. I need to find a doctor immediately. Fu Yuan gleaned from the townsfolk's discussions the gravity of the situation unfolding within the tavern. With the Marquis' backing, no significant troubles had ever arisen at the tavern, let alone a case of death. Upon entering, she was halted by the leading official. You are the owner of this tavern? Someone has died from poisoning here. You must accompany us. The tavern manager stepped forward. Sir, our proprietor is completely unaware of this matter. It has nothing to do with her. If you need to detain someone, take me instead. Whether it is related or not, your words hold no weight. Once our coroner has completed the investigation, we will provide everyone with an explanation. With that, he cast a chilling glare at Fu Yuan, akin to that of a venomous serpent. You will come with us. Chapter 79. He became the Grand Master. She had scarcely left the banquet when a deathly incident occurred at the tavern. Fu Yuan suspected that this affair was likely connected to the Ming family. However, the truth remained elusive, and she could not draw any conclusions just yet. If the perpetrators were not the Ming family, the only other possibility was Li Qingxiu, though she felt more inclined to suspect the former. Before the officials could cart her away, Fu Yuan instructed the tavern manager to suspend operations and await further developments. The news of the death at Jin Manlu spread swiftly throughout the city. Li Hanju, distraught from Li Zhao's incessant complaints, sought to cultivate deeper focus in her practice by shutting off her senses. Upon awakening, however, she discovered that her mother had been imprisoned. What in the world? I only took a nap, and now she's in jail. Li Xiao, upon hearing the news, intended to storm the prison, but was fortunately stopped by Shen Rongqin. Li Jing, still recovering from his injuries, was also agitated by the news of their mother's arrest. Mother's imprisonment is part of a larger scheme. Even if you charge into the jail now, you cannot rescue her. Everyone, remain calm. We must discuss our course of action before we act rashly and jeopardize our mother. What can we do to secure her release? Although I am uncertain who the unfortunate soul at the tavern is, this matter surely does not concern our mother. Yet now she is trapped inside, and the despicable men will not earnestly help her case. We must first devise a plan to extricate her. With Jean Man Lu in turmoil, your mother is the tavern's proprietor. She cannot evade responsibility. We cannot rescue her, so we must focus on resolving the case. I have thought of a way that could lead to our mother's release. All eyes turned toward her. The capital's prison. The guards approached Fu Yuan's cell with utmost politeness, unlocking the chains and respectfully inviting her out. Madam, we previously mishandled the situation, and we sincerely apologize. Please forgive us. Before Fu Yuan could even settle into the cell, she noticed Li Qingxiu among the guards. What brings you here? Li Qingxiu's expression was complex. When Fu Yuan departed the banquet, he had been retained by a few friends. On the way, he had contemplated much. He was unsure when Fu Yuan had transferred the tavern's registration to his name, feeling a mix of gratitude and confusion. Madam, I had no idea you had done so much for me. His face reflected deep appreciation, while Fu Yuan wore a puzzled expression.
What?
Lord Marquis, a death occurred at the tavern, and we cannot proceed without your presence, so you will have to stay here for a couple of days. The guards had entirely altered their demeanor toward him. The two exchanged glances as one entered and the other exited. Madam, I have faith that you will restore my honor. I await your return. Fu Yuan remained silent, though she did not comprehend how the tavern's owner had become Li Qingxiu. Fortunately, she was no longer confined, and her priority was to leave and ensure her children's well-being. As she stepped outside, she soon spotted a familiar carriage waiting ahead. The curtain was drawn back, and upon seeing his mother emerge, Li Xiao leaped from the carriage and rushed into her embrace. Mother, are you well? Did those guards mistreat you? Fu Yuan patted his head and took his hand, leading him back to the carriage. I am fine. I apologize for worrying you. Once inside, Fu Yuan gathered Li Hanju into her arms. By the way, I overheard the guards mention that the mastermind behind the incident at Jean Man Lu is Li Qingxiu. Did you know about this? She was certain she had never altered the contract. The true owner of Jean Man Lu should still be her. How had it come to be Li Qingxiu? Li Hanju separated a sliver of her consciousness to scan Fu Yuan, confirming with great joy that there were no signs of torture on her. I will protect my mother. Let that wretched man enjoy the dungeons. Fu Yuan felt a sudden rush of tenderness, astonished that her daughter was the one behind this.
Li Xiao grasped Fu Yuan's hand tightly,
pressing his entire body against her. Meanwhile, Fu Yuan had no time to concern herself with Li Qingxiu, who was imprisoned in the dungeons. An unexpected visitor arrived in the courtyard. Your husband is still locked away in the dungeons. As his wife, shouldn't you be doing something to secure his release instead of sleeping? The old lady entered the courtyard and scolded Fu Yuan loudly upon seeing her calm demeanor. Fu Yuan had just loosened her outer garment and, upon her arrival, was too indifferent to even rise to greet her. Mother, my husband is imprisoned in the dungeons, and when he can be released depends entirely on my efforts. The case remains unclear, and if I do not rest well, how can I help him clear his name? Your Honor, I am genuinely worried about Xiao. What has he done? You have wealth. Speak to the officials and persuade them to release him. Just as Li Hanju had fallen asleep, she was startled awake by the old lady's loud voice. She turned over, seeing the genuine concern on Li's face, and felt disdain in her heart. When my mother was in trouble, you were calmly feeding fish in the pavilion. Why the sudden urgency now? My mother's wealth belongs to her. Why should I use it to help that wretched man? This is a case of life and death, not a tavern where one can simply pay to enter and exit. She glared at Li, thinking that if not for her cunning name change, it would be her mother suffering in the dungeons now. Li's words fell on deaf ears. She was solely focused on her son's suffering in the dungeons. This cannot stand. The dungeons are a harsh place, and a Xiao cannot endure it. I will summon a carriage, and you must come with me. We must rescue him at all costs. Chapter 81. The Blessing of Age and Sleep. Upon Li's insistence, she reached out to take Fu Yuan's hand. Seeing this, Li Hanju immediately began to cry out. Fu Yuan quickly embraced her, saying, "Darling, be good. Mother is here. What's wrong with the child? Why is she suddenly crying? Quickly hand her over to the nurse. If we delay, who knows what a Xiao will endure." As she feigned reaching out to grab Fu Yuan, Li Hanju, unable to contain her anger, expelled an invisible bubble that floated and burst against Li's forehead, silencing her. Li's eyes closed, and she fell straight to the ground. The sudden fainting startled Fu Yuan, who immediately called for help. "Someone fetch a doctor." "Mother, do not worry. She has merely fallen asleep. She is fine." The maids and servants in Li's courtyard rushed over, each wearing a look of confusion. Was the old lady truly just asleep? Who simply falls asleep while standing? As they carried Li away, they couldn't help but envy her deep, undisturbed slumber. Fu Yuan finally managed to sleep peacefully, while Li Qingxiu in the dungeons tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Frustrated by the harsh conditions of his cell, he could only hope that Fu Yuan would soon find a way to rescue him. His love for her was unwavering, and he believed he would not remain in this wretched place for long. In the Ming residence, a servant reported, "As per your instructions, Fu Yuan has been imprisoned in the dungeons. I believe it won't be long before she capitulates." Ming Xinyuan's eyes glimmered with determination. If Fu Yuan wished to emerge unscathed from her imprisonment, she would have to submit to him. At that point, he would demand a hefty price. He intended for the Yongda Marquis' household to remember this lesson eternally. "Well done. You shall be rewarded next time." Before he could finish, a nervous young servant rushed into the study. "Sir, trouble has arisen. The Yongda Marquis' wife has been released." Ming Xinyuan's heart skipped a beat, and he leapt up, colliding painfully with the edge of the desk. The crime of poisoning could lead to execution. I must see who has the audacity to rescue a murderer from the dungeons. No one rescued her. It was the officials who released her. Ming Xinyuan felt a surge of irritation. Seeing the servant hesitate, he kicked him in the chest. The servant quickly scrambled to the ground, kneeling. "After the Yongda Marquis' wife was imprisoned, I remained outside the dungeons as you instructed. Not long after she was taken in, a group of officials brought the Yongda Marquis to the dungeons. Upon inquiry, I learned that the true mastermind behind Jinman Tower is the Yongda Marquis himself, not his wife. Thus, the officials released her." The servant looked up nervously at Ming Xinyuan. "Sir, does this mean our plan has failed?" Chapter 82. Taking the blame, Ming Xinyuan remained silent for a moment. Then a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and his expression brightened. Laughter echoed softly in the study. "Who says our plan has failed? The Yongda Marquis' wife has deep feelings for him. How could she bear to let him suffer the weight of a murder charge in the dungeons?" Initially, he had been uncertain whether imprisoning Fu Yuan would yield results, fearing she might be too obstinate. But now that Li Qingxiu was the one imprisoned, everyone in the capital knew that Fu Yuan had severed ties to be with him. With Li Qingxiu in his grasp, Fu Yuan would have no choice but to yield. The remaining terms would be entirely at his discretion. "Go. Send a message to the Yongda Marquis' household, stating that if they wish to rescue him, they must come to the Ming residence." Upon receiving the letter,
Fu Yuan understood Ming Xinhuan's intentions.
As soon as the messenger departed, she burned the letter completely, pretending she had never seen it. She and her children could enjoy a moment of peace. However, to maintain the facade of a lovesick woman, Fu Yuan spent her days forging connections. After a day of running around, she had made no progress regarding the murder case. Ming Xinyuan waited in his residence for an entire day without receiving a visit from Fu Yuan. As dusk fell and lanterns were lit, he sat by the window in his study, his expression icy as ice. "Tell me, what has she done today?" The servant dutifully reported what he had observed. Upon hearing the details, Ming Xinyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. "It seems she is determined to ignore the ladder I have extended. Let her see, once and for all, who truly holds power in this city. Go, instruct those in the dungeons to treat the Yongda Marquis well." As the servant turned to leave, he was called back. "Do not forget to spread the word of the Yongda Marquis' injuries. I refuse to believe that she will remain indifferent to this." Thus, that night, as Li Chengxiu dreamt of being rescued from prison, he was abruptly awakened by the officials. Expecting to be freed, he was instead taken to the torture chamber. My lord, confess honestly, why did you poison that man? After all, it is a matter of a living person's life. The red-hot branding iron was thrust before Li Chengxiu, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a terrifying array of torture instruments, causing his face to pale in fear. What murder? I have never killed anyone. You must be mistaken. If the Marquis will not speak the truth, we will have no choice but to resort to torture. Li Chengxiu was struck with a rod and whipped, causing his body to erupt with gruesome wounds that were terrifying to behold. You dare to lay hands on me? Once I am free, you shall pay dearly for this. Despite the agony that left him on the brink of consciousness, Li Chengxiu did not forget to issue threats. My lord, do not blame me. I merely act according to the law. If you must assign blame, direct it towards the lady of the house. She chose to ignore the well-trodden path and instead ventured into a cul-de-sac, causing you this unnecessary suffering. Li Chengxiu was no fool. He quickly discerned the underlying meaning in the other party's words. Whether it be a murder case or imprisonment, it was all a setup for Fu Yuan. He was merely being made a scapegoat. Bring me pen and ink. I need to write a letter. Chapter 83. A beggar brought back after Li Chengxiu penned his desperate letter. It never reached the Marquis's residence, as it was intercepted midway. Simultaneously, Fu Yuan began dispatching individuals to investigate the events surrounding Ming Xingyuan and Li Jing from 3 years prior. Ming Xingyuan searched the manor anxiously, yet news remained elusive. Have there been any updates from the dungeon? Why has the Yongda Marquis's residence remained silent? Frustrated, he felt compelled to visit the dungeon and speak with Li Chengxiu personally. My lord, we have already executed your orders on the Yongda Marquis, and he has penned a letter. The Marquis's residence should respond shortly. Today marks the last day of the Emperor's 3-day deadline. As the hour approached noon, Ming Xingyuan could no longer remain seated. Summon the lady. During the banquet, Fu Yuan had publicly embarrassed him. Thus, if he were to visit her now, he could hardly swallow his pride and resorted to sending Luo Qingping to gauge the situation. Luo Qingping hesitated upon learning of his request to visit the Yongda Marquis's residence. Is it not possible to seek funds from another source? At the banquet, she hardly regarded me favorably. Even if I go, it may be futile. Though Fu Yuan was married, she had recently maintained contact with her elder sister, Fu Yuan. The Fu family was a tough nut to crack, so he could only attempt to sway her. If Fu Yuan took the lead in donating, he would find a way to gather the remaining funds. Luo Qingping's expression wavered, but she ultimately agreed. I'll give it a try. As she departed, a long-serving servant of Ming Xingyuan entered, his demeanor tense. Ming Xingyuan glanced at him, prompting the servant to hurriedly shut the door. My lord, trouble has arisen. When I sent men to Nishi Alley to apprehend someone, it seems they were tipped off and fled. Ming Xingyuan's heart raced. What? They escaped? When did this happen? How could they? Their legs were broken. Where could they possibly go? He paced the room anxiously, then abruptly confronted the servant. What about the ledger? Did you find it on him? The servant bowed his head, unable to respond. Useless. If you haven't found it, go out and continue searching. If this matter is not resolved, your heads will be on the line. The servant scrambled out in haste. A group of individuals had seemingly dealt with the situation adeptly. The guards in the manor had never faced any significant challenges and were utterly inept at handling such matters. After a moment of contemplation, he scribbled a note and summoned the steward to carry out an errand. Remember, no matter the price they demand, as long as the task is accomplished, spending extra is inconsequential. The steward accepted the order and exited through the back door, making a circuitous route through the city, entering the most chaotic and shadowy alley. Yongda Marquis's residence, Li Xiao leaned beside the bed, observing the man lying there, tattered and filthy, and frowned. Do not speak foolishly. He is not a beggar. Merely someone who has fallen into unfortunate circumstances. Chapter 84. A life-threatening crisis averted. The man bore various degrees of bruises and wounds, his legs broken, and a particularly severe injury on his back appeared fatal. He must have been pursued by enemies, leading to his fainting from blood loss. Pursued? Li Xiao exclaimed, Mother, this man is far too dangerous. We must report this to the authorities at once. Fu Yuan bent down, gently stroking his head. Do not fear. Everything will be all right. We must wait for him to awaken first. Though Fu Yuan harbored a kind heart, she was never one to meddle in others' affairs. Today, while admiring flowers in the courtyard with her daughter, she suddenly sensed that someone lay unconscious in Nishi Alley, pursued and in peril. This person was destined for calamity. Without assistance, he would surely perish. Not only had he committed no wrongdoing, but he was also a crucial figure in helping her uncover the truth from 3 years ago. Upon learning that the matter concerned Xingxing, she wasted no time in heading to Nishi Alley. Fortunately, she arrived in time to rescue him. Had she been even a moment later, they would have encountered those who were pursuing him. Fu Yuan was filled with countless questions and wished to inquire of Li Hanju. Yet she refrained from revealing her ability to discern her daughter's thoughts. Practitioners of the mystical arts often spoke of the secrecy of fate. Should her daughter discover that she could hear her predictions of the future, it would surely breach this secrecy. Should the heavens punish her daughter for this? She could not allow her child to be placed in danger. Li Hanju was frequently asleep during the day, and upon awakening, she eagerly rolled over, babbling to see the person. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiao, like a monkey, leapt to scoop her up and carried her to another room. He too wished to hear his sister's thoughts about the stranger they had found. Indeed, Mother is a heavenly benefactor. Anyone who encounters her is bound to turn misfortune into fortune. This man was destined to die with resentment, yet fate's malice led him to linger in the afterlife, becoming a vengeful spirit responsible for numerous deaths in the city until a passing monk exorcised him. Those who could hear thoughts all gazed at the unconscious man, sympathizing with his tragic fate. Now, with his life-threatening crisis averted, his future shall be a smooth path. Upon learning that Fu Yuan had saved him and clarifying his current situation, the tension in his eyes eased somewhat. Thank you, madam, for granting me this life. He has no way to repay you, but once my affairs are settled, I shall serve you as a humble servant in gratitude. Concerning his pursuers, Fu Yuan did not pry further, merely instructing him to focus on his recovery. Dr. Lin, may I meet the eldest son of the household? I have long admired his poetry and valiant deeds, and I wish to discuss a personal matter with him face to face. He is not fit to meet anyone at present. If you wish to see him, I can inquire on your behalf. It will depend on his mood. Thank you. Upon hearing that he wished to see him, Li Jing initially fell silent, pondering for a long moment before nodding in agreement. Chapter 85. I shall navigate this turbulent water. His recovery was progressing day by day, and he would soon be fit to meet others. He reclined in bed, observing Li Jing, who sat calmly sipping tea, his demeanor unperturbed. He raised his voice and asked, Eldest son, do you not fear that I may harbor ulterior motives? In the past, he would never have approached a stranger so recklessly. Yet now he was certain the other would not harm him. He was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the directness of his words. You should not be so trusting. Placing your faith in the wrong person can lead to great misfortune. Li Jing, tracing the rim of his teacup with his fingers, paused, feeling that He's words bore deeper meaning. Have you perhaps been betrayed by someone you trusted? Each of Li Jing's words struck at the core of his heart. Lowering his head, he managed a bitter smile. You speak the truth. I have been let down by those I trusted. Yet soon, he suppressed his emotions, aware of the heavy burdens he bore. Every step forward he took would affect the fates of countless individuals, leaving no room for missteps. I am a native of Jiangnan's Fuxian, and 7 years ago, I first heard of your esteemed talent, which sparked within me a profound admiration and a fanciful hope of meeting you in the capital during the imperial examinations.
Li Jing listened quietly,
A faint smile gracing his lips. Though I cannot see you now, the longing I once held has, in some measure, been realized. As the two conversed, Li Jing sensed that the true intent of his interlocutor remained hidden. He seemed to be testing whether he was a worthy ally or, indeed, the person he envisioned. As their conversation progressed, they engaged in an imaginary game of chess. Observing the game is akin to observing a person. The character exhibited in chess reflects one's own. After a round of play, each gained insights into the other's disposition. Although the young master could not perceive the world around him, his mind was remarkably astute. Was he truly willing to confine himself to a mere courtyard for the remainder of his days? Speak plainly, Master Mu. Even if I remain confined within these walls. Should there be any way in which I can assist you, I would gladly extend my efforts. Mu He, his emotions in flux and struggling for some time, finally spoke. What if I were to say that someone is engaging in corruption within the imperial examinations, accepting bribes and trading spots for candidates? Would you dare to intervene? Li Jing's heart skipped a beat. Mu He had indeed presented him with a formidable dilemma. Corruption in the examinations is no trivial matter. Once uncovered, it could lead to the annihilation of entire families. Should it be a false accusation, one would face imprisonment. Have you considered this carefully? Yet, those once beautiful visions transformed into the anguished faces of suffering amidst flames. He gripped the flesh on his thigh tightly, using the pain to force himself to remember the faces of his former classmates. I am fully aware of the stakes. I am at my wit's end, with no other options remaining. It rests with you, young master. Are you bold enough to wade into this murky water? Li Jing was astonished that Mu He would place such a weighty matter upon the shoulders of a blind man. However, if his claims held any truth, it would certainly raise a tempest within the court. After enduring the prolonged silence within his room, it was time to step out and stretch his limbs. Very well. I accept your challenge. I shall wade into this murky affair. Chapter 86. Tend to her blind eyes, no one knew the contents of their conversation, which became a secret shared between the two. Mu He found solace in recuperating at home, while Li Jing began to correspond with his former classmates. With the upcoming imperial examinations just a month away, it would be difficult to challenge corruption with mere individual efforts, even with evidence at hand. He needed to consolidate all available resources for a decisive strike. Fu Yuan feigned busyness each day, while the Li family sought to plead their case, but found no avenues. They had yet to see Li Qingxiu even once. On the final day of fundraising for disaster relief, just past noon, Luo Qingping paid a visit. In the meeting room, Fu Yuan pretended to be unaware of her purpose. Madam, what brings you here today? Luo Qingping did not directly state her intentions, but subtly presented a gift box. Inside this box are medicinal herbs known for their efficacy in treating eye ailments. I hope for my brother Jing's swift recovery. Upon mentioning his eyes, Fu Yuan involuntarily recalled that Li Jing had ascended the bandit mountain to rescue Luo Qingping. However, when the soldiers arrived, the bandits fled, and in an attempt to divert the pursuers, he had ventured alone into the forest. Unintentionally, he had injured his eyes, and upon regaining consciousness, instead of gratitude, he faced the Luo family's merciless annulment of their engagement. Although she had watched Luo Qingping grow up, she never imagined that she could misjudge someone so severely. The innocent girl turned out to be a thankless, ungrateful wretch. The herbs are of no use. You might as well keep them for your own use. Tend to your blind eyes properly. Madam, Qingping knows you harbor resentment towards me, but I had no other choice at that time. I do not seek your or Jing's forgiveness, I merely... Her face showed a hint of concern. I have heard that the Marquis has been imprisoned due to a manslaughter case and that the officials have resorted to torture to extract a confession.
It cannot be easy for him.
Fu Yuan remembered she was still in public. She had to continue playing the role of the lovesick woman. Clenching her fists, her eyes filled with anxious worry, she replied, "What do you mean by this? Are you saying that your husband has connections with the officials? If you require assistance, a mere word could secure the Marquis's release. Are you suggesting I disregard ethics and engage in bribery?" Luo Qingping's countenance stiffened. You exaggerate. I believe the Marquis is not the type to commit such heinous acts. There must be a misunderstanding. I simply do not want him to suffer in prison. Fu Yuan's expression wavered, and Luo Qingping grew tense. Since she chose to marry Ming Xingyuan, they were now in the same boat. The disaster relief matter was of great importance. Failure to fulfill the emperor's orders could lead to severe repercussions for Ming Xingyuan, and she herself would not fare well. This visit was more for her own sake than for Ming Xingyuan. Luo Qingping had not anticipated that Fu Yuan would be so obstinate.
Today,
she could not afford to fail. I understand that you are above reproach, but the conditions in that prison are dire. Injuries cannot be treated. Are you not concerned that the Marquis may not survive until his name is vindicated? Chapter 87. It belongs to the second young master. The hint had transformed into a threat. Fu Yuan was acutely aware that she still held the initiative. The emperor had granted Ming Xingyuan a mere 3 days to gather disaster relief funds, and today was the final day. Time was a luxury she could afford. But her opponent could not. Faced with Luo Qingping's veiled threat, Fu Yuan continued to feign ignorance. My husband is a marquis. Who would dare to coerce him into a confession? If anything were to happen to him, I would ensure that those responsible face dire consequences. Luo Qingping's face shifted between hues of green and white, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Seeing that her usual tactics had no effect, Luo Qingping revealed her final card. Do you not wish to know the whereabouts of the second young master? Fu Yuan's countenance froze, her calm demeanor finally breaking. Do you know where Yao is?
Speak.
Where is he now? A year ago, Luo Qingping had married Ming Xingyuan, and upon seeing Li Jing in distress, Li Yao had sought an explanation, but was driven away by the Luo family. That night, he had packed his belongings and left a letter before vanishing. A full year had passed without a trace. Had it not been for the whispers of his heart, revealing that her second son had enlisted at the frontier and was still alive, she would have thought he had vanished completely. Luo Qingping was acutely aware that her son had left home after their encounter. What words had she spoken to him that day? She never anticipated that instead of threatening her, her son had become her leverage. This news took considerable effort to uncover. If you wish to know, of course, I can provide it. However, I kindly ask you to assist me in a small matter. Fu Yuan had initially hesitated, not wanting Ming Xingyuan to claim the credit for her efforts. If she insisted on going to assist with the disaster relief alone, she would likely offend many. Very well. I agree. However, if the information you provide is false, I will ensure that the Ming family pays the price in full. Her icy gaze bore the weight of authority, causing Luo Qingping to shudder involuntarily. Upon receiving the donation letter penned by Fu Yuan and witnessing the gold and silver being transported to the Ming family, Luo Qingping finally handed over a small pouch she had kept close. This was found by one of my people a month ago on the mountains of Wolf Fong Ridge in the north. You may examine it closely, for it belongs to the second young master. Fu Yuan opened the bag, revealing a blood-stained wristband, adorned with flame embroidery that she had painstakingly sewn herself. What had transpired at that time? It seemed the second young master had provoked a group of local ruffians, forcing him into the Wolf Mountain, where he inadvertently fell off a cliff while battling wolves. Whether he was alive or dead remained a mystery. Clutching the wristband tightly, Fu Yuan envisioned Li Yao grappling with wolves alone in the mountains. He had always possessed a fiery temperament, fond of engaging in conflict. Yet, he was merely a pampered young master, raised in the lap of luxury, unaccustomed to such suffering. Her eyes stung, and she struggled to hold back tears, taking a deep breath to maintain her composure in front of Luo Qingping. In the next moment, her aura surged like a tempest, and she abruptly rose, confronting Luo Qingping with an intensity that seemed capable of shattering souls. You have been secretly investigating Yao's whereabouts. What is your true intention? Luo Qingping felt an invisible hand constricting her throat, rendering her breathless. It felt as though any misstep could cost her life. Her complexion drained of color as Fu Yuan forced her to lean back, realizing she was confined to her chair with no escape. You misunderstand. Even if we are not family, I have called him brother for several years. Upon hearing of his disappearance, I was equally distressed. My intention in sending people to inquire about him was merely to make amends. If your motives are solely to atone, then disclose all the information you have gathered. Fu Yuan did not trust a single word of her supposed desire to make amends. The truth and her intentions no longer mattered. All that she yearned to know was Yao's fate. Her own inquiries had yielded nothing, while Luo Qingping had fortuitously discovered Li Yao's whereabouts through someone who had seen his face at Wolf Tooth Ridge. Fu Yuan's expression darkened upon learning that this was the only lead Luo Qingping had. Ignoring Luo Qingping's request to see Li Jing, Fu Yuan dismissed her and had her escorted out of the manor. Fu Yuan rarely engaged in embroidery, only crafting a piece as a gift on her son's birthday. Because of their rarity, the three of them cherished these gifts like treasures. This wristband he wore almost daily. When someone deliberately tugged at it during school, he retaliated fiercely, leaving his adversary bruised. He valued her gifts above all else. He would never forsake it, not even in the face of danger. Reflecting on his abrupt departure, leaving only a letter behind, Fu Yuan struck the bed with her fist, landing it on Li Yao's garments. You ungrateful wretch! Why could you not discuss matters with your mother? Why run away? With the vastness of the world, where am I to search for you? The more she pondered, the heavier her heart felt, and tears flowed uncontrollably. What troubles my mother? Today's winds were fierce, stinging her eyes. She muttered to herself as she approached the window to close it, turning her back to Li Hanju while sipping a cup of cold tea. The icy liquid swiftly calmed her emotions. Li Hanju, lying on the bed, accidentally touched the wristband that Fu Yuan had failed to put away. She seized the strap, intent on examining it closely, but was interrupted by the nanny. "Miss, this is filthy. It cannot go into your mouth." The nanny hurriedly snatched the wristband from her grasp, turning to dispose of it outside. Fu Yuan finally realized the wristband had fallen. "Wait, don't throw it away.
Give it back to me."
She stuffed the wristband back into the small bag, silently praying for Li Yao to emerge unscathed. "A dirty band, and my mother is so anxious. There must be something amiss." Her consciousness reached into the small bag, where the red wristband, stained with blood, exuded a strong metallic scent. As Li Hanju focused, the scent wafted through the room, carrying her thoughts across mountains and rivers, pausing at a snow-capped peak. In the midst of a harsh blizzard, a group was escorting prisoners along a steep path. Among them, a man shackled with chains bore a striking resemblance to Fu Yuan. On the icy mountain, they trudged onward, each person suffering varying degrees of frostbite. Suddenly, someone collapsed in the snow. The leading officer approached, discovering the individual had ceased to breathe. Dead? The others, following closely, understood they must cross the mountain before nightfall. Each face in the group was marked by a cold, numbing expression. Too many had perished from the harsh conditions. Even the faintest compassion had long been extinguished. Li Yao followed silently, his gaze often drifting toward the rear of the group, silently hoping for someone to appear. Another officer glanced at the fallen prisoner, noting he still had a breath left. Could they truly abandon him? These were condemned criminals, in such frigid conditions. A fallen man had no chance of survival. Soon, those left behind would become prey for the mountain beasts, doomed to perish. After some time, the officer found a sheltered spot to rest. Li Yao, strong and robust from years of martial training, stood out among the prisoners. He remained well-behaved throughout the journey, garnering a measure of sympathy from the officer. "You don't seem like someone who would engage in such violent acts. Why did you not reveal your accomplices during the interrogation?" Li Yao scooped up a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. "In this world, one values loyalty. We are brothers. How could I betray them?" The officer scoffed. "I didn't realize that you ruffians still held to such principles. We are here to rid the world of evil." Upon hearing such foolishness, the officer ceased speaking, hastily consuming a few bites of rations before preparing to continue their trek. Li Yao's resolve remained steadfast, believing his brothers would surely rescue him from captivity. With this thought, even with hunger gnawing at him, his heart brimmed with hope. "Is this my foolish brother who ran away from home?" Li Yao paused, scanning the surroundings, only to be scolded by those blocking his path, urging him to move along. Frowning, he focused on the trail beneath his feet, convinced that the cold had muddled his mind. In the midst of the towering mountains, how could a child's voice resonate? Indeed, he has inherited our mother's beauty. Even in rags and filth, his handsomeness shines through, looking like a battle-worn figure. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Li Yao forced himself to concentrate. He could not afford to falter here. Alas, he is also somewhat dim-witted, easily incited to run away from home, naively trusting others upon entering the world, falling prey to deceitful schemes, yet believing himself a hero, fighting for the common good. Initially, Li Yao thought he had lost his mind, but upon hearing Li Hanju's assessment of his experiences, a gust of cold wind seemed to awaken him. That voice calling him brother belonged to a girl. Could it possibly be his little sister? It had been 2 years since he left home. Had his mother perhaps given birth to another daughter? Yet, in the vast expanse of the snowy mountains, if his mother and sister were present, they could not possibly go unnoticed. He searched the surroundings repeatedly but found no trace of anyone else. Chapter 90. Truly haunted. Look at his clear-eyed expression. He can't genuinely believe that the leader he follows will come to rescue him, can he? That person deliberately left him at the crime scene, a scapegoat for the failing plan. Being sold out and still counting money for others. Oh, my foolish second brother. Those you associate with are not chivalrous heroes, but rather bandits and rogues. Li Yao's pupils trembled violently, and he began to suspect that the strange sound he heard was the work of a monster from the snowy mountain. A cold gust of wind blew past him, and he felt as if something sinister was watching him, prompting him to inquire with a nearby official. "Sir, is there some kind of bewitching creature on the snowy mountain?" He suspected that he had caught the attention of that monster.
What?
"Are you bored on the road and wish for me to spin you a tale? I haven't heard of any enchanting spirits, but there are certainly no shortage of vile wolves and tigers. If you delay any longer, you'll have to spend the night in the mountains with them." Just then, a howl from a wolf pack echoed in the distance. Li Yao shrank his neck, truly haunted. The officials immediately became alert. "Not good, there are wolves. Move quickly." Li Yao also grew tense. Unarmed, if his brothers came to rescue him and encountered those wolves, they would undoubtedly be injured.
Why?
"Because there's a traitor among your ranks. My foolish second brother actually believes that the fragrant pouch he carries was meant for his brothers to track his location and lead him to safety. In reality, it was not a tracking charm, but rather a pheromone meant to attract wild beasts. Once the wolves arrive and realize they've been tricked, you will all become their buffet." The pouch in Li Yao's arms suddenly became scorching hot, and he hesitated, torn between whom to trust. The wind and snow intensified, and the howls of the wolves seemed to draw nearer. There was no time to scale the mountain. They had to find a place to hide quickly, or they would all perish here tonight. The faces of the officials were grave. If it weren't for the need to provide for their families, no one would take on the task of escorting prisoners to the snowy mountain. Not good. The wolves have caught the scent of the pheromone and are heading toward our group. Li Yao's nerves were taut. "Let me see where we can hide nearby."
Ah.
To the northeast, 1,000 meters away, there's a small slope leading down to a cave that can accommodate us all. But how can I get them into the cave? Someone, bring a snow rabbit to lead the way. As the thought crossed his mind, a small gray rabbit unexpectedly appeared from among the group.
A rabbit?
Quick, catch it. Food was scarce in the snowy mountains. Catching a wild rabbit would replenish their strength. The rabbit, upon hearing this, hopped around for a moment before bouncing towards the cave indicated by Li Hanju, swiftly disappearing into its dark entrance. As the rabbit entered, a thick layer of snow fell away from the cave's mouth, revealing a dark opening. "Look, there's a cave over there. Quickly, everyone. Let us take shelter inside to avoid the wolves." Li Yao stared in shock at the revealed cave entrance, feeling as if struck by lightning. In a moment of desperation, he pulled out the fragrant pouch and threw it away. Why did the second brother throw away the pouch? At this distance, the wolves wouldn't be able to smell it?
You should bury it.
Chapter 91. The mountain goddess enters a dream upon hearing Li Hanju's reminder. Li Yao crouched down and began to dig a hole in the ground, quickly burying the pouch. The group entered the cave to escape the storm, all on high alert as the howls of the wolves grew closer. Li Hanju was astonished that, despite the distance, she could truly control animals. As the wolf pack approached, she conjured several small deer to divert them. To be cautious, the officials decided to hide in the cave for the night and continue their journey the next day. Completing their mission was important, but preserving their lives was paramount. That night, Li Yao's thoughts were in turmoil. He lay with his eyes closed, unable to sleep. The voice in his mind seemed to echo solely for him. Regardless of whether this little sister truly existed, she had saved his life. The truths he had previously been reluctant to acknowledge crumbled before reality. If you ask me, this disaster magnet second brother is courting death by roaming the underworld. Wouldn't it be better to stay home and enjoy life as a rich heir? The chaos in the capital is hardly enough for you to uphold justice? Li Yao's expression twisted. Could his little sister be a reincarnated deity, guiding him in such a manner? The thought of being seen in such a humiliating light by his sister made him wish to bury his head in the snow. Throwing away the pouch to evade the wolves, and now there's another calamity. An avalanche. Li Yao jumped up in shock. What on earth? I'll calculate the time, Li Hanju said, her heart sinking as she realized the precariousness of their situation. In this natural disaster, it was a miracle they had survived. However, the two officials accompanying him and the group of prisoners were not so fortunate. Among them, Li Yao was the sole survivor. The avalanche will occur in half an hour. The sky had darkened, and venturing out into the storm was clearly impossible. Moreover, aside from Li Yao, who had been deceived into taking the blame, the other prisoners were indeed guilty of heinous crimes. If she intervened to save unrelated individuals, their fates would become intertwined with hers. The consequences of becoming entangled with evil could be dire. Unaware of Li Hanju's concerns, Li Yao distinctly heard the impending avalanche. The two officials had treated him relatively kindly during the journey, and he could not bear to remain indifferent while watching them perish. While he feigned sleep, Li Hanju wove a dream of an avalanche for him. The warnings she could provide were limited, and the unfolding reality thereafter was beyond her control. The prisoners, exhausted, fell asleep while the officials took turns keeping watch. Only one remained awake. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yao suddenly stood up and shouted, "Not good. The avalanche is coming." His exclamation was like water splashing into hot oil, instantly waking everyone in the cave. "Where is it collapsing? Hurry, escape." Chaos erupted in the cave. Another official awoke and quickly took control of the situation, casting an annoyed glance at Li Yao. "What are you on about? Are you scared by the wolves and having nightmares?" Li Yao quickly denied it. "No, I wasn't dreaming. It's true. Just now, in a half-asleep state, the mountain goddess descended and said that in half an hour there will be an avalanche, and our cave will be buried under snow. We must flee." "What mountain goddess? I think you've gone mad from fear. It's already dark. How can we travel?" "Stop with your nonsense. We'll leave at dawn." Seeing that no one believed him, Li Yao pleaded for a long while to no avail. In a moment of desperation, he raised his hand and used a chain to constrict one of the officials' necks. "Apologies, but I must insist. Everyone needs to get up and move now, or I shall strangle him." Chapter 92. The official choked by the chain cursed in anger, unprepared for such a turn of events, threatened by his own prisoner. The other officials had no choice but to rouse the remaining prisoners. Under the darkened sky and fierce winds, the group set out on the snowy mountain path. Amidst a chorus of curses, they distanced themselves from the sight of the impending avalanche. Half an hour later, a thunderous roar echoed behind them. They turned back to look. Not far behind, the snow-capped mountains suddenly fractured, and amidst the ominous rumbling of the quake, a torrent of snow cascaded down like an avalanche, engulfing everything in its path. The avalanche's reach was extensive, ultimately halting 100 meters away from the onlookers. Those who turned to witness this scene were left trembling with fear. In a bid to evade danger, Li Yao promptly released the official he had been holding. The official, however, grasped his hand with heartfelt gratitude. "Young brother, consider it that I, old Zhang, owe you a life. You are surely favored by the mountain goddess. Rest assured, once we reach the mine, I will find you the easiest job available." The glances of the crowd towards him were now laced with a hint of wariness. Li Yao, still shaken, reflected that if a single incident could be deemed a coincidence, then each occurrence he had perceived in his mind was a revelation meant for him. "Thank you, brother official. May I inquire about something?" From their conversation, Li Yao gleaned the true character of the local officials, further confirming his prior suspicions about their integrity and the scapegoating he had endured. He resolved to disclose everything he had learned once the two officials departed. After traversing this snow mountain, his next destination awaited him at the mines. Li Hanju calculated the misfortunes that seemed to befall her second brother and prepared to offer him further guidance, but the scene before her began to disintegrate. Her consciousness was gradually being drawn away. Before she could take another glance, the snow mountain shrank before her eyes, and in a blink, she was enveloped in darkness. Li Hanju blinked, and in her line of sight appeared a face marked by urgency and concern. Soon, she realized she was being cradled in Shen Rongqing's arms. "What is happening?" Upon hearing her silent query, Shen Rongqing's furrowed brow relaxed as he hurriedly called out, "Madam, you are awake." A swarm of people rushed into the room, and through their various exclamations, Li Hanju learned that she had been unconscious for the better part of a day. The room was illuminated by candlelight, and the night had deepened. She was taken aback, realizing that her earlier experience had indeed been real. She had ventured north and aided her foolish second brother in avoiding calamity. You suddenly fainted, scaring your mother half to death.
Fu Yuan el Lianzo.
her eyes still filled with lingering worry. Li Hanju reached out to grasp one of Fu Yuan's fingers. Mother, do not fret. I just went to see my second brother.
Fu Yuan froze momentarily. Yaya?
My brother is safe and sound now. Though his circumstances are dire, he faces no threat to his life. You need not worry. At this moment, she was unaware that her thoughts had been fully received by her mother, who had resolved to enter her dreams that night to provide her with reassurance. Upon learning of her son's safety, Fu Yuan slept soundly that night, having gleaned from Li Hanju's fleeting thoughts that Li Yao was in the north. A crowd gathered around Li Jing's room, waiting for him to remove the eye veil. The youth's gaze was resolute and clear as he turned directly to Fu Yuan. Mother. Chapter 93. Jinger will always stand by mother.
Can you truly see?
Fu Yuan's eyes brimmed with excitement, and after a gentle affirmation, a head popped out from behind her. Eldest brother, can you see how many fingers I am holding up? Li Xiao waved 5 fingers before him, anticipation etched upon his face. It is 5. I cannot believe how much our third brother has grown. Back when Li Jing had been blinded, the youngest had been merely 2 years old, not even reaching his knee. Now he stood at his waist. A cacophony erupted as the crowd surrounded Li Jing, each voice vying to be heard. Witnessing the joyful expressions of his family, Li Jing felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Now that his family was gathered, safe and happy, only his second brother remained absent. He pondered, how was he faring? Hush. Fu Yuan signaled, and the noise in the room came to an abrupt halt. The matter of Jinger's restored sight must remain a closely guarded secret. Should anyone fail to keep it, they would face her wrath. This admonition was not only directed at those attending to Li Jing, but also at Li Xiao and the others. Li Hanju felt elated for Li Jing, recognizing that Fu Yuan's caution was well-founded. Now was indeed not the opportune moment to make an announcement. After expelling everyone from the room, Fu Yuan sat beside Li Jing, hesitating to speak. Perceiving his mother's distress, Li Jing spoke directly. Mother, please say what is on your mind. Fu Yuan tenderly combed through his disheveled hair, her tone grave. Your eyes have just recovered, and there are matters I should not discuss at this time. However, I worry that if I do not inform you beforehand, any slip of the tongue in front of Li Qingxiu could lead to further complications. She pondered how to broach the subject so as to minimize the impact on Li Jing, ultimately deciding to be forthright. Your father has taken a concubine outside the city and fathered a daughter with her. He intends to eliminate us to seize my dowry. Fu Yuan had anticipated all of Li Jing's potential reactions and prepared comforting words in response. However, to her surprise, Li Jing merely bowed his head in silence before firmly grasping her hand. Mother, you have endured so much these past 3 years. I have grown up now. You need not bear everything alone. Jinger will always stand by your side to protect you. Fu Yuan had intended to console Li Jing, yet it was she who found solace in his words. Good, my dear child. Together, we shall safeguard our family. The atmosphere in the room was warm and cheerful. As Li Hanju was being bathed by her nurse, splashing water everywhere in her exuberance at the tender connection between mother and son. She attempted various methods to glimpse her second brother's current situation, but to no avail. It seemed that to traverse her consciousness, once more, she would need to meet certain special conditions. Nevertheless, her second brother was resilient. Aside from enduring some tribulations, he was far from meeting his end.
For now,
she would indulge in her infantile state. As an infant, she spent her days either lying down or being held, and now, submerged in water, she reveled in the freedom of movement, bubbling with joy. The nurse, too, was caught up in her enthusiasm. It appears the young lady truly enjoys her baths. We shall have to make this a regular occurrence. Chapter 94. No need for pretense in front of me. After her bath, Li Hanju carried the sweet scent that only infants possess, endearing her to everyone around. She was passed from one person to another throughout the manor, falling asleep against their shoulders whenever she grew weary. Life was blissful. Meanwhile, in the western part of the city, the Ming residence was abuzz with excitement. Ming Xingyuan had successfully gathered the disaster relief funds within the timeframe mandated by the emperor, marking a significant achievement. Not only had he received commendation from the emperor, but he had also forged numerous new connections. Having just seen off the eunuch who delivered the royal edict of reward, Ming Xingyuan helped Luo Qingping to her feet. As she gazed at the bounty in the courtyard, she turned to congratulate Ming Xingyun. Congratulations, my husband. You have gained the emperor's favor and been promoted. Ming Xingyuan clasped Luo Qingping's hand gently. This success is largely due to your support, my dear wife. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. The two exchanged affectionate words. But a glimmer of calculation flickered in Ming Xingyuan's eyes as he led Luo Qingping toward their chambers. My dear, after all this time of nurturing your health, the doctor has declared you fit to conceive. Let us have a child. The following day, Luo Qingping, weary from her exertions, ordered her maid to help her relax, only to hear that someone had come to visit. Luo Qingping harbored no fondness for Mu Banxiang, although she had saved the old matriarch and thus earned their family's gratitude. The woman's ambition made her uneasy. Refuse her for me, claiming I am unwell. Master Ming. Ming Xingyuan recognized Mu Banxiang and halted, regarding her with curiosity. Do you have business, madam? Mu Banxiang had been the first to donate to the disaster relief funds, and Ming Xingyuan held her in good regard. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, my lord. In order to raise a sum of 10,000 taels of silver for Ming Xingyuan, she sold off many items from her courtyard. Since she had come seeking a favor, Ming Xingyuan granted her the courtesy of entering the estate. Upon hearing her request, his expression grew solemn. You wish to obtain salt permits? His gaze sharpened, reflecting a deeper scrutiny, as if contemplating the true motives behind her actions. Do not forget the life-saving grace you owe our family. Considering your previous assistance, I should indeed lend a hand with this matter. If Lord Ming is willing to assist, feel free to state any conditions you may have. I require the complete formula from the cosmetic shop of the Duchess of Yongda. Mu Banxiang was taken aback, her expression flickering.
Lord Ming, you jest.
How could someone like me, a mere woman, possibly acquire anything from the Yongda Duke's household? Ming Xingyuan let out a scoff. There is no need for you to feign innocence with me. Since I have made this request, I am aware that you possess the means to fulfill it. Seeing her remain silent, Ming Xingyuan added, even if you cannot manage it, as her closest companion, acquiring a formula should be effortlessly attainable for the Duke of Yongda. A chill ran down Mu Banxiang's spine. She had not anticipated that Ming Xingyuan was aware of her relationship with Li Qingxiu. I will handle the salt permits for you. However, madam, you must show me your sincerity in return. Chapter 95. A face full of milk leaving Ming's residence, with a heavy heart. Mu Banxiang ultimately decided to follow Ming Xingyuan's instructions and obtain the formula from the Fuyuan cosmetic shop. That very day, she sent a message to Li Qingxiu. Upon arriving at their villa outside the city and hearing her intent, he hesitated. While it would be easy for that woman to take money from her, the formula was something he had never permitted anyone to know. He had previously entertained thoughts of acquiring the formula, but Fuyuan was tightly guarded, making it nearly impossible. Husband, do not forget that you are the head of the Duke's household. These items rightfully belong to you. You are simply gaining knowledge of them ahead of time. With her gentle coaxing, Mu Banxiang managed to lift his spirits, straightening his posture. Indeed, I am the head of the family. Those items will eventually be mine. And this is merely a matter of obtaining them sooner. Rest assured, I will take care of the formula matter. I will certainly procure it for you. Mu Banxiang refrained from mentioning the salt permits, instead stating that the family intended to deal with Fuyuan. If they succeeded, it would effectively strengthen their ties with the Ming family. Some matters were inconvenient for family members to handle directly, but outsiders could navigate them more easily. Ever since Fuyuan had given birth, Li Qingxiu had taken to living in the study under the pretense of her needing rest. That evening, just as dinner was prepared in Fuyuan's chamber, Li Qingxiu arrived unannounced. My dear, I've been preoccupied with official duties lately and have not had the opportunity to spend quality time with you. In a few days, when I have a break, let us go out together. Fuyuan cast him a wary glance, feigning delight. Really? Have you finished all your official matters? Official business is never-ending, but accompanying my wife is of utmost importance. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Fuyuan, Li Qingxiu rose to play with Li Hanju. I have come to see my precious daughter. Li Hanju, happily drinking from her bottle, was startled when an unpleasant face suddenly loomed close to her, causing her to freeze in shock. A mouthful of milk lodged in her throat as she moved her lips and promptly spat it all over Li Qingxiu's face. Li Qingxiu's body stiffened, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, and he clenched his fists hidden in his sleeves, barely suppressing the urge to retaliate against Li Hanju. Seeing him in such a disheveled state brought Fu Yuan a sense of satisfaction, though she feigned concern. "Quick, bring a basin of warm water for the Duke to clean himself." After a brief wash, Li Qingxiu couldn't shake the lingering scent of milk from his nose. A smell that repulsed him, characteristic of women. Unconsciously, he redirected his ire toward the wet nurse nearby. "How do you care for the child? Have you been overfeeding her? How could she possibly vomit?" Before coming, he had taken special care to groom himself, intending to stay the night. "Forgive me, my lord. The milk she consumes is always measured. I do not know what went wrong today." "Well, it is a trivial matter. Does it warrant your anger?" Fu Yuan signaled the wet nurse to leave promptly. She then gathered Li Hanju in her arms. "My dear, you must have been so excited to see him that you welcomed him in your own way. Mother is clever. Indeed, I spat at him as a form of welcome." Li Hanju had not anticipated that her actions could be interpreted in such a manner. Li Qingxiu could no longer afford to be angry and sought to stay and rest. Fu Yuan wished to dismiss the moment, but Li Qingxiu sensed something amiss in her demeanor. "My dear, it has been quite some time since we rested together. You must not be biased. Now that we have a daughter, you cannot neglect me." Chapter 96. Mother is no fool. Fu Yuan suppressed her disgust, wishing to confront him immediately, questioning whether he was weary of the charade. The fond memories of their past love now appeared to be mere performances. He clearly had taken a mistress outside and fathered an illegitimate child, yet before her, he pretended to be deeply affectionate, pouting and acting jealous. Seeing her lost in thought, Li Hanju worried her mother might be beguiled by Li Qingxiu's handsome features and began to wail. Regardless of how pleasant the atmosphere might be, her cries would instantly disperse it. A scoundrel's flattery is nothing but deceit. Surely he harbors ill intentions, mother. Do not be fooled. A glint of malice flashed in Li Qingxiu's eyes. Every time a crucial moment arose, Li Hanju's cries disrupted it. She should have perished long ago, for her continued presence was nothing but an obstacle. Li Hanju noticed the fleeting menace in his gaze, her fury surging. She had yet to retaliate. Yet he contemplated eliminating her. Squinting her eyes, she found Li Qingxiu's face increasingly loathsome. Just as she began to sketch a talisman of destruction, a sudden thunderclap reverberated through the starry night. Li Hanju bit down on her non-existent teeth, fuming with a string of curses. The heavens were unjust, allowing Fu Yuan's family to suffer a tragic fate, manipulated and murdered, while she merely harbored thoughts of vengeance against Li Qingxiu. She prepared to summon divine retribution, thinking it unfair that her intentions would be so blatantly scrutinized. He harbored ulterior motives, and she needed to discern his next moves to protect her mother. Fu Yuan understood that she could not evade this confrontation and ultimately acquiesced to Li Qingxiu's desire to stay. However, while leaving to wash up, she instructed someone to light a calming incense in the room. Fu Yuan gazed at the man in deep slumber on the bed for a long moment before rolling over, delivering a powerful kick that sent him tumbling to the floor. The calming incense was potent. Even so, Li Qingxiu did not awaken. Allowing him to sleep on the cold floor, Fu Yuan wrapped herself in the blanket, facing inward, and peacefully embraced Li Hanju. On the floor below, Li Qingxiu might have sensed the chill in his dreams, curling up and shivering. Witnessing her mother's actions eased Li Hanju's heart. Fu Yuan held Li Hanju, listening to her jumbled thoughts, unable to resist smoothing the furrowed brow. "Why the frown, my dear? Do not worry. If the sky falls, Mother will hold it up for you. Mother is no fool. Once betrayed, there will be no trust again. I shall never be deceived by his false facade." The last statement was unclear whether it was meant for herself or for Li Hanju's ears. Li Hanju released a wisp of consciousness, plunging Fu Yuan into a deep slumber. Gradually, her body began to levitate, a beam of golden light penetrating Li Qingxiu's being, revealing the recent events surrounding him. This man, indeed, harbored unrelenting greed, still plotting against her mother. The next moment, a smile flickered in her eyes. "Since you wish to steal the formula, I shall prepare a splendid one for you." Chapter 97. Today's divination. All is fortuitous. On the following morning, Li Qingxiu awoke to the biting chill enveloping him. As he opened his eyes, He found himself sprawled upon the cold floor, rubbing his arms in a futile attempt to warm himself. He tried to roll back onto the bed, only to discover that there was no space for him there. A sudden sneeze escaped him, and he mused in confusion about how he ended up on the ground. His head throbbed, heavy and swollen, as if he were under the weather. How had he ended up here? Seeking to rest on the bed, he closed his eyes, only to lose track of time and sleep through the night. Every part of his body ached as he cast his gaze upon Fu Yuan, who lay peacefully on the bed. Could it be that she had kicked him off? Just as he was lost in thought, Fu Yuan stirred, awakened by the sound of his sneeze. Drowsily opening her eyes, she met the bewildered gaze of Li Qingxiu sitting on the floor. Before he could voice his concerns, she inquired, her tone laced with genuine worry, "Why are you sitting on the floor in this cold?" Her concern felt sincere, dispelling any doubts Li Qingxiu had harbored. Surely, his beloved would never cast him aside in such a manner. It must have been his own clumsiness that led to his tumble from the bed. As he reassured himself, Fu Yuan was already dressed and preparing to leave. She held their daughter, Li Hanju, tightly in her arms, reluctant to let go. "Stay at home and wait for your mother, dear. I shall return with delicious treats and delightful gifts." Li Hanju's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, yes. Mother, go ahead without worry. I just divined, and today is auspicious for all." Fu Yuan, initially pondering how to navigate the day ahead, felt a wave of courage wash over her upon hearing her daughter's words. After waking, Li Qingxiu felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body. Despite being offered ginger soup, he felt no improvement. The world around him seemed to spin, and he struggled to maintain his balance. "What is the matter with you, my husband?" Fu Yuan asked, her concern deepening. "Perhaps you should rest at home. I only plan to visit a few shops today, nothing of great importance." Upon hearing Fu Yuan's intentions to visit the shops, Li Qingxiu's spirits lifted. This was a rare opportunity he could not allow to slip away. Summoning his strength, he strode toward the carriage, insisting, "I am fine. Accompanying you is what matters most. Let us go together to the shops." Seeing him struggle yet persist in accompanying her, Fu Yuan lowered her gaze, concealing her growing unease. It seemed he had ulterior motives connected to the shops. Although she had severed ties with the Fu family, her dowry remained substantial, and she only intended to browse a few shops that day. "My dear, it has been too long since I have gifted you something. Shall we visit the rouge shop?" Fu Yuan smiled, but her heart remained guarded, recognizing his true intentions lay with the rouge shop. The establishment she owned was renowned in the capital, its products highly sought after. After trying several shades, all to her satisfaction, Li Qingxiu purchased them all on the spot. Soon after, he claimed to be fatigued and insisted on resting in the shop, compelling Fu Yuan to stay. "We cannot finish our exploration in a single day. We shall continue tomorrow." Feigning faintness, he found himself escorted by Fu Yuan to her private chamber. Once she departed, he began rummaging through her belongings, his intentions growing increasingly dubious. As he prepared to leave with his ill-gotten gains, Fu Yuan commanded someone to strike him from behind, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 98. Producing 1,000 bottles upon regaining consciousness, Li Qingxiu's first instinct was to check the formula he had concealed on his person. Relieved to find it intact, he felt a dull ache at the back of his head. Fu Yuan, observing his performance, found it effortless to play the role of a concerned spouse. "Did I faint in the shop? Yet why does my head hurt as if struck?" Unfazed, Fu Yuan replied, "You must be mistaken. When I found you, you were lying on the ground, likely having knocked your head upon fainting. But do not worry, I consulted a doctor, and it is merely a minor bruise. You will recover in a few days." She delivered the stolen formula to Mu Banxiang, who was pleasantly surprised by his efficiency and inquired about the acquisition process. "My dear husband, was it too easy to obtain this formula? Could there be a trick?" "What trick could there be?" Rest assured, Fu Yuan was completely oblivious. "I retrieved it directly from the shop. There is no cause for concern." With Li Qingxiu's assurance, Mu Banxiang's doubts dissipated, and she promptly sent the formula to the Ming family. Ming Xinyuan, upon receiving the formula, was thoroughly impressed with Mu Banxiang's efficiency and ordered the necessary materials to be delivered immediately. "Madam Mu, as we embark on this collaboration, I hope we can cultivate further opportunities for mutual benefit. With the materials in hand, Mu Banxiang was filled with aspirations, knowing that the lucrative salt trade would soon bolster her wealth, rivaling even Fu Yuan's. She envisioned herself becoming the wealthiest woman in the capital. The scene of Ming Xingyuan bidding farewell to Mu Banxiang was witnessed by Luo Qingping, who, concerned for her husband, softly cautioned, "My dear, I fear that Madame Mu has ulterior motives. Be wary, lest you fall into her trap." Ming Xingyuan bristled at her suggestion, retorting, "Are you implying that I am foolish enough to be deceived by such a woman? I mean no offense. I understand people far better than you. She seeks something from me, and we are merely fulfilling our respective needs. A mere concubine cannot possibly turn the tables on me." Ming Xingyuan dismissed her words, perceiving her as overly meddlesome. Fu Yuan's rouge shop was thriving, even garnering praise from the imperial court. He had long coveted her success, believing that introducing a new product could overshadow her business entirely. Testing the formula, Ming Xingyuan produced a cream as white as jade, imbued with a delicate fragrance. Not only was it effective, but it also offered lasting results. Following the instructions, she decided to produce 1,000 bottles as a trial. Chapter 99. Shattering the deceitful shop. The rouge cream produced from the formula was an unprecedented success, selling out within 2 days. Ming Xingyuan listened with delight as the shopkeeper reported the profits, grinning from ear to ear. "Excellent. Everyone in the shop shall receive a reward." The earnings from the cream in just 2 days equaled an entire month's revenue. Ming Xingyuan envisioned a mountain of gold beckoning to him, hastening to procure raw materials for the cream's production, working tirelessly day and night. Any delay would equate to a loss of fortune. The atmosphere in the Ming household remained jubilant, smiles lighting every face. Following the launch of the cream, Fu Yuan's rouge shop naturally felt the impact, as many loyal customers began to flock to the Ming family's establishment. The cream created quite a stir in town, becoming the talk of the streets. When the shopkeeper reported this to Fu Yuan, he anticipated her displeasure or a rush to develop new products. To his surprise, she remained remarkably composed, sipping her tea with a serene expression. As she departed, he heard her utter a remark that left him puzzled. However, having worked alongside her for so long, he understood her capabilities and knew she would not act without reason. He turned to send someone to purchase a few bottles, instructing them not to use them, but to wait until their value appreciated. Not merely the shopkeeper, upon learning that the Ming family's rouge shop was thriving, Fu Yuan sought a group of individuals to procure a substantial quantity of snowflake cream from Ming's establishment. Initially, no one could discern the true meaning behind Fu Yuan's actions. It was not until 7 days later that the Ming family shop remained closed, yet a crowd of aggrieved citizens gathered at the entrance, their faces marked by fury. As they inquired among themselves, it became evident that they all bore rashes after using Ming's snowflake cream. "I believe the shop is a den of deceit, peddling toxic snowflake cream made from unknown ingredients. My wife has suffered severe facial damage after using it, and now she won't even allow me to enter her home. Ever since my daughter used this cream, she has been running a high fever and has now been unconscious for 3 days. If the shopkeeper does not provide an explanation today, I shall smash this establishment." The crowd, indignant and deeply affected by the cream's harmful effects, rallied together. The shopkeeper, witnessing the uproar, was so frightened that he dared not show his face and could only seek aid from Ming Xingyuan. "What did you say? There are troublemakers at the shop's entrance? Since they are unruly citizens, simply send someone to disperse them. Such trivial matters should not trouble me." Ming Xingyuan, convinced that his products were faultless, believed the crowd's actions were premeditated chaos. He promptly dispatched several guards to accompany the shopkeeper to the shop and forcibly remove the protesters. Those harmed, feeling cornered, resorted to reporting the matter to the authorities, yet they were swiftly suppressed by the Ming family's influence. Just when it seemed this uproar would subside, news reached the palace that a noblewoman had also experienced allergic reactions after using Ming's snowflake cream. Chapter 100. A failed scheme turns to loss. Ming Xingyuan was summoned to the palace, where he faced severe reprimands. The emperor ordered a thorough investigation. Otherwise, he would face the consequences of public discontent. "As a humble minister, I shall ascertain the truth." With a darkened expression, He exited the palace and immediately sent people to investigate the backgrounds of the protesters, discovering they bore no connections to one another, indicating no orchestrated plot. Particularly, the noble women within the palace had no ties or animosities with him. If someone intended to undermine him, it should not have been over such a trivial matter. After consulting numerous physicians, he ultimately uncovered that the formula contained flaws that could induce allergic reactions. A failed scheme indeed resulted in a significant loss. The clientele and reputation he had painstakingly cultivated were now in jeopardy. Enraged, Ming Xingyuan vented his frustrations within his quarters and forcibly summoned Mu Banxiang. In the dimly lit room, Ming Xingyuan held a dagger coldly against Mu Banxiang's neck.
Speak.
Who instigated you to deceive me with a false formula, causing me such a considerable downfall? Upon hearing of Ming's financial success, Mu Banxiang had contemplated altering the formula for her own gain. Yet the subsequent developments had spiraled beyond her expectations. Bound and terrified, she discerned the murderous intent in Ming Xingyuan's eyes. My lord, you must understand that I was entirely unaware of this matter. The formula was entrusted to me by the Marquis, and I have not tampered with it in the slightest. So, the one who has deceived me is the Marquis of Yongda? Mu Banxiang hesitated, pondering whether there was a misunderstanding. The formula had been personally retrieved by the Marquis from a secret chamber within the rouge shop. It should not have been counterfeit. She did not suspect Li Qingxiu of foul play, as it would bring no benefit to him. The matter has come to pass, and I shan't pursue the origins of your formula any further. Since I have suffered due to your actions, the price will be exacted from you. Those who dare to toy with me shall meet their demise.
Wait.
My lord, I have something to say. The stabbing pain at her neck stirred Mu Banxiang's clarity. Please grant me a chance to atone for my sins. I know you have incurred substantial losses due to the snowflake cream. I will cover all of those expenses. At that moment, a wave of pain surged through her chest. The financial losses had indeed been the primary cause of Ming Xingyuan's wrath. Seeing this hot potato being willingly accepted, he softened. I was merely impulsive earlier, and I hope you will not hold it against Madame Mu. Then I shall be grateful. Ming Xingyuan's demeanor shifted entirely. Mindful of future dealings, Mu Banxiang refrained from expressing her anger and endured the pain as she departed. Upon returning home, she applied medicine in front of the mirror, growing increasingly infuriated. Li Qingxiu, that useless fool, managed to ruin everything and made me suffer. Contemplating the compensation she owed to the Ming family, her heart ached. Every item in this estate had been procured from Li Qingxiu and was marked with her name. Since the disaster was his doing, why should she bear the burden alone? A glint of calculation flickered in her eyes. She would ensure that Li Qingxiu bore the cost of the compensation, no matter what. Chapter 101. A problematic formula. The commotion caused by the Ming family's rouge shop had attracted attention. Li Qingxiu, having received news early, rushed to the small courtyard outside the city, concerned for Mu Banxiang's potential involvement. Upon their reunion, Mu Banxiang, with red eyes filled with grievance, wept in his embrace for a considerable time. Li Qingxiu could only offer gentle reassurances. I had not anticipated such a significant upheaval. Now that trouble has befallen the Ming family, they have incurred considerable financial losses. Yesterday, they abducted me, nearly costing me my life. As Mu Banxiang recounted the perilous events of the previous day, Li Qingxiu's heart ached for her. This is my fault. I did not foresee that the formula could have issues. You have suffered unjustly. Mu Banxiang lifted her head from his shoulder, her tone pitiful. Husband, do you think that formula could be fake? The shop has been operating for so long, and I have never heard of anyone suffering facial damage. Could it be that while I was unconscious, someone replaced the formula with a faulty one? I shall investigate this matter further. I need to understand what the Ming family claims. His career depended on the Ming family's support, and he could not afford to offend them. Mentioning this, Mu Banxiang's anger flared as she recalled nearly losing her life to Ming Xingyuan's madness. I promise to bear the entirety of the Ming family's losses. That is the only way they will spare my life. We have no choice but to pay this sum, and I intend to sell some of my belongings. As she spoke, her voice diminished, revealing her distress. This matter is also partly my fault. How can I allow you to shoulder this burden alone? Rest assured, I will cover all the compensation owed to the Ming family. As soon as he finished speaking, a knock came at the door. It was a servant from the Ming family delivering an invoice. Li Qingxiu took the letter from the servant, and upon seeing the total amount, his face paled, followed by a deep frown, nearly causing him to stagger. The sum was far beyond his expectations. How could he possibly acquire such a large amount from Fuyuan, especially amidst the troubles plaguing various shops? Frantic and overwhelmed, Mu Banxiang observed his reaction, feigning ignorance. Regardless, that money would not be extracted from her purse again. Having already made promises, Li Qingxiu steeled himself to continue. He first began investigating the formula, and after a thorough search, he found several account books on the desk, including a new ledger from the Rouge shop. As he flipped through it, he discovered a new formula tucked inside, which, upon careful comparison, matched the formula he had stolen and handed over to the Ming family. His doubts were swiftly resolved. It appeared that Fuyuan had not learned of anything and conspired against him. Rather, the newly released formula from the Rouge shop was inherently flawed, all merely a coincidence. At the same time, a hint of satisfaction welled within him. Since the formula was indeed problematic, would Fuyuan's Rouge shop not soon face its own troubles? He immediately began to devise a plan to fan the flames further, intending to quietly seize ownership of the shop while the Rouge store was embroiled in chaos. However, there was no rush at this moment. The priority was to secure funds to appease the Ming family. Chapter 102. A Dog of a Man with a Dark Heart. Coincidentally, Fuyuan was seated in the pavilion, engrossed in reading a storybook to Li Hanju. Ever since she discovered her daughter's fascination with tales of local customs and traditions, she had taken to reading to her daily. Through Fuyuan's narration, Li Hanju learned much about the cultural practices of their era. When she encountered particularly captivating passages, Fuyuan would reminisce about her own youthful adventures with her parents, sharing anecdotes from her past. This era is truly unfair to women. If my mother were a man, she would have long since carved out her own path in the world, she mused. Stuck in the inner chambers, my mother appears utterly discontent. Once we break free from the family shackles, I shall help her leave that dog of a man and venture into the world anew. Her greatest childhood dream had been to roam the earth like a man, using her modest strength to champion the weak. Yet, upon meeting Li Qingxiu, it was as if she had fallen under a spell, her heart and mind consumed solely by him. She willingly sacrificed everything, even severing ties with her family, to remain with him, unwavering in her devotion. Even though she found herself confined within the walls of the household, she never harbored a single regret. Reflecting on the past, she found it all so foreign, as if she had become a stranger to both her former self and the present Li Qingxiu. Madam, what troubles you? Why do you regard me with such a gaze? Li Qingxiu discerned her bewilderment, sensing a disconnect, as though he were a mere bystander in her life. It is nothing, merely a recollection of old matters. What brings you here, my husband? She clutched Li Hanju tightly, unwilling to let go. Li Qingxiu playfully attempted to engage with her, but found it challenging to express his affections. The sum he desired was substantial, and broaching the subject directly would be too abrupt. He needed to find a more opportune moment. It is nothing. I simply missed you and came to see you, he replied, his eyes betraying the customary concern he held for her. Reaching out to embrace Li Hanju, he was met with resistance as the child clung fiercely to Fuyuan's garments, unwilling to let go. Mother, please don't hand me over to him. That dog of a man has a dark heart. Seeing her daughter's unwavering trust and dependence on her, Fuyuan could not help but smile softly. Her eyes filled with tenderness. Li Qingxiu, taken aback by the sight, teased, "No wonder she is so attached to you, my dear. It seems I must compete for your affection." Fuyuan had long since grown numb to his feigned affection and sweet words. After her birth, I spent the most time with her. It is only natural she clings to me. Understanding that Li Qingxiu must have ulterior motives for visiting, she recalled that her associates had procured a considerable amount of snowflower cream from the Ming family, only to return it later, thus securing a handsome compensation. Her spirits lifted at the thought. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon several ledgers on the desk, and she instantly realized he had been perusing them. Chapter 103. I do nothing but hold you. Initially, when Li Qingxiu had sneaked into the Rouge shop to steal the formula, Fuyuan had been oblivious to his intentions. It was only after the Ming family's Rouge shop released a similar snowflower cream that she understood his involvement with them. anticipating that Li Qingxiu might suspect the formula had been deliberately altered after the explosion of the secret. She had intentionally included a problematic formula in the shop's ledger to allay his suspicions. After lulling Li Hanju to sleep, Fu Yuan began to scrutinize the accounts while Li Qingxiu sat in the room, sipping tea without interruption, as if merely keeping her company. At times, Fu Yuan would lose herself in thought. Were it not for her knowledge of his infidelity, she might truly believe she was the happiest woman in the world, basking in her husband's unwavering love and tenderness. As dusk settled, after their evening meal, Fu Yuan continued her meticulous examination of the ledgers, the flickering candlelight casting an enchanting glow upon her. Li Qingxiu, who had initially been seated quietly, found himself entranced by her beauty, unable to look away. He slowly edged closer, taking the brush from her hand and enveloping her in his embrace. "Yuaner, I miss you so much. You must not only focus on caring for our daughter, you should also direct some of your attention towards me." Desire gradually filled his gaze as he leaned down to kiss her, but Fu Yuan turned her head away. The physician advised that after childbirth, one should refrain from intimacy for a year. It is still too soon. Li Qingxiu's expression faltered for a moment. "A year? When you bore our 3 sons, there were no such restrictions. Why has it become increasingly troublesome now? I suspect the person advising you is a quack. After your previous births, we did not encounter such issues." He still yearned for closeness, but Fu Yuan firmly pushed him away. Anger flashed across her face. "You do not believe the physician or my words. Is your pleasure all that matters? Disregarding my feelings?" Once merely a sheltered young lady, she had been oblivious to the intricacies of childbirth. Moreover, Li Qingxiu had ensured that those around her were dismissed under various pretexts, leaving her with no one to consult. The Leaf family certainly would not impart such knowledge to her, and in her desire to please him, she had often endured discomfort. Reflecting on this, she recognized how little she had valued herself in the past. Li Qingxiu, taken aback by her anger, quickly apologized. "My dear, please do not be upset. I will respect your wishes. If nothing else, may I at least hold you while you sleep tonight?" His tone was pitiful, resembling that of a supplicant. However, Fu Yuan was hesitant to allow him to share her pillow again, fearing she might succumb to temptation and harm him. "I must care for our daughter throughout the night. Your presence would only hinder my rest." Her soothing words calmed Li Qingxiu considerably. Since her childbirth, her demeanor towards him had grown notably distant. Could it truly be solely due to her insufficient recovery? Li Qingxiu did not leave, and Li Hanju remained restless, afraid he might harm her beloved mother. A man who does not cherish himself is as worthless as a rotten cabbage. How dare he wish to embrace my mother? He should sleep in the stable. Chapter 104. What treasures are hidden? Noticing Li Hanju's aversion towards him, Fu Yuan sought a way to send him away, but then observed Li Qingxiu shudder, his eyes glazing over. He turned and strode directly out of the room. Upon exiting, his destination was clear. He headed straight for the stable. With a heavy heart, he collapsed. Unaware of his actions, Fu Yuan feigned ignorance. The following morning, as dawn broke, the stable hand arrived to feed the horses, only to be startled by the sight of a sleeping figure within the stable, screaming in shock. "Lord, how did you end up here?" Li Qingxiu was jolted awake by a horse's hoof, and upon meeting the stable hand's astonished gaze, he realized he had been sleeping in the stable. His face turned darker than the filth in the feed trough as he scrambled out, issuing a fierce warning to the stable hand. Not a word of this to anyone. The stable hand, trembling with fear, nodded vigorously as he watched Li Qingxiu depart. After returning home to bathe and change, Li Qingxiu remained puzzled. He had distinctly been in Fu Yuan's chamber. How had he awakened in the stable? With the compensation still unresolved, he promptly made his way back to Fu Yuan's courtyard. Only a maid was present, tasked with keeping watch. "Do not mind me. Please continue with your duties." He turned to enter Fu Yuan's chamber, only to find the door firmly locked. As I observed the maid sweeping the floor, the inquiry regarding the keys lingered on the tip of my tongue, yet I swallowed it back. At that moment, the butler arrived with a box. Quick-witted, Li Qingxiu promptly halted him, inquiring about the contents of the box. It was a delivery from the shopkeeper for the lady of the house. However, the specifics eluded me. "Very well. Hand the box to me. You may leave now." The butler hesitated. "Is there something else?" Li Qingxiu's expression darkened, prompting the butler to bow his head and depart. Inwardly, he mused that since the lady and the marquis were united as one, it was only fitting that any gifts meant for her be accepted by him. Li Qingxiu placed the box upon the stone table in the courtyard, his heart brimming with anticipation. If only it contained banknotes from the shopkeeper. Upon opening it, his hopes were dashed. It was merely an assortment of cosmetics for women. Yet, merely glancing at the exquisite white jade bottles suggested that these were indeed high-quality, costly items. The small box held a dozen or so bottles, and pondering on Fu Yuan's delicate visage, he thought that she could hardly require such an abundance. So he casually pocketed 2 bottles. A nagging premonition stirred within him. He feared that Fu Yuan would not part with any money. If that were the case, he would need to devise another plan. The first thought that crossed his mind was to charm Mu Banxiang, but he knew he would need to be particularly persuasive. He prepared to seek out Fu Yuan and casually broached the topic of financial support. As he made his way, he unexpectedly encountered Li Shi emerging from the courtyard.
So,
I pay my respects to you, mother. Li Qingxiu greeted respectfully, but Li Shi immediately noticed the concealed items within his sleeve. You just returned from Fu Yuan's.
did you?
What treasures do you hide in your sleeve? Faced with her inquisitive gaze, he could only produce the 2 bottles of cosmetics. Upon seeing the jade bottles, Li Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. Noticing that he had no intention of offering them to her, a hint of dissatisfaction crept onto her face. You seem quite fond of that woman outside, hoarding all the good things for her. When have you ever shown such consideration for me? Chapter 105. Together to be dispatched. Understanding the unspoken implications of her words, Li Qingxiu immediately presented one of the bottles to Li Shi. What do you mean, mother? You are, of course, the most important person in my heart. I would never forget you. Witnessing his humble and submissive demeanor, Li Shi's expression softened into a smile. She glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot, then signaled to her maid to move further away before leaning closer to Li Qingxiu and lowering her voice. As the weather grows increasingly warm, our household should prepare summer garments. I've heard you spent the night in Fu Yuan's chamber. Times have been tight for me lately. Perhaps you could speak to her on my behalf? Li Shi felt a sense of misfortune looming. Having been swindled out of her money, while the businesses under her name had suffered greatly. Previously, she had lived lavishly on Fu Yuan's funds, but now, with little money in hand, her life was truly burdensome. Li Qingxiu's expression stiffened. The thought of borrowing money from his mother dissipated entirely. The primary issue was her insatiable greed for the private wealth and dowry that belonged to Fu Yuan. As long as she was alive, they would never be able to use it openly. Li Shi, naturally impatient, was unaware that Li Qingxiu believed that patience was essential, and only those who endure until the end are victorious. He desired Fu Yuan's money, yet he could not allow any trace of dishonor or blame to surface in the process. Mother, I have this under control. You need not concern yourself. I have matters to attend to, and must take my leave. Seeing that he remained hesitant to confront Fu Yuan directly, Li Shi assumed he was still under Fu Yuan's influence, which only heightened her urgency. No, she could not afford to wait any longer. Who knew how much longer it might take? She needed to devise a plan to ensure Fu Yuan's complete disappearance. After all, as a woman, there was no resisting the allure of cosmetics and anything that could preserve one's beauty. Madam, this cosmetic is exquisite. Once applied, you will appear as luminous as a pearl, delicate and fair. Indeed, should the madam step out looking so, onlookers would mistake her for an unmarried maiden. Those attending to Li Shi had long since understood her temperament and knew she relished flattery, each one striving to extol her virtues in various ways. Li Shi felt elated, carefully capping the jade bottle and stowing it away in her cabinet. Meanwhile, in the cosmetic shop, Fu Yuan held a jade bottle, bringing it close to her nose to savor the scent of the balm. Standing before her was the anxious shopkeeper, awaiting her evaluation. The 2 new formulas you designed, one fresh and elegant, the other rich and warm, are both commendable. Let us launch them together. The shopkeeper's heart soared, with both formulas passing Fu Yuan's scrutiny. He would receive double the reward. After distributing the bonuses, Fu Yuan lifted her gaze to him. The new formula was developed according to my specifications and has been tested. Correct? The shopkeeper, well aware of the incident with the Ming family-S formula, swore to her. Rest assured, esteemed proprietor. These bombs have been tested by over 100 individuals for an entire month before finalizing the formula. There is absolutely no issue. Chapter 106. She is running out of time, having worked alongside Fu Yuan for many years. The shopkeeper knew her to be meticulous and cautious in her dealings. As a seasoned shopkeeper, he dared not become complacent. After all, should any mishap occur, the proprietor would be merciless, regardless of whether one was a newcomer or a veteran. Once the matters of the cosmetic shop were settled, Fu Yuan took Li Hanju for a stroll down the street. Being able to hear her thoughts and learn that she could foresee the future, Fu Yuan occasionally regarded her as a little person rather than a mere infant. Li Chengxiu lingered for an extended dinner, deliberately sighing several times in Fu Yuan's presence. Yet she feigned ignorance. Eventually, he could no longer maintain the charade and directly expressed his need for financial assistance.
Money?
You need not speak to me. Simply retrieve it from the accounts office. For the time being, to prevent raising his suspicions, she permitted him to take a few dozen taels. By reducing the amount he could withdraw, she also silenced those in the household by claiming that the shop had incurred losses requiring financial replenishment. Li Qingxiu clearly understood this. And although Fu Yuan's wealth would ultimately become his, continually requesting money from the same woman would bruise his male pride. He hesitated for a moment, his tone wavering. The sum I require is rather substantial. It must come from you.
Fu Yuan stifled a laugh inwardly.
Realizing he had indeed begun to view her as nothing more than a source of wealth. How much does my husband need? Li Qingxiu revealed the amount needed to cover the compensation owed to the Ming family and all associated losses, a staggering 30,000 taels.
What?
30,000 taels. Fu Yuan gasped, rising from her seat to scrutinize Li Qingxiu from head to toe. Her voice could not conceal her concern. Husband, speak honestly. Have you gotten into some trouble that requires such an exorbitant sum? While it was indeed a pressing matter, it was not convenient for him to disclose the details. You must find a way to help me raise the money. He had grown accustomed to issuing orders to Fu Yuan, and even now, despite being the one in need, his tone remained authoritative. Fu Yuan would not provide him with the funds, yet she could agree to assist with the situation. After mentally reviewing her plan, she presented a look of deep contemplation. Husband, I have just managed to cover the shop's losses, and with the recent disaster relief funds I distributed, I currently have no liquid assets to allocate. Li Qingxiu assumed she was about to decline, but to his surprise, Fu Yuan shifted her tone. However, do not be disheartened. Let me think of a solution. Upon hearing her willingness to assist, Li Qingxiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fu Yuan's dowry was undoubtedly valuable. Even if the shop was short on funds, selling a portion of her dowry would suffice. Reflecting on the possessions that were rightfully his but now must be sold to the Ming family to cover their debts, he felt an overwhelming ache within his heart. Although Fu Yuan had reluctantly agreed to the matter, she was not in a hurry to act. When Li Qingxiu inquired, she merely stated that she was contemplating a solution, yet offered no results. The Ming family, growing impatient for their compensation, covertly pressured Li Qingxiu. Filled with rage, he headed towards Fu Yuan's courtyard, determined to compel her to gather the funds today. Unexpectedly, he collided with a flustered maidservant. My lord, you must hurry to see the old lady. She is on the verge of death. Chapter 107. The poisonous face cream. Li Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat. Upon arriving at the Li residence, accompanied by the anxious maid, the atmosphere within the room was profoundly somber. Li Shi lay in bed, her body swollen and feverish, unconscious and mumbling in delirium. The maidservants and old servants knelt on the floor, each filled with trepidation. My lord, I am unaware of why the old lady fell ill. She woke up suddenly like this. Li Qingxiu stepped forward to grasp Li Shi's hand, his heart heavy with concern as he witnessed her suffering. Where is the doctor? Has someone been sent for? They have been dispatched. He should be arriving shortly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the doctor entered, took Li Shi's pulse, and inquired about her daily habits and products. It was then he ascertained the source of her affliction, the face cream she had been applying daily. Upon learning that the product was a high-quality item obtained from Fu Yuan, Li Shi felt no remorse. She used it not only on her face but also applied it all over her body. Initially, the effects were satisfactory, prompting her to increase the dosage. Within 3 days, she had completely consumed an entire bottle. She had intended to procure additional bottles from Fu Yuan today. Yet upon waking, she found herself swollen and feverish, her consciousness fading. This face cream contains ingredients that can cause rashes. Recently, I have treated numerous patients whose ailments stemmed from such products, the doctor remarked. Hasn't the Ming family's rouge shop ceased selling this? Li Qingxiu's body trembled. The cream he had given his mother was indeed sourced from Fu Yuan. How could this have happened? Could it be that Fu Yuan intentionally sent defective products? No, he had acted impulsively that day. Fu Yuan could not have foreseen his actions. Furthermore, she had not discovered what he had been doing outside, leaving her with no motive. He was now more convinced that the problematic formula had not been a deliberate act of sabotage by Fu Yuan. Rather, she likely remained oblivious to its flaws. Li Qingxiu's expression darkened. This hidden loss was one he could only swallow in silence. After the doctor prescribed medicine for the old lady, Li Qingxiu assisted her in taking it. Just as he stepped out of the room, a servant whispered a few words in his ear. "My lord, something has happened with the young lady. You must go and see." In the courtyard, Mu Banxiang, veiled, collapsed into Li Qingxiu's embrace, her eyes red-rimmed. "Husband, do you think she knew about us all along, deliberately hiding her true intentions, using this toxic face cream to harm my mother and me?" After receiving the face cream from Li Qingxiu, Mu Banxiang had immediately begun using it. Her skin, perhaps more sensitive than others, reacted with redness and unbearable itching after just a few applications. Before Li Qingxiu arrived, she had consulted a doctor who confirmed it was the face cream causing her distress. She felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Fortunately, her usage had not been excessive, so her condition was not severe, but she still found it difficult to face others. Li Qingxiu had considered Mu Banxiang's suspicions, yet based on his understanding of Fu Yuan, she was not a person who could easily suppress her emotions. However, Mu Banxiang's arguments held merit. Perhaps there were matters he was unaware of. "Are you aware of your mother's illness?"
Fu Yuan,
While sewing a new garment for Li Hanju, lifted her gaze, revealing a hint of concern and guilt. She had her own sources within the household, waiting to visit Li Shi only after she had taken her medicine. As a daughter-in-law, her absence during the illness would be seen as unfilial. Yet, the thought of genuinely caring for that old woman was equally unappealing to her. This way, no one could find fault with her actions.
Li Shanxiu pausa.
Studying the concern in her eyes, and continued to probe. "Do you know why my mother has fallen ill?" "My husband, do not blame yourself. No one could have anticipated the issues with the face cream. Had your mother not discovered it in advance, I would likely have been affected as well. Although the cream was given by you, it was an unintentional act. You need not be too harsh on yourself, as your intentions were noble." Li Qingxiu's expression shifted repeatedly. He had intended to question Fu Yuan, but her words turned the blame upon himself. "The face cream was produced by your shop. Thankfully, it has not resulted in any fatalities. What would you do if something were to happen to my mother?"
Fu Yuan feigned innocence.
"My husband, the face cream was a new product sent by the rouge shop, yet to be tested. That is why it was brought to my courtyard. Previously, I always tested new items myself or had those around me use them before allowing them to be sold." Li Qingxiu felt a surge of frustration. Why had he not considered testing the products before sale? Had he been more vigilant, he could have avoided the debacle with the Ming family and spared himself significant financial losses. "Since you were aware it was an untested product, why did you not inform me in time? It is utterly unacceptable that my mother is now gravely ill and unconscious." Inside, Fu Yuan scoffed coldly. In the past, whenever Li Qingxiu noticed something of value in her quarters, he had always taken it without consideration for her feelings. Had he not helped himself without asking, Li Shi would not be suffering. Yet, she knew him too well. Otherwise, the rouge shop would not have delivered the face cream at that precise moment, allowing him to take it on his own accord. Upon hearing Li Qingxiu's accusations, she lowered her gaze, her tone filled with feigned grievance. "Previously, the rouge shop had sent me numerous new products, and over this time, none had caused any problems. I thought that since you had taken 2 bottles, you would not mind whom they were given to. Who would have known that this time there would be an issue?" Coldness filled her heart. Had Li Qingxiu possessed even a modicum of understanding regarding these items, he would have discerned the truth. The face cream she had requested the Rouge shop deliver was identical to the snowflower cream originally sold by the Ming family. Li Qingxiu's expression was one of disgust,
as if he had just swallowed a fly.
Fu Yuan was entirely unaware of the situation. The items had been taken by him and given to others, leaving her blameless. You are the esteemed lady of Yongda. Why must you personally oversee matters like this, especially with untested cosmetics? They should not be presented to you until they have passed their testing. Chapter 109. The most shameless in the world at times. Fu Yuan had to admit that her descent into the depths of Li Qingxiu's world was not solely due to her own folly. More so, it was the theatrical prowess of the man before her. Had she heard his earlier words in the past, she would have assumed they reflected his concern and care. Yet now, she saw clearly that he was merely angry. Angered by her demeanor, Li Qingxiu felt utterly defeated, perhaps with another victim in the mix. In business, some matters necessitate one's direct involvement. If entrusted entirely to subordinates, they may lack restraint, breed complacency, and fall prey to opportunism, ultimately leading to irreparable losses. Li Qingxiu was caught in a suffocating tension, unable to ascend or descend from his frustration. You need not worry excessively. Fortunately, no grave mishap has occurred. Once my mother awakens, I will explain the situation to her, and I believe she will understand. After all, she firmly insists that this matter does not concern her, attributing it solely to Li Qingxiu's missteps. With that said, we must move on from this topic. Madam, have you prepared the tens of thousands of tales I mentioned to you a few days ago? Fu Yuan's eyes flickered. Not yet, please wait a little longer. Li Qingxiu discerned her evasive gaze, deepening his suspicions. Could it be that, as Xiang suggested, she was concealing something from him? Madam, this money is truly urgent. How much longer will you need? Could you provide me with a deadline? I cannot say for certain, but I will expedite it. Fu Yuan instinctively gripped her skirt beneath her. Is this how one consumes soft rice? Your calculations are about to burst in my face. And you are so brazen about it. Truly, you are the most shameless in the world. Upon awakening, Li Hanju immediately raised her voice, attracting Fu Yuan's attention. In her heart, Fu Yuan cursed the individual before her 180 times. Hearing her daughter's complaints, she realized she was awake and rushed to her bedside to embrace her. My dear daughter, please cease your crying. Your tears pain your mother's heart. Before Li Qingxiu, Fu Yuan deliberately checked whether Li Hanju had soiled herself or was hungry, focusing all her attention on her daughter. After a considerable time, without success in soothing her, she held on to Li Hanju tightly. Li Qingxiu had intended to take her, but as he approached, Li Hanju's cries pierced through his mind, causing unbearable pain. Staying in the room, even without proximity, his headache intensified. Ultimately, he could no longer endure and departed. Once Li Qingxiu had retreated, Li Hanju ceased her cries. Oh dear. My throat is on fire from crying. Finally, I have sent this pest away. How thirsty I am. Fu Yuan affectionately tapped her little nose and handed her a milk bottle filled with fresh water. You must be exhausted from crying. Drink some water and rest. Li Hanju clutched the bottle and gulped, finishing half of it before letting out a loud burp. After Li Qingxiu's departure, Fu Yuan discreetly sent someone to inquire further. And indeed, it appeared that not only the Li family had suffered. However, Li Qingxiu himself had escaped unscathed, which left Fu Yuan with a tinge of regret. Following the incident at the Ming family's Rouge shop, her own establishment garnered greater trust from the public, resulting in an increase in clientele and an improved reputation. To prevent errors in the midst of this turmoil, she convened a brief meeting with the shopkeepers and attendants. Upon Li Shi's awakening, she promptly dispatched a nurse to Fu Yuan's courtyard, requesting her assistance in caring for Li Shi. Feeling sympathy for her mother, Li Hanju quietly added a significant quantity of sedative to Li Shi's medicinal soup. Each time Li Shi consumed her soup after attending to her daughter, she would fall into a deep slumber, leaving no room for mischief. Under her watchful care, the days of nursing proved to be quite effortless. Most of Li Shi's day was spent in slumber, naturally leaving her no time to create trouble. Conversely, Mu Banxiang remained restless. She continued to assert that Fu Yuan harbored secrets. They dispatched their own personnel to investigate, yet they could not uncover the source of the problem. After Li Qingxiu sent someone to follow Fu Yuan, he gleaned some clues from idle chatter among the maidservants. On this day, as Fu Yuan and the recuperated Su Lan exited the estate, a tail stealthily followed them. Su Lan, being perceptive, quickly noticed. "Madam, it seems we are being followed." Fu Yuan dismissed the concern, reasoning that it was likely someone sent by the Marquis and deemed it unnecessary to pay attention. She had refused Li Qingxiu multiple times, and anyone with a modicum of sense would perceive the underlying tension. The act of following her was merely expected, as fate would have it. She had arranged for a long-awaited performance that day. Together with Su Lan, she entered her pharmacy. Upon exchanging a glance with a shopkeeper, the latter approached with a troubled expression. "Madam, many of our medicinal supplies have been depleted. Today, numerous patients have arrived, and we cannot prepare prescriptions. If this continues, we may have to close our doors." Indeed, the shopkeeper lamented, with the recent natural disasters, our previous supply chain has been disrupted, making it exceedingly difficult to find affordable and quality sources of medicine. Let us hold on for a couple more days. If our stock runs out, we will need to put up a sign for free consultations. The pharmacy cannot close. "Madam, it is all my fault. If I had not recommended you to go south for supplies, our medicine ships would not have been robbed on the river, leading to our financial ruin. It is in the past. Do not dwell on it. There will be a solution for the medicinal supplies. You may return to your duties." However, upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu furrowed his brow. "Is what you say true? Our ship carrying the medicine was indeed robbed on the river? Do you know what medicine was lost and the extent of the losses?" Those specifics were not provided. It was evident from the shopkeeper's tone that both the quantity and the financial loss were substantial. "Find out how much the investment was for this shipment of medicine," he instructed. "What? 100,000 taels." Li Qingxiu slammed his palm on the table, standing up in shock. "Are you certain? 100,000 taels of silver?" The young servant, trembling, kept his head lowered. "I have confirmed with many sources, and it is indeed 100,000 taels." Li Qingxiu's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. No wonder there were no funds to repay his debts. It turned out all the money had been lost. The thought of his 100,000 taels, precious silver, vanishing like mist, made his heart bleed, as if a piece of flesh had been forcibly severed from him. What had she purchased? Was the medicine made of gold, requiring such a fortune? 100-year-old ginseng? Just like that, it was gone. Li Qingxiu gasped, struggling to breathe, and collapsed back onto the table. This spendthrift woman had squandered such a vast sum. Had that money not been spent on medicine, it could have easily covered the debts owed to the Ming family. In the past, whenever he needed money, he would simply ask, and Fu Yuan would unhesitatingly send it to him. After such a long time of gathering funds, it appeared he had truly encountered trouble this time. Reflecting on his last request for money from Fu Yuan, he sensed an unsettling intuition. She might not be able to produce this sum. The thought of this possibility only exacerbated his agitation. With so many precious items in her dowry storeroom, selling a few could easily amass the needed funds. Just as he hesitated, someone from the Ming family arrived to press him for payment, inquiring when he would deliver the funds. Li Qingxiu found himself at a loss and contemplated a course of action that would lead to a hasty resolution. He decided to take items from the storeroom and sell them, intending to inform Fu Yuan afterward, confident in her understanding. Before he could speak, she suddenly reddened her eyes and began to weep. After persistent questioning from Li Qingxiu, she finally stammered out the details. Recently, several shops have been poorly managed and suffered significant losses. The collaborating owners showed no mercy and forcibly withdrew their investments, including both principal and interest. "My dear husband, I am deeply sorry for you. The funds you entrusted me to gather are still just a fraction short. Yet now, all the money has been taken from me. I feel utterly helpless and inadequate." Her sobbing intensified, shifting from mere wails to genuine tears. Li Qingxiu's complexion resembled that of a corpse. The words to utilize her dowry clung to the tip of his tongue, but he could not bring himself to utter them. Those possessions would eventually belong to him as well. If sold now, what would he use in the future? "My lady, this is not your fault. I shall find a way myself." He stiffened, yet still forced a smile to placate Fu Yuan. "My dear, business is quite challenging these days. I see you toil daily, and my heart aches for you. Perhaps you might entrust the business to me. I could assign capable individuals to manage it, allowing you some respite. Fu Yuan lowered her gaze, but an icy glimmer flickered in her eyes. How dare you? I am still alive, yet you brazenly begin to covet my possessions. I know you care for me, but business inherently involves gains and losses. While I have indeed suffered losses recently, I believe that under my stewardship, everything will improve. Chapter 112. The unseen masks of performance. Her eyes sparkled with confidence and determination, showing no inclination to entertain Li Qingxiu's suggestion. He, however, was solely focused on swiftly seizing control of her assets. My lady, times have changed. You are now the wife of the Duke of Yongda. I shall not obstruct your business endeavors. However, your relentless involvement exposes you to public scrutiny and the vile gossip of others. I genuinely worry for you. Fu Yuan nearly laughed aloud in his presence. After over a decade of marriage, he had never previously expressed any disapproval regarding her business pursuits.
Now,
it seemed his true nature was beginning to reveal itself, aligning him with those who spoke ill of her. It is merely idle chatter.
why should I be troubled by it?
Have you forgotten your promise at our wedding to never interfere with my business affairs? Her tone darkened as she scrutinized Li Qingxiu. Her eyes filled with inquiry and challenge. Or, do you now share the same disdain as those who believe women should not engage in business and seek fortune openly? Every coin Fu Yuan earned had been spent on him. Though he did not agree with women making their presence known, he had always pretended to be magnanimous and understanding in her presence. Without waiting for his explanation, Fu Yuan's expression morphed into disappointment. I did not anticipate that you would view me this way. I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to you and this family, only to find myself at fault. Li Qingxiu was taken aback, regretting his failure to maintain the facade of a good husband. My lady, that was not my intention. I only wish for your comfort. You needn't say more. I do not wish to see you now. Please leave. Her voice dripped with disappointment as she turned and locked herself in her room. Regardless of how Li Qingxiu pleaded outside, she remained unmoved. Eventually, Su Lan quietly consoled her. Within the confines of her room, Fu Yuan listened. Unable to suppress her internal applause for Su Lan, her face devoid of any sorrow. Li Qingxiu stood outside for a prolonged period, discreetly inquiring about the storeroom key from Su Lan, only to leave in disappointment when she was unaware. After he departed, Su Lan contemplated entering to comfort Fu Yuan but found her alone on the bed, playfully engaging with Li Hanju. Her spirits were remarkably high. Li Hanju, with her bright, shining eyes, admired Fu Yuan even more. Truly, she is my mother. Her acting skills have improved remarkably, leaving no trace of performance. Indeed, it is only right. My money is mine, and that scoundrel's money should also belong to me. I must not allow him to profit from a single coin. Upon hearing her daughter praise her in thought, Fu Yuan felt her cheeks flush. Thankfully, the child was unaware of her ability to hear thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely disdain her former foolish self. Li Hanju filled her mind with compliments, causing Fu Yuan to blush deeper, ultimately requiring Su Lan to feed her to interrupt her daydreaming. Just as Li Hanju had taken a couple of sips of milk, she suddenly choked. A dark aura enveloped Fu Yuan's forehead, and her pupils widened. Oh no, something terrible is about to happen to Mother tonight. Chapter 113. Can you hear my thoughts? Fu Yuan's hand, which had been playfully teasing Li Hanju, abruptly froze. She had no plans to go out this evening, intending instead to retire early. What could possibly happen in her own room? Though she harbored doubts, Fu Yuan was acutely aware that since she began hearing her daughter's thoughts, every prophecy from Li Hanju had proven accurate. Realizing this, her heart raced. Could it be that a thief would invade tonight? Li Hanju gazed intently at Fu Yuan's brow, her own heart racing. It seems the concubine used the skincare products gifted by that scoundrel and now bears a disfigured face. She harbors resentment and seeks revenge on you. She has bribed a group of individuals to capture a box of rats, feeding them special poison. Under the cover of night, she intends to unleash them into the grain shop registered under your name. As a result, at midnight, they writhe in agony, and before the doctor arrives, the entire family dies foaming at the mouth. The matter escalates, someone reports it, and the authorities quickly trace the source of the poison back to your grain shop. Overnight, Rumors of the cursed grain spread throughout the city, and citizens gather at the entrance to demand justice, leading to the closure of your business. Fu Yuan stood frozen, her complexion paling further with each revelation from Li Hanju's thoughts. Although she was aware of Li Qingxiu's infidelity, she had never considered causing trouble for the other woman, recognizing her as a mother herself. Yet her inaction had emboldened the woman to repeatedly conspire against her.
Wen Lianzu forso Fu Yuan.
Battered and on the verge of death, being carried out from the dungeons, her anger ignited. Day after day, Li Qingxiu neglected his responsibilities, fixating instead on these malevolent schemes. I cannot leave this body or control objects from afar. It seems I must project my spirit outside and wait near the grain shop. Projecting my spirit will place my body in a temporary state of apparent death. I shall wait until mother falls asleep before departing, to avoid causing her distress. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuan's heart clenched, and she involuntarily exclaimed, "Do not act recklessly. The last time you projected your spirit, it terrified me. I cannot endure another episode."
Lianzu blinca, momentarily perplexa.
Were you just speaking to me, mother? At that moment, Fu Yuan realized that allowing her daughter to know about her ability to hear thoughts would be more convenient, preventing her from taking risks alone in the future. Yes, I am speaking to you. Do not be foolish and venture out alone. It will worry me. Fu Yuan gently tapped her little nose, her tone grave. If it weren't for this body, she would have learned to scream by now. Li Hanju believed that her screams could awaken dogs miles away. A remarkable thought began to blossom in her mind, and she hesitantly posed the question internally. Mother, can you truly hear my thoughts? Chapter 114. Very well. Another one. Fu Yuan's complexion became unnatural, and she averted her gaze, unable to meet Li Hanju's eyes. She had long been able to hear it, yet only now did she confess. Would her dear daughter hold it against her? The air fell silent for a while, and Li Hanju saw her beautiful mother subtly and slowly nodding. A thunderbolt struck Li Hanju's heart. It was perhaps the first time in her life that Fu Yuan had observed a frown on the face of a small infant. Thinking that she was upset, Fu Yuan hurriedly picked her up and softly coaxed, "Darling, please don't be angry. I actually wanted to tell you earlier. I just couldn't find the right moment or the right words." To her astonishment, the little girl could read her mind directly. Her tiny head began to whirl with thoughts. So, her mother could hear her too. She had concealed this for so long. Did that mean there were others besides her mother who could also hear her thoughts? The more she contemplated, the more she felt that there were certainly more people capable of eavesdropping on her inner voice than she currently knew. Would she have no privacy at all in the future? Despair washed over Li Hanju as she closed her eyes. This life suddenly felt unbearable. "Darling, can you forgive your mother if I apologize?" The soft, low tone of her mother carried a gentle tug that made Li Hanju shiver. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with an overwhelming beauty. "All right, fine, I forgive you." After all, the fact that her thoughts could be overheard had already become a reality. Though she felt a sense of powerlessness from being spied upon, the thought that her family could unite against the scoundrel invigorated her spirit. Yes, since her mother could hear her thoughts, what was there to wait for? "Mother, let's go out and stir things up." In truth, what Li Hanju suggested could be addressed tomorrow, albeit with a slight loss of provisions. However, faced with her excitement, Fu Yuan, who had just begun to feel she had erred, dared not refuse. With resignation, Fu Yuan prepared to sneak out of the back courtyard with Li Hanju in her arms. Just as the door opened, several figures tumbled in. Xingxing stood up without changing his expression, dusting himself off before standing neatly to the side. Li Xiao rubbed his sore chin, scrambling to his feet, his tone enthusiastic. "Mother, sister, shall we take an evening stroll? I'll accompany you." He bounded to Li Hanju's side, pretending to check her pulse. Seeing his flustered actions, Li Hanju sighed in resignation. "Enough already, I know you three were eavesdropping outside." As she thought this, Li Hanju focused her gaze on Li Xiao and Xingxing's faces. The astonishment in Li Xiao's eyes was evident, unable to be concealed. Well, here was another one. As for Xingxing, his expression remained as calm as ice, devoid of any reaction. Chapter 115. Eavesdropping. As a group, Li Hanju arrived at a conclusion. She tugged at the soft, newly grown wisps of hair and pondered the peculiar similarities among these individuals. Upon realizing that everyone could hear her thoughts, Li Xiao dropped the pretense and began to cling to Fu Yuan's skirt, pouting. Mother, we are family. How can such an important occasion exclude me? Please take me along. I promise I'll be good and won't cause any trouble. At that moment, Li Xiao appeared almost unrecognizably obedient. However, Fu Yuan was too preoccupied with her worries to heed his pleas. Her mind racing with concerns about whether their daughter's ability to foresee the future, coupled with the potential leakage of such knowledge, would incur a divine punishment. Darling, tell your mother, does it count as leaking secrets if so many of us know? Will there be any heavenly retribution? Li Hanju was taken aback, not expecting Fu Yuan to be concerned about this. While her words were vague in front of Xingxing, the others present understood perfectly. Heavenly retribution? According to my original fate, I should have been extinguished long ago. In any case, death is inevitable. Why not take a gamble? Perhaps I can defy fate. What is the heavenly way, mother? There is no need for you to worry. It's nothing significant. If that so-called heavenly force were to come, she would quite like to see whether it was their power or her fate that was stronger. In this little world, the chaos of fortune was bewildering. It was unclear how it was managed. Upon hearing Li Hanju's words, Fu Yuan's long-held frustration dissipated instantly. Her daughter was right. Since death was a certainty, they might as well fight for it, as there might be a chance for survival. As for whether to take him along, that was not her decision. It depended on whether her sister was willing. Li Xiao hurried to Li Hanju's side, attempting to charm her with his looks. After confirming that Li Xiao could hear her thoughts, Li Hanju began to feel a bit odd. Isn't third brother's attempt to please a bit too deliberate? How come I never noticed before? This isn't just playful banter. It's clearly a ploy to use his charm. Li Xiao's expression stiffened, not expecting his sister to see through him. Good sister, please take me along. I've truly changed a lot. Recently, both our father and I have been praised for my improved demeanor and calmness. Li Hanju had observed his transformation. Fine, you can come along. But everything must go according to my plan.
All right.
Li Hanju thought. That doesn't sound like a compliment. Xingxing, touching his dagger, joined the group. I will protect you. Fu Yuan hesitated, wondering if it was truly wise to venture out with so many people. Mother, don't worry, I've got this. Stealthily, the group slipped out through the back courtyard. Upon exiting, they spotted a carriage with a young man dressed as a servant, seemingly dozing off with his head lowered. Soon after, a faint knock echoed, and Li Xiao began to hesitate. Mother, perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow. Chapter 116. Parkour in the courtyard after all. Whether today or tomorrow, it would be just as lively. What was someone doing out in the back courtyard at this hour? The remaining few exchanged puzzled glances. I caught a quick glimpse. If I'm not mistaken, it should be elder brother. As her thoughts settled, the door to the back courtyard swung open from the outside. Li Jing lifted his hat and waved at them. The carriage is ready. Hurry up and get on. He asked no questions and seemed to understand their intentions. Li Hanju silently glanced at Li Jing, feeling a bit hopeless. Great, another person who could see through her. Would she ever have any freedom? How could she still dare to think about things that should not be spoken of in her heart? The carriage had already been prepared, and it would be a poor show to back out now. Ultimately, what had begun as a small outing for Li Hanju and Fu Yuan turned into a full carriage as they departed from the back courtyard. The night was cool and tranquil, the darkened capital only resonating with the sound of cicadas. Instead of heading straight to the shop, they stopped a short distance away, disembarking to walk in order to avoid alarming anyone. By the time they arrived, they were already a step behind. As they crossed the back courtyard gate, they witnessed a figure in black holding an iron cage, pouring mice into it from the vent. The quiet air was filled with the sound of mice scurrying about, numerous and densely packed, sending shivers down one's spine. The expressions of the group changed dramatically. They were late. Don't let him escape. Fu Yuan seized a bamboo pole resting against the wall and, as the figure in black attempted to scale the wall to flee, she struck him down with a single blow. Li Xiao rushed forward, clinging tightly to the black-clad man's leg, while Xingxing held a dagger to the man's throat. Li Jing produced the prepared rope, tying the man's hands and feet tightly. As several individuals coordinated seamlessly, their movements fluid and decisive, Li Hanju lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky in exasperation. Wasn't their display excessive for merely confronting a figure clad in black? Did anyone still remember her? A few mice, having escaped from their cage, scurried wildly across the yard, one darting past Li Xiao, who shrieked in terror as it bit into his hand. By the time the others reacted and attempted to catch it, the mouse had vanished without a trace. Li Xiao's cry was akin to a pig being slaughtered, shattering the stillness of the night, only to be muffled by Li Jing's swift hand. Be quiet. You'll wake the neighbors. Although the street was lined with shops, many residents still resided there. As Li Jing clamped his hand over Li Xiao's mouth, the latter ceased his wailing, leaving Li Jing perplexed at his younger brother's sudden obedience. Upon glancing down, he discovered Li Xiao had fainted, his eyes rolling back. Releasing his grip, Li Xiao collapsed to the ground, convulsing with his lips turning blue. With urgency, Li Jing administered a life-saving pill, his expression growing grave. The toxin was manifesting too rapidly. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon and was momentarily at a loss for an antidote.
Xiao Fu Yuan clutched Lianzu.
Her face etched with concern as she stroked Li Xiao's face. Divine Physician, is there any way to counteract the poison afflicting my son? She began to question whether his family, the Ho residence, was truly cursed. Before their acquaintance, he was recognized as a skilled healer, yet since residing in the Ho estate, he had encountered one bizarre ailment after another. Now, even the bite of a mere mouse had him stumped regarding the toxin involved. Where is the antidote? Shun Rongqin pressed his dagger closer to the black-clad man's throat, the blade slicing a thin line of blood, prompting the figure to plead for mercy. Please, noble heroes. I am merely a hired hand. I truly know nothing else. Speak the truth, or I shall sever your head. Shun Rongqin's icy tone left no room for doubt regarding his sincerity. The man trembled, nearly in tears. He had taken the job for the money, fully aware of its moral implications, yet the compensation was too lucrative, and his conscience was non-existent. He's not lying. He genuinely knows nothing. Shun Rongqin's words had barely left his lips when the man, fearing for his life, hastily continued. Wait. Although I do not know the antidote, I possess powder that can prevent mouse bites. Please, I will give you the remainder. Spare my life. Powder? Li Jing searched the man's waist and extracted a small pouch of powder. Just as he began to analyze its contents, the black-clad figure suddenly coughed up black blood and collapsed, dead. The powder is toxic. Everyone stepped back. Li Jing's expression grew complex as he gazed at the corpse. It was evident that the man had never intended to survive. What bewildered him was the severity of the situation. Why would the puppet master resort to such drastic measures? Eliminating even their messenger? Having been tainted by the powder, the group swiftly removed their outer garments and rushed to the water tank in the yard to wash their hands. After completing this task, Li Jing still felt uneasy, while the others seemed unaffected. Was the poison he suffered from the same as that on the mouse? Fu Yuan observed the deceased man intently, her eyes flickering with complex thoughts. I was closest to him and have been tainted by his powder. Let me go inside and catch a few mice. Li Jing volunteered, rolling up his sleeves to charge in. Seeing her older brother, who was now sluggish and incoherent from the poison, Li Hanju tugged at the hem of the nearby garment. Is there a possibility of enticing them out without entering? In that moment, Li Hanju recalled her ability to control the behavior of snow rabbits along the border after separating her consciousness from her body. With such proximity, it would be feasible to manipulate the mice just beyond a door. Before Li Jing could cross the threshold, she swiftly summoned her thoughts, directing her mind to the mice feasting within the house. Her consciousness brushed against the living creatures, invisible threads piercing their minds like delicate needles, stringing them into a singular line. All the mice, their eyes now bloodshot with frenzy, suddenly became rigid, their expressions vacant, as if responding to a command. In the next instant, they arranged themselves in a neat line, scuttling towards the window and forming an orderly row in the corner. Witnessing nearly 100 mice lined up, all the living souls in the yard felt a chill run down their spines. The reason was simple. The eyes of these mice were all blood-red, eerie, and terrifying. Strange. These mice possess malevolent energy. This essence typically manifests in malevolent spirits or individuals steeped in wrongdoing. Such a trait is nearly absent in animals. Even the most reviled of creatures, such as mice, abide by the natural order of survival, devoid of moral distinction, thus lacking malevolent energy. Yet, with so many present, each one carries this taint. The implication is singular. There exists a malevolent individual or spirit infusing these mice with their own malevolent energy and exerting control over them. Ultimately, as she ascended in her cultivation, the delineation between good and evil became increasingly blurred. She could sense the primal instincts of these mice, compelling them to resist the control of the malevolent energy. "I only require two," Li Hanju declared. "One for study, the other as a precaution." Initially intending to purge the malevolent essence from them, a sudden warning flashed through her mind. In her envisioned future, a devastating epidemic was poised to erupt in the city, highly contagious and claiming countless lives. The emperor had dispatched numerous experts over 3 months to trace the source of the toxin, ultimately relying on Mu Banxiang, who provided the antidote, thereby earning the title of adopted sister and immense prestige. Previously, she had perceived this as a mere benefit of proximity to the favored one. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more intricate than she had assumed. If the impending epidemic was premeditated, and if its origin lay with these very mice, Li Hanju's anxiety deepened. For the sake of fame, countless lives were at stake. Initially, she had only sought to impart a minor lesson to the malevolent figure behind this chaos. However, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in her eyes. The pressure of her consciousness intensified, honing in on another wave of lethal energy. Her formidable psychic force locked onto a small courtyard outside the city. The black-clad man meditating within sensed the murderous aura and attempted to shield himself, but it was too late. In a moment of desperation, he released a puppet doppelganger he had crafted. The doppelganger disintegrated before his eyes, leaving him utterly shattered. He coughed up blood, his complexion paling as he realized someone had pierced through his malevolence. Could it be the individual he had encountered previously? Once Li Hanju felt her aim was true, she ceased lingering and immediately purified all the mice, subsequently banishing them to the desolate mountains beyond the city. After concluding these actions, Li Hanju's brow remained furrowed. While she had dealt with the mice within the room, the few that had initially escaped the courtyard were now elusive phantoms, long vanished from sight. In the vast city, seeking out a few elusive mice is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an exceedingly arduous task. After unlocking the granary with her key, Fu Yuan discovered that the damage caused by the rodents was minimal, although it would incur some losses. It remained within the manageable limits of the shop's overall wear and tear. She left a note for the shopkeeper, instructing him to temporarily close for half a day. The spoiled food in the storeroom required proper disposal, as the viruses carried by the mice would have undoubtedly contaminated the provisions. How should the lady handle the tainted food? While the ordinary rice might be disregarded, a portion comprised of fine grains and flour posed a dilemma. Discarding it entirely seemed a lamentable waste. After much contemplation, Fu Yuan ultimately resolved to send the inedible provisions to the apothecary for conversion into packaged pest repellents for sale. This would be a resourceful repurposing, minimizing losses. Before departing, Li Hanju quietly set up a protective formation around the shop to guard against future incursions by snakes, insects, and rodents. The bodies of the assailants would have to await dawn for official reporting. On her return journey, Fu Yuan was plagued by heavy thoughts. Observing her pensive demeanor, Li Jing began to formulate his own theories. "Mother, do you know who orchestrated this incident tonight?" Li Jing sat upright, his hands resting on his knees, instinctively clenching them. Was it him? The moment the incident transpired, Fu Yuan's first suspicion had also fallen upon Li Qingxiu. However, the shops under her name were already within his grasp. He would not resort to such self-destructive tactics since any harm to the business would ultimately diminish his own profits. A person who seeks comprehensive solutions would not employ such methods against her. Therefore, it likely was not him. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's heart became a tumultuous mess. He was acutely aware of the past misdeeds Li Qingxiu had committed against his mother and sister. He had never contemplated forgiving that man and had even begun plotting revenge. If it was indeed he who caused this chaos tonight, he would stop at nothing to ruin him, even if it meant mutual destruction. If it was not him, then who could it be? Though Fu Yuan was not particularly acquainted with the noble women of high society, she had never fostered enmity with anyone. Who could be so ruthless? I will continue to investigate this matter. Your recovery has not yet reached a suitable moment to be publicized, so please refrain from appearing. I do not wish for you to become their target as well. Chapter 120. Irreplaceable contemplating the mice that had yet to be captured. She pondered how to lure them out for a comprehensive extermination. If the rodents were indeed the source of the impending plague, she must eradicate them before the outbreak occurred to prevent any calamity. Lost in thought, weariness overcame her, and unable to devise a solution, she ultimately resolved to rest well and revisit the matter upon waking. The poison affecting Li Xiao was rather troublesome. To avoid being underestimated by those in the household, especially by Li Hanju, Lin worked late into the night, analyzing the toxin's composition after catching 2 small mice to create an antidote. Li Jing's gaze sharpened, casting a scrutinizing look towards Mu He, infused with a hint of wariness. Mu He, feigning innocence, took a step back and gestured invitingly. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intent. You seem unable to sleep, so why not join me for a drink and a chat? Once inside the room, Li Jing did not partake in the tea offered by Mu He, his mind still occupied with the identity of the mastermind behind the mice that sought to ensnare Fu Yuan. Speak plainly. What have you seen? His tone was decidedly unfriendly. Do not be anxious. I merely happened to see you leaving in the night and, out of concern, decided to follow. I witnessed your family enjoying a harmonious outing. That was all? Indeed, I swear. Mu Hie's expression was earnest. Li Jing temporarily lowered his guard. If you have something to say, then say it. Mu He bowed slightly and stated directly, I will not beat around the bush. I seek your assistance in locating someone. Who? A fellow townsman and friend. We entered the city together, but an incident outside caused us to part ways. I have heard he was seen in the southern part of the city and would like your help in finding him. Given Mu Hie's current status, it was indeed unsuitable for him to venture out. Provide me with his description, and I will send someone to search tomorrow. My friend is reclusive and exceedingly adept at concealing his whereabouts. Those you send may find it challenging to locate him. Are you suggesting that I should personally undertake the search? Mu He remained silent, merely nodding slightly in acquiescence. Understanding his concerns, Mu He added, the physician accompanying your mother possesses considerable skills in disguise. You might consider enlisting his aid. The implication was clear. It was imperative for Li Jing to undertake this search personally. Very well, I shall comply. However, you too should be forthcoming regarding what you know about my eyes from that year. Upon mentioning the past, Mu He exhibited a subtle shift in emotion, as if a long-caged beast within him was poised to break free from its shackles. As for what I know, rather than listen to my account, I believe you would prefer to unearth the truth for yourself. Li Jing unconsciously tightened his grip on the teacup. Mu Hie's words often felt shrouded in ambiguity, which greatly unsettled him. It was as if the truth lay just within reach, yet he remained blindfolded. Chapter 121. The brother behind the ugly mask. Mu He drained his cup of tea and rose to bid farewell. Young Masterly, assist me in finding this person, and I shall help clarify the truths of that year. A fair exchange. Since Mu He had first broached the topic, Li Jing had consistently dispatched inquiries regarding the bandit turmoil of the past. However, his men's findings remained mired in the same old cliches, yielding no new developments. Concerning the townsman Mu He mentioned, his informants discovered that there were not 1, but 6 individuals who had entered the city alongside Li Jing. They had formed a bond during their journey, but had mysteriously vanished soon after their arrival. Among the evidence he had gathered, all those who had gone missing had previously interacted with the steward of the Ming family. As he pieced this together, a suspicion began to form. The Ming family might be involved in some nefarious dealings. The operatives were exceedingly cautious, ensuring that all traces and evidence were thoroughly eradicated. Li Jing sought to delve deeper but found himself at a dead end. Ultimately, he resolved to take a risk and visit the Ming family directly. However, upon stating his intent, the steward barred him at the door. Young Masterly, I am terribly sorry, but my master departed the city early this morning and is not present. Perhaps you might return another time? Uncertain of the steward's honesty, Li Jing left and sought to verify the claim. A poetry gathering? He recalled that Xingxing Yuan was not one to indulge in poetry.
Indeed.
It is said that at the poetry gathering, anyone who composes verses to the satisfaction of Lord Ming will be rewarded with silver. Many aspiring scholars in the city have flocked to it. Xingxing Yuan was known for his desire for recognition, hosting numerous events throughout the year. The Poetry Assembly was among them, disguising himself in scholarly attire. Li Jing purchased a mask from a vendor on the roadside and proceeded directly to the bamboo grove gathering outside the city. Even from a distance, he could hear the scholars reciting verses and engaging in spirited discussions. At the entrance, 2 men stood guard, allowing Li Jing entry after he registered his identity. The assembly was indeed well attended, with flowing waters and an abundance of fruits and pastries, the grove teeming with people. Yet the figure of Xingxing Yuan remained elusive. Everyone was racking their brains, striving to craft the most exquisite poetry, while Li Jing, upon entering the bamboo grove, merely strolled about, showing no inclination to compose verses. His striking mask drew attention, and those who struggled to produce a worthy poem redirected their frustration toward him.
Hey.
You, in that hideous mask, since you've come to the poetry gathering, why not write a poem? Hiding behind a mask is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. The fellow students soon joined in the jeering. Ah, I see. He must be exceedingly ugly, afraid of scaring us, hence the mask. What a kind-hearted soul. Unfazed by their mockery, Li Jing remained indifferent, for his purpose today was to seek someone, not to engage in quarrels. However, his silence and lack of response were misconstrued as arrogance by the onlookers, especially given the cool, scholarly demeanor he exuded, which only intensified their disdain. You don't seem like a scholar at all, just someone here to loaf about. What right do you have to stand among us if you can't even write a poem? Even if you're a student, such disdainful arrogance disqualifies you from our company. My advice is to recognize your place and leave at once. Chapter 122. Concealing talents. Li Jing had no desire to argue with this group, yet their hostility was palpable. Standing in the grove, he still had not spotted Xingxing Yuan and was now the target of their ire. Contemplating an exit, he turned to leave the bamboo grove. But the crowd had no intention of letting him off easily. Before he could take more than a few steps, they surrounded him. You can't just come and go as you please. Since you're here, either compose a poem or let us see what hideous visage lies beneath that mask. Li Jing was taken aback, realizing he was truly ensnared by this bothersome rabble. To avoid escalating the situation, he approached the table set within the bamboo grove, took up a brush and penned a poem. He deliberately distorted the script, writing a piece inspired by years past. While it displayed a measure of literary flair, it was not extraordinary enough to captivate the crowd's attention. To think he can actually write poetry. Quite commendable. Since we are all here for the poetry gathering, why hide and obscure oneself? The poem was indeed commendable, though the handwriting left something to be desired. The group gathered around his verses, critiquing them. Since entering the bamboo grove, Li Jing had refrained from speaking, aiming to diminish his presence and glean information. After some time, upon reading his poem, several individuals expressed a desire to befriend him, stepping forward to introduce themselves. May I inquire your name and place of origin? Being too unconventional drew attention, prompting Li Jing to engage in conversation. However, it did not take long for them to discern his social awkwardness and reserved nature, which accounted for his sparse words. Shortly after he completed his poem, one individual took his verses deep into the grove, seemingly to present them to someone. The person returned shortly, walking directly to Li Jing with utmost respect. Young master, my lord requests your presence. Please follow me. Look, Lord Ming is inviting someone into the grove again. It appears your poem has caught his eye. The envy was palpable as one remarked, a poem is worth 10 taels of silver. I've composed 10 myself, yet Lord Ming has not invited me. It seems I am fated to miss out on this reward. Li Jing said nothing and followed the individual into the bamboo grove. Soon, he found himself by a waterfall, where Xingxing Yuan was brewing tea and playing the zither in a stone pavilion. Through the white curtain, Li Jing could only vaguely discern a figure who seemed to hear his footsteps and lightly coughed. Before long, someone emerged from the pavilion, respectfully presenting a note to Li Jing. Please, young master, use the words above as a theme to compose another poem. A glimmer of understanding crossed Li Jing's eyes as he realized the intent behind this request was to further assess his abilities or verify the authenticity of his previous poem. Upon reading the words, inspiration struck him almost instantly, and based on the surrounding ambience, a poem took shape in his mind. Upon hearing his recitation, those within the pavilion erupted into applause. Excellent. It seems you truly possess the demeanor of a scholar, capable of crafting such remarkable poetry in such a brief span. The reward of 10 taels of silver is yours. Chapter 123. Fear not. We come to your aid. Li Jing gazed at the 10 gleaming taels presented before him, taking them all and tucking them into his sleeve. Thank you, my lord. After a moment of silence in the pavilion, no one continued the conversation. Li Jing understood that the individual before him was quite suspicious and chose not to linger, swiftly departing. Just as he stepped outside, Xingxing observed his retreating figure and nodded to a nearby attendant. This person is useful. Verify his identity and background to ensure everything is foolproof before proceeding. Rest assured, I shall attend to it right away. After leaving the bamboo grove, Li Jing distinctly sensed someone following him. Midway, he was accosted by a group demanding his silver. Hand over your coins, and we shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame our swords for their ruthlessness. News of Xingxing inviting poets and bestowing silver had spread throughout the city, and 10 taels was no trifling sum, especially since there was no cap on the number of recipients. Many had already set their sights on these scholars. Li Jing, being a scholar, lacked martial prowess, and when the assailants attacked, he could only evade clumsily. Fortunately, before leaving, his sister had drawn a protective talisman on him, enabling him to deftly dodge their strikes. After a series of exchanges, the robbers felt as though they were encountering a ghost. Boss, this fellow is uncanny. Despite our numbers, we can't land a blow on him. Are we haunted? Is this person truly a scholar? How can anyone evade our blades so effortlessly? The group of robbers grew increasingly doubtful, even questioning their own skills. Sensing a gaze upon him from the shadows, Li Jing swiftly raised his voice, calling for help. Help!
Someone!
Indeed, shortly after his cry, several figures emerged from the shadows. Fear not, young master. We are here to rescue you. In a few swift movements, they dispatched the robbers entirely. Young master, are you unharmed? One of them approached, assisting Li Jing, but as they drew near, they inadvertently grazed his mask. With a clatter, the ribbon securing the mask snapped, causing it to fall heavily to the ground, revealing his true visage. This face was starkly different from the real Li Jing's, appearing quite ordinary yet marred by several ghastly red blemishes, rendering it somewhat grotesque. Realizing his mask had fallen, Li Jing hurriedly retrieved it and resecured it to his face, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes. I apologize for startling you. Thank you for your timely rescue. He pulled out a tael of silver from his sleeve, intending it as a token of gratitude. However, my lord, your kindness is commendable. Should the opportunity arise, I shall repay your life-saving grace with utmost sincerity. The man committed Li Jing's face to memory and patted his shoulder. It seems my lord's judgment is indeed astute. You are truly a gentleman who knows gratitude. My lord greatly appreciated the poem you composed earlier in the grove, and has specially invited you to gather at Baiyun Mountain in 5 days. Li Jing feigned surprise, as if struck by a pancake. Really? Truly? This is, of course, natural. As a mere servant, how could I dare to speak recklessly? However, this matter is considered a private meeting, so do not speak of it outside, lest those with ill intentions become envious, which could be detrimental to you today. Chapter 124. Entangling half the court. Thank you for informing me, my dear brother. He appeared like a naive, impoverished youth suddenly favored by a noble. Believing himself to have ascended the ladder of success, his eyes filled with excitement and exhilaration. Upon seeing his reaction, the other party felt even more at ease. May you travel safely, young master. We shall protect you from the shadows. Remember, 5 days hence at Baiyun Mountain, do not speak of it to others. Yes, yes. You need not worry. I shall not utter a word. His demeanor was both cautious and hopeful. If Li Hanju were present, witnessing his expression, she would surely suspect he had been possessed. Indeed, one can discern a family by their shared traits. Each one of them could easily win an Oscar for their performances. On the way back, he traveled unscathed. The one who had incapacitated the bandits, after his departure, turned and awakened all the fallen brigands, continuing to conceal himself in the woods. The man who had interacted with Li Jing sketched the visage he had seen and promptly sent it to Ming Xingyuan. As Li Jing journeyed home, he began to ponder the day's revelations. He still believed that Ming Xingyuan's purpose in hosting this poetry gathering was far from pure. He had observed in the woods that the attendees were merely impoverished scholars of lowly status. Although some had a modest background, they were unlikely to attend for monetary gain. His previous investigations revealed that those who received rewards from Ming Xingyuan were always of exceedingly simple lineage. Those with more complex backgrounds or connections among the nobility were never selected. The recipients of silver were either orphans without kin or individuals regarded as inconsequential within their families. Furthermore, once they received their rewards, they would vanish from sight within 3 days. The previous recipients of silver had left no trace within the city. It now seemed probable that their disappearances were linked to the private meeting Ming Xingyuan had invited him to. Mu He's friend was also among them. The more he contemplated, the heavier the inkiness in his gaze grew. A thought began to take shape in his mind. If everything transpired as he suspected, then Ming Xingyuan was indeed engaged in something significant. Once he unveiled the truth, the implications would stretch far beyond the Ming family alone. It could potentially involve even greater powers within the court, entangling a considerable portion of the government. After all, the number of missing scholars was not insignificant. Should they all be implicated, the web would likely extend beyond the capital's court. In a tender voice, reminiscent of innocence, Li Jing cherished the moment as he lifted her into his arms. Swaddled like a dumpling, Li Hanju's round, fair face resembled a pearl nestled within a shell. He affectionately tapped her forehead, grateful for the protective charm his sister provided, declaring, "I am unharmed, thanks to you. You truly are my little lucky star. Elder brother, what treasures have you unearthed today? Have you located that friend's acquaintance?" Li Hanju grasped one of Li Jing's fingers, perceptively noticing that while his eyes had healed, the ominous aura veiling them had yet to dissipate. It seemed imperative to sever the cause of his blindness to fully dispel the malevolence. Chapter 125. Befriending the young master, she sensed that the key to dispelling the ominous aura lay within his recent endeavors. It appeared that certain long-concealed truths would soon be revealed. Upon mentioning Mu He's friend, Li Jing's gaze dimmed slightly, with disappointment. He had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the individual, but he had formed some conjectures and believed he would soon locate them. "Brother, it seems you have recently faced a calamity, yet fortunately, the omens suggest rebirth after hardship, transforming misfortune into fortune. 3 days hence." Although Li Jing was aware of the situation, he did not wish to overly concern his family, merely stating it was a poetry gathering. Mu He did not press him for updates on his inquiries. 3 days later, Li Jing arrived at Baiyun Mountain as instructed. True to its name, Baiyun Mountain soared into the clouds, where white clouds drifted through the woods, creating an ethereal atmosphere, as if stepping into a realm beyond. He ascended the solitary path, and soon encountered the guide waiting at the mountain's foot. "Are you young Master Jing? The esteemed individual has tasked me with awaiting your arrival for some time. Please follow me." Expecting a long, arduous journey akin to climbing the celestial stairs, he was surprised when the guide led him into the woods. Upon entering a cave, Li Jing followed the person onto a man-made cloud ladder that elevated him steadily, soon obscuring the ground below. Li Jing grasped the cable tightly, his curiosity intensifying. The cost of such a cloud ladder was considerable, and its maintenance was no trivial expense. Ming Xingyuan had evidently invested significant effort into this poetry banquet. The cloud ladder soon brought him to the mountain's peak, where Ming Xingyuan personally received him. Lowering his gaze in respect, Li Jing expressed, "It is an honor to be valued by you, esteemed sir. I have come today to convey my gratitude for the events of 3 days ago." Ming Xingyuan scrutinized the individual known as Jing Lin, sensing an inexplicable familiarity about him, akin to the reunion of long-lost acquaintances, stirring memories of another person. "There is no need for excessive formality, young Master Jing. Since we have met, it is fate. I wish to befriend you, and have prepared a resting abode for you in the mountains, along with some study materials and supplies. Meals will also be provided by dedicated personnel. Do you wish to accept?" An unexpected stroke of fortune. Li Jing hesitated for a moment. The implication behind Ming Xingyuan's words suggested he wished to detain him within the mountains. Recognizing the identity he was portraying, Li Jing understood that gratitude and compliance were his best responses. I would not dare to call myself your friend, esteemed sir. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness. But I still have some belongings left at the inn. Might you allow me to retrieve them? With a wave of his hand, Ming Xingyuan replied, a trivial matter. There is no need for you to go personally. Simply tell me your room number at the inn, and I shall send someone to fetch it for you. Li Jing felt a jolt. Ming Xingyuan was indeed a cautious individual, attempting to verify his identity under the guise of retrieving his belongings. Should he attempt to leave forcefully now, the other party would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Fortunately, when fabricating his identity as Jing Lin, he had indeed followed the typical route of a scholar arriving in the capital, explored the city, settled at an inn, and prepared numerous study materials. Remaining here might yield further insights into what he sought. Then I must trouble you, esteemed sir. I am residing in room 5 at the Fuklai Inn. Hearing him fluently and smoothly articulate his inn and room number, Ming Xingyuan's suspicion did not wane. He began to inquire about the customs of Li Jing's hometown, each question seemingly casual, yet laden with intent to probe. In the past 3 days, he had strictly adhered to the identity of Jing Lin while residing at the Fuklai Inn, yet he had not anticipated that this would still fail to dispel the other party's doubts. The path up the mountain is quite distant. I imagine young Master Jing is weary. Someone, please escort young Master Jing down to rest. As Li Jing stepped a short distance away, a strong local accent suddenly called out behind him. Young Master, you've dropped something? Indeed. It was a phrase he had been instructed to learn before leaving. 3 words of wisdom. In truth, he possessed a natural gift for language. In my childhood, I encountered a few foreign guests whose conversations piqued my interest. After merely a month of interaction, I was able to engage with them effortlessly. While assuming a fabricated identity, I had already contemplated all conceivable examinations that might arise. Building upon my understanding of my homeland's customs and traditions, I also took the initiative to learn the local dialect. This endeavor proved to be a successful trial. The room arranged for me by Ming Xingyuan was situated in a quaint courtyard atop a mountain, exquisitely furnished with all the essentials for writing. The meticulous arrangement of the space reflected considerable thought. This room has been specially prepared for you by my master. I shall not disturb you further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me, the servant said before departing. After exploring the room, I discerned several peculiarities. All the decorations appeared brand new, as if no one had ever used them prior. However, the chair and the foot of the bed bore subtle signs of wear, suggesting that someone had indeed occupied the space before. Yet the servant insisted it was arranged specifically for me. Someone is here, I said, and as my words fell, a figure appeared before me. Young Master Jing, what is your command? It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire if there are others residing on this mountain. The other person seemed momentarily taken aback, their expression betraying unease.
What do you mean by that?
Aside from my master, there are only occasional friends who visit. No other guests reside here. Rest assured, it was merely a casual inquiry. It is indeed a tranquil place, free from disturbances. After shutting the door, my smile faded, for I could tell the servant was lying. I was not the only one residing on this mountain. After perusing a book, the warm fragrance in the room began to lull me into drowsiness. Suddenly, I jolted awake, sensing something amiss. I held my breath and opened the window for fresh air, only to find another person lurking outside, grinning as they watched me. What is your command, young master? Startled, I quickly closed the window, pretending all was well, recalling a protective talisman my sister had drawn for me before my departure. I reassured myself that even if the incense was meant to sedate me, it would not pose a significant threat. Timing my actions, I approached the bed, and just as I was about to reach it, I stumbled and fell to the ground, creating quite a commotion. The guards outside exchanged glances, silently agreeing to check on me. After a moment, they called out a couple of times, confirming my unconscious state before entering the room. On the floor, I lay in disarray. The 2 who entered appeared accustomed to the scene, effortlessly lifting me and placing me on the bed. Shortly thereafter, a whistle pierced the air, and a woman, gracefully attired, sauntered in. Upon seeing my face, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, yet she proceeded with her duties, climbing onto the bed beside me. The effects of the sedative were not overly potent, and after a quarter of an hour, I regained consciousness. What ensued was a chaotic drama. With a trembling maiden locked in the corner of the bed. Both of us were disheveled, caught in a compromising situation. Xingxing, with a pained expression, lamented, "Young Master Jing, I admired your talents, believing you to be an honorable gentleman. That is why I kept you here, hoping to assist you in your examinations. How could you commit such an egregious act?" The girl on the bed cast a tearful gaze towards me, her eyes brimming with accusation.
What do you mean by that?
Are you suggesting I climbed into your bed while asleep to falsely accuse you? I recognized the collusion between Xingxing and the woman. It was a mere act. Yet I maintain my guise as an earnest scholar. My lady, that was not my intention. I truly do not know you. You are a scoundrel, disavowing our acquaintance. I came to deliver hot soup as instructed by my cousin, yet you seized me without a word. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Her insinuations more suggestive than explicit. "Jingling, how dare you take advantage of my cousin on my territory? I have shown you nothing but sincerity, and I shall report this to the authorities to seek justice for my cousin," Xingxing declared, knowing that should I be taken to court, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and this year's examinations would be beyond my reach. "My lord, please do not involve the authorities. I will comply with any demands you have. I implore you to spare my life. I am willing to marry the lady," I pleaded, portraying an air of desperation. Xingxing exchanged a knowing glance with the woman. Another successful act. "I would never marry a debauched individual like you." Ultimately, Xingxing refrained from announcing my fate, instead compelling me to sign a statement, pledging to keep the events of the day confidential. I was then escorted to another courtyard. Upon entering, I noticed the yard was filled with people, all clad in scholars' attire, each engrossed in their books, deep in contemplation. They seemed unfazed by my presence, offering not even a cursory glance in my direction. "May I ask what this is?" I inquired, but the servant maintained a stern expression, guiding me to a door. "This will be your residence from now on. As for what you are to do next, there is a booklet inside that will elucidate everything for you." The room was sparsely furnished, containing merely a table, a chair, and a bed, along with the usual writing implements, simple and austere. After the servant left, I sensed many eyes from the courtyard watching my room, as if it had been specially arranged for my studies. After a brief examination of the items in my room, I ventured outside to converse with the others. Yet, whenever our eyes met, they recoiled in horror, hastily averting their gazes. I attempted to engage a dozen individuals, but each one shunned me as if I were a venomous serpent, unwilling to converse or even spare me a glance. During the evening meal, when the servant brought my dinner, I sought to inquire further, but they turned away, granting me no opportunity to speak. In the dead of night, I tossed and turned in bed, feeling an unsettling aura enveloping the quaint villa. Just as I began to doze off, I heard the sounds of footsteps outside my door, soon followed by the sounds of fists striking flesh and a man's cries of anguish. Curiosity piqued, I opened the door to follow the commotion. These fools! How many times must they endure punishment before they learn? I thought. In this place, with no escape in sight, they seek to flee. Truly a reckless endeavor. How troublesome it is to be unable to rest peacefully at night, having to deal with these nuisances. I only hope the newcomer understands the rules. Otherwise, I may have to break their legs next time. I observed as two individuals carried an unconscious person into a room before departing indifferently. Once they were gone, I opened my door, intending to sneak a look around, but as I passed another room, the door swung open and a hand seized me, pulling me inside. "If you wish to live, do not utter a sound." The man covered my mouth and pressed me against the door, his gaze fixed sternly on the outside. He scanned the courtyard and checked the room of the beaten individual, ensuring no one was present before finally leaving. "You are the new occupant, designated as number 9. Are you not?" "I am Jingling. That is of no consequence. In this place, your past is of no concern to anyone. All you need to remember is your room number, which is, in essence, your current name." Li Jing's eyes flickered momentarily. "Thank you, my friend, for your assistance earlier. I did not intentionally help you. You just arrived from outside, and must know quite a bit about the matters beyond these walls. I wish to inquire about something from you, as a form of exchange. Go ahead. Are you familiar with a person named Mu He? The other party's voice was deliberately subdued, as if wary of eavesdroppers. Li Jing's heart raced at that moment. Given the string of coincidences that had just transpired, a common individual would undoubtedly divulge everything they knew upon hearing such a query. Yet, it was precisely the unusual nature of the preceding events that made him cautious. I have not heard of him. I am a newcomer to the city, having just arrived a few days ago. Is this Mu He someone of great renown? His expression and tone conveyed genuine confusion. The other man scrutinized his face intently before abandoning his pursuit of further inquiry. It is nothing significant, merely a friend of mine. We entered the city together but parted ways. Now that I find myself imprisoned here, I simply wish to know if he is well. My apologies. I truly do not know the person you speak of. Should I have the opportunity to leave, I will certainly assist you in locating your friend. Never mind, never mind. In this lifetime, it seems I shall not have the chance to see him again. I merely wish to confirm his well-being, and that is sufficient. The man's tone was heavy with bitterness and the sorrow of separation, yet Li Jing refrained from revealing the truth. There is no need for such pessimism, my friend. Once we have completed Lord Ming's task, you and your friend shall undoubtedly reunite. One can only hope. By the way, they will come to inspect the rooms tonight. It would be wise for you to remain in your quarters and not venture out. If discovered, you may be mistaken for an escapee and face severe consequences. Thank you. Though uncertain of the man's identity, Li Jing was acutely aware that the courtyard was rife with watchers. Any slight disturbance would be keenly observed. For the moment, it was best to remain still. The next day, following the instructions in the small booklet, Li Jing composed several poems. After they were collected, nothing further occurred. On the third day, the situation remained unchanged. The unseen individuals prevented any communication among the occupants of the courtyard, allowing them only to compose poetry each day. That night, the one who had saved him previously continued to exchange information about the outside world, seemingly eager to extract more from him. The man's behavior only reinforced Li Jing's suspicions. He was certainly not the friend of Mu he sought. Given that Mu he was currently being hunted, had this person truly been a friend, he would not have probed so insistently into the affairs of a newcomer. Moreover, Li Jing had observed that this individual differed from the other scholars. He had not encountered any of his poetry, suggesting a lack of skill in that art. Yet, how could someone unversed in poetry be invited to such a place? At night, Li Jing pressed his hand against his chest, silently calling out, "Sister, are you there?" Before their meeting, Li Hanju had left a trace of her essence on him to ensure his safety and location. With this essence, no matter the distance, Li Jing could reach out to her. "I'm here, big brother. Mother, and I just lay down. Where are you?" "I'm on Baiyan Mountain." He briefly recounted his circumstances, deciding that if there were no advancements by the next day, he would take drastic measures. "I understand your situation now, big brother. If you want to investigate the matters on the mountain, it's simple. I can prepare an invisibility talisman for you, so no one will see you." Invisibility talisman? Li Jing's worldview was once again reshaped. He glanced at the moonlight streaming through the window. The moon was particularly bright tonight. Would there be any shadows? Half an hour of his sister's capabilities always exceeded his expectations. "Are you ready? Let's begin." Li Hanju closed her eyes and, following her essence, her spirit stirred. The atmosphere around Li Jing shifted, and the invisibility talisman was formed in an instant. In that very moment the talisman was created, Li Jing's figure vanished into thin air. The bed in the room became empty. Li Jing was filled with astonishment as he stepped outside, greeted by the moonlight. He realized he had truly disappeared without leaving a shadow behind. He could touch his body and feel its presence, yet he could not see it. There was no need to deliberately avoid the watchful eyes surrounding the courtyard. He followed the route etched in his memory and left the premises. Soon, he arrived at the room where Mingxing Yuan had previously resided. 3 days had passed, and his presence had long since faded. The study door was locked, and as Li Jing hesitated on how to open it, he brushed against the iron lock, only to find himself passing through the door effortlessly. He paused momentarily before stepping inside without obstruction. He pressed his hand against his chest, internally questioning, "Sister, Please tell me the truth. Am I still truly alive? Only spirits could pass through doors and windows. Could he be a ghost as well? Li Hanju replied helplessly. Sometimes, having too much power can lead to trust issues. Big brother, rest assured, you are still alive. If you doubt it, feel your racing heartbeat. You'll know I am not deceiving you. Following her advice, he did so and found that his heart was indeed racing. Thus he was alive. Reassured, he searched through Ming Xingyuan's opulent residence on the mountain. He rummaged through the desk and discovered that each scholar in the courtyard had a designated box containing records of their lives. Each box bore a label with a different name. One particular name struck Li Jing as somewhat familiar. After pondering for a moment, he extracted the memory from his mind. It belonged to a scion of a prestigious family in the capital, notorious for being a debauched wastrel, lacking in literary prowess. What purpose did Ming Xingyuan have in organizing the belongings of these scholars and sending them to this individual? The room was spacious, and the first items he noticed were recent, with some dating back further. As he quickly scanned the records within, his astonishment deepened. The capital was thriving, and being the imperial city, it frequently saw the comings and goings of outsiders. Every year, there were reports of missing persons, which was not unusual. Though he was a scholar, he had still heard whispers of some rumors circulating in the city. Many of those who had vanished, names he recognized, were all listed here. No wonder fewer students from humble backgrounds had risen to official positions in recent years, while the sons of noble families frequently appeared as if their ancestors' graves were emitting smoke. There were not many people in the courtyard, insufficient to account for the multitude of names filling the room. Those scholars whose achievements had been stolen, those who had lost all value, where were they now? Li Jing's face turned pale, and he crumpled the paper in his grasp. Beneath the emperor's domain, in the vast expanse of the world. How dared Ming Xingyuan act with such audacity? It was unexpected that the examination questions from 3 years ago were precisely what he had stumbled upon. To intertwine oneself with the imperial examination and orchestrate such a grand scheme was beyond what Ming Xingyuan could have accomplished 3 years prior. There must be a far greater power involved behind the scenes. Though he had remained secluded, oblivious to the affairs beyond his door, he was still aware of some significant events and shifts within the court. Many of the names on that list, perhaps once insignificant, had begun to emerge prominently in the court. A few individuals he recalled seemed to have connections with the seventh prince. In the eyes of the public, the seventh prince was humble, unambitious, and a person of detached virtue. If this matter were indeed linked to him, then the facade of detachment was merely a ruse to deceive the masses. Li Jing carefully selected the most pertinent pieces of evidence, tucking them securely into his bosom. Li Hanju had been anxiously monitoring his progress. Upon hearing that he had completed his tasks, she clapped her hands. "Brother, let us not wait until tomorrow. The night is long and fraught with dreams. Should Ming Xingyuan ascend the mountain tomorrow and discover your actions, it could lead to grave trouble. However, the cloud ladder is guarded, and I cannot confront them. No need for you to intervene. Simply rouse those scholars. Third brother will come to fetch you." Li Jing was somewhat skeptical. What could that half-grown lad, Li Xiao, possibly do? Before he could ponder further, the answer hastened up the mountain. In the early hours of the night, beneath Baiyun Mountain, massive sky lanterns ascended slowly, swaying and drifting towards the mountain's peak. The sentinels on night watch yawned, and upon glancing up, they were startled to see fiery orbs approaching, instantly jolting them awake. "Come quickly. There is heavenly fire." As the hot air balloons drew closer, they realized it was not fire from the heavens but rather lanterns. "There are people above. Everyone be alert and prepare to confront them." The inhabitants of the mountain poured forth, their expressions tense as they fixated on the balloons, the cold blades in their hands gleaming ominously in the flickering light. As the lanterns danced, they released countless flower petals, filling the air with a faint, enchanting fragrance. Were it not for the inopportune timing and location, those witnessing the scene might have believed a celestial being had descended, for the spectacle was breathtaking. The black-clad warriors were utterly bewildered, questioning which madman dared to emerge in such a flamboyant manner. Li Xiao clung to the edge of the hot air balloon, and before descending, he eagerly shouted down, "Brother, we have come to rescue you. They are kidnappers. Quickly, use bows and arrows to bring down the lanterns." It was only then that some belatedly realized they should have targeted the lanterns first. Yet, just as they turned to grasp their bows and take aim at the lanterns, they sensed something amiss. Their limbs felt as though submerged in vinegar, rendered weak and feeble. They could barely muster the strength to lift their bows, let alone draw them. Those still possessing strength managed to shoot an arrow, which struck Li Xiao's balloon, causing it to deflate rapidly and descend erratically. Li Xiao awkwardly extricated himself from the tangle of the balloon, straightening his robes as he swaggered toward the fallen black-clad figures. "Arrest them all." With that command, the accompanying guards swiftly bound every one of them. In the ensuing chapter, no distinction between friend and foe. All are overthrown, having spent considerable time alongside Li Hanju. Li Jing occasionally felt a disheartening sense of inadequacy. Scanning the crowd, Li Xiao identified the culprit who had managed to shoot an arrow before losing consciousness, and without hesitation, he kicked him. "You shot an arrow, ruining my grand entrance." Those who had inhaled the toxin lay sprawled on the ground. After securing the captured individuals, they began to search for Li Jing. "Brother, we have apprehended all the villains. Why do you not come out?" After a lengthy search, they finally discovered the scholar's dwelling. Li Jing stood in the courtyard, surrounded by a multitude of incapacitated individuals. After administering the antidote to the scholars, he collected all the evidence from the study, and the group departed the mountain summit. Li Jing arranged for them to stay in a small courtyard outside the city, assigning guards for their protection. The rescued scholars expressed their profound gratitude, recounting their harrowing experiences. As Li Jing had surmised, they were all talented yet unprivileged scholars without influential backgrounds. However, the individuals that Mu He had instructed him to find were not among them. The one who had tested him that night was an agent of Ming Xingyuan, sent to assess the newcomers. With the entire Baiyun Mountain contingent vanished overnight, Ming Xingyuan would undoubtedly dispatch someone to investigate. In addition to ensuring the safety of the scholars, he needed to quickly find a reliable person to whom he could entrust the evidence so that Ming Xingyuan could be brought to justice. Unsure how to approach Mu He regarding his missing friend, Li Jing was surprised when Mu He sought him out. "I have heard about the incident on Baiyun Mountain. You rescued those people, did you not?" Li Jing admitted it with a tone of remorse. "Your friend, I know what you wish to say. There is no need for apologies, for you could not possibly find him." Li Jing's gaze flickered.
What do you mean by that?
Mu He's eyes ignited with intense hatred. "Because they are already dead. I witnessed them perish before my very eyes. Once, they had journeyed together, composing poetry and calling friends, embodying the most beautiful memories in his mind. Yet, for refusing to bow to the Ming family, they were tormented to death. To protect him, they had held off the bandits, granting him a slim chance of survival. Esteemed young master, I apologize for my earlier words. They were merely a test of your character. Now, I shall reveal the entire truth." Mu He had arranged to meet his friends at Hongye Mountain outside the capital, and on that day, filled with enthusiasm, they began to engage in a literary contest, only to be spotted by Ming Xingyuan, who was also there for leisure. From that moment, they became prey in each other's eyes. At the end of his tale, he knelt before Li Jing, bowing deeply. "I implore you, esteemed young Master Li, to take up the cause for my friends and for the countless souls of scholars slain by the Ming family." In the subsequent chapter, "Is there affection for her?" Li Jing urged. "What are you doing?"
Rise.
Mu He remained resolute, not budging an inch.
Li Jing siga.
"Since I have involved myself in this matter, I shall see it through to the end. Yet, I currently possess no reputation. Even if I wish to assist you, I must devise another method. Ming Xingyuan is currently favored by the emperor, and he is likely connected to the seventh prince. Even with his current title as a nobleman's son, it avails nothing. If you are willing to intervene, I believe the truth will one day be revealed to the public. I am willing to wait. Then rise. I promise I shall look into this." Seated across from each other, their reservations dissipated. Mu He, assured that Li Jing would pursue the investigation, revealed his final secret. "Previously, I mentioned the incident 3 years ago when the mountain bandits poisoned you, causing your blindness." Li Jing's heart tightened, realizing he was about to unveil the mystery he had long pondered. "Before you continue, may I ask, do you still harbor feelings for Luo Qingping?" Luo Qingping? A name he had almost forgotten. He had been betrothed to her since childhood, knowing they would marry. Thus he had always treated her with greater affection than other women. He did not understand love, He only knew they were to become husband and wife, and he should protect her. Yet, the past was but smoke. They were no longer connected. She had married another, becoming merely a distant memory.
No.
Why harbor hatred? Had she not been abducted by the mountain bandits, you would not have lost your sight and missed your chance at a career. Saving her was from my own volition. She did not force me. The consequences of my choices are mine to bear, regardless of how devastating they may be. What if I told you that Luo Qingping's kidnapping was orchestrated? Li Jing stiffened, his voice faltering. What do you mean? My sister, Xiaoru, was once Luo Qingping's foremost maid. She wrote to me, subtly mentioning the events surrounding the mountain bandits. On the day when Luo Qingping was abducted, she was taken alongside. Logically, one would expect that the mountain bandits, upon encountering a lady of her stature, would harbor ill intentions. However, that group of bandits treated her with remarkable courtesy. During her time in the mountains, she suffered no indignities, as if they were already well acquainted with her. It was only after your ascent that the bandits intentionally cast her into a dilapidated room, prompting your rescue. Moreover, the most critical point is that he fixed a serious gaze upon Li Jing. At that moment, when you fled with Luo Qingping, she intentionally directed you towards a dead-end path to the west, fully aware that it led to a precipice. Following that incident, my sister Xiaoru inexplicably fell ill and ultimately succumbed at the Luo residence without receiving treatment. Li Jing's complexion turned pale, a chilling sensation coiling around his back, nearly freezing his soul. What you say is true. Before her passing, Xiaoru had penned a letter to me. That letter still resides in the Luo household. Yet I assure you that every word I have uttered is devoid of falsehood. Chapter 134. This is the spot. Dig. The night was damp and cold as he sat in the room for an entire night. The next day, when the young servant entered to deliver breakfast, he noticed something amiss and promptly informed Fu Yuan. Under Fu Yuan's questioning, he recounted his conversation with Mu He from the previous night. Mother, I wish to visit the Ming family to locate the letter left behind by that maid. Fu Yuan was taken aback, realizing that there was more to his blindness than she had known, and she grew more anxious than Li Jing. Go, go, go. We shall leave this very moment. I will have someone prepare the carriage. After taking a few steps, she paused. Li Hanju observed her mother bustling about, and upon hearing her intention to leave, her eyes sparkled with curious intrigue. Mother, take me with you. I wish to go out and play. If I stay cooped up in the house all day, I shall never grow. The stirrings within the household were impossible to conceal from Li Hanju. Upon seeing her reach out her chubby little hand and gaze at her with pleading eyes, Fu Yuan could not bring herself to refuse. At that moment, she would have sought the stars from the heavens, if necessary. 3 years prior, following Li Jing's incident and the annulment of the engagement, Fu Yuan had ceased all interactions with the Luo family. Now, as she took the initiative to visit, she still felt a sense of revulsion. However, thinking of her son's plight compelled her to maintain a pleasant demeanor. When the Luo family learned of the arrival from the Mingyang Marquis' residence, they initially assumed it was Li Qingxiu. Upon discovering it was Fu Yuan, their expressions instantly shifted to one of tension. Back then, Luo Qingping's father held only a minor official position, while Li Jing was already a scion of the Marquis' household. Even though Luo's father had since risen to a fourth-rank official, he still had to lower his head in the presence of the Marquis' lineage. We were unaware of the esteemed Lady Marquis' visit. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. The couple greeted her with polite formality and led her into the flower hall. After serving tea, Fu Yuan held the warm cup, savoring it slowly, yet she uttered not a single word. A heavy silence enveloped the air as the Luo couple exchanged glances, uncertain of her intentions. Is there a matter of importance that brings you here today, Lady Marquis? Fu Yuan remained silent, casting a glance towards Li Xiao, who was holding Li Hanju. You all take your sister to play elsewhere. I need to converse with Lady Luo. The steward guided them to the garden, where an array of snacks had been prepared. However, after only a few bites, Li Xiao clutched his stomach, groaning. After dismissing the nearby maid and servants, Shen Rongqin cradled Li Hanju and swiftly fled to a previously scouted location. Luo Qingping, being the legitimate daughter of the family, resided in a well-known courtyard. Following her marriage, the courtyard had become deserted, and with no one overseeing it, they slipped in with ease. Wait! The third room on the right. Without hesitation, Shen Rongqing complied. In the corner of the west wall, 3 steps away, take a step back. This is the spot, dig. Xiao Ru is deceased, and her belongings would inevitably bear the aura of death. Even the faintest trace would not escape her keen eyes. Shen Rongqing, a man of few words, placed her upon a small bed and, after rummaging through his belongings, produced a small shovel, beginning to excavate the spot she had indicated. The benefits of his martial training revealed themselves at that moment. After a few vigorous digs, he swiftly unearthed a small wooden box. We found it! Chapter 135. A glimmer of surprise danced in his eyes. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The only nearby courtyard belonged to the young lady. They must be approaching this way. Let us check inside first. Shen Rongqing quickly tucked the box into his sleeve, smoothed the ground, and covered the disturbed earth, erasing all traces of their activity. Just as he finished, the door was pushed open from the outside. What are you doing in there? The steward, accompanied by a young servant, regarded the two with suspicion. Shen Rongqing remained unfazed, lifting Li Hanju into his arms. My young lady is hungry. I came to find her something to eat. It seems I've entered the wrong room. A child, carrying a small infant, had wandered into a seldom-visited maid's quarters. The steward soon dismissed his doubts, a gentle smile gracing his face. Lady Marquis is preparing to leave the residence. You should take your young lady with you, so as not to keep her waiting. As for the hungry Li Hanju, the Luo family, having no children of their own, had nothing for her to eat. Until Fu Yuan departed, the Luo couple remained perplexed. Fu Yuan had dragged them into idle chatter in the flower hall, failing to mention a single pertinent matter. What, indeed, was her purpose for coming today? With a serious demeanor, they summoned the steward to inquire if there had been any odd behavior from Fu Yuan's entourage. One child had suffered from a stomach upset, while another had simply wandered into the wrong courtyard. Being children, there was nothing amiss. On the return journey, the 4 of them squeezed into the carriage. Li Xiao could hardly contain his excitement as he began to search Shen Rongqing's body. Did you find the letter? Hurry, let me see it. Third brother, you're human, not a monkey. Don't be so impatient. We can't open it yet. Why not?
Li Xiao dirà li qüestionat Lianzu.
Shen Rongqing retrieved the box from his sleeve and handed it to Fu Yuan. Upon grasping the box, Fu Yuan did not hasten to open it, but instead cast a serious glance at Li Xiao. This box must not be touched by any of us. We shall wait for your elder brother to open it before we examine its contents. Though Li Xiao was somewhat bewildered, he understood that he must heed his mother's words. Under the expectant gazes of all, Li Jing opened the box, retrieving the letters contained within. As he slowly unfolded them, the next moment left everyone in stunned silence. The box had not been properly sealed. The letter inside had absorbed moisture, turning yellow and developing mold spots, rendering the writing nearly illegible. What it contained remained a mystery. Elder brother, don't lose heart. I have a way. Although the dampened letter was difficult to restore, it was not entirely hopeless. Following Li Hanju's instructions, Li Jing painstakingly worked to revert the letter to its most authentic form. Though the writing remained vague, it did not hinder comprehension. Xiao Ru had been Luo Qingping's maid since she was 6, growing up alongside her as if they were sisters. When Luo Qingping was engaged to Li Jing, she had been filled with anticipation and hope. However, on an unforeseen day, her temperament drastically changed. Not only did she urge her parents to annul her engagement with Li Jing, but she also orchestrated a scheme that allowed Ming Xinyuan to preemptively answer the imperial examination, thus claiming the title of the top scholar. Fearing that Li Jing would discover the truth and seek vengeance, she conspired with the mountain bandits to stage her own kidnapping. Luo Qingping had colluded with those bandits, deliberately allowing herself to be captured, luring Li Jing to the mountains for a rescue, while intentionally leaving flaws in her plan to lead him into a poisonous forest, ultimately causing him to plunge over the cliff. Chapter 136. My brother has turned dark. Once a paragon of excellence, a flower atop a lofty peak, he found himself, within a single night, plunged into darkness, blind and wallowing in the mire. The glory of his past was stripped away, leaving him devoid of spirit, reduced to a beast ensnared in its own confines. His once formidable presence, now utterly diminished. Li Jing sat languidly in a chair, his complexion ashen, as though all vitality had been drained from him. The crimson veins in his eyes spread across his pupils, as if soaked in tears of blood. For 3 long years, he had hidden himself in this room, like a puddle of mud, too fearful to face the world, shunning the gaze of others, consumed by thoughts that tormented him for an eternity. Why was it he who endured such trials? Why did fate treat him with such injustice?
Why?
After much internal struggle, he had consoled himself, convincing himself that by sacrificing his own sight, he could ensure the well-being of Miss Luo and find peace within his heart. Yet now, he realized that all he had endured was not a decree from heaven, but a trap set by the very person he believed he had saved. His heart burned with resentment. A single, scalding tear fell, evaporating instantly upon contact with the iron of his despair, leaving a mark upon Fu Yuan's heart. Upon witnessing Li Jing's tears, she was instantly alarmed and rushed to embrace him. I am here. All suffering shall pass, and everything will be well. Unbeknownst to her, with his head bowed, Li Jing's bloodshot gaze, once filled with hatred, began to darken into an unfathomable abyss. Soon a low, eerie laughter echoed through the room. Li Jing lifted his head. His handsome visage, reminiscent of a clear sky, was now marred by an unsettling aura, as if he sought to unearth hearts and feast upon bones. "Mother, I am fine," he reassured Fu Yuan, casting a sidelong glance at the yellowed letter. In the past, he had been too trusting of human nature. Henceforth, he would transform all he had suffered into a grand gift, repaying it 100-fold. "Brother, do not cry. No one shall ever bully you again. Should anyone dare to harm you, I will strike them down." Li Hanju, unable to bear the sight of her brother's tears, longed to eradicate all the instigators immediately. He gently pinched Li Hanju's small nose, his tone tender. "Brother is now an adult. From now on, I shall protect you, and mother. You need only grow up happily." 3 years ago, the examination questions had posed no threat to Ming Xingyuan. And even if Li Jing revealed them now, it would be futile. Even if the enemy stood far above him, Li Jing remained unperturbed. He would ascend to a higher position and crush them all beneath his feet. After reading the letter, Li Jing entrusted it to Mu He, for she was his dear sister, and the letter mentioned him as well. He thought it best that Xiaoru's letter be kept safe by her elder brother. Though Mu He's friend had already met a tragic fate, those students saved by Li Jing were still alive. Upon receiving the letter, Mu He visited Xiaoru's grave. He departed hastily, unaware of the tale that followed him. Confirming his appearance, the tale rushed towards the Ming residence. "Lord Ming, I am certain this is the person you sought a few days ago. But do you know where he has gone?" "To the Mingyang Marquis residence, back courtyard. I saw it with my own eyes." Chapter 137. Open your eyes and see whom you have brought back. Ming Xing's gaze fixed intently on the young servant before him, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He had dispatched searchers throughout the city for an extended period without success, yet after the incident at Baiyun Mountain, Mu He had suddenly emerged. "Are you certain you did not mistake him for another?" "Sir, I am certain." To capture Mu He, Ming Xingyuan had privately circulated a high bounty for his capture, and the household staff dreamt of the reward each night. The visage of that man had been etched deeply in his memory, allowing him to recognize him at once. "You have performed well in this matter. You may go and collect your reward." "Thank you, my lord." The young servant departed joyfully to claim his payment, while Ming Xingyuan summoned his most capable enforcer. "Go to the Mingyang Marquis residence and investigate whether Mu He is truly within. If he is, find a way to bring him here. Should he resist, eliminate him on the spot." The enforcer took his orders and donned dark attire that very night to scout the Marquis residence. As night fell, he noticed the guards had relaxed their vigilance and breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to scout the grounds for Mu He's quarters. Just as he jumped into the courtyard from the corner of the back wall, Li Hanju, who was listening to a bedtime story, sensed his presence. "An intruder has entered." Fu Yuan's narration halted, and a flicker of vigilance and alertness ignited in her eyes. "Who goes there?" She prepared to call for assistance to investigate the uninvited guest. But Li Hanju grasped her hand, saying, "Mother, wait. No need to act. I have a plan." Within the residence, she had already instructed Fu Yuan to set up formations in each courtyard. If anyone with ill intentions were to intrude, they would only find themselves wandering in circles. She extended her consciousness to probe the surroundings and discovered the intruder was indeed targeting Mu He. The fact that he resided in the Mingyang Marquis residence had been carefully concealed, and tonight's sudden visitor likely indicated that his whereabouts had been exposed. A flash of inspiration struck her, and she conceived a clever scheme. Her father had not visited the courtyard for several days, leaving her and her mother undisturbed. To express her gratitude, she might as well present him with a grand gift. Chanting softly, a golden talisman materialized midair, precisely striking the enforcer's body. The next moment, as if guided by a divine hand, he proceeded directly toward Li Qingxiu's quarters. Li Qingxiu, who was lost in a dream of a beautiful maiden, was abruptly yanked from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of cold, murderous eyes. "Please spare me. I will give you anything you desire. Money? I seek no coin. I demand your head." At that moment, he recognized that the figure before him was none other than his desired target, Mu He. Awakened from his dreams, Xingxing was jolted by a series of urgent knocks on his door. Irritated, he rose to open it. "Come in." As the candlelight flickered to life, the enforcer tossed Li Qingxiu to the ground, brimming with excitement, ready to receive his reward. But then he noticed the dark expression on his lord's face. Without even glancing at the man on the floor, the enforcer exclaimed eagerly, "Mu He, my lord, you don't know. He attempted to bribe me with gold. I would never be swayed by such means. I struck him once, and he fell unconscious." His excitement grew, oblivious to Xingxing's murderous glare. Before he could finish his tale, a powerful kick landed squarely on his chest. Chapter 138. The scoundrel father learns a lesson. The enforcer clutched his pained chest, tumbling to his feet and turning to face Mu He, only to find himself frozen in shock. The familiar visage of Mu He had inexplicably morphed into a completely unfamiliar face. At that moment, Li Qingxiu, who had been knocked unconscious, began to regain his senses after a bumpy journey. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a face that was both familiar and strange. "Please don't kill me. I will give you anything you want." He retreated in panic, catching a glimpse of another person in the room. As he raised his head, he was met with Xingxing's complex expression. "Lord Ming? Is that you?" Realizing he was no longer in the Marquis residence, Li Qingxiu feared he had wronged Xingxing somehow. He quickly forced a smile. "My lord, surely there is some misunderstanding? We can discuss this amicably." Xingxing recalled that Li Qingxiu resided in the Mingyang Marquis residence, realizing there was no need to search far and wide. "My lord has misunderstood. I merely sent someone to invite you over. I had no intention of causing you distress, and I apologize for the confusion." He stepped forward to assist Li Qingxiu to his feet and poured him a cup of tea. Li Qingxiu rubbed his aching nape and, realizing there was no imminent threat to his life, became magnanimous. It's nothing, just a trivial matter. You summoned me. Is there something of great importance?" "It's somewhat troublesome. I previously supported a group of impoverished students, yet they harbored ill intentions and pilfered treasures from my estate. I dispatched people to search for them for quite some time, but to no avail. The servants from the residences of the two individuals claimed they had seen them, but they had headed to the Marquis's manor. I wanted to inquire if there are any unfamiliar men residing there. There is indeed a man living in my household, but he is a physician and I doubt he is the person you seek. This individual is cunning and adept at disguise. May I visit your manor tomorrow? And perhaps you could facilitate an introduction?" "Of course, you are welcome to come. I shall arrange for someone to meet you tomorrow." Xingxing gazed at Li Qingxiu for a while, finding him quite intriguing. He had stolen the marriage of his son, yet here he was, conversing with a flattering demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. The henchman kneeling on the ground stood up, and Li Qingxiu instinctively touched the back of his head, the fright still lingering in his eyes. The next day, upon hearing that Li Qingxiu had summoned the physician, Li Hanju felt a surge of pride and drank another bottle of milk. It seems there's not entirely no harvest. The scoundrel father has learned a lesson. Don't get distracted. Only 15 moments remain. Lying on her side in bed, directing him in alchemy, Li Hanju's expression changed, and she quickly formed a defensive array around herself.
Boom.
Li Hanju shook her head and sighed. "I have reminded you countless times. Alchemy requires focus and tranquility, or the furnace will explode. This is the 96th time. Remember to compensate. Chapter 139. A blood disaster awaits you. He was not particularly familiar with the Mingyang Marquis. Little ancestor, can you tell me what is happening in the front courtyard? Is there danger? Li Hanju counted on her fingers. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. Just a blood disaster awaits you. Is there a way to resolve it? There is, but it will cost 10 taels of silver.
Deal.
Currently, his expenses at the Marquis' manor and his medical studies had been meticulously documented, and the bills were close to filling an entire book. With debts not being a concern, he was not troubled by this minor sum. Ming Xinyuan and Li Chengxiu sat in the main seat, amiably sipping tea. The atmosphere just right. After exchanging formalities, Ming Xinyuan invited him to enjoy tea. How amusing to attempt poisoning me in front of Guangong. It's laughable. With a flourish of his sleeve, he sent a cloud of powder towards the two and calmly drank before them. Ming Xinyuan intentionally brought up old matters, revealing the jade pendant hanging at his waist, worn by Mu He before his demise, hoping to gauge Li Qingxiu's reaction. His deliberate actions turned out to be akin to playing music to a cow. I must continue my research on new medicines. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Noticing no signs of disguise on Li Qingxiu's face, he dismissed the notion of him being Mu He, returning empty-handed. Ming Xinyuan believed it was merely a servant trying to deceive him for reward. Upon returning, he bound the individual and taught him a lesson, only to collapse midway due to poisoning. The matter concerning Mu He was temporarily set aside. However, the Marquis of Mingyang's residence was no longer safe for him. Under the operations of Fu Yuan, Mu He was sent to an outlying villa where the previous group of students resided. The events surrounding Baiyun Mountain could not be concealed, soon reaching the ears of the seventh prince. Although Li Jing and his companions were cautious, the vastness of the capital allowed the seventh prince to have numerous hidden connections. A command was issued, and within days, clues emerged from those purchasing supplies at the villa. In the secluded villa, the abundant supplies raised suspicions, and upon closer inspection, the students housed there were quickly discovered. The seventh prince secretly ordered them to be silenced. Fortunately, Li Hanju had sensed the danger in advance and informed Li Jing, allowing for a timely evacuation. The seventh prince's men found nothing, but Li Jing was exposed to the light. Upon learning that Li Jing was behind the orchestrations, Ming Xinyuan was astonished and decided to visit again to uncover the truth. Apologies, my young master is unwell and cannot receive guests. Ming Xinyuan and his companions were barred from entering the courtyard. Li Qingxiu forced a smile. My lord, please forgive me. Ever since my son lost his sight, he has been quite odd and refuses to see anyone. Perhaps we could have tea in the front hall? Mentioning the front hall, Ming Xinyuan still bore the shadow of the previous poisoning incident. He stood still, fixated on the tightly closed door. Does young Master Li not wish to know where those individuals you failed to find have gone? Chapter 140. How can a blind man ascend the mountain? Li Qingxiu followed behind Ming Xinyuan, unable to comprehend the implicit meaning of his words. However, Li Jing in the room understood completely. The individuals mentioned were the students Ming Xinyuan had previously taken, and he had likely dealt with them once their value had diminished. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained in his heart, however minuscule it may be. With a creak, the door was opened from within. Li Jing stood at the threshold, his gaze vacant as it swept in Ming Xinyuan's direction. He slightly stepped back, inviting him in. Ming Xinyuan took a couple of steps forward, with Li Qingxiu following closely behind. You need not accompany me. Upon entering, Ming Xinyuan swiftly closed the door behind him, barring Li Qingxiu from entry. Li Qingxiu moved quickly, bumping his nose against the door, which immediately turned a shade of red. He opened his mouth to curse, but upon remembering the person inside was Ming Xinyuan, he swallowed his anger. Inside the room, Ming Xinyuan surveyed Li Jing's dwelling. Aside from basic living necessities, there was no extraneous decoration. Even the sharp edges of the furniture had been smoothed out, rendering them rounded. It was indeed a fitting environment for a blind person.
Observing Li Jing,
a flicker of jealousy flashed in Ming Xinyuan's eyes. Once a paragon of superiority, he had now fallen to become a blind cripple. Yet this drastic change seemed to leave no significant marks on him. Li Jing navigated to the table with ease, naturally pouring himself a cup of tea. As Ming Xinyuan reached out to accept it, Li Jing raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. The atmosphere shifted slightly. It was as if Li Jing only then noticed, smiling vacantly in Ming Xinyuan's direction. Apologies, there is but one cup in this room. It is my usual one. I cannot offer you tea. Ming Xinyuan feigned arranging his sleeves to mask his embarrassment. No matter, you are not in a position to be choosy. It is merely a cup of tea. I shall not press the issue. He intentionally mocked Li Jing, hoping to see discomfort on his face. However, to his surprise, Li Jing remained indifferent, showing no reaction. His gaze was vacant, yet his movements were that of a normal person, calmly seated there in his azure robe with the teacup. To an unknowing observer, he would still appear as the lofty and untouchable nobleman. His composure, tranquility, and calmness only deepened Ming Xinyuan's jealousy. You maintain a commendable mindset, able to live leisurely in such circumstances. My lord need not beat around the bush. If there is something to say, please do so directly. Ming Xinyuan locked his gaze on Li Jing's face. Very well, I shall be blunt. The incident on the mountain was orchestrated by you, was it not?
On the mountain? Li Jing feignat ignorança.
As a blind man, I cannot even exit my door. How could I ascend the mountain? My lord must be mistaken. This was precisely what perplexed Ming Xinyuan. How could a blind man create such a significant uproar? Did he have accomplices? Li Qingxiu did not seem to possess the intellect for such schemes. He pondered silently, unable to arrive at an answer. His gaze gradually falling upon the person across from him. He observed the pair of eyes, clear as water. It was said that young Master Li had once been acquainted with my lady. Upon learning of my visit today, she deliberately instructed me to bring you something. He lowered his head, searching his person, puzzled about what had become of it. Just as Li Jing relaxed his guard, he suddenly drew a dagger from his boot and thrust it swiftly towards Li Jing's eyes. In Chapter 141, Just a Dog, the dagger approached with such speed that evasion was impossible. However, a person who had not lost their sight would undoubtedly display fear and trepidation upon witnessing a weapon aimed directly at them. Ming Xinyuan sought to discern a different emotion in Li Jing's gaze. When the blade halted a mere millimeter from Li Jing's eye, disappointment washed over him. Li Jing remained seated, his demeanor unchanged throughout, as if he were a blind man unaware of his surroundings. If he was not the one responsible for that event, he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Who could possibly compel him to acquiesce to manipulation, or rather, with whom had he conspired? I seem to have forgotten to bring what I intended. I must deliver it to you on my next visit, Li Jing remarked indifferently. I share no bond with Lady Ming, and thus, there is no need for parting gifts. I am not in want of such things. He clearly sought to distance himself from Luo Qingping. His quick dismissal left Ming Xinyuan somewhat disheartened, prompting him to shift the conversation. Brother Li, we were once classmates in the same academy, thus we are somewhat akin to schoolmates. Ming Xinyuan choked slightly, surprised by Li Jing's lack of conversational finesse. Li Jing drained the last sip of cold tea, his brow furrowing slightly. Can you truly act on behalf of your master? Then can I expect the same for those remaining? The reference to his master unsettled Ming Xinyuan, as it suggested that Li Jing viewed him merely as a dog in service to someone else. Nevertheless, considering the seventh prince's side, he stifled his irritation. Such trifles. I can indeed manage independently, he replied. It is unfortunate, Li Jing shook his head, that I desire nothing. I am merely waiting to die in this room. Ming Xinyuan's impulse was to curse. You hardly resemble someone resigned to death. He could not believe that a once-spirited youth would willingly accept such a fate. His tone turned somber as he cast a penetrating glance at Li Jing. Li Jing, you are an intelligent man. You must know what is in your best interest. He circled Li Jing slowly. I understand that your eyes have barred you from all possibilities, leading you to perceive everything as mere illusions. But what if I told you that should you choose to stand with us, I possess a means to restore your sight? Li Jing's grip on the cup tightened, as if genuinely swayed by Ming Xinyuan's words. Observing a flicker of normalcy in his reaction, Ming Xinyuan smiled. Furthermore, it is not only your vision at stake. After years of diligent study, who would not yearn to stand in the Golden Hall and claim the title of top scholar? If you choose to align with us, not only your sight but also this year's top scholar position could be yours. What do you say? Such brazen assertions might lead others to believe Ming Xinyuan had lost his senses.
Yet,
Li Jing understood that he and those behind him possessed the capability to accomplish such feats. Under the scrutiny of officials and the emperor himself, the examination lists could be predetermined, even elevating an unworthy candidate to the coveted position of top scholar. For instance, the very individual standing before him, who had previously pilfered his answers, was now in a position of success. Li Jing remained silent for an extended moment, prompting Ming Xingyuan to glance at him. The tumult of emotions within Li Jing was evident. He was clearly taken aback by the implications of Ming Xingyuan's statement. A man who had been blind for years, having sought countless remedies without success, had long since resigned himself to despair. To suddenly hear of a potential cure, and a likely one at that, was undeniably captivating. Ming Xingyuan was convinced that he had stirred Li Jing's heart, and with the allure of the top scholar title, he could hardly believe anyone could resist the temptations of fame and fortune. Li Jing's demeanor appeared to calm gradually. "You claim you can restore my sight. On what basis do you assert such certainty?" Ming Xingyuan's eyes glimmered. He could not reveal that the poison had been administered by him in collusion with a band of mountain bandits. "I possess a secret remedy from the palace, crafted by the former head of the Divine Medicine Valley. This miraculous elixir can cure all ailments. Merely ingesting it will restore your vision. Clarity lies just within reach. A blind person would never relinquish such an opportunity." Li Jing lowered his gaze, seemingly stirred by the prospect of seeing light once more, yet his heart harbored only cynicism. Ming Xingyuan was indeed treating him as a fool. Even if such a precious item were genuinely in Ming Xingyuan's possession, how could he have acquired it? Furthermore, why would he expend such resources for someone deemed inconsequential? Li Jing could not accept that this individual sought to extend charity. Ming Xingyuan's proposal was undeniably hard to refuse, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. This visit had proven fruitful. He had always maintained that when faced with the allure of fame and fortune, few could withstand the temptation.
Li Jing,
once a paragon of integrity, had ultimately cast aside his principles in pursuit of his own future. "Very well, since we have reached an accord. You ought to inform me of the whereabouts of those you previously abducted," Ming Xingyuan pressed. Li Jing, concealing a mocking smile, raised his gaze to meet his.
"I do not know," he replied.
Ming Xingyuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by his words. Li Jing's tone dripped with scornful disdain. "I have already stated. I am but a cripple. I cannot ascend the mountains, nor save others. Thus, how could I possibly know the location of those you seek?" If Ming Xingyuan remained oblivious to the jest, he would be the true fool. "Li Jing, you are mocking me." In Chapter 143, Accused by Outsiders, he was consumed by indignation. "Ming Xingyuan, you may not fully grasp my resolve. In the past, I ventured alone into bandit territory. How could I now fear to protect those destitute children?" Ming Xingyuan's expression shifted repeatedly as he regarded Li Jing, perceiving him as a madman. He had exercised considerable patience, attempting to negotiate amicably, only to discover Li Jing's obstinate refusal to yield. "Very well, Li Jing, one day you shall regret your words." The two parted on unfavorable terms. As Ming Xingyuan stormed out of the Ho residence, Li Qingxiu found himself entangled in the fallout. Eager to curry favor with Ming Xingyuan, he faced significant embarrassment at the hands of the Ming family. After 2 visits, he was turned away at the door. They had refused even to accept his gifts. In a fit of frustration, he sought out Li Jing. Observing him lost in thought by the window, he sensed that while some things remained unchanged, there was an elusive quality that felt different from before. "On that day, what exactly transpired between you and Lord Ming in the chamber? Why did he leave in anger, declaring he would no longer associate with the Ho residence?" Li Qingxiu was immensely curious about the content of their discussion. However, despite numerous inquiries, he could not glean any information, forcing him to visit Li Jing personally to confront him. Li Jing appeared utterly oblivious to the fury radiating from Li Qingxiu, maintaining an indifferent countenance. He was well aware of Li Qingxiu's sycophantic behavior towards Ming Xingyuan and secretly reveled in the discord that had arisen. A slight smile graced Li Jing's lips, yet his tone dripped with sarcasm. "Ah, father, have you come to reprimand me today?" Li Qingxiu, beleaguered by the Ming family's stance, had completely forgotten the paternal facade he usually upheld and was solely focused on uncovering the details of their conversation to address the matter appropriately.
y arbó no intentions.
As father and son, what is there we cannot discuss? Please, tell me truthfully what transpired that day. Father, since you are aware of my discord with that man, why do you not consider the grievances I endured? Instead, you question me on why I offended him? You are my father. If you do not advocate for me, how can you side with an outsider to chastise me? Li Qingxiu was momentarily rendered speechless by his probing inquiry, caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yingya.
As your father, I naturally care for your well-being. I admit my words were misjudged and did not consider your feelings. Please, enlighten me on what truly occurred that day. Well, there is not much to tell. It merely involved Ming Xingyuan mistaking someone in the courtyard for his enemy, attempting to unjustly impose a baseless accusation upon me. When I refused to confess, he became irate. Li Qingxiu's expression grew rigid. Li Jing's account, though seemingly half-true, was devoid of any apparent flaw. They were indeed searching for someone, and Li Jing's words corresponded perfectly with that notion. I find it quite peculiar as a marquis. Why you would extend kindness to someone like him? Of course, it is to ensure that after Fu Yuan's demise, he remains steadfast in the court, unaffected by any turmoil. Yet, such matters are not something I would discuss in your presence. You lack understanding of court affairs, so do not dwell on them. Chapter 144. Without any signature, having chosen not to side with the seventh prince, Li Jing understood that Ming Xingyuan would inevitably target him and the Mingyang Ho residence. Particularly regarding the whereabouts and leads related to Mu He and others, they would not relent. For days, the city had been in a clandestine search. In his current position, with little influence, possessing evidence alone could not maximize its impact. After much contemplation, Li Jing, following a private correspondence with Mu He, resolved to entrust these materials to someone capable of wielding their true power, the censorate. Those officials were known for their integrity, particularly the head censor, Qin, who was intolerant of injustice. During the reign of the previous emperor, he had openly rebuked irrational decisions. After several attempts to execute a certain individual in the public market, he ultimately managed to preserve that life. A censor who disregarded life and death, wholeheartedly voicing the people's concerns, and daring to contend with the powerful, was indeed the most suitable candidate. Once Li Jing had organized all the evidence at hand, he anonymously delivered it to Qin's study. Censorate. Approaching the desk, as he prepared to take up his pen, he discovered an unexpectedly thick letter on the desk. The envelope bore no signature. Upon opening it and reading its contents, Qin promptly forgot the argument he had just engaged in, his focus consumed by the reported examination fraud. Such blatant disregard for the law and human life was utterly intolerable. After a fit of anger, he calmed down and began to diligently address the letter and accompanying materials. Li Jing possessed numerous texts and evidence stored in a certain library, and following the directions in the letter, Qin indeed acquired the proof. The next day in court, he presented a memorial that detonated like cold water splashed into a boiling pot. He had meticulously prepared the evidence, revealing that many of the victims and those whose names were usurped were primarily under the seventh prince's influence, having also established contact with Mu He and his faction. With both witnesses and evidence in hand, a tempest soon brewed throughout the city. The emperor erupted in fury, ordering the seventh prince confined, while the matter swiftly escalated to Ming Xingyuan. All those handling the affairs on behalf of the seventh prince were under Ming Xingyuan's purview. Now, with the crisis at hand, the seventh prince could easily shift all blame onto him, denying any wrongdoing. As a royal bloodline, even if he faced some hardship, it would not be severe. Ming Xingyuan became the scapegoat, promptly imprisoned in the imperial dungeons. Everyone understood that such a grand scheme could not have been orchestrated by a mere subordinate. Nevertheless, despite the collective awareness, as a member of the royal family, he would not face harsh punishment unless he directly threatened the emperor's interests. As a result of his lax governance, the seventh prince was sentenced to 3 months of confinement. When Mu He and the others received the news, despite having anticipated this outcome, they still felt a chill settle in their hearts. Chapter 145. Visiting the dying. It is said that when a prince commits an offense, he is punished equally with commoners. However, this is merely a jest to deceive the populace. Those truly in power, even with blood on their hands, possess countless means to evade accountability, finding scapegoats to cleanse themselves of guilt. The seventh prince exemplifies this, and the current court reflects the same. As the case of the scholar substitution was unveiled, Mu He and others no longer needed to hide in the shadows, able to walk the streets openly. Li Jing believed that having Ming Xingyuan take the fall was the final determination and attribution of the case. Before an official verdict was reached, Ming Xingyuan sent a letter to Li Jing, expressing a desire for them to meet again. In the dim confines of the prison, Li Jing was pushed in by Mu He, soon arriving at the cell where Ming Xingyuan was held. The latter sat calmly on a pile of straw, seemingly unperturbed by the fate awaiting him. Upon hearing the sound of the wheelchair, he turned to look at Li Jing, his tone reminiscent of an old friend. "You have come." Li Jing narrowed his eyes. The other's demeanor was far too composed. "Could there be any unforeseen developments? I heard you wished to see me. Although our last parting was less than amicable, I thought your final wish could still be fulfilled." Ming Xingyuan laughed heartily, as though he had heard a great joke. Staring at Li Jing's face, "Li Jing, how could you be so naive? Clearly, the cost of those eyes was insufficiently profound. You still do not grasp that. In the face of true power, notions of righteousness and public sentiment are utterly meaningless." Had he not seen the clarity in Ming Xingyuan's eyes, Li Jing might have believed him to be mad, rambling nonsensically. "I think we can no longer be friends, so perhaps you would like to reveal the truth about my eyes." Ming Xingyuan continued to laugh maniacally. "Deep down, you already know the answer, do you not? It was indeed I who orchestrated that incident. Your blindness is a result of my actions. How do you feel? Are you filled with rage, yearning to rise and take revenge against me? Alas, you will forever remain a blind man, even visiting me, a dying soul, confined to your wheelchair. On that day, I spoke to you about the possibility of restoring your sight, and I assure you, my words were sincere. Regrettably, the singular opportunity for you to once again behold the light has slipped through your fingers. However, merely to hear it once more, a matter I had long deciphered in my heart, Li Jing did not fully grasp the intentions of Ming Xingyuan and was thus overwhelmed with emotion, rife with animosity. His voice, in stark contrast to his tumultuous feelings, remained eerily calm. The gaze he cast upon Li Jing was laden with sympathy and pity. "You must be pondering whether we have crossed paths before, or what transgression you committed to incur my wrath, compelling me to act with such severity against you." Initially, upon learning that Ming Xingyuan had orchestrated the poisoning, he indeed entertained such thoughts. In Chapter 146, Exoneration, one might wonder what could have driven Ming Xingyuan to harm himself, had it not been for profound enmity. Observing the confusion in his eyes, even as he found himself in such a dire predicament, he retained an air of elegance, unblemished by adversity. A flicker of jealousy crossed Ming Xingyuan's gaze. How is it that Li Jing could remain so composed and unflappable? "Do you know what I loathe most about you in this moment? It is your demeanor, born of privilege, that has allowed you to look down upon all others since childhood." Ming Xingyuan could never forget the day he first entered the academy, when Li Jing was publicly lauded by the teacher for his vast knowledge and boundless potential. Ming Xingyuan, born of humble origins, was denied even the right to study alongside them. He despised those who, due to their fortunate births, flaunted their privilege and loathed even more the indifference of Li Jing, who, with a few kind words, effortlessly extricated himself from the situation, seemingly oblivious to Ming Xingyuan's identity. This disregard stung far deeper than any humiliation inflicted by his peers. The hatred reflected in Ming Xingyuan's eyes was alien to Li Jing, who had always approached others with tolerance and grace, never having encountered such fervent animosity directed at himself. After racking his brain for an extended period, Li Jing could not recall a prior encounter with him. The unfamiliar and tormented gaze of Ming Xingyuan only served to intensify his anguish. "You once regarded me with the same disdain as those others. However, I believe that from this day forth, you shall never forget my name." Li Jing had yet to comprehend the profound implications of these words when the sound of footsteps echoed from the dungeon. A group of officials hurriedly approached their cell, and upon seeing Ming Xingyuan, their demeanor instantly shifted to one of reverence. "Master Ming, your case has reached a verdict. This matter bears no relation to you, and we sincerely apologize for the suffering you have endured in confinement. Please, proceed to the side hall to freshen up, and you shall be free to leave." Li Jing stared in disbelief at the officials, convinced he had misheard. What do you mean? He is innocent? He distinctly recalled having submitted all evidence in the study that day, and that Inspector Qin had reported to the court, leading the emperor to issue a strict investigation. The seventh prince had exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from this debacle, allowing Ming Xinyuan to bear the blame. How could a case with such irrefutable evidence result in Ming Xinyuan's effortless exoneration? Yet, Ming Xinyuan appeared remarkably composed, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. As he emerged from the cell, he passed by Li Jing, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and letting out a light chuckle. I concede that your recent actions have indeed caught us off guard. However, you remain a mere outsider, unaware of the treacherous depths of court politics. You may believe that presenting the evidence would seal my fate, but little do you realize that should those students alter their testimonies, this matter will ultimately dissolve into nothingness. Li Jing could hardly fathom Ming Xinyuan's capability to jeopardize the futures of those students, driving them into a corner. Just as the true culprit seemed poised to face the repercussions of his past actions, Ming Xinyuan continued, out of consideration for our impending interactions. Allow me to enlighten you. Do you truly believe that the document signed that day was merely a simple confession agreement? In chapter 147, all have done their best. Li Jing's brow furrowed as he sat in his wheelchair, abruptly turning to fix his gaze on Ming Xinyuan. What do you mean? Once you leave here, you may wish to consult those students again. I trust they will provide you with the answers you seek. Ming Xinyuan chose not to linger, swiftly following the officials out of the dungeon, eager to depart from that wretched place. He held in his possession leverage against the seventh prince, who would not surrender him so easily. Besides, his status as a top scholar had been personally endorsed by the emperor. Would condemning him not be tantamount to slapping the emperor's face? The emperor, who held the seventh prince in high regard, would ensure that this affair ended without consequence. Should the students alter their testimonies, the matter would lose its legitimacy. Even if Inspector Qin persisted, they could simply shift the blame onto another, rendering the case moot. At worst, they would merely face a semblance of punishment, which would not affect the true foundation of their standing. Upon witnessing Ming Xinyuan emerge from the dungeon unscathed, a servant who had been waiting outside was taken aback. Realizing his own master remained imprisoned, he hurried inside, only to see Ming Xinyuan pushing his wheelchair out, his expression grim. Master, are you all right? Is there something amiss with your health? In public, Li Jing's eyes remained unhealed. With the assistance of the servant, he climbed into the carriage, whereupon his first action was to seek out the students who were lodging at the inn. Upon hearing of Li Jing's arrival, the students cowered in their rooms, too fearful to face him. At last, Mu He emerged, kneeling upright before Li Jing. We have wronged you, entangling you in our plight, only to abandon you midway. No matter how you reprimand us, I shall not utter a word of complaint. In the room, the ashamed students, witnessing Mu He's humility, found no shame in their own cowardice. They emerged in unison, kneeling before him. We are unworthy to face you, noble sir, and beseech your forgiveness. Li Jing helped Mu He to his feet. A man's knees should never touch the ground without reason. Speak freely of your burdens. The students exchanged glances, silence stretching on, each face awash with the turmoil of unspoken guilt. Li Jing, piecing together the situation, surmised that Ming Xinyuan had leveraged some nefarious information to coerce them into altering their testimonies. In this affair, we have both done our utmost. The outcome is now beyond our control. You have not wronged me. Rather, it is I who has failed you, letting down your hopes. Li Jing reflected that had he been more meticulous, considering the long game, perhaps he could have made the villains feel the sting of their actions and face the consequences. Do not speak thus, masterly. You have aided us immensely. Without you, we would likely have already met a tragic end, bereft of the chance to stand here. The students were resolute in their gratitude, declaring they would forever remember his kindness. Li Jing chose not to press further, aware that some matters he could investigate through his own channels. Once all were gathered in the room, Li Jing spoke slowly. What are your plans moving forward? Mu He surveyed the group before speaking first. My purpose in coming to the capital was twofold: to partake in the imperial examination and to search for my sister. Now that she is gone, I shall still pursue the examination. In chapter 148, a momentous occasion, the others expressed their resolve. In that case, I shall accompany you all henceforth until we secure justice for our fallen comrades and bring the true culprits to justice. The assembly listened to Li Jing's declaration, believing he chose to continue standing by their side, offering unwavering support in their struggle. After all, one afflicted with vision ailments could not partake in the imperial examination. Only Mu He, who was present, understood that Li Jing was referring to his participation in the imperial examination alongside everyone else present. Everyone in the family, except for Li Qingxiu, was aware of this. 3 days prior to the commencement of the imperial examination, Fu Yuan ordered all members of the household to observe a fast. The old lady Li assumed that Fu Yuan was merely being sentimental, hoping that this method would accumulate blessings to restore Li Jing's eyesight, and thus she harbored no suspicions. Li Qingxiu was busy outside, and after Ming Xian was released, he encountered numerous troubles, leaving him no time even to visit the outer chambers. Strangers were forbidden from entering Li Jing's courtyard. All food and supplies were to be inspected personally by Fu Yuan and Li Hanju before being delivered. On the day of the imperial examination, Li Jing donned a new outfit and gathered his prepared writing materials, stepping out from the courtyard. The maids and servants stationed outside were convinced they had encountered a ghost, each shrieking in terror as if they were boiling water.
Ah!
The young master can see.
Ah!
The young master's eyesight has returned. The entire residence erupted in chaos, reminiscent of a wolf suddenly invading a sheep pen, causing the lambs to scatter in fright. Li Shi had recently risen and was at her dressing table, noticing her eyebrows were somewhat disheveled. She instructed the most reliable maid beside her to fetch a fine blade for grooming. However, the sudden screams from the courtyard startled the maid, causing her to tremble and lose her grip. The blade scraped across Li Shi's brow, resulting in a gush of blood. "Are you trying to kill me, you old hag?" Upon seeing the blood, the maid turned pale, quickly retrieving a cloth to press against the wound. "Please forgive me, old madam. I was genuinely startled by the screams from the courtyard, which caused me to slip. I will fetch you some medicine immediately."
Li Shi, visibly displeased,
summoned a maid from outside. The young maid, upon receiving the command, hurriedly ran out. Li Shi pressed her hand against her brow, while her other hand reached for the blade left behind by the old maid. "Good news, old madam. The young master's eyesight has returned." The young maid rushed in with a beaming face, eagerly delivering the joyful tidings to Li Shi. As Li Shi prepared to release her grip on the blade, her hand slipped, grazing the edge and opening a new wound, blood oozing forth. "What did you say?" Li Shi sprang to her feet, her voice rising sharply like a furious beast, sending the young maid recoiling in fear, taking 2 steps back. "The young master's eyesight returning is indeed a good thing. Why do you seem so unhappy, old madam?" She wondered if she had misspoken. Li Shi could not afford to lose her composure. The young maid's news was simply too astonishing. "Come here and speak clearly. What has happened outside?" "Grandmother, I have come to bring you great news. A monumental event." Chapter 149. I can't guess Li Shi had barely risen and was still somewhat dazed when Li Zhao's loud voice nearly knocked her senseless. "Grandmother, have you risen? I have marvelous news to share that will surely delight you." Li Xiao rushed into the room with reckless speed, leaving no one able to stop him. Upon entering, he was met with Li Shi clutching her head with a cloth, momentarily taken aback. "Grandmother, why are you holding your head so early in the morning?" He seemed entirely oblivious to the pain etched on Li Shi's face, eagerly approaching her and yanking the cloth from her hands. Seeing the blood on Li Shi's brow, he threw the cloth aside, his expression exaggeratedly concerned. "Grandmother, what has happened to you? Who has dared to harm you?
Tell me,
and I will go find them and give them a beating." In the early morning, who could possibly have harmed Li Shi in her own chamber? Li Xiao, without needing to think, knew it must be one of her own servants, yet he feigned ignorance before her. Li Shi's head throbbed from his loud voice, and without the cloth's pressure, the wound that had almost stopped bleeding began to seep again. "Grandmother, your forehead is bleeding again. Allow me to press on it for you." As soon as he spoke, he pressed down firmly on Li Shi's wound, causing her to wince in pain. "You people are truly hopeless. Seeing the old madam injured, and yet you linger here. Hurry and fetch a doctor." He turned to reprimand the maids and servants stationed at the door, stifling Li Shi's instinctive rebuke with his actions, leaving her unable to voice her thoughts. "Let go. I can manage myself. The pressure he applied was too painful. Li Shi attempted to take over, but was met with his resolute refusal. Grandmother, you are a patient now. Besides, you cannot see the wound on your forehead. Let me handle it. He maintained his firm grip, leaving Li Shi to endure the pain. Li Shi was infuriated to the point of nearly cursing. Yet faced with Li Zhao's innocent expression, she could only suppress her anger and begrudgingly praise him as a thoughtful and filial child. By the way, grandmother, I must share a tremendous piece of news with you. Why not take a guess? Could it be that Li Jing's eyesight has truly returned?
Impossible.
She recalled the many doctors she had consulted, all stating that his eyesight could never be restored. Just days ago, he had been blind. How could he suddenly recover? Surely, she must have misunderstood. What is it? I cannot guess. Li Xiao danced with excitement. I guessed correctly. You certainly cannot guess. So, allow me to tell you directly. A broad smile spread across his face, his voice brimming with exuberance. Grandmother, my elder brother's eyesight has returned. Not only has he regained his sight, but he can also see everything. This morning, Mother even sent him to the examination hall. I believe that with my brother's capabilities, even after years without study, he will surely excel and bring honor to our family. Chapter 150. The deities has shown favor upon hearing each word of this astonishing news regarding Li Jing's restored eyesight. The worry that had weighed heavily on Li Shi's heart dissipated entirely. She had not misheard. Li Jing had indeed regained his sight and had gone to participate in the imperial examination. The more she pondered, the stranger the matter seemed. Why had there been no whisper of his medical treatment within the household? Could it be that Fu Yuan had intentionally concealed this from her, deliberately keeping her in the dark? Yet this daughter-in-law had always been well-behaved, understanding, and compliant. Why would she choose to hide such news? Li Xiao discreetly studied Li Shi's expression, realizing that his grandmother did not seem particularly overjoyed by the news of his elder brother's restored eyesight. Though he was already aware of the collusion between his grandmother and father, he still felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment and sorrow. It appeared that his grandmother did not care for his mother or elder brother, nor for his sister or himself. She was not truly his grandmother at all. Grandmother, do you not feel happy for my elder brother's recovery? She grasped Li Zhao's hand with her usual gentle and tender tone.
Xiaoya.
Please tell me how your elder brother's eyesight was restored. Why had I not heard of this from your mother? Feigning ignorance, Li Xiao replied, I do not know. This morning, when I woke, my elder brother's eyesight had suddenly returned. I believe it must be that a deity is protecting him, knowing today is the auspicious day of the examination, and thus has restored his sight.
Li Shi's lips wisha.
Her heart secretly suspecting that Fu Yuan had even kept this from Li Xiao. There was no such thing as divine intervention. It seemed that his mother had been secretly aiding Li Jing's treatment without informing him. Think carefully, have there been any suspicious individuals visiting her courtyard recently? Seeing her unwavering determination, Li Xiao, relying on his youth, continued to feign madness. Grandmother, it truly is a divine manifestation. My elder brother, such a good person, should never have been blind. Heaven is undoubtedly on our side. I believe that the one who caused my brother's blindness will eventually face divine retribution. The sudden curse startled the Li matriarch, causing her to tremble. Although she was unaware of the context, Li Zhao's words were unmistakably a blatant curse directed at her. Fu Yuan had sent Li Jing out nearly half an hour ago, and now, even if Li Shi wished to stop the carriage, it would be far too late. With his recovery and return to the examination hall, if he were to succeed against all odds, all their previous plans would amount to nothing, a futile endeavor. Li Shi harbored a profound dislike for the children born of Fu Yuan. From an outsider's perspective, Li Jing appeared exceptionally gifted and upright in his conduct.
Yet,
in her presence, he remained overly formal and rigid, devoid of the familial warmth typical of a grandchild's interaction with a grandmother, which displeased her greatly. Particularly irksome was Li Jing's aloof and cold demeanor, devoid of any charming antics to please her, rendering their interactions rather dull. To her, Li Jing was merely a promising younger generation, and each time she witnessed his meticulousness and propriety, it only highlighted her own laxity as a grandmother. Chapter 151. Why must you conceal this from me? Ultimately, as a scion of a prominent family, the more Li Jing mastered the rules, The more it evoked memories of Li Shi's humble origins as a peasant, stirring within her an inescapable sense of inferiority.
Impossible.
Grandmother. My mother was astonished when she learned that my brother could see again today. She was in such a hurry to send him to the examination that she hardly had time to explain it to you. Rest assured, you are well aware of my brother's capabilities. Even if he does not perform well this time, he will surely succeed next time. Li Shi could only choose to smile awkwardly. The old lady has summoned the doctor. The departing matron brought a doctor to attend to Li Shi's wounds. Once the injuries were treated and bandaged, Li Shi announced her fatigue and prepared to rest. After dismissing Li Xiao, the moment he stepped out of the small courtyard, Li Shi hastily sent a message to Li Qingxiu outside. She recounted the recent events in the household to him. With his presence, all matters concerning the Marquis's residence and Fu Yuan would not fall upon him. This was the very reason they had gone to great lengths to incapacitate the three sons. Only with the Marquis's lineage extinguished could Li Qingxiu unreservedly claim all that Fu Yuan left behind. Mother, I am aware of the situation, and I will devise a way to prevent him from succeeding in the examination. The news of Li Jing's restored vision caught him off guard. I shall seek assistance immediately. Mother, did Yuan not mention anything to you regarding Jing's eyes? Li Xiao remarked that it had been a sudden recovery, and even Fu Yuan was unaware.
Yet.
She harbored doubts. With Li Jing's restoration, Li Qingxiu felt as if a colossal stone had suddenly pressed upon his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Why did you conceal this matter from me? His question was vague, yet it aimed to probe Fu Yuan. How could Fu Yuan not see through his intentions? A faint smile appeared on her face, completely disregarding his expectations. I too did not anticipate that Jing's eyes would recover so suddenly. With the examination approaching, I had no time to inform you and had to rush him to the examination hall. Rest assured, our son will not hold it against you. After all, you were occupied with official duties and did not intentionally neglect to send him off. Li Qingxiu felt his mind was on the verge of unraveling, puzzled as to how the conversation had veered in such an unexpected direction. Chapter 152. Preventing his success in the examination, his intent in visiting was clearly to reproach Fu Yuan for her concealment. Yet somehow the dialogue had shifted to imply his own fault. Noticing his discontent, Fu Yuan feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Husband, are you not delighted that our child's sight has returned?" With a heart full of suppressed anger, Li Qingxiu was compelled to don the guise of a doting father, his expression awkward. Of course, I am delighted. How could I not be? It's just that I was taken aback by the sudden news, thinking you had intentionally withheld it from me. How could you think such a thing of me? I know that you care for Jing's well-being as much as I do. Perhaps it is our sincere hearts that have moved the heavens, allowing Jing to regain his sight. Her earnest demeanor seemed devoid of deceit. Yet, within Li Qingxiu's heart, turmoil reigned. He had witnessed Li Jing's talents in the capital. Should he succeed in the examination, it could potentially dredge up past events. The risk was too great. He needed to extinguish this threat while it was still nascent. Husband, during our son's examination, I wish to devote my time in the courtyard to prayer, seeking blessings for him. Since it was a matter of prayer, sincerity was essential. Henceforth, no matter what means Li Qingxiu employed to meet her or extract information, she would remain inaccessible. Nothing in the household unfolded as he wished, and in a gloomy state, Li Qingxiu exited to seek solace from Mu Banxiang. You mean to say that Li Jing's sight has returned, and he has gone to the examination hall today? Mu Banxiang paused in her efforts to lull her daughter to sleep, a look of astonishment and worry crossing her face. Although the master rarely spoke to her, she could surmise that his and her daughter's futures were intricately tied to the Li family. The more they suffered, the better her own life would be. Everything seemed to be developing according to his prior design. How could such a significant upheaval occur suddenly? With a growing sense of unease, Mu Banxiang wished to rush to the cloaked figure's door for answers, yet she first had to send Li Qingxiu away. Husband, do you know how his sight was restored? Was there an expert involved? Though she had not intervened in the matter at the Bandit Mountain, she was still aware that Li Jing's blindness was far from a simple case of poisoning. It had the master's fingerprints all over it. Even the most skilled physician could not restore his sight solely through medicinal means. I have inquired, and they say his eyes recovered suddenly. Yet, that is of little consequence now. He is already in the examination hall, and with his talent, if he completes the exam successfully, he will undoubtedly be on the list. She worried that when the time came for her to act against Fu Yuan, it would not be so easy. Li Jing was no fool. He was the most astute among them, and before his misfortune, he had nearly seen through her.
Now,
He was not only a threat to her possessions but also to her secrets. Given the magnitude of his threat, it would be prudent for her husband to take decisive action to ensure he could not succeed in the examination. Without the favorable winds of the imperial examination, Li Jing's chances of rising again would be greatly diminished. Li Qingxiu had long been tempted by the idea, yet he hesitated to act directly until after hearing Mu Banqiang's words, which spur him to decide on a course of action. Chapter 153. By all means, ruin my son. Thus, he could evade the weighty pangs of conscience, shifting the blame for this deed onto Mu Banqiang, asserting that it was at her behest that he sought to act against Li Jing. This year, the imperial examination has caused quite a stir, with Li Qingxiu deliberately targeted by numerous officials in the capital. Gaining connections to enter the examination hall or to thwart Li Jing proved to be a formidable challenge. He expended considerable wealth, meeting several attendants at the examination site, only to be met with pale faces and cold reprimands upon revealing his intentions. My lord, you must have heard of the scandal regarding the replacement candidates prior to this year's examination. His Majesty has been furious, punishing many corrupt officials. We are merely minor figures, utterly lacking the authority to assist you in such matters. It would be wise for you to seek other avenues. After divulging his purpose, each attendant turned ashen, regretting their involvement, wishing they had known it was a trap before coming. My lord, I just remembered pressing matters at home, and must take my leave. They hastily concocted excuses to escape, terrified of being implicated. In this city, countless eyes, both seen and unseen, were fixated on the examination hall. At such a perilous moment of public scrutiny, none dared to act recklessly. A moment's carelessness could cost them not only their official hats, but potentially their very lives. For a meager sum, risking so much was simply not worth it. After all, one must live to earn and spend. In an attempt to smooth relations, Li Qingxiu sold off much of his personal assets. However, to his dismay, all his efforts yielded nothing. Just as he was consumed by despair, news of his plight reached Ming Xinyuan. Upon hearing of Li Jing's restored eyesight, his initial reaction was one of shock, which quickly morphed into a cold smirk upon learning of Li Qingxiu's intentions to sabotage his achievements. The dynamics between father and son were indeed intriguing. Remembering his own misstep with the seventh prince due to Li Jing, a lingering discontent brewed within him. Li Jing, who prided himself on being noble and just, sought to advocate for impoverished scholars. Thus, let him witness the true nature of justice in this world. Since the Marquis of Mingyang was intent on ruining his son's future, it was only fitting to provide him a path. He signaled to an accompanying aide, who promptly understood and departed to carry out his orders. Having missed the opportunity to secure his coveted title twice, Li Qingxiu should have resigned himself to fate. The individual who received Ming Xinyuan's command approached Li Qingxiu, expressing a willingness to assist him. My lord, I am risking my life to help you with this matter. Rest assured, your reward will be substantial if I succeed. After all, Fu Yuan has plenty of money, and if worst comes to worst, I could sell a few items from Xiang's residence for a decent sum. However, while I can facilitate your entry, the execution of your plan must be yours alone. Li Qingxiu was taken aback.
what do you mean by that?
I mean to say, I will find a way for you to enter the examination hall and inform you of where young Master Li is situated. As for what you intend to do with him, that is not my concern. He had always been a man who hired others to do his bidding, never dirtying his hands with blood. The necessity of handling this himself made Li Qingxiu hesitate. Look at the examination site. It's a place of scrutiny. To suddenly bring a stranger in would surely attract attention. Perhaps I could offer you an additional 100 taels if you assist me. The man coldly shook off Li Qingxiu's grasp. Taking you in is my only limit. If you find this unacceptable, then let us consider this matter closed. We have not met today. After stating this, he stood to leave, seemingly unaffected by Li Qingxiu's terms. Wait, let us proceed as you initially suggested. Just lead me in. If he maintained a low profile, Li Jing would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Meanwhile, after sending Li Qingxiu away, Mu Banxiang urgently sought the black-robed elder.
Master.
I've heard that the eldest son of the Li family has regained his sight and has gone to the examination hall. Is there an unforeseen development regarding the matters you previously divined? First, the attempt on Li Hanju's life failed. Then Fu Yuan's health remained intact. And now, even Li Jing's eyesight had returned. This contradicted what had been foretold. In the room, the black-robed elder scrutinized the tortoiseshell before him for an extended period, noticing that the divination remained consistent. His demeanor grew grave. As Mu Banxiang had mentioned, he had conducted numerous readings, all without error until now, but recent calculations had led to repeated discrepancies. Whenever he sought to trace the source of these anomalies, a more formidable force seemed to thwart his inquiry. Could it be the individual he encountered in the woods that day? In his final attempt at divination, the reading suddenly presented an entirely opposite outcome. A glimmer of joy crossed his face as he studied the symbols intently, rising slowly to open the door. Observing the worry and urgency etched on Mu Banxiang's face, he maintained an air of mysterious calm. Do not fret. The events you dread shall not transpire. If these are mere illusions, everything will unfold as I have foretold. Li Jing shall remain unconnected to a life of officialdom. The elder's words served as a soothing balm for Mu Banxiang, calming her previously anxious heart. Many obstacles along the way were inconsequential, as long as the final outcome remained unchanged. After reassuring her, the black-robed elder retreated into his quarters to meditate. Simultaneously, in the courtyard basking in the sun, Li Hanju, having just begun to drift into a light slumber, was abruptly awakened. She cast her gaze towards the examination hall. The red thread connecting her to Li Jing shimmered ominously, as if foretelling impending misfortune for its master. Li Hanju furrowed her brow, recalling her earlier divination, which had indicated a favorable outcome for her brother's examination. How could things have shifted so dramatically in such a short time? After recalibrating her calculations, she realized that someone was indeed meddling in the examination affairs, and it was connected to her nefarious father. She had anticipated Li Qingxiu's reaction upon learning of Li Jing's restored sight, but she did not expect such swift action. Especially during her brother's examination, she sought assistance to help her brother navigate this perilous situation, yet once the examination hall doors closed, entry for outsiders was strictly prohibited. Gaining access would undoubtedly be a daunting task. To counter the machinations of the Li family and Li Qingxiu, Fu Yuan had taken refuge in the Buddhist hall, praying for Li Jing's success. Li Xiao and Li Hanju were concerned that she might inadvertently cause trouble. At that moment, Shen Rongqin, who visited nightly to absorb her energy, overheard her anxious thoughts. Noticing her furrowed brow, he casually remarked, "Why the frown? Are you feeling down because you're alone?" Li Hanju longed to share her worries with Shen Rongqin, but knowing he could not hear her thoughts, she refrained. Shen Rongqin, aware of her concern for Li Jing, noted the two maidservants in the room discussing his examination. He chimed in, "Young Master Li is exceptionally gifted. Whatever challenges he faces, he will undoubtedly overcome them and emerge unscathed." Just as he spoke, Li Hanju observed the symbols before her shifting once more, this time indicating a favorable turn of events. At that moment, within the examination hall, the examination was to take place over the course of 3 days, during which all participants were confined to their respective compartments, addressing all their needs within. On the first night of the examination, everyone was alert and engaged in their studies. However, Li Qingxiu chose to take action on the second night instead. After 2 sleepless days and nights, the scholars were utterly exhausted, their spirits waning. Li Qingxiu bribed the examination officials, donned the attire of a duty officer, and stealthily entered the examination hall. Upon entering through an inconspicuous side door, the official who led him gestured towards a particular direction. There, the 17th compartment was designated for his examination. Although there were patrols during the night, they typically did not engage with the candidates. To approach Li Jing without drawing attention was crucial, otherwise, if discovered, the consequences from the emperor would be dire for the nobleman. Li Qingxiu expressed his gratitude and handed over a pre-prepared pouch of money. The official weighed the pouch swiftly and tucked it into his sleeve. He reminded Li Qingxiu not to forget that they had never met. Li Qingxiu could choose an unattended moment to enter. Even if he later revealed the official's identity, there would likely be no witnesses. The man watched as Li Qingxiu departed before turning away from the examination hall. Initially anxious, Li Qingxiu felt reassured as individuals passed by without questioning him. Soon, he spotted Li Jing's location. Perhaps having rested well before entering the examination hall, Li Jing still appeared spirited, albeit with dark circles under his eyes. As Li Qingxiu approached Li Jing's compartment, he deliberately lifted his robe, creating a gust of wind that extinguished the candle before Li Jing. The sudden darkness enveloped the compartment, and Li Jing instinctively shielded his examination paper, glancing at the figure passing by. Apologies. Fearing that excessive speech might reveal his identity, Li Qingxiu quickly stepped forward to relight Li Jing's candle before retreating a few paces. His head bowed, obscuring his features in shadow. He uttered not a word and hastily exited. Li Jing, perplexed by the retreating figure, felt an odd familiarity, reminiscent of his father. Yet, shaking his head, he dismissed the thought as absurd. His father could not possibly be here, nor dressed in that manner. Li Jing resumed his examination after ensuring no issues with his paper, finally exhaling in relief. After laying his answer sheet flat on the table, he refrained from rushing into answering. Instead, he meticulously inspected everything in the compartment, ensuring all was in order before adjusting his mindset. When he looked up again, the empty corridor held no trace of the mysterious figure. Li Qingxiu, having completed his task, did not hasten to leave the examination hall. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, quietly observing Li Jing's every response. He had no intentions of directly taking Li Jing's life. His aim was merely to induce a bout of diarrhea, leaving him weak and unable to finish his exam. As the long night wore on, the fatigue of 2 sleepless days washed over Li Jing in waves. To maintain his alertness, he pinched his flesh, using the pain to stave off drowsiness. The meager rations he had brought were dry and left him parched. He lifted the cup of tea from the table, preparing to take a sip when a sudden gust of wind extinguished the candles of several scholars in the vicinity. The unexpected incident triggered a minor commotion. Someone rushed forward with a fire starter, urging calm and silence, insisting that it was merely a strong wind. Soon, the duty officers arrived to relight the candles. Li Jing scanned the group and noticed the absence of the official who had previously lit his candle. For reasons unknown, an unusual sentiment stirred within him. With only 1 day left, he had to remain composed, avoiding any further mishaps. The gnawing sensations of hunger and thirst, though difficult to endure, kept him alert, resolute. Li Jing's mind cleared, and he focused earnestly on his answers. Li Qingxiu observed Li Jing throughout the night, standing until his legs ached. Yet he still did not witness the scene he desired. Eventually, he was reminded that lingering too long was perilous, prompting him to depart. Upon exiting the examination hall, Li Qingxiu kept a vigilant eye on the happenings within, even securing a seat at a nearby tea stall across from the hall, awaiting the results. The next day, at dawn, an elderly man with white hair was summoned into the examination hall. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, and the curious townsfolk quickly gathered around him. Elder, what transpired inside the examination hall? You appear to be a physician. Was someone unwell? They pressed. After much inquiry, the elder relented and recounted the events. Nothing serious. Last night, someone drank contaminated water and suffered from severe diarrhea, losing consciousness. The crowd's curiosity intensified. What sort of person could be so unfortunate? Surely, this examination has been in vain. On such a significant day, one should refrain from eating recklessly. 3 days without food or drink 1 tea lead to death. Yes, indeed. Now, having consumed tainted food, he has compromised his health and missed the examination. I imagine he must regret it deeply. The elder became the center of attention, with the crowd unwilling to let him leave until their curiosity was sated. Enough, enough. The examination is nearing its conclusion. You can inquire about the situation later. I'll tell you, it was a young man who must have ingested the contaminated water. Now he has fainted, rendering this examination futile. Li Qingxiu, blending into the crowd, reveled in their conversation, secretly pleased. It seemed his efforts the previous night had succeeded, as the physician had failed to uncover the truth, attributing Li Jing's condition to impure water. With Li Jing incapacitated, he could not continue the examination. Once the examination concluded, he would offer words of comfort. ensuring Li Jing believed he was destined to remain outside the realm of officialdom. With just a little more manipulation, it was likely that Li Jing would abandon any aspirations for a career in governance. Elated by the news, Li Qingxiu no longer wished to linger outside the examination hall. That night, he shared the good tidings with Mu Banxiang. Upon hearing Li Qingxiu's words and recalling the predictions of the old man in black, a weight lifted from her heart. As long as everything unfolded as foretold, her future would be that of the luckiest person in the world. That night, Li Qingxiu rested in the small courtyard. To compensate for the exhaustion he had endured over the past 3 days in the examination hall, a lavish spread of dishes was prepared for him. Jinger, these are your favorites, do eat more. At the dining table, the family displayed a facade of warmth and affection. Despite the pain in her heart, Li's mother feigned a benevolent demeanor. Jinger, you have worked hard. Eat more. My dear brother, this is my favorite chicken leg for you. Li Xiao also added dishes for him, and soon the small bowl was piled high. Li Hanju lay in the cradle beside them, watching the joyful scene of the family, her face adorned with a blissful smile. A family should be harmonious and cheerful. However, there is always someone who dampens the mood. My son, you have suffered. Li Qingxiu gazed at him with heartfelt concern. I know you did your best in the exam. No one anticipated that an unexpected event would occur. Do not dwell on it, and please do not despair. Chapter 158. Observing his performance, he was emotionally charged, displaying a fervor devoid of any semblance of acting. Yet, the expressions of those present shifted repeatedly, ultimately settling into silence. All eyes were upon him. Realization dawned upon Li Qingxiu that the atmosphere seemed awry. What is amiss? I understand that Jinger's poor performance in this exam was due to an ill-timed ailment, leading to his unfortunate outcome. This circumstance is not his fault. It is all fated by heaven. Fu Yuan remained silent, merely sitting and watching him perform, concealing her underlying derision with the act of sipping soup. Li Jing did not interrupt, allowing him to indulge in his emotional display as if watching a play. However, sitting nearby, Li Shi could no longer tolerate the performance and interrupted him. Unaware of the actions Li Qingxiu had taken during the examination, she found his nonsensical ramblings only worsened her already foul mood. Upon hearing her words, Li Qingxiu's expression froze. Mother, what do you mean? Li Shi glanced at him in confusion. I said that Jinger had a smooth examination. He was not unwell, nor did anything go awry. Where did you hear such news? Although she did not particularly favor this grandson, she secretly hoped, as Li Qingxiu suggested, that some mishap had occurred during the exam. However, to speak such nonsense in front of so many people could bring disgrace upon the Ho residence. Your grandmother spoke the truth? Everything went smoothly for you. And nothing untoward happened? Li Jing nodded. In that instant, Li Qingxiu felt as though struck by lightning. Had his husband been so consumed with official duties last night, preoccupied with concerns for Jinger, that he could not distinguish between dreams and reality? Fu Yuan had already paved the way for him. Thus, Li Qingxiu hastily seized the opportunity. Hearing discussions about a young man who bore some resemblance to you in various aspects caused him to become flustered, mistakenly believing it was you. That is why he spoke those absurdities. It is a relief that you are well. Li Jing understood that now was not the time to reveal everything. His mother had not yet openly declared her grievances with him, and he naturally needed to conceal some truths. With this in mind, he lowered his head, his tone imbued with profound disappointment and regret. Although the examination went smoothly, I have not touched a book in 3 years. And many of the questions during the exam were answered haltingly. It seems I am destined to miss the list and must wait until next year to try again. Upon hearing of his examination struggles, Li Qingxiu's previously despondent heart was instantly revived. The road to the imperial examination is fraught with difficulty. Even if we did not perform well this time, we can continue next time. Do not lose heart. Li Qingxiu's spirits lifted as he began to pile more food onto Li Jing's plate. A family, ostensibly gathered around the same table, was divided into starkly contrasting factions, each harboring their own thoughts beneath the facade of a harmonious family feast. Chapter 159. This son is unbearable. Upon hearing Li Jing's admission of a poor examination, Li Qingxiu promptly dismissed the matter of the imperial examination, no longer concerned. After the evening banquet, Fu Yuan summoned Li Jing and the others into her room. While you are indeed my children, I wish to seek your opinions before I take action. Li Xiao waved his fist. Mother, whatever you wish for me to do, I shall comply. I do not wish for that villain to be my father. What do you mean by action, mother?
Fu Yuan spoke deliberately.
His character is flawed. He not only keeps a concubine outside, but has also fathered an illegitimate daughter. Such a fickle person, I cannot tolerate. Therefore, I must seek a divorce. At that moment, Fu Yuan despised not being a man, otherwise, she would have presented Li Qingxiu with a divorce decree, allowing him to distance himself as far as possible. Divorce? Li Xiao blinked his large eyes. Then, will I only have mother and no father? Fu Yuan's heart tightened. She had already resolved to part ways with Li Qingxiu and was prepared to face countless rumors from the outside world. However, Xiao was still just a child. Could he withstand the harsh words? Shower, if you do not wish to. She had yet to contemplate what to do if Li Xiao truly objected. This scoundrel does not deserve to be our father. Li Xiao cast a glance at Li Hanju, who had just turned over in her sleep, her eyes now half open, gazing lazily at him. Wait, didn't T little sister fall asleep long ago? When did she wake up? Upon hearing Li Hanju's words, Fu Yuan's previously conflicted expression transformed into resolve. If Xiao cannot even recognize that man's true nature and still feels reluctant towards him, then this son is indeed unfit to keep. Although Li Xiao typically appeared foolish, he exhibited remarkable cleverness at critical moments. Mother, that is not what I meant. To express his loyalty and stance, he hastily clarified, not having a father is fine. As long as I have mother, an older brother, and a younger sister, I am content. Mother, I swear, wherever you go, I will follow, without complaint. Li Jing, being significantly older than Li Xiao, understood that Fu Yuan's words must have been carefully considered before she spoke them. The world is inherently unjust towards women. If mother proposes a divorce, who knows how many rumors will circulate? Even faced with such pressure, she chooses to separate from the wrong person, as her son. What right do I have to oppose her? His gaze resolute, he spoke earnestly, Mother, you are our mother. That will never change, no matter what happens. As for who takes on the role of father, whoever you choose shall be our father. Fu Yuan's eyes glistened, her heart warmed by her son's heartfelt words. Nearly moved to tears. It is indeed comforting to have a son of my own. She rose, revealing a dark smile akin to a villain's transformation. Since you have no objections, prepare yourselves for the storm that is about to come. Chapter 160. I am her cousin. Fu Yuan had been discreetly transferring her assets, although she had not disclosed this to her two sons. She had gleaned some insight through Li Hanju's sentiments. With her sister's assistance, this process was relatively uncomplicated and proceeded smoothly, though it required some effort to keep it hidden from Li Qingxiu. She held great faith in her sons. With his talents, Li Jing would undoubtedly achieve a remarkable score in the upcoming examination. At that moment, Li Qingxiu would surely harbor murderous intent towards him again, and Fu Yuan could not stand idly by while her son became a target. Thus, she resolved to sever ties with Li Qingxiu before the examination results were publicly announced. Ideally, Li Qingxiu should be the one to propose the divorce, ensuring he was eager to rid himself of her without any lingering concerns. Soon, a scheme took shape in her mind. The next day, at the entrance of the Ho residence, a rough-looking man with rude manners arrived for a visit. Quickly, let your lady out to see me. I am her cousin. The guards at the door, observing his demeanor, deemed him to be nothing more than a scoundrel seeking to take advantage of the Ho family's generosity, to earn a meager meal or a few coins. Various individuals often pretended to be relatives of the Ho family, attempting to swindle food, drink, and money. Regarding the methods to handle such matters, they have long since become adept, thoroughly familiar with the process. You claim to be a relative of my lady. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate this? The man remained arrogantly defiant, pointing a finger at the guard. Did I not already inform you? I was waylaid by bandits on the road, and all my belongings were stolen. How could I possibly have any token? You should promptly summon your lady to confront me. Only then will the truth be revealed. I apologize, but without any token, we cannot permit you entry. Do you think the Marquis residence is a place where you can simply summon Our Lady with a mere word? If he were to enter the courtyard without proof, demanding to see Our Lady. His attire as a guard would surely be of no use. It is unreasonable for someone to claim kinship and expect immediate access. Our Lady is not a mere commoner, to be summoned at will. This individual is quite troublesome. The guards were just about to close the gates and keep him out when, coincidentally, Lady Li heard the commotion and stepped outside. Lady Li's gaze swept over the man, and he immediately raised his chin, haughtily snorting at her. His blatant rudeness displeased Lady Li greatly. Initially, she intended to have him expelled. But upon hearing his high regard for Fu Yuan, her thoughts quickly shifted, leading her to a different conclusion. You claim to be Yuana's cousin. Surely you must be acquainted with her matters. Speak to me for a few moments, and once I confirm your identity, I shall escort you inside. Chapter 161. Is this not adding to her distress? The calculations were nearly palpable in the air. Fortunately, the man was well prepared and recounted several details regarding Fu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lady Li naturally believed in his claimed identity and promptly had him ushered into the residence. Your cousin is often preoccupied with business matters and does not frequently reside here. I shall arrange for your accommodations, and later this evening, I will facilitate a meeting between the two of you. My gratitude to you, esteemed matron. With his identity acknowledged, the man's demeanor towards Lady Li improved considerably. His son often spoke of waiting for the perfect moment to take action, insisting on biding time. Ironically, this only served to embolden Fu Yuan further. She was thoroughly tired of living in restraint. This man was fortuitously presented, closely related to Fu Yuan. If she utilized this to her advantage, she could justifiably expel Fu Yuan from the residence, simultaneously seizing her dowry, a splendid opportunity laid before her. After welcoming him into the residence, Lady Li did not rush to inform Fu Yuan but instead sought to extract more information regarding Fu Yuan from him. Mother, I have not seen this nominal cousin for many years. Allowing him entry is one thing, but why arrange for him to stay? Lady Li discerned the disdain and aversion in Fu Yuan's eyes towards the man, further affirming her conviction that her course of action was correct. From your tone, it seems you and he were not on amicable terms in the past. Could it be that the tales he spun for me were mere fabrications, and your relationship is far from harmonious? Fu Yuan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hesitance to speak. Very well, mother. Please do not concern yourself with this matter. I will find a way to send him away swiftly. Keeping such a person within the residence is merely inviting trouble for Fu Yuan, which is splendid. Is there some misunderstanding between you? I invited him. Is it not improper to dismiss him so shortly after his arrival?
You need not worry about that.
Fu Yuan perceived the ill intentions in Lady Li's gaze, deliberately speaking ambiguously, leaving her ample room for speculation. Li Hanju remained vigilant, observing all happenings within the residence. Upon discovering an unfamiliar man residing there, she immediately assessed his fortune. The aura was white, indicating that he bore no karmic debts or entanglements. Logically, a proud and arrogant individual would be shrouded in negative energy. Yet, the man's presence exuded a perplexing contradiction. Mother, this man does not appear malevolent. Do you truly detest him? I could cast a spell to compel him to leave voluntarily. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, Fu Yuan feared her plans would be thwarted and hastily whispered her objections. Wait, do not act. He is a man I have hired. Li Hanju's dark eyes twirled as she swiftly grasped the deeper implications of Fu Yuan's words. Mother, have you prepared something intriguing? Pray tell. I wish to partake. Chapter 162. Assisting her back to rest, hearing her tone filled with barely concealed excitement, Fu Yuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her daughter, at such a tender age, already had a penchant for peculiar tales and gossip. She wondered what she would become as she matured. Not yet, but in a few days. You shall understand his significance. The feeling of being tantalized with half-revealed truths was akin to an itch that could not be soothed, leaving Li Hanju in discomfort. Before she could learn of the man's purpose, she was soon informed of another matter. Under the guise of being Fu Yuan's cousin, he brazenly bullied the servants, misappropriating items from the residence for pawn and accruing debts at various shops and taverns throughout the city. In just a few days, he squandered over 10,000 taels of silver. Before Fu Yuan could issue an expulsion, Lady Li could no longer contain herself. I invited him in to vex Fu Yuan. His reckless spending is drawing from my son's wealth, and it cannot continue. After several days of probing for information, while she did glean some insights into Fu Yuan, the knowledge proved utterly useless. It was akin to drawing water with a basket, fruitless and disappointing. Lady Li's eyes brightened as she suddenly grasped the implications of the old matron's words, a glimmer of appreciation in her gaze. You have been by my side the longest. You understand my intentions best. Should Fu Yuan commit a significant transgression, I can draft a letter of divorce, expelling her from the marquis residence, and any dowry she brought shall remain with us. Though this may tarnish Li Qingxiu's reputation, the most disgraceful outcome will ultimately be Fu Yuan's. To attain immense wealth, sometimes minor sacrifices are warranted. Moreover, she had specifically arranged for premium spirits to be served, accompanied by well-wishing and flattering words, continuously toasting the two. My sincere thanks, dear mother. Fu Yuan seemed oblivious to her ulterior motives, her cup filling and emptying without pause. Despite her commendable tolerance for alcohol, she could not withstand the onslaught of strong spirits. Soon, she found herself unable to stand. Observing her unsteadiness, Lady Li signaled to the maidservants. 2 maidservants approached her, supporting Fu Yuan as they led her towards the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the table, Fu Yuan's cousin had also succumbed to intoxication. Sprawled across the table, Lady Li cast a glance at the 2 young attendants standing nearby. Remember my earlier instructions. See to it that the task is executed swiftly and efficiently. Chapter 163. The Generous Benefactor. Fu Yuan, supported by the 2 maidservants, was indeed on a path toward the rear courtyard. Unfortunately, the destination was not her chamber, but a secluded, long-abandoned courtyard. Along the way, the 2 maidservants felt a mix of trepidation and anxiety. Are we truly to follow the matron's orders? What if the lady awakens and discovers our involvement? What are you afraid of? Such a foolish woman as she, oblivious even to the fact that the marquis has taken another woman, would hardly suspect us. Even if she were to awaken, she may not realize the machinations at play. Besides, we have the matron's backing, do we not? The lady has always been filial. As long as the old matriarch utters a few casual words, she will undoubtedly harbor no suspicions about the people in our household. However, the lady has treated us quite well on ordinary days. Is it not somewhat ungrateful for us to act in such a manner? Do you not understand that we are merely servants, our lives not even in our own hands? What we do is not within our power to choose. If you do not take action tonight, do you know the consequences that await you from the old matriarch come morning? The thought of those servants who were beaten mercilessly for the slightest infraction and subsequently cast out of the household sent a shiver through the young maid, extinguishing any rebellious thoughts. The man, supported by a young attendant, was so intoxicated that he was utterly oblivious to the path beneath him, allowing those around him to manipulate his movements. Once Fu Yuan was ushered into the room, 2 maidservants attended to her, quickly helping her out of her outer garments. They then placed a powder into the incense burner, ignited the incense, and swiftly exited the room. Moments later, 2 young attendants entered with the man, deftly placing both individuals onto the bed and intentionally tearing down the bed curtains before hastily departing. However, the instant they closed the door, Fu Yuan opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. Her gaze was filled with a chilling coldness as she glanced towards the courtyard where Li resided, her tone as frigid as ice. My dear mother-in-law, since you are so heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. If she could destroy another's reputation, she would not allow her own to remain intact. She quickly nudged the man beside her, who opened his eyes rapidly, revealing no trace of drunkenness. Get up. We have work to do. The man had been hired by Fu Yuan to play a role, and as he contemplated the performance he was about to enact, his expression shifted dramatically. Madam, when you first requested my services, you did not indicate such a significant sacrifice would be required. The purity of a woman is indeed important, yet he was still a young man, and his own reputation mattered greatly. Fu Yuan comprehended his intentions and, with a flourish, produced 100 taels of silver from her sleeve, slapping it onto his chest. Increase the payment. The man's eyes glistened as he clutched the silver note, his demeanor transforming completely. Madam, your generosity shall not go unappreciated. I will ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. Just wait for this spectacle. He quickly adjusted his clothing and leaped out through the rear window. Having familiarized himself with the layout of the household over the past few days, He took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and strode toward the courtyard of Li. They say you cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. For the sake of wealth, it is only natural to occasionally sacrifice one's beauty and reputation. Chapter 164. The old matriarch awaits you, old matriarch. Please sit for a moment. I shall fetch you some hangover soup. That night, she had arranged an exquisite performance and was reluctant to retire early. With evidence and witnesses at hand, no amount of excuses would suffice. As the wife of a marquis, daring to engage in illicit activities with a man within the household constituted 7 grounds for divorce. Using this as a pretext, she could easily present her with a divorce decree and expel her from the marquis residence, leaving no room for reproach against the family. The more Li pondered, the more she believed her plan was flawless, merely awaiting the right moment. The maid stationed at the entrance, upon hearing footsteps, promptly approached. Li Qingxiu, somewhat taken aback, recognized her as one of Li's household servants. "What are you doing here? Has something happened to my mother?" Observing the late hour, he hesitated for a moment before following the maid to Li's courtyard. On the way, he encountered Fu Yuan strolling in the garden. Fu Yuan proactively approached him, and thinking of the spectacle that awaited, she could not help but express a hint of excitement in her voice. Since giving birth, Fu Yuan had seldom shown him such warmth. Li Qingxiu's expression softened, and he regarded her with increased concern. "Why are you out so late? Shouldn't you be resting in your room?" "I had a few sips of the fine wine mother bought, and feeling a bit tipsy. I thought I would take a stroll to clear my head." Her cheeks bore a rosy hue, adding an air of youthful shyness that caught Li Qingxiu's attention. In a moment of reverie, he recalled their first meeting, when Fu Yuan stood beneath the peach blossom tree, clad in a pink garment, her beauty surpassing that of the blossoms. Like a spirit transformed from the forest, she had descended into the mortal realm. Initially, Li Qingxiu had harbored feelings for Fu Yuan, yet that fleeting desire shattered easily against the weight of immense wealth and interests. It had been a long time since they had shared any intimacy. Unable to restrain himself, Li Qingxiu reached out, longing to embrace her, to relive their bygone moments. Fu Yuan's heart raced. Perceiving the desire rising in his eyes, she feigned indifference, deliberately avoiding his touch and glancing in the direction he had originally intended to go. "Are you heading to see mother this late?" Upon hearing Li's name, all of Li Qingxiu's romantic notions dissipated in an instant. He had nearly forgotten the matter at hand. "Yes, I am indeed going to see mother. How was her mood during dinner tonight?" Fu Yuan had initially sought a pretext to witness the unfolding drama in Li's courtyard, but unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself conveniently. Chapter 165. Properly disciplined. Upon hearing Li Qingxiu mention his mother's mood during dinner, Fu Yuan's eyes flickered with embarrassment. In hindsight, it was indeed inappropriate to lose composure after drinking, especially without noting her mother-in-law's feelings. As a daughter-in-law, she ought not to indulge excessively in drink. "In that case, I shall accompany you to see mother and bring her some hangover soup as an apology." Li Qingxiu scrutinized Fu Yuan's face for a moment. Recently, he found her increasingly difficult to read. At times, she seemed as devoted as ever, yet occasionally, he sensed a shift in her demeanor, as if her trust in him had waned. Yet, her concern for her mother's health was evidently genuine. Could it be that his previous doubts were merely overthinking? Very well then. I am indeed curious as to what is troubling her, so let us go together. The hangover soup had already been prepared by Fu Yuan's household earlier that day and was now perfectly timed for use. As they walked side by side, Li Qingxiu observed Fu Yuan, a frown creasing his forehead. She had always adhered to the notion that a husband was paramount, remaining a step behind him. Why was she now walking alongside him? However, he soon dismissed that concern, attributing it to her genuine worry for her mother's health. The maidservants led the way with lanterns, and soon they arrived at their destination. Upon entering Li's small courtyard, they sensed something amiss. Fu Yuan turned to Li Qingxiu and spoke first. "It's strange. The light in mother's room is still on, which means she is not yet retired. Yet where have all the attendants gone?" Li Qingxiu's brow furrowed, his tone growing displeased. Moments later, a heavy thud echoed from within, followed by a muffled groan that sounded as though a man was deliberately lowering his voice, soon accompanied by a flurry of commotion. Fu Yuan and Li Qingxiu exchanged glances. their eyes betraying an unmistakable concern and worry. "My lord, there seems to be something amiss in this room. Just now, I could have sworn I heard a man's voice. Could it be that a thief has intruded into our home and has taken refuge in my mother's chamber?" Lady Li, being of advanced age, would stand no chance against an assassin. Upon hearing this, Li Chung rushed to the door, disregarding propriety and etiquette, and in a fervent haste, he kicked the door open with great force. With a resounding crash, the sturdy door was sent askew, stirring up a cloud of dust and revealing the true scene within. Chapter 166. Depraved Thoughts. Li Chung was the first to step into the room. Upon witnessing the tableau before him, his face contorted in disgust. His immediate reaction was to turn and shut the door, wishing to conceal the indecency inside. However, he quickly realized that the door had been sent flying by his own kick, rendering it impossible to close. Just a step behind him, Fu Yuan entered and soon grasped the scene before her. Lady Li lay disheveled on the bed beside a young man, her arms wrapped around his waist, while he bore numerous suggestive marks upon his skin. The floor was littered with discarded garments.
"Ah!"
Fu Yuan screamed, as if struck by the shocking sight. Her cry pierced the air, drawing the attention of the other maids and servants in the household. Startled by the sound of the door being forcefully kicked open and Fu Yuan's scream, the two within the room were jolted awake. The man hastily donned his clothing and climbed off the bed, his face pale with indignation as he glared at Lady Li, as though he had suffered a profound humiliation. Pointing at her with trembling fingers, his voice quivered with rage. You old hag! How dare you drug me and lure me to your bed? Let me tell you, even if you possess my body, you shall never have my heart." Lady Li, having indeed partaken of liquor that evening, was still somewhat disoriented. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a naked man in her bed. In the midst of her confusion, the man began to accuse her, claiming she had forced herself upon him. The room was further populated by her son and daughter-in-law, and upon seeing Fu Yuan, Lady Li was struck with alarm. She had believed Fu Yuan had been sent to another room. The man clutched his chest, appearing utterly violated, and pounded his fists in frustration. "I wondered why you treated me so well. It turns out you were merely coveting my body, yearning for my beauty. An old crone like you. How could you harbor such vile thoughts? You have tarnished my reputation." Fu Yuan, aghast, covered her mouth in shock as she stared at Lady Li. "Mother, how could you harbor such feelings for your cousin? There are countless young men in the world. Why must it be him?" She faltered, unable to continue, as if struck by a heavy blow. Li Chung was utterly astounded that his mother could engage in such disgraceful conduct within their home. His expression shifted rapidly as he forced the words through clenched teeth. "Mother, if you wish to remarry, I shall not stand in your way. But you cannot engage in such scandalous behavior within this household." Lady Li, beset by their collective accusations, was nearly at a loss for words. It was she who had orchestrated a scheme against Fu Yuan, intending to entrap her with a vile man. How had this man ended up in her own bed, only to be discovered by her son and daughter-in-law?
"Wait."
"You must listen to my explanation. It is not what it seems. At my age, how could I possibly take a liking to him? Do not feign innocence. I have long heard of the depravity of women like you. Yet I never imagined it would descend to such depths. Had I known of your intentions, I would never have agreed to reside in this household. If this scandal gets out, how shall I maintain my dignity? You are all utterly shameless. I demand an explanation today." Fu Yuan observed the spectacle unfolding before her, her heart heavy with sorrow. She had not anticipated such a debacle at this age. If one were to overlook the fact that he was a man, one might think he had truly been wronged. Lady Li's face twisted with rage. Chapter 167. A calamity for virtuous women having lived a lifetime. She had never before experienced such a profound humiliation. "You speak nonsense," she retorted, nearly on the verge of fainting, yet she clung to her dignity.
"Xue."
"How could you speak of your mother in such a manner? I endured great hardship to raise you. Do you not know what sort of person I am? Besides, at my age, he could very well be my grandson. How could I possibly have any interest in him?" Her expression was one of fury and shame, nearly leading her to lash out. It was she who had arranged for someone to ruin Fu Yuan's purity. How had this person ended up in her own bed? And witnessed by others at that? "Where are the guards?" Summon them at once. I demand to know who allowed this to happen." As the servant tasked with fetching the hangover remedy approached the courtyard, she overheard Lady Li's furious voice. Seeing the two individuals who should have been in another room now standing in the old lady's courtyard, they were initially bewildered. They thought the task had been accomplished and that the old lady was merely feigning anger to blame them. "Forgive us, madam. We simply could not see in the dark and mistakenly brought young Master Fu to the wrong room. We truly had no knowledge that the lady was resting inside. Please, have mercy on us." Upon hearing this, the faces of those in the room changed drastically. Fu Yuan's expression darkened.
What do you mean by that?
"You intended to bring him to my room?" The two young servants were also taken aback. Intended? Did they truly make a mistake?
No.
They had seen both individuals in the room. They glanced at Lady Li and noticed her unsettling demeanor, causing them to hastily fall silent. "I know nothing, dear cousin. I am yet to be engaged. If this matter spreads, which family would still be willing to marry me? You must help me restore my honor. Why must you make such a fuss over a mere misunderstanding? There is no need for such a commotion. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences." Lady Li issued a strict gag order. However, the man persisted. "You are the one who initiated contact. How can you deny your intentions? I have proof of your actions upon me." He stepped closer to Fu Yuan, tugging at his garment to reveal the marks he had inflicted upon himself. His tone dripping with mockery. "Cousin, I came to seek refuge with you, yet now I am being wronged. You must help me clear my name." He understood that in this household, the matriarch pretended to be kind and generous, caring for her daughter-in-law while secretly scheming to ruin her reputation. Both were no innocents. Thankfully, once he completed his performance, he could take his leave, for this den of intrigue was no place to linger. Li Cheng, observing Lady Li's apparent ignorance of the situation, felt a rise of doubt within him. His mother had always valued a woman's fidelity and integrity. After his father passed, she had never once mentioned remarriage. Neither had he witnessed her engaging closely with any man. He cleared his throat twice, believing that today's incident was merely a misunderstanding, a result of the servant's incompetence in escorting his cousin to the wrong room, and he asked his cousin for understanding. "What incompetence? I have suffered a significant loss. And you think you can brush it off with a few words? Let me tell you, that is impossible. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation tonight, I shall make this matter public tomorrow. After all, I would not be the only one embarrassed. I am quite curious to hear how the outside world will gossip about the. For a man, it might merely be an unflattering tale of romance. However, for the Li family, it would be a scandal that pierces to the bone, a disgrace that would leave them humiliated. If they were to be entangled in such a scandal, not only would the Li family suffer, but even Li Qingxiu would lose the face to meet others. Dear cousin, I have been preoccupied with official duties these past few days and have neglected to properly host you. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a feast at the finest tavern in the city, so that we may enjoy each other's company and chat at length. You see, today's events were indeed mishandled by the servants, and I suspect my mother was also inebriated, leading to this misunderstanding. If it were to spread, it would be detrimental for both of us. It is better to downplay the situation and take a step back. Rest assured, I understand your displeasure, and since you have made a rare visit, I assure you there will be compensation to your satisfaction." Fu Yuan understood the wisdom in knowing when to yield. The commotion had already been stirred, and the necessary reprimands had been exchanged. As for whether the scandal would indeed spread from that remained uncertain. With Li Qingxiu willingly offering compensation, Fu Yuan felt pleased and stepped forward to mediate. "Cousin, this matter is merely a misunderstanding. We are family, and we can discuss it amicably. If you have any demands, please feel free to voice them. Speaking of this incident is not advantageous for either of us. Let it remain among ourselves. Your brother-in-law has also expressed a willingness to provide compensation, so let us discuss how to resolve this peacefully." Since Fu Yuan had taken the initiative, it seemed appropriate to bring the matter to a close. "Very well, in consideration of my sister, I shall not pursue this further. However, brother-in-law, regarding the compensation you mentioned, I need to contemplate it, and will inform you tomorrow." The tumultuous scene finally settled. Li Qingxiu felt a wave of relief. Family matters must not be aired publicly, and this incident must remain undisclosed. Li Shi, upon hearing that the matter was to be swept under the rug, was immediately against it, demanding compensation on the spot. Wait a moment, son. Do you not trust me? Do you believe I would stoop to such disgraceful behavior? Why are you offering him compensation? Do you believe his claims of suffering loss? Li Shi's barrage of questions nearly overwhelmed Li Qingxiu. Mother, enough. He did not deny her accusations, his tone weary. The matter is concluded. Must you continue to bring it up? Can we not leave it be? Chapter 169. Congratulations, mother, on your triumphant return. The compensation has already been promised. The truth of the matter is now irrelevant. It is enough that the incident has reached its conclusion. Fu Yuan stepped forward to support the unsteady Li Shi. Mother, both you and cousin have had too much to drink this evening, leading to this unfortunate mess. Let us clarify everything. It is all right now. Upon hearing Fu Yuan's voice, Li Shi wished to shake off her hand, but restrained herself. Her eyes fell upon the two kneeling servants, her gaze sharp, wishing she could strike them down for their incompetence. This silent grievance was one she had to swallow. With the dust settled, the man turned to exit the room. Li Qingxiu, feeling fatigued, recalled the words of the maid who summoned him, then glanced back at Li Shi. Li Shi was left choking on her own words, feeling trapped. She had initially orchestrated a splendid scene, anticipating that Li Qingxiu would enjoy watching it unfold. Little did she expect that she would become the one in the spotlight. She cast a wary eye toward Fu Yuan, suspecting that perhaps she and her cousin had conspired to set up this entire situation. While she pondered, Fu Yuan signaled to the maid, Su Lan, who promptly approached with a food container. Madam, this is a hangover soup sent by my mistress. If you are feeling unwell, you may wish to drink some. Mother, you look tired as well. My husband and I shall take our leave. Please rest well, and we can discuss matters tomorrow. The concern and respect in her eyes dissipated any lingering doubts in Li Shi's mind. Fu Yuan was not the scheming type. Had she known of the arrangement, she would not have shown such calm and natural concern. If she truly possessed such cunning, she would not have been so easily manipulated by Qingxiu and her. It seemed she had been overthinking things. Fu Yuan continued to offer comforting words, assuring her not to dwell on it. I will instruct the servants to ensure this matter does not spread. I will also speak with mother tomorrow. Everything will be fine. Li Qingxiu felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Sometimes, he thought having a woman like Fu Yuan by his side was quite beneficial, sparing him from many troubles. In the end, the outside world would only speak of his loyalty. He could afford to let a few tongues wag. Had Fu Yuan known his current thoughts, she would surely have scoffed at him. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. How delusional. In the room, Li Hanju lay on the bed, fiddling with various whimsical trinkets that Fu Yuan had gathered. To amuse her family, she sometimes had to feign the demeanor of a child, pretending to be enamored with these toys. Upon hearing footsteps, she immediately halted her play and, alongside Li Xiao, turned her gaze toward the door. Fu Yuan entered, her radiant face adorned with a smile, arms outstretched as she approached the bedside. Darling daughter, mother has succeeded. Li Hanju's eyes sparkled as she leaped into her embrace. I knew it. Mother is the best. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Chapter 170. The Profitable Estate. Nestled in Fu Yuan's embrace, Li Hanju affectionately grasped her fingers. The estate? It dawned on Fu Yuan, prompted by Li Hanju's reminder that she had, indeed, gifted Li Qingxiu an estate previously. It was part of her dowry, nothing particularly special. Just a lucrative venture. At that time, she had been wholly devoted to Li Qingxiu, and upon learning of his financial struggles, she had casually chosen one to give him. Fu Yuan understood that her daughter never spoke without purpose. Could there be something special about that estate? Darling, why do you suddenly bring up the estate? Is there something significant about it? Well, mother, I've calculated our family's fortune, and it appears to be exceptionally good, especially yours. Any investment you make seems destined to yield great profits. The estate you gifted, while seemingly inconspicuous now, harbors immense potential for wealth. If you had not been harmed by Li Qingxiu, he would have profited greatly from that estate. Fu Yuan was taken aback. The estate held such promising fortune for the future. Had she followed her original fate and met her demise at Li Qingxiu's hands, everything would have belonged to him. He would have used her dowry to amass wealth, ensuring a life of luxury and ease. A heartless man deserves 1,000 deaths. Moreover, with his ambition, even 1,000 deaths would be too kind. She had not yet decided what price Li Shi should pay for the leverage she had finally gained.
Now.
The answer had presented itself. The next day, Li Shi awoke, still in a daze, only to hear voices in the courtyard. When Li Qingxiu was summoned, he appeared bewildered. And upon seeing Fu Yuan and her cousin Fu Xian standing there, his expression darkened. "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" "My mother has not yet risen." Upon hearing his tone, Fu Yuan felt a pang of grievance. "Husband, it is my fault. I could not dissuade my cousin. He insisted on coming to discuss the compensation terms and demand that mother fulfill her promise." Li concealed herself within her chamber, utterly disinclined to open the door. After all, she was the eldest in the courtyard, and as long as she remained behind closed doors, what could those outside do to her? Li Qingxiu cast a glance at Fu Xian, harboring deep-seated loathing, though he maintained an outward facade of concern.
"Cousin."
"My mother was startled last night, and is likely still asleep. Let us speak in the hall." Under Fu Yuan's instruction, Fu Xian had hastily devised another scheme. "At my age, how could one sleep so soundly? My mother rises before dawn to tend to the fields. I suspect the old matriarch has long since awakened, but is too afraid to face me." Li, eavesdropping on the conversation, felt a flicker of guilt cross her face, further solidifying her resolve not to open the door. Li Qingxiu, unwilling to continue this trivial banter, cut to the chase. "If you have made your demands, state them plainly. What is it that you desire?" Chapter 171. A demanding proposal. Fu Xian promptly responded, "Cousin-in-law, I shall not conceal my intentions. I have come to the capital seeking a position, and as you are a marquis, surely this is a trivial matter for you, yes?" Li Qingxiu maintained a grim expression, having anticipated that Fu Xian's visit was not merely for a temporary stay. To his dismay, the young man had revealed his true intentions. With the prestige of the Mingyang Marquisate at stake, Li Qingxiu was reluctant to tarnish his reputation. After much contemplation, he resolved to offer a modest position to dismiss Fu Xian. Securing a position in the capital is not as simple as one might think. The intricacies of the bureaucracy are quite formidable. However, since you have spoken, I shall ask you to ponder your request and await my response." Fu Xian beamed with delight, bowing in gratitude. "I extend my thanks in advance, cousin-in-law. I harbor no grand ambitions. A 5th rank position would suffice." "5th rank? Is that truly sufficient?" Li Qingxiu was incensed, nearly fuming with frustration. "Do you believe that positions in the city are as common as cabbages, available for your choosing? If my cousin-in-law is sincere in his apologies, how can he not even provide a 5th rank position? Would that not render my entry into officialdom akin to being preyed upon?"
Fuxin shrugged nonchalantly.
"My conditions are clear. A 5th rank position, and your sincerity will be demonstrated. I shall bury last night's incident in silence, as if it never occurred. Otherwise, should I harbor resentment, who knows what might slip from my lips in a drunken stupor."
"Do not hold it against me."
His flippant demeanor cloaked a thinly veiled threat.
Li Shanxiu,
gritting his teeth in anger, found his frustration shifting towards Fu Yuan, who had remained silent. He pulled her aside, deliberately avoiding Fu Xian, and lowered his voice. "He is your cousin. Should news of last night circulate, it would reflect poorly on you. You must counsel him against self-destructive behavior." Fu Yuan bit her lip, feigning difficulty. "Husband, you do not understand. My cousin is particularly troublesome, and our family is at a loss with him. When he first sought an audience, I had the servants declare me absent to send him away. Unfortunately, my mother encountered him and, upon learning he is my cousin, insisted he stay." Li Qingxiu's mind clouded with frustration. "You are aware that I have only just ascended to the 5th rank. He demands a proper 5th rank position. Where am I to procure such a high office for him? Moreover, he lacks any credentials. Such a position cannot be bought." This was the first time Li Qingxiu revealed a less virtuous side in front of Fu Yuan. "Indeed, he is unreasonable. You do not understand my cousin. He is capricious in his dealings. Should we press him too hard, it is not just our household that would suffer. He would not hesitate to commit grievous errors." Li Qingxiu was infuriated, caught in a dilemma. Perhaps it would be wise for you to negotiate with him, offering alternative conditions? Chapter 172. I seek not wealth, but a money-making venture. Li Qingxiu's expression soured. If you wish to speak, you should do so. Your familial bond grants you greater leverage with him. Very well. I shall give it a try. Fu Yuan agreed and approached Fu Xin to discuss altering the compensation terms. The terms are as I stated. You spoke them yourself yesterday. Are you now attempting to renege? Fu Xin was not so easily swayed, portraying himself as an incorrigible rogue. It is not a matter of reneging. Rather, the conditions you propose are unattainable. Might we consider alternatives? Fu Yuan maintained a cordial tone, and Li Qingxiu felt a flicker of relief. In the background, the old matriarch, eavesdropping, felt no remorse. Fu Yuan was unaware of how this troublesome relative had inadvertently attached himself to them, creating an endless ordeal. Had he not been so stubborn, the matter would have been resolved by now. After all, as Fu Yuan's cousin, this issue should be hers to resolve. I desire nothing else but a position. Only by holding an office can I enjoy a lifetime of wealth and privilege. Fu Yuan glanced at Li Qingxiu, seeking assistance, but he averted his gaze, feigning interest elsewhere. Thus, she continued her counsel. In truth, should you wish for a life free from worry, there are paths beyond officialdom. With sufficient wealth, one can achieve the same. Upon hearing this, Fu Xin appeared momentarily swayed. In a place like the capital, a fifth-rank position is hardly prestigious. There are many influential figures, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Perhaps gold and silver are more tangible. Seeing his attitude shift, Fu Yuan sighed. While the Mingyang Marquisate sounds grand, I am but a merchant, and your cousin-in-law holds a modest position. Many would still hesitate to offend. Very well then, I shall forgo the office. Just compensate me with some money. Upon hearing his concession, Li Qingxiu exhaled in relief. It seemed that with Fu Yuan negotiating, they could share the burden of compensation. Fu Yuan, however, was well aware of his intentions and had already made her preparations. Just as Fu Xin altered his demand, they had yet to finalize the amount when Su Lan rushed in, flustered. Fu Yuan's concern for her only daughter was evident to all. Hearing Li Hanju's incessant wailing, she lost all inclination to continue discussing compensation terms and hurried toward Li Qingxiu. Thus, the negotiation shifted from Fu Yuan to Li Qingxiu.
Fuxing feigned disdain, mockingly stating,
Cousin-in-law, you are the master of this marquisate. Why must my cousin always be the one to step forward? Can you not take charge of the matters we just discussed? Li Qingxiu was taken aback, feeling belittled by a distant relative of no standing. Of course I can. Speak, how much do you wish for? I do not seek mere coins. I desire a money-making venture. I recall a tea estate outside the city, known as Cha Yuan, which conveniently falls under my cousin's name. Simply transfer that estate to me as compensation. Chapter 173. One may have wealth, but not necessarily the means to enjoy it. The tea estate had long changed ownership and now belonged to Li Qingxiu. He had no desire to relinquish what he had consumed. If you wish for a money-making venture, your cousin possesses more than just this tea estate. There are many other options available. Would you prefer to choose another? Upon hearing his refusal, Fu Xion's countenance darkened. Cousin-in-law, I have only agreed to alter the terms out of consideration for my cousin, yet your repeated refusals suggest you have no intention of providing compensation. It seems that what you say is merely empty rhetoric. In light of this, I believe we need not waste any more time. I shall now proceed to the largest tavern in the city, where I am certain there are many who would pay handsomely to hear the secrets of the Ho family. With that, he turned and left, not allowing Li Qingxiu a moment to object. Li Shi, who had been eavesdropping in the room, could no longer contain herself. If he were to go out and spread rumors, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Stop. Fu Xian had already suspected that Li Shi had been listening for quite some time and halted his steps, intending to hear what she had to say.
Li Shi gritted her teeth.
Isn't it true that you desire the tea estate outside the city? I shall give it to you. Li Qingxiu immediately expressed his discontent.
Approaching Li Shi.
Mother, that estate was given to me by Fu Yuan and is now under my name. It generates a considerable profit each year. How can I simply give it away? Though reluctant, Li Shi's reasoning was sound. Whether it was recorded under his name or Fu Yuan's, in the end, It would all belong to him. If this person desired it, it made little difference whose name it was under. Very well. I agree to give you the tea estate outside the city, but you must keep your promise. Not a word of last night's events shall be spoken outside. Fu Xian's face lit up with joy. Of course, cousin-in-law, you need not worry. We are family, and when I prosper, I shall not forget to show my filial piety to you. After finalizing the compensation, Fu Xian immediately headed to the government office to notarize the transfer of the land deed. Before leaving, Fu Yuan specifically requested to meet him. At the time of notarization, ensure that he writes his name on this document. The man took the document, glanced at its contents, and his eyes trembled. Madam, are you truly entrusting such a significant matter to me? Rest assured, once this is concluded, you will not be neglected, Fu Xian said. Feeling a twinge of doubt about the lady of the Ho family being so easily swayed, understanding now how she could be manipulated by her husband and mother-in-law. His expression grew peculiar, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided it prudent to offer a word of caution. Madam, I advise you to remain vigilant. Are you not afraid that I might feign compliance only to hand this document to the Ho Lord for a better price?
Fu Yuan maintained a smile.
But an icy frost lingered in her eyes. Of course, you could certainly do so. However, I recommend you consider carefully. Some wealth may come at the cost of one's life. Feeling the sudden chill emanating from her, Fu Xian shivered inwardly. Madam, I was merely jesting. I would never betray you. After all, those of our profession must possess a modicum of integrity. With the items given by Fu Yuan in hand, Fu Xian and Li Qingxiu proceeded to the government office. After transferring the estate to his name, he promptly reversed the deed, placing it back under Fu Yuan's name. Chapter 174. Let us converse in my chamber under the pretext of wanting to strengthen their relationship. Fu Xian arranged a lavish feast at the tavern, getting Li Qingxiu thoroughly intoxicated and thereby completing the final task assigned by Fu Yuan. After entrusting him to a servant at the mansion, he evaded the watchful eyes within and directly entered Fu Yuan's small courtyard, presenting the deed inscribed with Li Qingxiu's name. Madam, the task you entrusted to me has been accomplished. Fu Yuan, anticipating results tonight, had remained awake in her chamber. Upon seeing the name on the deed, the tension that had gripped her heart finally dissipated. Here is the silver note I promised you. Given your efficiency, I have added a little extra. The man, upon receiving the note, felt as if sparks might fly from his eyes. Truly, wealthy patrons are extraordinary. This was not merely a modest increase, but a complete doubling of the amount. This matter of mine, does this mean it is considered complete? Fu Yuan nodded, indicating that the collaboration had been exceedingly pleasant. Should you come across any similarly lucrative opportunities in the future, feel free to seek me out again. However, before he could exit the Ho residence, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. Li Jing stood in the night, his face shrouded in darkness, silent and still. Fu Xian was startled by his presence. Young master, the night is deep and the dew heavy. Where are you headed? Fu Xian's eyes flickered. Unaware that Li Jing had long been in league with Fu Yuan, adhering to his professional decorum, he feigned composure. Li Jing merely fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent, which made Fu Xian's heart race uncomfortably. I truly must be going, he stammered. I am in a bit of a hurry. Behind him, Li Jing's voice resonated with an eerie calm. I have a substantial business proposition to discuss with you. Why not come to my chamber to converse? Fu Xian felt as if his identity had been laid bare, yet before it was explicitly stated, he resolved to continue his act of ignorance. Well, you see, it is rather late, and it would be inconvenient. Perhaps we could discuss this upon my next visit? He still intended to depart, sensing that this family was far from benign. Should the Marquis of Mingyang learn of his actions, he would be in dire straits. As he turned to leave, Li Jing unexpectedly produced an object, aiming it directly at his knee. Struck at the knee, Fu Xian winced in pain, almost tumbling headfirst. Looking up, he saw the object gleaming golden in the night. He focused intently, quickly grasping it, realizing it was a pure gold coin. Seeing the glimmer of greed in Fu Xian's eyes, Li Jing's lips curved slightly. I have many more of these trinkets in my chamber.
Now,
can we discuss the business I mentioned? Recognizing the Ho residence as a den of intrigue, Fu Xian felt no overwhelming desire for wealth. The sum Fu Yuan had provided was more than sufficient for a comfortable life. He decided against pursuing the business deal, yet found his legs moving involuntarily toward Li Jing. His lips, too, seemed to betray him, uttering respectfully, "My affairs are mere trifles. Please, instruct me." Chapter 175. We should trust our eldest brother. The following day, Fu Yuan observed Fu Xian seated at the dining table, dining alongside them, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Did you not say there was an urgent matter at home? Why have you not yet departed?" Fu Xian cast a covert glance at Li Jing, who seemed entirely disinterested, casually consuming his meal. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. I received word from home that matters have been resolved, so I am no longer in a rush to leave." "Is that so?" Fu Yuan had not missed the glance he cast toward Li Jing. After the meal, she summoned Li Jing to her chamber. "Speak honestly, did you leave him here?" Li Jing, not intending to conceal the truth, readily admitted, "I did." Fu Yuan had not informed her two sons of the staged performance, believing he regarded Fu Xian as a relative. "His identity is somewhat special. It is not wise for him to linger here for long. I shall send someone to escort him away shortly." "Madam, you mean to say he is not your cousin at all, but rather an actor you hired for the ruse?" Fu Yuan was taken aback. "You are aware of this? Did he tell you?" If that mouth truly was so loose, she would have to reconsider whether she should allow him to leave so easily. "Indeed, I had my suspicions. Li Jing did test the waters several times last night. Yet the other party remained tight-lipped. To her surprise, with just a single utterance, he had extracted the truth from her. "You clever boy. You dare to deceive even me now." Having been seen through by Li Jing, Fu Yuan found little reason to hide and laid bare the entire sequence of events. "This person remaining in the residence is ultimately a liability. What are your intentions?" "Mother, did you not wish to sever ties with him? Rather than dragging this out, it would be better to act decisively. I have conceived a brilliant plan. He will take the initiative to sever ties with you." Fu Yuan felt a surge of emotion within her heart, yet she was reluctant to involve him in this matter. "Jinger, I know you care for me, but some matters are not for you to intervene. I have my own arrangements regarding my affair with your father. Mother, I have everything under control. Just wait and watch the show." A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes, reminiscent of a clear spring. Ungrateful individuals deserve to be condemned. Fu Yuan wished to inquire further about his plans and intentions, yet Li Jing remained resolute in his silence. In a matter of moments, he found a pretext to depart. His reticence only deepened Fu Yuan's concern. "Mother, do not worry. Elder brother is well aware of his situation. He would not place himself in peril. Had it not been for the treachery he faced in his youth, which left him in a state of despair, her brothers would surely have had bright and promising futures. Presently, their mother's only support was elder brother, and even for her sake, he would never engage in actions that could jeopardize himself. However, he had recently become embroiled in her affairs, which only heightened her anxiety. Mother, elder brother is no longer the person he once was. We should trust him. He possesses the capability to protect himself and us as well." Li Hanju's words provided Fu Yuan with some solace. Yet she remained uneasy until she learned of Li Jing's intentions. Soon, news emerged regarding the task Li Jing had assigned to Fu Xian. After acquiring the tea house outside the city, Fu Xian did not hasten to move out of the Marquis' residence. Instead, he exploited the Marquis' name to indulge in extravagant feasting and to incur debts. Several shopkeepers from the city came knocking, demanding the Marquis' estate to settle the accounts. Upon seeing this, the Li family felt as though the sky was collapsing around them. What insolence! Who does he think he is? If he continues to squander so recklessly, the Marquis' fortune will surely be depleted. Chapter 176. The Marquis' house cannot afford such indulgence, a distant cousin. Yet he carried himself with more swagger than the legitimate young master. The more Li Shi pondered, the more she concluded that Fu Xian was nothing but a calamity. He must not be allowed to remain in the residence. A plan had to be devised to oust him. Having lost the cherished estate, Li Qingxiu no longer wished to see this person lingering before him. After some discussion, they resolved to ensnare Fu Xian. Having learned of Fu Xian's daily movements, Li Qingxiu deliberately bribed a few individuals to set a trap for Fu Xian at the gambling house. However, before he could implement his scheme, Fu Xian inadvertently stirred up a far greater disaster. On his way to court, Li Qingxiu was intercepted by a group of fierce-looking individuals. The Marquis scrutinized the document, which clearly stated in black and white that members of the Marquis' household owed money to their gambling house. Now that the deed to the Marquis' estate was in their possession, when did the Marquis intend to repay the debt? Upon seeing the astronomical figures on the IOU, Li Qingxiu felt his vision darken. Had Fu Xian lost his mind? Such a sum of money, no. Even if 10 Marquis estates were combined, it would not suffice to cover the debts. Furthermore, why was the deed to the Marquis' estate in their possession? The more he thought, the more vexed he became, feeling that Fu Xian was an inextricable burden. He could not allow him to continue dragging him down. You must be mistaken. This individual has no ties to our Marquis' estate. His debts are his own. You should pursue him directly. This has nothing to do with me. He attempted to disassociate himself, hoping to absolve the Marquis' estate from the crippling debt. Yet the other party was not so easily deceived. Is the Marquis attempting to toy with us? Just the other day, you and Fu Xian were laughing and conversing intimately at the tavern. And he called you brother-in-law. You never refuted him. Now, how can you suddenly claim to be unrelated? Li Qingxiu was resolute in refusing to repay this debt. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt has its debtor. You should pursue the one who owes you. As for his debts, I will not assist him. A throng of individuals surged forward, encircling him and delivering a thorough beating. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Fu Xian surrounding Fu Yuan, attending to her every need, massaging her shoulders and back. Fu Yuan reclined on a beautiful couch, exuding an expression of utmost enjoyment, which only intensified Li Qingxiu's ire. Look at the good deeds your cousin has done. You still have the leisure to indulge in such comforts. After finally managing to cultivate some drowsiness, Fu Yuan's eyes flickered with displeasure. She lazily opened her eyes and allowed Fu Xian to assist her in sitting up before she slowly addressed him. We are all family. What is there that cannot be discussed amicably? What has you so riled, my husband? Her nonchalant tone only served to further infuriate Li Qingxiu. In front of Fu Xian, he spoke without reservation. Cousin, look at your brother-in-law. He is so miserly. It is merely a small expenditure, yet he rages as if I had squandered his fortune. Chapter 177. The Daughter of Heavens. While Li Qingxiu's brow twitched, before he could defend himself, Fu Yuan had already interjected. It is merely a small sum of money, dear husband. One must not be overly calculative. We are family. If a little money is needed, then so be it. Li Qingxiu felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly choking him. The debts Fu Xian had incurred at the gambling house were far from trivial. Her generosity as a cousin was commendable, but the money was still her own. The thought of his own wealth being squandered so recklessly felt like a piece of his heart had been wrenched away, causing him great pain. Every debt Fu Xian owed externally had been settled by Fu Yuan. Each day, watching his wealth being expended by an unrelated individual, Li Qingxiu's expression grew increasingly grim. Behind closed doors, he began to counsel Fu Yuan to sever Fu Xian's financial ties and expel him at once. Yet, each time Fu Yuan appeared conflicted. But what if he goes out and spreads rumors, tarnishing Mother's reputation? How can I face her? At present, spending a bit of silver to allow him to remain in the residence seemed worth it compared to the damage to her mother's reputation. Whenever she invoked the Li family's reputation, Li Qingxiu found himself at a loss for words. He had initially thought Fu Xian's behavior was merely the folly of a nouveau riche, unable to resist the allure of the capital's splendor, and that he would eventually settle down. Little did he expect that before anyone could calm him, he would bring about an even greater calamity. My lord, it is bad. A group of individuals has surrounded our Marquis' residence. At this time, on the bustling Jinma Street, Fu Yuan, having rarely ventured out with Li Hanju, decided to indulge in shopping for items of interest. From rattles to cloth dolls, upon realizing her mother could hear her thoughts, Li Hanju no longer concealed her preferences. Along the way, she clutched various tools of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, refusing to let go. After a day of browsing, they had scarcely purchased any proper toys, yet had acquired a considerable number of items like vermilion compasses and talismans. Their group grew somewhat weary and decided to rest at a nearby tea house. Li Hanju enjoyed reclining in Shen Rongqing's embrace, as he seemed like a natural gathering of spiritual energy, a walking elixir. Being with him greatly accelerated her cultivation. I have requested the finest quality, yet you bring me these inferior goods, thinking I know nothing? Shen Rongqing, holding Li Hanju, opened the small side window of the tea house's private room, just as a small red flower tumbled in from outside. Amidst the lush green, that vibrant red stood out remarkably. Peering through the red flower, he caught sight of a woman below cradling an infant, whose brow bore a bright red birthmark. The baby's wet eyes sparkled like a stream nestled within a forest. Li Hanju lay nestled in Shen Rongqing's embrace, acutely aware of the subtle shifts in his aura. From the moment they entered the private room, she sensed an enigmatic presence, an atmosphere unique to those favored by destiny. She turned to face him, grasping his arm and casting her gaze in the direction of the potent energy, immediately spotting the infant cradled in Mu Banxiang's arms. Is she the harbinger of fortune in this world? Blessed by the heavens, indeed she seems to be the daughter of destiny, exquisitely crafted and utterly adorable. As her eyes fell upon the baby's face, Shen Rongqing's brow furrowed ever so slightly, though his expression remained inscrutable. There was an odd sensation emanating from her. He gazed down at the figures below, lost in contemplation, entirely oblivious to Li Hanju's watchful eyes. In her perception, Shen Rongqing had become her sole possession. Witnessing him lost in thought over another, an acute sense of unease surged within her, akin to a precious treasure being eyed by a malevolent stranger. With determination, she shifted in his arms, straightened her legs, and playfully bit into his neck, as if marking her territory like a fierce predator. Regrettably, her teeth lacked the sharpness to inflict pain. Her nibble merely elicited a sensation akin to a tickle. Yet, the innocent act did capture Shen Rongqing's attention. Assuming she was hungry, he adjusted his hold and turned to fetch a milk bottle from the maid. When he realized she had no desire for it, his brow knitted in confusion. Do you not wish to drink? With all her might, Li Hanju fixed her gaze upon Shen Rongqing, seemingly attempting to convey her feelings through her eyes. You belong to me. No one else shall take you away. Shen Rongqing paused, his gaze lowering as he silently etched her declaration into his heart. Yes, he was hers forever. Is there nothing fresh in your store? Oh, that set looks splendid. I shall take it. Mu Banxiang exclaimed, pointing at a jade-crafted infant toy, her eyes shimmering with delight. In truth, her outing was not solely to procure a toy for her daughter. A master had recently delivered a new prophecy, suggesting that Fu Yuan's recent streak of good fortune stemmed from the presence of an extraordinary individual, altering the flow of fate around them. Reflecting on this, Mu Banxiang recognized the onset of Fu Yuan's misfortunes coincided with the emergence of Shen Rongqing. If he was indeed the one who altered Fu Yuan's destiny, then possessing him would surely bring her even greater fortune. Lost in her jubilant anticipation, she overlooked the fact that they had yet to make contact. The attendant, upon hearing her request, hesitated, then stiffened as he relayed, Madam, that set has already been reserved. It seems the staff here, in their haste, mistakenly displayed it. Your oversight is of no concern to me. I desire that toy, she retorted, her voice rising in indignation. What does it matter what the other party offered? I shall pay double. Believing the attendant's hesitation was merely a matter of monetary negotiation, she was ready to charm her way through, only to witness a subtle signal from him to remain silent. Soon, someone emerged from the shop, respectfully approaching Fu Yuan. Madam, someone has expressed interest in the toy set you ordered and is willing to pay a high price. The radiant sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window, casting dappled shadows upon the blue brick floor of the shop. After securing a private room across from her own establishment, Fu Yuan felt compelled to take a glance. Clad in a veiled hat, she had been unrecognizable to Mu Banxiang at first glance. Madam, I regret to inform you that the toy set you desire has already been reserved, the attendant stated, a hint of reluctance in his tone. And what of it? I will pay double, Mu Banxiang insisted, accustomed to indulging in the finest luxuries without concern for cost. Her alluring voice carried a touch of arrogance. Are you suggesting that as a business you would turn customers away? Fu Yuan lifted her gaze to behold a woman in a peach-colored skirt standing at the counter. The woman was striking, adorned in resplendent jewelry, yet her eyes bore an edge of sharpness. Cradling a child, she was flanked by two maids, one of whom held a delicate sandalwood box. It was evident that her life, as a concubine, was no less opulent than that of Fu Yuan, the noble lady. Fu Yuan's fingers tightened slightly. This was the woman her husband had taken as his mistress. Madam, as you can see, the attendant glanced at Fu Yuan with uncertainty. Logically, the item should belong to Fu Yuan, yet business dictated that they could not simply disregard the transaction. Dressed in a modest white gown, Mu Banxiang's heart thudded as familiarity washed over her. Fu Yuan raised her hand, signaling the attendant to remain calm. "If this lady desires it, let her have it," she said, her voice veiled by her hat. "However, the bracelet was specifically ordered for my daughter, and is not inexpensive." Mu Banxiang scoffed. "What is the price?" 1,000 taels. "I will pay 1,500. Coincidentally, I am not short on funds. I will offer 2,000. 2,500. The bidding escalated, and Mu Banxiang's expression darkened. Gritting her teeth, she declared, 3,000. "You shall pay 5,000. Fu Yuan chuckled softly from beneath her veil. Mu Banxiang turned sharply, incredulous. Are you unable to match the bid?" Fu Yuan's tone remained gentle. "If you cannot keep up, perhaps you should not attempt to play the part of the affluent." Mu Banxiang's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. Gritting her teeth, she retaliated, 5,001 tael. She pulled a stack of banknotes from her sleeve and slammed them onto the counter, convinced that the woman before her could not possibly carry such wealth. Fu Yuan accepted the notes, letting out a soft sigh. "Indeed, you are quite affluent, madam." She rapped the counter lightly, instructing the shopkeeper to record the sale at its original price, with the excess noted to her private account, and an additional bonus for the staff's monthly pay. Mu Banxiang's expression froze. "What did you just say?" Fu Yuan removed her veil, revealing a graceful and elegant visage. The attendant, now understanding, whispered, "This lady is the owner of our shop." Mu Banxiang staggered back, nearly dropping her daughter in shock, her eyes narrowing at Shun's wife as if she could ignite flames with her glare. Yet, Fu Yuan feigned ignorance, smiling as she addressed Mu Banxiang. "Since you are interested, you are fortunate to acquire my specially ordered toy for your daughter at such a bargain. Surely, you cannot mean to seize my belongings."
"Wait." Fu Yuan suddenly spoke.
Her tone gentle. "I see that you, madam, are also a loving mother. In my shop, there are many delightful and intriguing toys. You are welcome to visit again." As Fu Yuan watched her retreating figure, her spirits lifted. Having earned a substantial sum, Fu Yuan felt elated, albeit tinged with guilt. Those toys were originally meant for her own daughter. She wondered if her little girl would hold it against her.
"Lianzhu?"
Upon noticing Shun Rongqing's unusual interest in the fortune girl, wished for him to distance himself quickly. Thus, she remained hidden in the tea house without emerging. Taking the item from Shun Rongqing's hands, Fu Yuan spoke with a hint of remorse. "My dear, I have just sold the set of toys I intended for you at a high price to someone else. Please do not be upset. I promise to have an even better set custom-made for you." Li Hanju's hearing was remarkably acute. She had already overheard their conversation in the shop. She tilted her little face upward, her sparkling eyes gazing at Fu Yuan. "Mother, you are amazing. You truly are a businesswoman. You bought something for 1,000 taels and sold it for 5,000. I want to be as clever as you when I grow up and earn lots and lots of money." Li Hanju's effusive praise filled Fu Yuan's heart with joy. The worry in her eyes melted away, replaced by a radiant smile. Fu Yuan gently tapped her daughter's cheek with her finger. "Rest assured, my dear, what I will give you will be unique in this world, priceless beyond measure." Gold and jewels held little value for Li Hanju. To her, they were merely material possessions. "Mother, those things are of no use to me. It would be better to exchange them for clothes and food to give to those in need." Accumulating merit was also a form of her cultivation. "My little darling, you are the kindest. I donated many things in your name long before you were born. Good deeds must be done, but the treasures meant for you cannot be lessened." To make amends to Li Hanju, Fu Yuan decided to spend the 4,000 taels she earned entirely on gifts for her. As they returned laden with goods, they encountered a crowd of citizens gathered outside the Marquis's residence. What could have happened at the Mingyang Marquis estate? Why were so many people blocking the entrance? Surely, it couldn't be a major issue warranting a raid? Nonsense. If they were to be raided, it would be the Imperial Guards doing so. The people they saw were dressed like enforcers from a gambling house. Rumor had it that the Marquis's third son had a penchant for gambling and might have gotten himself into trouble at the gaming tables. In the carriage, Li Hanju thought that if Li Xiao heard this now, he would surely be furious. He had reformed long ago. You are all mistaken. I arrived early and heard that the Marquis's wife's cousin, using the name of the Mingyang Marquis, has incurred a debt of 30 million taels at the Tianhong gambling house. Unable to find him to repay the debt, they have come here to block the door. 30 million taels? In my lifetime, I have never even heard of such a sum. They say he is a cousin. Can the Marquis's residence truly cover such a debt? Chapter 181. A debt of 30 million taels. Fu Yuan sat in the carriage, delaying her exit. It seemed that the scene before her was one of her own design. 30 million taels is no trifling amount. Even if the entire Marquis's residence were to be liquidated, it could scarcely cover such a sum. Repaying the debt was simply out of the question. However, they could not allow these people to continue blocking the entrance indefinitely. Fu Yuan instructed Xingxing to keep an eye on Li Hanju while she stepped down from the carriage and approached the group of leading men. Standing at the entrance were a dozen burly men, each exuding menace. The leader's demeanor turned more hostile when he saw Fu Yuan.
Who are you?
I am the madam of the Marquis's residence.
You may speak with me.
The man glanced toward the main gate and, upon looking back at Fu Yuan, displayed a hint of respect. The Mingyang Marquis was well known. They had not expected a woman to be sent to negotiate. Since you are the Marquis's wife, I will speak plainly. He produced a contract and placed it before Fu Yuan. This is a contract signed by the Marquis at our Tianhong gambling house. Please verify its authenticity. Fu Yuan was taken aback. She had assumed from the citizens' murmurs that it was Fu Xian's debts at the gambling house. How had it suddenly transformed into Li Qingxiu? She recognized Li Qingxiu's handwriting and, upon confirming the contract's authenticity, her heart sank further. The leader noticed a reaction and seemed to sense that she had no objections to the contract. In that case, please provide us with a timeline for repaying the 30 million taels. Is there a misunderstanding? My husband does not gamble. How could he owe your gambling house this much? Madam, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Are you suggesting that you intend to default? With the fire now burning on her son's doorstep, she could no longer remain hidden. She commanded the doors to be opened, feigning that she had not intentionally been avoiding the confrontation, but was instead intimidated by the crowd outside. What? 30 million taels. Li's transformation from a simple farmer to the esteemed matriarch of the Marquis's estate had exposed her to various treasures, yet the sudden mention of this staggering amount startled her. Is there a misunderstanding here? The burly man's brow furrowed. The contract is in black and white, and the Marquis's wife has confirmed it. It bears the Marquis's signature. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Madam is slandering us without cause. It seems she does not believe this document. Perhaps we should go to the authorities and have them adjudicate the authenticity of this debt. Li was about to retort, but Fu Yuan pulled her aside. Given their confidence, this matter seemed serious. Moreover, she had scrutinized the signature on the document, and it indeed belonged to her husband. Chapter 182. Summoning the Marquis. Li felt as if she had been struck by thunder, a buzzing ringing in her ears. 30 million taels. She could not fathom how they could ever amass such a sum, even if they sold themselves. Leaning on Fu Yuan, she nodded and said, "We must inquire about this." To prevent more citizens from witnessing the Marquis's embarrassment, Li decided to allow the gambling house representatives inside the estate. Li's expression turned icy as she slammed her hand on the table. "Kneel before me."
Li Shanxiu froze.
Ever since marrying Fu Yuan and receiving the title of Marquis, he had never seen his mother exhibit such severity. Clearly, something significant had transpired. In front of so many onlookers in the courtyard, he could not afford to lose face. He stepped forward slowly, lowering his voice. "Mother, whatever the matter, just speak plainly. I am, after all, a Marquis. Do I not deserve some dignity in front of all these people?" Li was merely pretending to be stern to convey her attitude to Fu Yuan, ensuring that when it came to procuring the funds, she would do so without complaints. Seeing that Li Qingxiu was not cooperating, she reluctantly refrained from pressing him further. Clearing her throat, She shifted the topic. Tell me, when did you fall into this gambling vice? Li Qingxiu was taken aback. Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? I have never been to such places. You once said that if I dared to enter a gambling house, you would break my legs. I have always remembered that. Li's expression twisted. You truly have always obeyed my words and never gone to a gambling house? Of course not. What would I do in such a place? Li had not anticipated that her son, who had always heeded her every word, would now be concealing the truth from her. Raising her cane, she brought it down upon him. At this point, you still wish to hide the truth from me? They have come to collect a debt. And you still deny having been there.
Debt.
Collecting debts? But he had not done anything yet. Indeed, go take a look for yourself. You have brought this upon yourself. The gambling house representatives had just arrived with the debt document to confront him. The Lord has a poor memory. After drinking, he likely cannot recall his actions. My master has sent us to remind you and to inquire when you plan to repay the debt mentioned in this promissory note. What promissory note?
I have never signed such a thing.
Who are you to come here and accuse me? While the Lord may not remember writing the note, he should recognize his own handwriting. Li Qingxiu glanced at the note in the other party's hand and confirmed, indeed, it was his own writing. Since the Lord acknowledges it, there should be no issue. May I ask when you intend to repay the debt? The 7-day deadline is today. I never borrowed any money. Why should I repay it? It seems the Ho residence intends to default on their debt. This is just as well. My master has not encountered a guest bold enough to evade payment in quite some time, and I am sure he would be eager to discuss this matter with you in person, regardless of whether the counterpart is a royal or noble.
He shall not be spared.
Li Qingxiu felt a twinge of apprehension but reassured himself that as a lord, the other party would not dare to act so brazenly. And he stubbornly refused to settle the debt. Chapter 183. Bound and beaten, Li Qingxiu's refusal to repay the debt did not provoke an immediate response from the gambling house's representatives. They merely issued threats and departed. Li's heart raced with fear. Son, those individuals do not appear easy to deal with. They may have left today. But what if they return tomorrow? What shall we do? Li Qingxiu, pained by the situation, genuinely could not recall when he had signed such a promissory note. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He remembered the night of the transfer at the tea house, where he had been drinking with Fu Xingxing. Where is Fu Xingxing? He must be behind this, orchestrating everything. Li Qingxiu searched both inside and outside his residence, but found no sign of him. Aren't you his cousin? Surely, he must have left you a message before he departed. Tell me, where is he now? With no one to be found. Li Qingxiu redirected his frustration toward Fu Yuan. At this moment, Fu Yuan could only feign ignorance. I told you before, my cousin is not easy to handle. If it were not for my mother insisting he stay here, I would never have permitted his entry. Our bond is not strong, and he left without saying anything. Since the tea house has been transferred to his name, perhaps he has gone to the estate? Thus, Li Qingxiu dispatched people to search the tea house again, but once more, they returned empty-handed. With no trace of Fu Xingxing, he felt too intimidated to step outside. He hid within the residence for 2 days, believing himself safe as no further incidents occurred, and dismissed the harsh words spoken by the assailants. However, the moment he stepped outside, he was seized and thrown into an inconspicuous alleyway. No wonder the Mingyang Marquis dares to owe my master money. He has not even inquired about the consequences. The son of the Prime Minister had his leg broken by my master for failing to repay a debt. The Lord may have a tough exterior, but I wonder if his bones can withstand the same level of punishment. Li Qingxiu's mouth was stuffed with cloth, silencing him completely. His bones may be hard, but I wonder if his other leg can withstand the blade's force. My lord, we are but rough men. We recognize nothing but money. If you wish to keep your limbs intact, you should repay the debt promptly. Otherwise, when we meet again, our gift for you will be an invitation to serve the Empress. Li Qingxiu felt a chill run through him, his vision turning red with anger. Yet his body was restrained by the sack, leaving him no opportunity to struggle. After a considerable effort, he finally managed to loosen the ropes. But the assailants had long since vanished. He clutched his swollen cheek, staggering to his feet. His clothes were disheveled, hair unkempt, and his body stained with dirt and blood. Where was the esteemed dignity of a lord? He surveyed the area, confirming that those men had departed. and let out a sigh of relief. These madmen truly dared to lay hands on me. From their conversation, Li Qingxiu gleaned that their employer was undoubtedly a powerful official. Gritting his teeth, he muttered curses, but his heart was filled with dread and regret. This time, he had genuinely encountered a formidable opponent. Just 2 days prior, the gambling house had confronted him, demanding repayment of a staggering gambling debt. He had never anticipated their ruthlessness, launching an attack against him in broad daylight. Before they left, he heard them utter a chilling threat. Chapter 184. Take good care of him. Li Qingxiu felt a surge of indignation beneath the emperor's reign. He could not believe that the Tianhong gambling house would act so lawlessly. Thus, he dragged his battered body to the Jingzhou prefecture, intending to file a lawsuit against the gambling house's elusive master. However, upon learning that he intended to sue the Tianhong gambling house, the officials concocted a flimsy excuse and left. They allowed him to wait in the office until sunset, yet no one came to attend to him. Before departing, a clerk kindly advised him, "My lord, the master of the Tianhong gambling house is a figure you cannot afford to provoke. I advise you not to engage with him." With the officials unwilling to offend the gambling house, Li Qingxiu's heart sank. The individual behind it was undoubtedly a person of immense power, someone he dared not cross. On his way home, he wore a sorrowful expression. The 30 million taels weighed heavily upon him, suffocating him. Along the way, he received many curious glances, and he wished he could bury his head in the ground. "Son, what has happened to you? Who dares to treat you so harshly? Quickly, summon a doctor." Li's mother anxiously sent someone to fetch a doctor, but Li Qingxiu, in agony, lacked the strength to speak and collapsed upon reaching home. Hearing his mother call for a doctor, he did not wish for his disgrace to spread, and he struggled to raise his hand to stop her, but could not utter a sound and fainted. At this moment, while Li Qingxiu lay unconscious, he was plagued by nightmares. In his dream, he sat in his study, brow furrowed, filled with anxiety. He knew that if he did not repay the debt, those men would never let it go. However, he had yet to receive Fu Yuan's dowry and 30 million taels. Where could he possibly procure such an amount? Just as Li Qingxiu was in despair, hurried footsteps echoed outside. He tensed, fearing those men had returned. "My lord, it is not good." The steward rushed in, pale-faced. "What is it?" Li Qingxiu felt a sinking sensation. Sensing trouble was brewing. "Outside, many people have come, saying they are here to take you to the palace," the steward stammered. Li Qingxiu's complexion turned ashen. He realized he could no longer escape this fate. It is over, he murmured, his legs giving way as he slumped to the ground. He understood that his situation was dire. Those men barged into the residence without hesitation, forcibly taking Li Qingxiu away. He pleaded and begged for mercy along the way, but they paid him no mind. Upon arriving at the palace, Li Qingxiu was led into a dimly lit chamber. Inside, a man in black sat in an ornate chair, coldly regarding him. "Li Qingxiu, do you understand your crimes?" the man asked icily. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I will repay the debt." Li Qingxiu was thoroughly intimidated by the man's imposing presence and no longer dared to feign indifference. "Oh, then perhaps you could enlighten me on when you intend to repay?" the man continued. "A grace period?" The man scoffed. "I have already given you an opportunity, yet you failed to appreciate it." He realized that this time, he was truly facing dire consequences. "Take him away, and see to it that he is well cared for," the man instructed with a wave of his hand. His tone as cold as ice. Li Qingxiu was dragged out, and he realized that this time he might truly be rendered a eunuch. "My lord, spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes and will never dare again. I implore you to let me go." He cried out despairingly, but no one paid him any heed. With wide-open eyes, he watched as a glinting dagger was thrust down towards him, and a surge of fear jolted him awake. "No, I will repay." Chapter 185. A banquet of betrayal. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night was as dark as ink. Inside the east wing, a dim yellow light flickered. Within, Li's mother sat on an intricately carved wooden chair, her brow furrowed and her eyes filled with worry.
Li Qingxiu awoke in terror.
Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His garments had been changed by the servants, restoring some semblance of dignity, yet the bruises on his face were undeniable. The charm of his former self had long since faded. "Xiao, are you awake? Who has hurt you so grievously?" Li's mother asked, her voice trembling as she reached out, hesitating to touch his wounds. A flicker of despair crossed Li Qingxiu's gaze as he bit his lip and replied hoarsely, "Mother, it was the people from the gambling house." At this revelation, Li's mother felt her heart sink, her expression shifting to one of anger. "A gambling house? In broad daylight, they dare to treat you so brutally? Is there no law left?" Though she was enraged by his recklessness, her concern and anxiety overwhelmed her. "Mother, this matter is difficult to resolve. The gambling house is ruthless. They have threatened to make me a eunuch if I do not repay my debts." As he spoke, his voice trembled with fear. Li's mother felt a mixture of emotions. She knew her son well enough to understand he would never willingly incur such a staggering debt. He must have been set up. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Tomorrow, I shall report this to the authorities. Those scoundrels must be punished." Li Qingxiu shook his head. A bitter smile etched on his face. "Mother, it would be futile. The gambling house has powerful backing, and the officials are often in collusion. Reporting them will likely invite even greater trouble. Moreover, they possess the IOU I signed. Even if I were to go bankrupt, we could never repay that amount." Upon hearing this, Li's mother felt a chill in her heart, fully aware that her son spoke the truth. After a long silence, she finally said, "We must deliberate carefully on this matter. Xiao, rest well. I will find a solution." It was clear to her that they would not be able to gather such a sum, but she could not bear to watch her son fall victim to these villains. At this juncture, her only option was to seek assistance from Fu Yuan. She recalled the exorbitant dowry she had brought when Li Qingxiu married, and a pang of regret struck her. Those funds were originally intended to pave the way for her son's future. Now, she was compelled to spend it all, which felt like a dagger to her heart. Once the doctor had prescribed the medicine, she would head to the kitchen to prepare the concoction. When Li's mother was summoned by her attendants, she instinctively knew that a banquet of betrayal awaited her.
Indeed.
Li's mother had arranged an abundance of her favorite dishes and flattered Fu Yuan at the table. "My dear, if there is anything you wish to say, please do so. We are family, and there is no need for embarrassment." Li's mother awaited Fu Yuan to broach the subject, and she promptly articulated her intentions.
Yuan,
"I understand that 30 million taels is no small sum, but no amount of wealth surpasses a life. You have seen how Xiao is. Next, it could very well be you or Jing'e, Xiao, or Zhuer. Can you truly bear such a fate?" Fu Yuan felt a surge of disdain. She recognized that Li's mother was adept at manipulating sentiments, knowing precisely what mattered most to her. "Mother, 30 million taels is indeed excessive. Even if I were to sell all my dowry, I could not raise such a sum." Li's expression darkened. "Xiao is your husband. Will you truly disregard his life? They have said that next time they will break his legs. How can one live without limbs?" Chapter 186. A display of true bonds in adversity. Fu Yuan furrowed her brows, aware that this mother and son were resolute in shifting their troubles onto her. She could not allow the efforts Xing'er had invested in her to go to waste. Before the divorce was finalized, Fu Yuan still had to maintain her guise as the lovesick wife. She immediately began to sell off all her jewelry, properties, and shops, seizing this opportunity to covertly transfer her assets. However, Fu Yuan also harbored concerns about the gambling house and sought an opportunity to discreetly inquire with Li Jing. "Rest assured, Mother, the IOU is authentic, but the money need not be repaid." Fu Yuan was taken aback, her expression complex. How had her obedient son forged connections with such powerful forces without her knowledge? Upon hearing that repayment was unnecessary, Fu Yuan hastened to gather funds. Yet, unexpectedly, before she could make contact with the gambling house, the authorities arrived first. "You are being investigated for selling counterfeit gems. Search the premises." With that command, the authorities indeed uncovered a significant quantity of cheap imitation gems. The business of Jinbao Pavilion plummeted, and rumors spread that a beloved concubine in the palace had been duped into using fake jewelry, inciting her wrath to the extent that she ordered the banishment of Fu Yuan's business from the capital. As misfortune compounded, the citizens of the capital began to turn against the Mingyang Marquisate. Even when Li's mother ventured outside, she was met with ridicule and scorn. As the day of debt repayment drew near, Fu Yuan, despite selling off all her possessions, could only muster 10 million taels. 10 million taels. When Li's mother beheld the banknotes, her eyes sparkled, but the realization that they did not belong to her brought her pain. What to do? They were still far from the 30 million taels required. Fu Yuan was frantic, gazing at Li Qingxiu, who had lain in bed for 3 days. Her contempt reaching new heights. He truly was using his injury as an excuse to distance himself from responsibility, becoming a negligent husband. When Li Qingxiu saw the 10 million taels, he too felt a pang of greed, but the thought that this was his ransom steadied him.
Yuanea.
We are husband and wife. I know I have burdened you. Perhaps I should write a divorce letter and let you go. If we sever ties, they surely will not harm you any longer. Fu Yuan played along. What are you saying, my dear husband? We are one. How could I abandon you? Rest assured, I will stand by you and help you weather this storm. Her tone was earnest, yet Li's mother and the others perceived matters differently. Their previous kindness toward Fu Yuan was predicated on her wealth. Should she deplete her funds to repay debts, she would be left with nothing, losing her value to them. Moreover, having offended the most favored concubine in the palace, keeping her near Xiao'er would only bring further calamity. Fu Yuan recalled the treasures Li Qingxiu had discreetly gifted to others and the luxurious villa outside the city, feeling a twinge of reluctance. With that villa, he would not suffer too greatly after the divorce. But Fu Yuan was determined not to allow such an outcome. She would ensure Li Qingxiu lost everything. Li Qingxiu's thought stirred. He had offered those treasures to please Xingxing. My dear, I have exhausted all possibilities. There are no other avenues left. You work in the court. Could you perhaps borrow some funds? Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu's expression darkened. Asking his colleagues for money was akin to asking for his own death. Chapter 187. A night of relocation. Seeing him remain silent, Fu Yuan ceased her persuasion. That night, while Li's mother and Li Qingxiu slept, she summoned people to clear their room entirely. When they awoke, they believed a thief had broken in, and they cried out loudly, summoning the servants. To their surprise, after calling for quite some time, the steward hurried in, his head bowed and his demeanor dejected. The old lady, the marquis, has instructed that all valuable items in the residence be sold. Clad in a simple inner garment, Li Shi discovered not only possessions and jewelry, but also clothing had been thoroughly stripped away. The current state of the bedroom could only be likened to a locust plague. Furthermore, the lady had commanded the dismissal of all maids and servants, and even reduced the monthly allowance of the old servants. This left the steward in a state of turmoil, pondering whether to seek employment elsewhere. Li Shi, determined, urged the steward to summon someone. Go, bring her to me. Fu Yuan was still bargaining over some furniture that had been in the room of Li Shi and Li Qingxiu for a long time, now worn and fetching little value. Upon hearing that Li Shi had awakened, she hastily exchanged her attire for a plain, inexpensive outer garment. As she heard footsteps, Li Shi prepared to scold, but upon seeing Fu Yuan devoid of jewelry and clad in coarse fabric worn by the common folk, her words caught in her throat. I understand that raising funds is not easy for you, but must you go so far as to sell everything in the residence? If others see the marquis house in such a state, they will surely gossip behind our backs. Fu Yuan's eyes were red-rimmed, her complexion haggard, adding a touch of delicate beauty to her slender form. She was well aware that the items she spoke of had been gifted to Mu Banxiang by Li Qingxiu. At the mention of Mu Banxiang, Li Shi's eyes brightened with realization. How had she not thought of it before? Over the years, Li Qingxiu had bestowed numerous fine gifts upon her, and now that her son was in trouble, she must contribute in some way. Have you sold all the jewelry that was in my room? Fu Yuan maintained her innocence, replying, Mother, those were gifts I once gave you. Now that my husband is in distress, I must prioritize him. Rest assured, I shall present you with even finer gifts in the future. Li Shi, feeling a bitter pang akin to that of a mute consuming bitter herbs, finally understood the weight of her situation. Those had been her possessions, and Fu Yuan had sold them without a word, which was utterly despicable. Yuaner, I know you are devoted to Xiao'er, but some matters must be approached with moderation. The estate has fallen to such a state. Is this still the marquis residence? There are no maids or servants left to attend to us. Mother, we must save every penny we can. Once we get through this hardship, our lives will improve. For the sake of my husband, please bear with it. She had learned the art of moral coercion. In an instant, all privileges had plummeted from the heights of paradise to the depths of hell. And it was Li Shi who found the adjustment most unbearable. Barely half a day had passed when she could no longer contain herself and secretly left the estate for the outskirts of the city. Having received word earlier, Mu Banxiang anticipated her arrival, opening the door for her despite her frail health. Li Shi was taken aback by her pale countenance. "Xiang, are you unwell? What ailment do you suffer from? Have you consulted a physician?" Mu Banxiang, naturally slender, appeared even more fragile after applying makeup to mask her sickness. "I have consulted a physician and am currently taking medicine." As Li Shi entered Mu Banxiang's room, she noticed the decor had changed significantly since her last visit. It was far less lavish, with many precious items removed, leaving an empty feeling. Aware of Li Shi's gaze, Mu Banxiang feigned a cough. "The physician mentioned that this pregnancy is unstable and requires high-quality herbs to support it, hence I have sold some belongings to cover the costs." Outside, a gentle rain fell, and the sound of a carriage rolling over the cobblestones broke the morning's tranquility. Li Shi clenched her sleeves, the golden peony-embroidered fabric crumpling under her grip. "Madam, the doctor has arrived." As a maid lifted the curtain, a cluster of fragrant osmanthus wafted in, clinging to Li Shi's dark blue silk robe. She fixated on the brilliant gold, suddenly reminded of the debt note brought by the gamblers the other day. The red ink tallying the owed amount resembling the sap oozing from osmanthus trees. Hearing Mu Banxiang's words, Li Shi's gaze darted to her abdomen, where a slight swell was discernible beneath her plain garment. Her heart swelled with both joy and concern. The words of borrowing money lingered on her lips. Yet she could not voice them. "The physician says this pregnancy is still unstable, so I haven't informed the Marquis. Please keep this a secret for me, mother." The sunlight filtering through the glass windows illuminated her wrist, dazzling Li Shi momentarily. The incense burner on the small Zeton table released wisps of fragrant smoke, made from expensive materials. The old physician, his hair completely white, bowed and took Mu Banxiang's wrist, his brow furrowing with concern. "Madam, your worries have caused a depletion of both energy and blood. This pregnancy is not very stable. Have you followed my advice to use old mountain ginseng and deer placenta for nourishment?" Mu Banxiang nodded earnestly, her voice quivering. "I have been using the herbs you suggested." Li Shi's eyes fell on the scattered prescriptions on the table, the ink still wet with the words century-old wild mountain ginseng, piercing her heart with the weight of their cost. Such premium herbs would demand a significant expense daily. No wonder so many items had been sold off. The bloodline of the Marquis house could not afford any missteps. The child must be preserved. Yet the physician's prescribed herbs were exorbitantly priced. "Physician, might there be alternatives for these herbs?" The physician, annoyed, replied, "The prescriptions I provide are tailored to the madam's specific needs. If you switch them, the efficacy may diminish." After completing the diagnosis and prescribing new medicine, he departed. Listen to the physician. Care for the pregnancy diligently, and do not slacken on your diet. Any hope of Mu Banxiang extending a helping hand dissipated. As the shadows of the clouds rolled over the sun-dappled bricks, time was of the essence. With 2 million still needed to raise, he felt no shame in approaching Mu Banxiang, yet the clock was ticking. Cornered with no options left, he pondered a singular solution. Once his injuries had improved somewhat, he ventured to Fu Yuan's quarters. "Were it not for the scheme against me and the ensuing calamity, I would never speak these words. Yuaner, although the Fu family has severed ties with you, blood is thicker than water. If you approach them, they will surely relent." Fu Yuan's delicate hands tightened around the account book, the yellowed pages rippling under her grip. She looked up at Li Qingxiu, the candlelight casting flickering shadows in her eyes. Li Qingxiu stepped closer, gently grasping Fu Yuan's hand, his gaze filled with tender affection. Thunder rumbled outside, and the rain pounded against the window, intensifying. Fu Yuan heard his voice amidst the storm, enveloped in a haze. "Yuana, if I do not repay the debt, the gamblers will not spare me. Can you truly bear to let the children grow up without a father?" Brought to the brink by Li Qingxiu's demeanor, she reluctantly acquiesced. "Fine. I will give it a try." The following morning, before Fu Yuan could step out, the marquee door was once again pounded upon by the gamblers. The steward, startled by the uproar, rushed to open the door, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. A raucous clamor shattered the morning calm. A group of men clad in rough attire, their faces set in menacing expressions, stood at the marquee threshold, each wielding gleaming weapons, exuding an air of intimidation. The leader, a burly man with a grotesque scar across his face, bore a gaze filled with a fearsome intensity, unmistakably the same figure who had come demanding payment days prior. The steward, well aware of the recent upheaval in the Marquis household, understood precisely why this group had come. Before he could utter a word, they forcefully barged in, swiftly filling the courtyard. Observing the stark contrast to the lavishness of days past, the leader's expression softened slightly. It seemed the Marquis had indeed been earnest in seeking funds over the past few days. "Where is your Marquis? Summon him at once. Today marks the 4th day." Upon hearing the commotion, Li Qingxiu was assisted by Fu Yuan to step outside. In the courtyard, Li Xiao and Li Jing, alerted by the noise, also emerged. "Mother, what has happened?" Li Xiao, oblivious to the situation, was in a state of panic, fearing their family was on the brink of bankruptcy.
Lianzu,
Cradled in Li Jing's arms, sighed inwardly at the sight of her brother's distress. Is third brother still in the dark?
Li Xiu blinka.
Turning to his sister, and then glancing back at their mother and elder brother. What were they concealing from him? Even his sister was in the know. Yet they chose not to inform him? He opened his mouth to seek clarification from his elder brother, but felt a strong instinct that this matter was not suitable for public inquiry. Not wanting to prolong her brother's confusion, Li Hanju reassured him. "Third brother, do not fear. This is merely an illusion. Our family is not bankrupt. Mother has discreetly transferred our assets." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he was still the third young master.
Li Shanxiu,
Observing the weapons in the hands of the assailants, felt a chill run through him. However, considering the amount of silver Fu Yuan had already secured, he felt a flicker of confidence. Su Lan, burdened with a heavy chest filled with banknotes, watched as the assailants inspected the contents, their sneers growing more pronounced. "You owe over 30 million taels. What you have here is barely over 10 million. Are you trying to deceive us? We have sold everything of value in this estate. We are truly out of funds." The man scoffed. "Everything may have been sold, but this house remains unsold. If put on the market, it could yield a significant sum. The Marquis was a gift from the Emperor, and selling it would be a grave offense. No, the Marquis cannot be sold. Grant me another month." The assailant ignored his desperate pleas and commanded his men to seize Li Qingxiu. "It appears the Marquis does not regard our Tianhong gaming house with any respect. Therefore, we shall present him with a fitting welcome gift today." He unsheathed his dagger, turning to warn Fu Yuan and the others, "Women and children, stand back. We do not harm the weak." Chapter 190. Conserve your strength. We shall call Li Qingxiu was pinned to the table, resembling a pig awaiting slaughter. The enforcers raised their heavy clubs and struck fiercely at Li Qingxiu's right arm. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the courtyard, prompting Li Jing to cover Li Hanju's ears. Others turned away, unable to witness the brutality. Yet, merely breaking one hand was evidently insufficient. The leader of the gaming house drew his knife, seizing one of Li Qingxiu's hands, pressing the sharp blade against his thumb. "Marquis, there are rules on the streets. You not only broke our customs but also intend to default on your debts. We shall keep this gambling hand." The man's eyes glinted with malice as Li Qingxiu's face turned ashen. "You are mad. I am the Mingyang Marquis, appointed by the Emperor. Should you dare to harm a single hair on my body, I will have your entire clan exterminated." He thrashed about wildly, like a fish pulled from water. "I advise you to conserve your strength for what is to come," the man said, gripping the dagger's hilt, gathering his strength as if to deliver a lethal blow.
no.
Li Shi, upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, shrieked in horror. She had heard of the gaming house's arrival and rushed over in a panic, only to stumble upon such a shocking sight. Li Shi, her hair disheveled, fueled by an unknown courage, dashed before the leader of the gaming house. Pushing aside his dagger with all her might, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, she shielded Li Qingxiu closely. "Whoever dares to harm my son will have to step over my dead body." Caught off guard by the elderly woman's fierce defense, the man's face darkened, his veins bulging as he gripped the dagger. Pull her away, he ordered, and his underlings seized Li Shi. What are you doing? Let me go. The men held their blades to Li Shi's throat, rendering her speechless, as if her throat had been constricted. Seeing that her mother was ineffectual, Li Qingxiu quickly turned his gaze to Fu Yuan. Yuana, I am your husband. Can you truly bear to watch me perish before your eyes? Li Xiao and Li Jing exchanged glances. Such a father was better off absent. At that moment, Li Xiao felt a surge of anger, wishing to expose all his father's past misdeeds. Hearing his son speak on his behalf, Li Qingxiu felt a sense of gratitude. Their family of 4 was incomplete without him. A flattering expression instantly crossed Li Qingxiu's face. The man, however, remained unmoved. Marquis, rules are rules. You have already exceeded your deadline by a day. We will take one of your fingers if you cannot gather the remaining sum of over 10 million taels by today. Before he could finish, without warning, he severed one of Li Qingxiu's fingers. Clutching his mutilated hand, Li Qingxiu could not discern which pain was worse, the initial blow or the loss of his finger. His complexion drained of color, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Biting his teeth, unable to endure the intense agony, he fainted. Chapter 191. The coffin fund has been unearthed. The freshly severed finger lay on the ground, a sight that was agonizing to behold.
Li Shi,
unable to catch her breath, also fainted. The household descended into chaos. When Li Qingxiu regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Fu Yuan was the first to approach. You are awake? Would you like some water? The place where his arm had been broken had been reattached, but would inevitably affect its future use. The severed finger could not be restored, and the anesthetic left him momentarily unaware of the pain. What are you doing here? He stared blankly at Fu Yuan. You must never enter a gaming house again. Mother has been here waiting for you for quite some time. Li Xiao was also shocked by his brother's condition, but more so, he felt this was a case of karmic retribution. Husband, the doctor says you are not gravely injured. Rest well, and you shall recover. Upon hearing Fu Yuan's words, Li Qingxiu suddenly remembered his severed finger. Looking down, he saw his thumb wrapped in thick bandages. He moved his fingers but felt nothing at all. His face turned pale. My hand. Everyone silently turned away. Li Shi rushed in, embracing Li Qingxiu and weeping uncontrollably. Amid her wails, he spotted the figures from the gaming house still lingering at the entrance. They had not received the remaining payment and would not relent easily. Struggling to push Li Shi away, he looked utterly defeated. I have become disabled. It will be difficult for me to advance in the future. If you could just let me die. Mother, if the remaining money is not repaid soon, the gaming house will not let me go. She turned to adopt the demeanor of the family head, looking at Fu Yuan with a pleading expression. Fu Yuan felt a cold smirk rising within her. The scales of fortune had tipped precariously. She bore the weight of both good and bad alone. Such luck was rare. Li Shi's expression darkened. Are you going to stand by and watch your husband lose more fingers? In the household, everything belonging to Fu Yuan had already been sold. They could not arrive empty-handed. Thus, the responsibility for the gifts must fall upon Li Qingxiu and Li Shi. Li Qingxiu had nearly exhausted all he could salvage. He looked up at Li Shi. Mother, I know you have always kept a treasure chest hidden away. Now, please bring it forth to assist me in this emergency. I promise to repay you with something far better in the future. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not possess such a thing. That was indeed her hidden treasure. Had she not been cautious and concealed it elsewhere, it would have been long stolen and sold by Fu Yuan. After severing ties for over a decade, approaching them empty-handed to request a loan of 20 million taels was something she found impossible to utter. Fu Yuan discreetly pinched herself, forcing her eyes to redden. If her husband were truly to encounter misfortune, she would have to let fate take its course. She never anticipated her resolve could be so firm, and Li Shi reluctantly acquiesced. Upon seeing the gold, silver, and jade treasures hidden within the treasure chest, Fu Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing that her previous search had not been thorough enough. Clutching the jewels she had acquired from Li Shi, Fu Yuan packed her belongings. With Li Hanju in her arms and Li Xiao and Li Jing flanking her, the 4 of them boarded the carriage and departed from the Marquis's residence. Chapter 192. The second miss returns. Li Shi escorted them to the entrance, Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, an inexplicable wave of panic surged within her. She quickly dismissed the thought. At the Fu residence, before the opulent vermilion gates, Fu Yuan's carriage came to a halt. Li Xiao was the first to leap down, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Mother, is this your former home? It seems even wealthier than our marquis's residence." Li Jing followed closely behind, maintaining his composed demeanor, his gaze tranquil. Li Hanju, nestled in Fu Yuan's embrace, sensed her mother's apprehension upon returning to her homeland and reached out her tiny hand to grasp her mother's fingers. "Do not fear, mother. Brother and I are here with you." Fu Yuan's heart felt chaotic. She had resolutely severed ties with her family to marry Li Qingxiu. After so many years of mutual estrangement, she was at a loss regarding how to face her family again. After exchanging glances, Li Xiao and Li Jing silently stood aside, awaiting Fu Yuan's descent from the carriage. Meanwhile, within the Fu household, the family gathered at the dining table for dinner, but the atmosphere was anything but lighthearted. The recent turmoil at the Mingyang Marquis's residence had spread like wildfire through the city, and they had, of course, heard the rumors. Madame Fu forced down a few bites of food, but her appetite vanished. How was she faring after such chaos at the Mingyang Marquis's residence? The Fu family had only 2 daughters, and everyone at the table knew precisely who she referred to. Hearing this, Fu Wan lifted her head and reassured, "Mother, do not worry. My sister is no longer as foolish as before. She will take care of herself." Her eyes lowered, contemplating what she would do if Li Qingxiu dared to mistreat her. "Let us eat in peace and not speak of those heartless individuals." Fu Qingshan's expression was stern, emanating an air of dignified authority befitting a wealthy merchant. "Bring a warm bowl of soup for the madam." A maid soon presented a bowl of lily soup, and Madame Fu stirred it absent-mindedly, lost in memories of the past. "Yuaner used to love drinking lily soup. If you have no appetite, my lady, then do not force yourself to eat." Fu Qingshan's countenance darkened, and he too lost his desire to eat. If Wan Yi knew that I had come with mother, she would be overjoyed. Mother, as the saying goes, an ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. They are your own parents. What is there to fear? Having been away from home for so long, now that you see the true face of that scoundrel, your grandparents would surely be delighted and would never blame you. Just as Fu Wan was about to offer some words of comfort to Madame Fu, she was suddenly startled by Li Hanju's heartfelt thoughts. Yet, she distinctly heard the voice of the precious pearl. She turned to whisper to her husband, who then stood up and left the table. Fu Wan proactively poured wine for her father. Fu Qingshan raised the cup and drank it dry, a flicker of emotion evident in his eyes, yet his words remained resolute. "Do not mention that unfortunate matter to me. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with the Fu family." Just then, a figure approached. Fu Qingshan was startled, causing the cup in his hand to clatter to the ground. Chapter 193. Avoiding a good life. Madame Fu could not help but jest. "Look at your father," feigning indifference. "Yet he is more excited than any of us." Fu Qingshan's expression remained stern as he cast a disdainful glance at the servant who entered. What a lack of decorum. The Fu family has only one eldest daughter. Where does this second miss come from? Though Fu Yuan had been married for many years, the master forbade anyone in the household from mentioning her openly, yet the longtime staff were well aware. The masters had not forgotten about the married second miss, especially the master himself. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Fu Qingshan's tone remained cold. Besides her, who else could it be? As soon as he spoke, Fu Wan and Madame Fu turned their gazes towards the servant, both filled with anticipation and anxiety. Surely that vexatious one could not have come as well? Fu Wan was well aware of Fu Yuan's discreet transfer of assets. When Fu Yuan had wished to keep it from their parents, she had kept silent. Now it appeared her sister was ready to come clean. "Mother, Li Qingxiu is truly inhuman. My sister must have suffered greatly. I shall go and invite her in." The sisters' reunion was something Fu Wan had long awaited. Fu Yuan had once been the apple of Madame Fu's eye. How could she not feel heartache? Immediately, she grasped her hand, eager to go out together. "I shall accompany you." Just as Fu Wan nodded in agreement, she noticed Fu Qingshan's gaze and hurriedly tugged at Madame Fu's sleeve. "Mother, perhaps we should invite father to join us." Before Madame Fu could respond, Fu Qingshan turned away. his expression dark, and with a flick of his sleeve, declared, "Just have them go to the reception hall. They are not significant figures worth such excitement." "Fine. If you will not go, I shall go with my daughter." The two of them joyfully hurried out of the courtyard. Once their figures vanished around the corner, Fu Xingxing stole a glance in their direction. The servant remaining in the room spoke helplessly, "Master, they have gone far." "Humph. Mind your own business." Fu Yuan had yet to make up her mind about leaving the carriage when Lu Qinghe promptly came to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Jing and Li Xiao, Lu Qinghe turned to the closed carriage curtains. "Is the second miss inside the carriage?" Fu Yuan had no choice but to descend. Upon seeing her, Lu Qinghe's face bloomed with joy. "Your sister said you were coming and specifically sent me to fetch you. Why do you not enter?" "I just arrived," Fu Yuan replied, feeling a bit awkward. After so many years, upon returning to the residence, Fu Yuan was struck by the realization that every brick and tile, every scene, had changed significantly. If she had entered directly, she might have struggled to find her way. Throughout the journey, Li Xiao continuously marveled at the Fu family's wealth, far surpassing that of the Marquis's residence. What kind of spell had Mother been under to forsake a good life and marry that unreliable scoundrel? Observing the nostalgia in Fu Yuan's eyes, Lu Qinghe grew concerned she might feel uncomfortable and smiled reassuringly. "It has been over a decade. Changes are inevitable. However, rest assured, the courtyard you once lived in remains exactly the same." Before reaching the courtyard, Fu Yuan spotted two figures rushing toward her. The moment their eyes met, all three instinctively welled with tears. Fu Yuan hurriedly approached Madame Fu and, cradling Li Hanju, knelt down. Chapter 194. "This is your dowry, mother," she called, her voice filled with emotion and grievance. "Quickly, you have not eaten yet, right? I shall have someone prepare your favorite dishes." After speaking, she cautiously added, "Is your taste still the same as before?" Fu Yuan fought back tears, nodding. "This must be my grandmother, right? She has kind eyes. She looks like a good person and will surely be blessed in the future." Hearing the baby's voice, Madame Fu thought her ears were deceiving her. Turning to see Li Hanju in Fu Yuan's arms, her joy was overwhelming. "Is this the little pearl you gave birth to? With such rosy lips and white teeth. She is certainly destined to be a beauty, likely surpassing you in allure. Quick, let me hold her." Fu Shi and her husband had not had children for many years, and Madame Fu had yet to enjoy the delights of being a grandparent. Upon encountering Li Hanju, one cannot help but wish to cradle her delicately within their lips. The countenance of the grandmother suggests great fortune, yet her physical state appears less than robust. The weight of her worries, if prolonged, does not bode well for longevity. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuan felt a sudden pang of guilt wash over her. Surely, over the years, her mother must have fretted greatly over her affairs.
Fu Shi, Du.
Felt a flutter in her heart, as she had been experiencing irregular heartbeats lately, which the physician attributed to her excessive worry. This little girl, whom she met for the first time, seemed to perceive her condition with uncanny insight. Her eyes sparkled with revelation. Could this child be a reincarnation of a prodigy? "Rest assured, grandmother, with both my mother and I by your side, you shall live a long, carefree life, full of joy until you reach 100 years. Fu Shi thought, her heart swelling with happiness as she embraced Li Hanju. She immediately summoned someone to retrieve her most precious emerald bracelet from her chamber to present it as a token of their first meeting. "Mother, this is your dowry." "This gift is far too extravagant for such a young child," Fu Yuan protested, knowing that Fu Shi had always cherished this bracelet, which she had refrained from giving away even at the weddings of her daughters. Yet now, having just met her daughter, she willingly relinquished this treasured possession. Clearly overjoyed with the girl. "Ah, this is my gift to her, not yours to decide," Fu Yuan gently chided as she comforted Li Hanju. "Tomorrow, I shall have a red string threaded through it to hang around your neck, so no one can take it away." Li Hanju grasped the bracelet with both hands, beaming at Fu Shi. "Thank you, grandmother. You and Aunt Wan are so generous, unlike my grandmother and that scoundrel of a father, who never gift anything worthwhile." "Mother, the wind is strong outside. Let's retreat indoors," Fu Yuan suggested. Yes, let us go inside," Fu Shi replied, her steps quickening. Seeming far younger than her 40 years, Li Jing and Li Xia trailed behind, their expressions awkward. Li Xia glanced at Li Jing and whispered, "Brother, do you think grandmother has poor eyesight?" We bowed to her for quite some time, worried she hadn't noticed us, yet she seemed completely oblivious. Li Jing watched the retreating figures with a twinge of embarrassment. It was their first visit to their grandmother, and given their lineage, it was not surprising that she did not welcome them warmly. He tapped Li Xia on the head, advising, "Speak less if you don't want to be bothersome." Li Xia rubbed his sore head, confused. Once the three entered the house, Fu Yuan took Fu Yuan's hand, her expression grave with concern. Chapter 195. Xiao accompanies you for a meal. Fu Shi was also holding her breath, having heard of the affairs concerning the Mingyang Marquis house. Fu Yuan glanced at the two of them and retrieved a document from her sleeve. "Sister, mother, I have divorced." Both women's pupils quivered, and Fu Yuan eagerly snatched the document from Fu Yuan's grasp, opening it to reveal the bold characters declaring the divorce. It shone brightly in her eyes as if it were illuminated, the names of Fu Yuan and Li Qingxiu inscribed at the bottom left corner. "You truly have divorced?" Fu Yuan gasped, while Fu Shi quickly placed Li Hanju into Fu Yuan's arms, seizing the divorce document from Fu Yuan, overwhelmed with joy and unsure of what to say. It was a divorce decree, not a letter of dismissal. Fu Yuan, ecstatic, embraced Fu Yuan tightly. Li Hanju found herself wedged between them, struggling to breathe. "Help, help! I can hardly breathe." Upon realizing her distress, the two hastily released her, anxiously checking her little face before sighing in relief. They exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. "Dear sister, your mind has finally cleared." Fu Yuan's words sounded somewhat like a rebuke. Observing the deep bond between the sisters, Fu Shi could not contain her tears of joy. "Grandmother, do not cry. I have been foolish and caused you grief in the past. From now on, with me here,
Noi vilders shall dare approach, Fu Yuan comforted.
The three of them enjoyed a harmonious dinner, while Fu Qingxian, who had been waiting in the study for a long time, strained to listen for sounds from the courtyard. Upon hearing footsteps, he straightened his posture, turning his back as though indifferent. "Father, mother, and the lady are in high spirits tonight, having indulged in wine, and are resting in second aunt's courtyard," Lu Qinghe informed. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingxian's already grim countenance darkened further. Lu Qinghe, having been his son-in-law for over a decade, could easily discern his father-in-law's sentiments. "Father, Xiao and Jing'er wish to pay their respects. If you are not in a hurry, please see them." He did not allow Fu Qingxian a chance to decline. Calling out to the courtyard, "Come in, your grandfather happens to be free." Fu Qingxian felt a pang of annoyance, wishing to reprimand them. Just as he heard the hurried footsteps approaching, Li Xia, unafraid and oblivious, rushed in, immediately lamenting, "Grandfather, I am Xiao, your daughter's third son. Is it so late? And you are still attending to official matters? Your health is paramount. Have you dined yet? Allow me to join you for a meal." Li Jing stood a few steps back, bowing respectfully, "Grandfather, I am Jing'er." Fu Qingxian said nothing, while Li Xia pulled at his sleeve, chattering incessantly. The noise stirred a hunger within him, which had been dulled by neglect. "Very well. In light of your filial piety, I shall have the kitchen send up more food." Li Xia was elated, nearly jumping for joy. It was mainly because he himself had not eaten enough, and it was quite uncomfortable sitting beside his mother and Aunt Luan, who were engrossed in their merriment, ignoring him completely. Chapter 196. Personally borrowing money though they gathered for a meal, Fu Qingxian inevitably inquired about their studies. Learning that Li Jing was participating in this year's imperial examination, Fu Qingxian's eyes revealed a hint of compassion as he recalled the tribulations the boy had faced over the past 3 years. "Good child. It is a blessing that your eyesight remains intact. As for the examination, should you not succeed this time, there will be future opportunities. Do not let it weigh too heavily upon you." Li Xia, upon hearing the mention of studies, felt as if he wished to burrow into the earth. "Enough, enough. Let us not speak of such things. You two look rather thin. Eat more." Gazing at the two children, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Fu Yuan, Fu Qingxian opened his mouth to inquire about her life at the Marquis house. Yet, the words stuck in his throat, unable to escape. How could his daughter, not even thinking to show filial piety, expect him to lower himself first? In the courtyard of the marquee house, 2 tables of gambling had been set up, the ground littered with crushed melon seeds and peanut shells. The head of the gambling den, having drained the last drop from his wine jug, smashed it to the ground. He brandished a large knife, stepping closer to Li Qingxiu. "Shall we come to a proper agreement? Would you prefer to lose your left leg or your right?" Li Qingxiu clutched his chest, coughing violently, helplessly watching as 8 burly men took possession of the marquee house. His face turned pale with fear, and Li Shi was drenched in cold sweat. In a panic, Li Qingxiu hid behind Li Shi. "Mother, save me. I do not wish to become a cripple." Or rather, he suddenly coughed violently, his pale face tinged with a sickly flush. "Let my mother go to the Fu family." Crack. The knife grazed his ear and embedded itself into the pillar, the red silk ribbon wrapped around the hilt swirling disorientingly. The head of the gambling den grinned, revealing a mouth full of gold teeth. "It seems the Marquis lacks courage. A little pain like this can be endured with a closed eye. Rest assured, my skills with the blade are swift. In the blink of an eye, I assure you, I shall not prolong your pain." Naturally, Li's mother was unwilling to see her son have his legs severed and began to plead desperately. Finally, the gambling house relented. "Very well, you shall have this one chance. Go to the Fu family, but if you fail to bring back money again, I shall have no choice but to speak more harshly." That night, at the hour of the rat, Li Qingxiu and his mother supported each other and knocked on the door of the Fu family. The doorman, drowsy and confused, was startled by the sudden appearance of a large face and screamed in fright. "Do not scream. It is me, Lord. What brings you here at such a late hour? Please, announce my presence." Chapter 197. They fled with the child. The vermilion door stood tall, adorned with a red lantern, and the moonlight shone bright as silver. In the dim light before the Fu family's gate, a group stood partially illuminated by the moon. Li Qingxiu straightened his back, but before he could finish his words, one of the doormen impatiently interrupted. "My lord, it is the middle of the night, and my master has long retired. If you have business, it would be better to come back tomorrow morning." Li Qingxiu still maintained the dignity of the Mingyang Marquis, striving to appear composed before outsiders. However, the doormen were well aware that the title of Marquis was merely a pleasing name without real power, especially since the Fu family held a grudge against him, rendering him less than welcome in their eyes. Feeling humiliated by a servant, Li Qingxiu's heart boiled with anger, ready to erupt, when Li's mother stepped forward. "Gentlemen, we indeed have urgent matters to discuss with you, Honor. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. Simply fetch your second young lady. As long as Fu Yuan appeared, all would be well." "Second young lady? We only have one eldest young lady in our household. There is no second. The old lady must have come to the wrong place. How dare you, a mere servant, speak to my mother in such a manner? My wife is the second young lady of your Fu family, now the lady of the Mingyang Marquis. Do you not recognize her?" The 2 doormen exchanged glances, their expressions openly contemptuous. "My lord, it is not that we are unwilling to assist you, but the Fu family truly does not have a lady by the name you mentioned. Surely, you have come to the wrong place. Mother, how can you believe the nonsense from those in the gambling house? Yuana loves me dearly. How could she possibly abandon me? Moreover, to repay his debts, Yuana sold all her dowry and possessions, leaving her without a cent. Where could she possibly go?" Li's mother, unconvinced, turned to question the doorman. "The Fu family has never had a lady by the name of the Mingyang Marquis." Both Li's mother and Li Qingxiu were forcibly ejected, while those from the gambling house secretly observed the entire scene. Once the doorman entered, they rushed forward, seizing Li Qingxiu, while another group silenced Li's mother. They dragged them into a dark alley. Witnessing her son having his legs broken, Li's mother fainted from shock. Meanwhile, after enduring immense pain, Li Qingxiu still held on, attempting to convey a look of vengeance towards the ruffians before him. The leader of the gambling house struck him unconscious and discarded him at the back door of the Fu family. In the morning, as a maid was washing up, she carelessly splashed a basin of dirty water, which fortuitously landed on the 2 people at the entrance. Seeing this, the maid quickly apologized. "I did not see clearly." She approached to help, but Li's mother, infuriated, shook off her hand and scolded, "You blind old fool! Do you not have eyes? How could you not see such a large person?" Li Qingxiu, awakened from the torturous ordeal, wanted to implore his mother to remain calm. But the pain left him unable to speak. None of the Fu family members were spineless, and the maid, who had initially felt guilty, could not hold back upon hearing Li's mother's tirade. Indeed, I am an old woman who forgot to bring my eyes when I left the house. Saying this, she turned and lifted a bucket of slop, dousing Li's mother with it.